as the most formidable alpha listed on the Empire's public ranking. Shen Jinyue firmly believes that only top-tier A's seek out top-tier O's. Thus, he finds himself unceremoniously thrust into the Empire's university. Upon entering school, Shen Jinyue is able to walk through the front door, but not without some effort. He leaps down, and as his hand meets the ground, he brushes against something soft and furry. Turning around, he encounters his new classmate, the renowned academic prodigy, who regards him with an icy expression. Shen Jinyue. The prodigy looks at him as if he were a bitter enemy, enunciating each word with precision. Release my tail. Chapter 1. Let us welcome the most audacious and flamboyant attacker of the Empire. Applause. I do not wish for you to be ensnared in the depths of winter. When spring's warmth envelopes the world and love resonates, I shall come to collect you. Pairing, Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji. Now announcing the Empire's alpha pheromone ranking. The streets are ablaze with light, and the voice of the female host resonates from the phones of passersby. Someone yawns, engaging in a lackluster discussion. The top spot is undoubtedly still General Shen. There's no need to check. Most people are unfazed. General Shen has held the title for over 30 years. Don't the new alphas have anything surprising? I'm practically a corpse waiting to cool. Lu Huaiji walks alongside Shi Xiaoyu, who casually glances at his phone and remarks, "VME 50. To unlock Shi Xiaoyu's rise to the throne as the first emperor, leading the empire to unify the world henceforth. Lu Huaiji nods in agreement with his friend's lofty ambitions, maintaining a neutral expression, and generously replies, 50 cents. Shi Xiaoyu, huh? You really are strapped for cash, aren't you, Lu? If it's too tight, don't force it. Don't use my family's resources. That Lu Huaiji responds coldly. You're truly intoxicated. Don't be so dismissive. Let me check my ranking this year. As Shi Xiaoyu scrolls through the list, he suddenly sits up straight, nearly stumbling. Oh my God. Lu Huaiji tilts his head slightly, steadying Shi Xiaoyu. Shi Xiaoyu looks up, his expression frozen. Would you believe I'm the emperor, or that this year's top spot has changed? Lu Huaiji considers that the former scenario is more plausible than the latter. He muses that this person truly intends to conquer the world, and says, I believe I should inform His Majesty that you wish to declare yourself king. Huh. Shi Xiaoyu, who had been lamenting that he was not the new top contender, bursts into laughter at this comment. This time, it really isn't me. Just look. The phone emits a soft glow in eye-friendly mode. Lu Huaiji lowers his gaze. On the screen, aside from the title alpha pheromone ranking, the first name starkly contrasts with the usual list. The name at the top boldly displays 3 significant characters, Shen Jinyue. Beneath the imposing index is a glaring red number, 99. Lu Huaiji squints to confirm the number, feeling his pupils constrict slightly. The dominance index is the most crucial measure of pheromone potency. The higher the number, the greater the strength, and 99 is alarmingly close to a perfect 100. 99? Who the hell has moved a national treasure onto the ranking? I'm calling the authorities. Lu Huaiji glances at the name, suddenly inquires, has there ever been an alpha on the list with an index exceeding 90? Damn. Shi Xiaoyu, upon hearing Lu Huaiji's words, stubbornly glances at the ranking again. Shen Jinyue. He murmurs, suddenly struck with realization. I know that name. Isn't he the grandson of General Shen? Lu Huaiji inexplicably feels a tickle at the tip of his nose, his spirit entity becoming somewhat restless. He ponders for a moment, soothing his agitated rabbit ears, and replies, indeed. No wonder. He mutters. This family has a hereditary tendency for abnormality. Fortunately, General Shen has only this one grandson. Lu Huaiji nods slightly in agreement, not contesting the statement. The stronger the alpha offspring, the fewer there will be, lest the balance of the world be disrupted. The dominance index has already categorized alphas. Pheromones and spirit entities have unparalleled, enhancing effects on the human body. The previous top contender, General Shen, had a dominance index of 89, capable of lifting hundreds of tons, and had once single-handedly infiltrated enemy ranks to decapitate their leader, emerging with only minor injuries. The newly crowned first place boasts a score that exceeds General Shen's by 10, making his ferocity unpredictable. Shi Xiaoyu, lost in thought, falls silent as he walks alongside Lu Huaiji. The two remain quiet until they reach the entrance of the Shi family villa, where the atmosphere suddenly turns somber. Shi Xiaoyu gazes at Lu Huaiji, his throat constricting. Lu Huaiji remains silent. He fixes his gaze on Shi Xiaoyu, and after a lengthy pause, gently embraces him. Take care. Though it is a distant embrace, Shi Xiaoyu stiffens slightly, nodding. I will find an opportunity to return. Then he inquires. They say I returned the gift I gave you. Didn't you accept it? Lu Huaiji nods that a silence envelopes the air. Well, you truly are someone who doesn't take advantage of others. Shi Xiaoyu attempts to lighten the mood. I genuinely want to see if anyone here can be deemed a friend. There won't be any. There never will be, Lu Huaiji states decisively, releasing Shi Xiaoyu. You should head inside. Shi Xiaoyu remains silent for a long time. Finally, he responds with a soft turning back multiple times as he enters. Lu Huaiji stands at the entrance of the Shi family villa, lost in thought for a moment before departing for school. Just as he takes a few steps, the surrounding light abruptly brightens, and a strange spirit entity suddenly emerges within his mental range. Only the silver moon hangs in the sky, yet Lu Huaiji clearly sees a saturated pinkish-blue light slicing through the long night. He halts abruptly, a sense of danger surging within him, a SN Omega with rabid attributes. The impending threat causes every nerve in Lu Huaiji's body to tense. The spirit entity is overwhelmingly powerful and resplendent, exuding an oppressive aura from a formidable alpha. To Lu Huaiji, that aura is nearly terrifying, overwhelming, and so potent that it makes breathing difficult. Lu Huaiji takes a deep breath, his rabbit ears perking up, but he quickly presses down his hair and abruptly turns to face the source of the energy. Show yourself. Reading Guide. 1. Main recipient, dual purity, mutual pursuit with a double first love He, AO narrative, no counterattacks or mutual attacks. 2. A light-hearted, sweet story created for relaxation. All plot elements serve the purpose of romance, rejecting overly serious logical scrutiny. 3. Not for extreme top or bottom enthusiasts, as it does not cater to such preferences. If the above does not trigger any discomfort, feel free to join in, dear readers. Do not hoard the text. Poor data makes it difficult to continue writing. Please leave comments to urge updates. I want to see your feedback. Much love. Interact with me on the latest chapters and comments. Chapter 2. Cleansing the ears. Little Bunny diligently attends to his own ears, a sight that exemplifies the allure of the Empire's most coveted Omega. A soft chuckle suddenly pierces the darkness, as footsteps echo from behind a tree beside Lu Huaiji, suggesting someone has leapt down from a height. A flash of pinkish-blue light illuminates the surroundings momentarily before plunging the world back into shadow, revealing the figure emerging from the foliage. At last, Lu Huaiji discerns the silhouette before him. A delicate pair of gold-rimmed glasses rests upon the bridge of the boy's nose, and the faint light filtering through the trees highlights his youthful profile, casting a glow upon his crystalline, pale-hued irises while accentuating his remarkably harmonious facial contours. Shen Jinyue, casually sucking on a piece of candy, raises an eyebrow playfully at Lu Huaiji, exuding an air of nonchalance. Lu Huaiji lifts his gaze, recognizing a once familiar visage. A subtle smile graces his lips as he remarks, devoid of any overt expression, "Shun, your unique tastes remain unchanged." Shen Jinyue's actions halt suspiciously. What? Do you remember my childhood penchant for climbing walls for all eternity? He exclaims in astonishment, unable to suppress a laugh as he asserts. Occasionally, eavesdropping hardly qualifies as a mere child's pastime. However, let me clarify. I happened upon your conversation by chance while strolling, and I had no intention of prying into your sentimental exchanges. You are well aware of the Alpha's perceptive abilities. I am not one to eavesdrop. Lu Huaiji hesitates, choosing not to respond. After a pause, Shen Jinyue manages to contain his laughter and inquires, "What brings you here at this hour? This place is rather secluded, and as an Omega, your safety could be compromised." Lu Huaiji absent-mindedly scratches his nose, recalling Shen Jinyue's spiritual entity. Presently, only you would dare project your spiritual essence into my mental realm. For an Alpha, the spiritual entity is not a private matter. Typically, an Alpha wishing to announce their presence would use their spiritual form to probe another's mental threshold. Yet, for an Omega, it remains a matter that can be concealed. Thus, upon sensing Shen Jinyue's spiritual presence, Lu Huaiji instinctively cloaked his own essence, nearly losing control of his rabbit ears in the process. Very well, you are the little emperor. Shen Jinyue replies with a relaxed tone, completely devoid of any sign of discomfort from being exposed. He steps closer, carefully removing his scarf to wrap it around Lu Huaiji multiple times, chuckling at his handiwork. Fearing a potential outburst from Lu Huaiji, Shen Jinyue refrains from laughter for long and asks, "Would you like me to escort you back to your dormitory?" The empire is rather unstable at the moment, with disturbances occurring everywhere. In fact, on the somewhat unofficial rankings, Lu Huaiji has consistently secured the top 3 positions, the Omega with the most enticing pheromones, the most irritable Omega, and the Omega with the most formidable mental prowess. Moreover, he leads the charts by a significant margin over the second place. Shen Jinyue finds himself uncertain as to who appears more formidable between himself and Lu Huaiji. Nevertheless, Lu Huaiji remains an Omega, and those who covet him could fill an entire planet. Given their encounter, Shen Jinyue feels a sense of obligation to ensure the safety of this Omega. Although this Omega chased after Shen Jinyue in his childhood, eager to strike him, the unfortunate Shen Jinyue, clutching a toy car, scurried away on his short legs to evade the pursuit of a larger Lu Huaiji. Shen Jinyue's movements were as careless as anyone else's. He paid no mind to the details and hastily wrapped a scarf around Lu Huaiji's neck. The scarf tightened slightly, causing Lu Huaiji's silvery hair to fall chaotically over his eyes, a faint scent of pheromones wafting towards him, imbued with the essence of an alpha, dry yet pleasantly intoxicating. After several attempts, Lu Huaiji managed to pull the scarf down below his chin, though his hair tangled around it. At that moment, Shen Jinyue reached out to smooth the strands of hair that had ensnared Lu Huaiji's fingers. Lu Huaiji gathered his hair behind his head and inhaled deeply. "Are you trying to strangle me?" "Absolutely not." Shen Jinyue quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I'm sorry, brother, it's my fault." The youth's eyes, concealed behind gold-rimmed glasses, gazed earnestly at him, sincerity radiating from his expression. "Shall we go?" The utterance of brother momentarily stunned the Omega, and after 2 seconds, Lu Huaiji nodded, leading the way to the school. Soon, another individual joined them, casually walking alongside Lu Huaiji. Remarkably, it had been a decade since Lu Huaiji had last seen Shen Jinyue, and the transformation of this boy into an exceptionally formidable alpha was palpable, instilling a sense of pressure that made Lu Huaiji's legs feel somewhat weak. Fortunately, the Sher family villa was not far from the Imperial University dormitory, and they arrived at the entrance in just a few minutes. Shen Jinyue's spiritual entity had yet to retract, allowing Lu Huaiji to still catch a whiff of the alpha's pheromones. He absent-mindedly touched his head, realizing he could not feel the soft, furry rabbit ears, which brought him a measure of relief. Beside him, Shen Jinyue was hardly walking straight, frequently glancing at Lu Huaiji. The keen observational skills of a top-tier alpha were not to be underestimated, and fearing that Shen Jinyue might notice something, Lu Huaiji turned to scrutinize him. Before Shen Jinyue could turn his head, he found himself caught in the gaze of Lu Huaiji's misty eyes, his breath momentarily hitching. "You become increasingly handsome," Shen Jinyue murmured. Lu Huaiji halted, overwhelmed by a strong wave of pheromones. He softly called out, "Shen Jinyue." Shen Jinyue instinctively replied, "Your spiritual entity can be retracted now." Lu Huaiji stated, "Do not tease the Omega indiscriminately." Shen Jinyue chuckled, nodding obediently as he tucked away his spiritual essence. They finally came to a stop beneath the dormitory building, and Lu Huaiji reached out to untangle the scarf, only to have Shen Jinyue press his hand down. Don't. You've worn it all this way. There's no need to unravel it," Shen Jinyue insisted, his voice trailing off. "Keep it on. You might catch a cold, you delicate creature." Lu Huaiji furrowed his brow, disregarding Shen Jinyue's playful moniker. "How do I return it to you?" Shen Jinyue had already turned to leave, waving at him from a distance. "Tomorrow, you'll probably know by then. Sleep early." Lu Huaiji, puzzled by Shen Jinyue's words, chose not to delve deeper and returned to his dormitory with his books. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back. I have a question. In less than half a second, Shen Jinyue also turned back. Lu Huaiji inquired. Were you walking on a tree? Shen Jinyue chuckled, while Lu Huaiji inquired. Shen Jinyue confidently declared, because I can fly, brother. Lu Huaiji chose to ignore him and returned to his dormitory. Xie Hui was seated at his desk, engrossed in his studies, and greeted him with an upward tilt of his head. Huaiji, you're back? Lu Huaiji nodded. Before he could utter a word, Xie Hui abruptly stood up, astonished, pressing against the wardrobe. What on earth? Why is there alpha pheromone present? Lu Huaiji momentarily froze. Whose alpha pheromone is on you? Which alpha dared to offend you? Speak up, Huaiji. There's nothing, Lu Huaiji replied. I'm going to take a shower. He had just been enveloped in alpha pheromones all the way here and had almost forgotten about it. Xie Hui, in disbelief, exclaimed, so Lu Gu, you're in relationship? The Omega paused his actions, his hands suspended in the air, shaking his head. What are you thinking? Besides boyfriends and girlfriends, who else would dare to drape their scarf around your neck? Xie Hui pressed him. You either confess strictly or reveal leniency. Quickly. You're dating, aren't you? Although Xie Hui understood that this was likely a mere fantasy, he truly couldn't fathom which audacious alpha would be bold enough to place their scarf around the neck of the most temperamental Omega in the Empire. Unless they had a death wish, or unless they were akin to a little fish riding a bicycle, determined to meet their demise before perishing of thirst. Or perhaps a bird yearning for a crash landing, believing that death should be ceremonious. Having shared a room with Lu Huaiji for 2 years, their bond surpassed that of most. No, Lu Huaiji stated, I met him while strolling in a tree. What? Onzième vie exclaimed. Lu Huaiji slightly lowered his head and remained silent. He deliberately entered the bathroom to remove the scarf. In that instant, the confined space was filled with a mildly bitter scent of pheromones. It was uncertain whether Shen Jinyue realized that an elite alpha had given a personal item to another Omega, which in the context of Imperial academia could be construed as a declaration of affection. However, it was not entirely so. If the alpha had no interest in the Omega, then it could simply be an act of taking advantage. Thus, Shen Jinyue was likely exploiting him. Lu Huaiji hung the removed scarf in a ventilated area and took a shower. It took him a considerable amount of time to wash away Shen Jinyue's scent. Only then did he feel that his own pheromones were somewhat uncontrollable. It appeared that his heat cycle was approaching. Lu Huaiji stared blankly at the rabbit ears that had emerged uncontrollably in the mirror. After a brief moment of emptiness, he squeezed some shampoo, dabbed it on his ears, and carelessly rubbed the fluffy white ears. There was also the tail. Lu Huaiji pressed his lips together, pondering for a long while. It still found washing the tail somewhat embarrassing. Wrapped in a towel, he exited the bathroom to dry his ears. He could not discern the specific breed of rabbit he resembled. His ears were not always drooping, but would perk up as he neared his heat cycle. Just like now. After blowing his hair for a couple of moments, he noticed his ears beginning to rise and hurriedly pressed them down. He waited until his ears were thoroughly dried before tucking them away with his tail. Xie Hui had already settled into bed, leaning against the railing while engrossed in a game. Huaiji, tomorrow, someone will be transferring to our class. We are finally getting a new student. Lu Huaiji, feeling a bit drowsy, rested a pen against his chin, responding in a tone devoid of inflection. I heard that this person has an impressive background. We speculate that he might also be an alpha. There is only one vacant seat beside you, so do try not to quarrel with your new deskmate. After all, once you become partners, you must cooperate. In their elite class, Lu Huaiji was truly the darling of the group. The teachers were exceedingly attentive towards him. In his previous desk, mate was none other than the most formidable student in class, Shi Xiaoyu. However, with Shi Xiaoyu now gone, the vacant position was naturally designated for the newcomer. Pausing in his problem-solving, Lu Huaiji quietly inquired, Am I really that unreasonable? Not exactly. Xie Hui pondered while continuing to play. You just seem like someone who would only resort to violence. Lu Huaiji, unamused, retorted, Silence. Xie Hui looked a bit aggrieved as he gazed at his phone, where his character had just met an untimely demise due to his earlier distraction. See? You see? And you said it wasn't going to happen. If that alpha really provokes you, don't act impulsively, brother. Keep your hands to yourself in the virtual world. Otherwise, you'll have to take responsibility. Lu Huaiji merely smirked slightly. The seat next to him was already vacant. The desk remained untouched, clearly indicating the arrival of a transfer student, his new desk mate. Adjusting to a new partner would require a considerable amount of time, and it would not be easy for Lu Huaiji to accept this change with equanimity. If cooperation proved impossible, then a confrontation might ensue. Chapter 3. Sending the young master back to school. Resisting laughter. When Lu Huaiji lifted his head, a small tuft of hair stood up defiantly. His expression one of bewilderment, yet also visibly displeased. Once the classroom fell silent, the teacher, Mr. Li, a kindly elderly gentleman who taught practical courses and was generally very supportive, announced, "We have a new student joining our class, and we need someone to help him familiarize himself with our school environment. Who will volunteer?" Upon hearing this, Lu Huaiji buried his head deeper into his arms, his expression unchanged. I'll go. Teacher, let me be the one. Is he an alpha or an omega? When will you advocate for an omega for our class? I'm nearly sick of just alphas. Teacher, look at how he's disdainful of his classmates. Let me go. I'm not judgmental. Everyone be quiet. Let me handle this. You all aren't genuinely concerned about the new student. My concern is the purest. It's not that I don't want to attend morning self-study. Mr. Li, observing the lively exchange among the alphas, smiled slightly. The new student is Huaiji's desk mate. Huaiji will go. A brief moment of stunned silence enveloped the classroom as a group of alphas stood frozen for several seconds, followed by a cacophony of protests. Teacher, who allowed that? How can our darling be tasked with such a thing? I'll give you 3 mao. Let me go. I'll raise the offer to 5 mao. Class is on pause. Let me go. Mr. Li, unfazed, waved Lu Huaiji forward. Lu Huaiji withdrew his head from the crook of his arm, his dark crimson pupils gazing somewhat vacantly at old Li, before rising to his feet. Follow me, he instructed. Old Li stepped outside the classroom, with Lu Huaiji trailing behind in a state of confusion. Just before he exited, someone tugged at him twice. Old Li asked you to help the new student acclimate to the surroundings. If they're an omega, please don't scare them away. Okay? Me? Lu Huaiji pointed at himself, skepticism evident in his tone, yet he replied, Understood. Thank you. He anticipated such a responsibility would fall to him. Zoe, twisting the cap of his pen, hesitated once more. Just don't get into a scuffle, all right? Our class prides itself on being harmonious. Lu Huaiji interjected. Am I known for brawling? Not at all. The person hastily clarified. An alpha, who had been observing the situation, could no longer remain silent. He interjected while delivering a sharp slap to Zhou Yi. Do you even know the difference between being irritable and having a bad temper? You really have a way with words. Zhou Yi was momentarily stunned by the slap, clutching his head as he watched Lu Huaiji's departing figure. What? I didn't say anything. You must have misheard. So sensitive. Lu Huaiji was indifferent to the identity of the new student. He had not slept well and lacked energy throughout the journey. The school had meticulously cleared the weeds from the surrounding flower beds, and the entrance was adorned with vibrant artificial flowers, creating a chaotic array of colors. What kind of wealthy air warranted such a grand display? As Lu Huaiji pondered this, he heard Old Li ahead inquire, Xiao Lu, did you see the latest alpha attribute rankings last night? Lu Huaiji zipped his jacket to the top, nodded, and then realized Old Li couldn't see him, so he murmured an affirmative. The more he walked, the odder he felt. Just as he was about to ask who this ostentatious future classmate might be, his gaze fell upon the entrance, and the answer became clear. He pressed his lips together and uttered a name, Shen Jinyue. Outside the gate was an ostentatious, elongated luxury vehicle. Next to the passenger door stood a tall figure clad in a black hoodie and white pants. Gripping the handle of a suitcase with one hand while the other held a can of drink, his head bowed as if engrossed in something unseen. Gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose obscured his eyes, and his proportions were strikingly elegant. Before Old Li could speak, Lu Huaiji, somewhat surprised, declared the new student's name. Do you know him? Old Li turned, astonished. Lu Huaiji could hardly reveal that their acquaintance was less than amicable. He averted his gaze and nodded. Then it settled. Go ahead and show him around the school. I'll linger nearby, but I'll leave you to it so you two can feel at ease. I'll head off to grade some papers." With that, Old Li departed without a second thought, leaving Lu Huaiji standing in place, watching as the man who had just guided him to the gate faded from view. Lu Huaiji remained stationary for a moment, then lifted his foot and walked toward Shen Jinyue. On the first occasion of his life, Master Shen was unceremoniously yanked from his slumber at 4 o'clock in the morning. With his eyes still closed, he hastily gathered his belongings, yet before he could catch his breath, his grandfather had already packed him into a car. As he poked his head out of the window, a firm hand shoved him back inside. General Shen, with a stern expression, reprimanded his grandson. "Do you understand traffic rules? Do you comprehend the importance of safety? Pull your head back in and let us be on our way." Shen Jinyue was taken aback, and before he could finish his sentence, he noticed dozens of housekeepers and the butler lined up behind General Shen, bowing in unison and proclaiming, "We bid farewell to the young master. We wish him success in his studies and a prosperous future. Congratulations to the master for winning the wager and successfully sending the young master back to school." Shen Jinyue, bewildered, took a moment before solemnly nodding in acknowledgement. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, settling instead for a resounding applause. The elongated luxury vehicle departed amidst the gazes of the crowd, and General Shen let out a sigh of relief. "At last, I can finally tend to my garden." Chapter 4. Young Master Shen. He carries my suitcase. You must like me. Convinced, little Master Shen Jinyue, having grown up scaling walls, climbing trees, and dismantling training equipment, possessed an unparalleled talent for mischief. Whenever he dared to ascend a hill and declare, "I am the second greatest troublemaker," others would tremble in fear, elevating him to a throne and bowing in submission, exclaiming, "How could I ever dare?" The young master, who should have been seated upon the throne, now found himself in the back seat of the car, glaring at his own reflection in the rearview mirror. The driver, concerned for his well-being, attempted to console him. "Young master, do not be disheartened. The general loves you." Before he could finish, the sorrowful young master gazed at his flawless jawline in the mirror and suddenly understood the allure of vanity. "What do you think about my prospects in the entertainment industry?" The driver, taken aback, realized once more that the young master was incapable of uttering anything sensible. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and had it not been for Shen Jinyue's presence, he would have undoubtedly sought to rid himself of the burden. The vehicle accelerated rapidly, only to decelerate just as swiftly, causing Shen Jinyue to collide with the front seat. "Listen here, Xiao Chun," he exclaimed, "though I'm robust enough to support a mountain. Should any mishap occur, I shall undoubtedly abandon you and flee with the car myself. Do you have any idea how much this car costs? 80 million. That represents a year's worth of my pocket money." The driver, manually opening the door of the $80 million vehicle for his young master, watched as Shen Jinyue exited. With barely open eyes, he turned to glance at the departing car without a trace of mercy, then lowered his gaze to his suitcase, sipping from his own drink, and felt an overwhelming urge to applaud once more. Was the young master truly waiting for someone to welcome him? Before Shen Jinyue could swallow his drink, a voice reached his ears from a distance. Startled, he looked up. "Oh, we meet again." Lu Huaiji reached for the handle of Shen Jinyue's suitcase, clearly uninterested in conversation. Shen Jinyue, snatching back his suitcase, retorted, "What are you doing? Do you think an alpha is worthless? Although I am well aware that you, my elder brother, certainly do not harbor such thoughts, I must concede that some alphas are indeed quite ineffectual. However, allow me to clarify that I do not fall within that category. I am an independent and self-reliant alpha, proficient in the art of maneuvering my luggage." Lu Huaiji inhaled deeply, unable to contain his frustration. "I am here to escort you. After we set down your suitcase, I shall show you around the campus." Shen Jinyue nodded, albeit with skepticism, as he brushed aside Lu Huaiji's hand, which was still grasping the handle of his suitcase, and inquired, "Who else could possibly command you? You truly do not regard me as an alpha, do you? I shall handle the suitcase myself." The young man donned a delicate pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of genteel sophistication when silent. Yet once he spoke, A nonchalant demeanor emerged that even the most polished of filters could not obscure. Lu Huaiji was momentarily taken aback by Shen Jinyue's address. The cool tips of the youth's fingers rested against his hand, their proximity allowing Lu Huaiji to detect a somewhat bitter yet intriguing scent of pheromones. With Shen Jinyue's words lingering in the air, Lu Huaiji, an omega, found it inappropriate to insist on assisting the alpha with his luggage and withdrew his hand. Class advisor. Huh? Shen Jinyue's incredulity at that moment eclipsed even the earlier shock of his father leading a procession to bid him farewell. Dear me, the true name of your esteemed Imperial University should surely be Imperial High School, is it not? I, Shen Jinyue, toiled relentlessly for 3 years to escape the horrors of high school. Yet no one informed me that university also had class advisors. Are you unfamiliar with the educational system of Imperial University? Lu Huaiji's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he nodded in response. You may interpret it as you still being a high school student. Therefore, high school students must heed the directives of class officers. Come along, young Master Shen. My goodness. Shen Jinyue trudged along behind Lu Huaiji, dragging his suitcase with a sense of resignation. No wonder my grandfather was so pleased. It appears he can confine me once more. How pitiful that until yesterday, I had no idea which school I was to attend, merely relying on the name displayed at the entrance. Lu Huaiji continued ahead without responding. After a moment, he inquired, which direction is your dormitory? Who knows? Let me check, Shen Jinyue replied, rummaging through his phone for chat records. I only fell asleep at 2 o'clock last night, and was awakened at 4, nearly transforming on the way here due to fatigue. I hardly had time to look into this. As he scrolled through his messages, he asked, by the way, elementary school prodigy, what is your beastly attribute? Lu Huaiji, who was half a step ahead of Shen Jinyue, paused momentarily upon hearing this, then resumed his expressionless stride toward the dormitory area. My dormitory is in the West District. Room 08. Is it far from here? Lu Huaiji halted again, turning with a blank expression. Are you certain it's the West District? Yes, Shen Jinyue replied, puzzled. Isn't it permissible to reside there? Not at all. Lu Huaiji regarded Shen Jinyue with an odd look, offering no further explanation. He turned to proceed. His hair swept across his face by the wind. Lu Huai's long silver hair was casually tied into a small bun at the back of his head as he continued to lead the way. Shen Jinyue, putting away his phone, lifted his gaze to see Lu Huai's adept movements. Perhaps it was the Omega genes at play. Lu Huai's skin was remarkably fair, glowing under the sunlight, but not in an unhealthy pallor. He possessed a pair of fox-like eyes, often cold in expression. Yet the upward tilt of the outer corners formed an exquisitely subtle arc. Lu Huai was not short, standing at over 1.80 meters. But he paled in comparison to an alpha like Shen Jinyue, requiring Shen to slightly lower his gaze when looking at him. Shen Jinyue was momentarily taken aback, forgetting the question he intended to pursue. He muttered, Don't you usually get into fights? Having long hair must be quite inconvenient. Lu Huai touched his head, ensuring his hair was securely tied before turning to him. I generally don't need to get my hands dirty. Shen Jinyue raised an eyebrow. Oh, so? Will you be relying on bodyguards in the future? Lu Huai gestured for him to follow. The school will assign teammates. My primary role isn't to engage in bloody violence. I'll mostly be observing the bodyguards in action. My last partner left, and the next one will probably be you. The bodyguard. Shen Jinyue was perplexed as to how he had suddenly been elevated to the role of bodyguard. Huh? Lu Huai chuckled, patting Shen's shoulder, his expression revealing a limit to his patience. From now on, I'll just hide behind you while you showcase your independence and your ability to maneuver the suitcase in combat. Good luck, don't let me down. Chapter 5. Shen Jinyue exclaimed. Huh? Help an Omega with injections of suppressants? I've never done that. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been praised by an elder or teacher, and he instinctively replied, Oh, okay, observing Lu Huai, who had taken a couple of steps ahead. Shen Jinyue followed, bemused by his own seemingly nonsensical response. He sensed an odd aroma in the air. After a moment, a thought struck Shen Jinyue, and he lifted his hand to sniff the oat bubble he had been holding. That's not the scent, though. What was this aroma he detected? He pondered quietly. Inhaling again. Something was amiss. The air was fragrant, imbued with a milky scent, yet he couldn't identify its origin. It certainly wasn't tea from the oat bubble milk he held. In the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated 2 steps, the suitcase wheels producing a distinct sound against the ground. The scent he had detected was Lu Huai's pheromones. Shen Jinyue, in a flurry, abandoned the suitcase, darting away. Goodness! Shen Jinyue struggled to suppress his own pheromones, the overwhelming alpha scent nearly causing a loss of control. Fortunately, his attributes were limited. Manifesting them was not as effortless as conjuring up a rabbit or a kitten. Otherwise, the sight of a large, blue-purple creature looming there would have truly scandalized societal norms. How compatible are my pheromones with yours, my brother? Shen Jinyue hadn't encountered Lu Huai in over a decade. Given that differentiation occurs around 17 or 18, he had never experienced Lu Huai's pheromones before. He, an alpha with such an overwhelming coefficient, nearly transformed upon catching a whiff of Lu Huai's pheromones. It would be utterly absurd if the Empire did not immediately arrange their marriage given the compatibility of their scents. Shen Jinyue, still shaken, intercepted a powdery blue feather that had inadvertently manifested in the air, concealing it in his pocket before Lu Huai could notice. Lu Huai's expression shifted. "Follow me." Shen Jinyue maintained a respectful distance behind him, observing Lu Huai enter the dormitory building. He instinctively thought to follow, but regained his composure at the last moment. Naturally, Lu Huai had entered to retrieve suppressants. What business did an alpha like him have in such matters? Shen Jinyue chastised himself for even considering it. In a mere 3 minutes, he had endured 2 heart-stopping moments. Stiffly, he retreated to sit by the flower bed, awaiting Lu Huai's return. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Huai still had not emerged, leaving Shen Jinyue with nothing to do but gaze at the sky. The next moment, his eyes fell upon the green sign on the dormitory, West 08. Shen Jinyue's expression went blank, convinced he must be imagining things. Doubting his sanity, he hastily retrieved his phone to check a message from his assistant earlier that morning. "Young master, your dormitory is in West District 08, room 606. Simply bring your suitcase." Shen Jinyue drew out his key, and indeed, it was true. "My God," he gasped, disbelief washing over him as he stared at the entrance. What was Lu Huai doing in the Alpha dormitory? Was he truly there to procure omega suppressants? Without further thought, Shen Jinyue rushed inside. The phenomenal awareness he had previously suppressed now flooded back, guiding him swiftly to the 3rd floor, where he arrived at a dormitory door. It stood ajar, revealing Lu Huai. His eyes tinged with crimson, seated on a chair, trembling hands clutching a suppressor, struggling to find the right place to inject it. Shen Jinyue stared in astonishment, awkwardly averted his gaze. Upon sensing Shen Jinyue's pheromones, Lu Huai's expression shifted, but he was at a loss, calling out, "Shen Jinyue." His voice was hoarse and soft, and as soon as he spoke, he frowned. "Ah, what is it?" Shen Jinyue trembled, responding in a flustered manner. Lu Huai gasped for breath, managing to utter, "Help me." "Help you with what?" Shen Jinyue jolted. "Let me clarify. I am someone who would rather die than bow for mere coin. And I am not one to easily compromise my integrity. You must specify your intentions before I consider jeopardizing my virtue." "Inject the suppressant." Lu Huai gritted his teeth, forcing himself to suppress the strange timbre in his voice. "If you don't come over, our integrity will truly be at stake." Shen Jinyue swiftly harnessed his powerful instincts as a top-tier alpha, coupled with his exceptional self-discipline and moral compass as a distinguished human male, to promptly and decisively quell the rebellious pheromones that surged within him. In an instant, he appeared before Lu Huai, took the suppressor from his hands, tore open the packaging, and deftly removed the cap, carrying out the actions in one fluid motion. However, he was taken aback and inquired, "Where does this go? Where should I insert the needle?" "Brother, as an alpha, I am at a loss." Lu Huai, on the verge of tears from discomfort, closed his eyes in resignation and replied, "Just stick it anywhere." "Very well." Shen Jinyue nodded vigorously and swiftly administered the injection to Lu Huai, retreating to the doorway in less than half a second. "My suitcase is downstairs. I will wait for you there. Once you feel better, come find me." Lu Huai nodded in acknowledgement. He had barely uttered a word when he sensed Shen Jinyue hastily descending to the first floor. The 5 words, "How are you feeling?" were swallowed back down. The suppressor took effect quickly, and Lu Huai felt significantly improved. He gathered his belongings and made his way downstairs. Young Master Shen stood at the base of a tree, lost in contemplation, evidently having just weathered an internal tempest. His short, light brown hair tousled in disarray. He occasionally glanced at the dormitory sign, then looked down at his phone, his eyes filled with a sentiment of existential doubt. Upon seeing Lu Huai, Shen Jinyue immediately straightened up, appearing somewhat tense. Lu Huai, standing a short distance away to disperse the lingering scent, approached Shen Jinyue and asked, "Is your dormitory in this building?" Shen Jinyue forced a smile and replied, "I believe there's been an error arranged by the president of your esteemed institution." Lu Huai raised an eyebrow. "Not to mention the broad influence of my pheromones," Shen Jinyue said with frustration. "My father donated several dormitory buildings and a library to the school, and yet they place me in the same dormitory building as an Omega?" "True, but it is not an unexpected situation," Lu Huai explained. "The school has limited land, surrounded by mountains, making expansion difficult. In recent years, the number of alphas has increased significantly. Typically, they are allocated to beta accommodations. The Omega dormitory in the West Wing is even underoccupied. If you transfer midterm, should we ask the betas to yield their spots to you? There will be special materials separating the rooms, so don't worry about your pheromones affecting others." Upon hearing the rationale, Shen Jinyue felt even more despondent. "Back in my days at a university, I was a reigning figure, able to sleep wherever I pleased. Now, not only am I relegated to a college system reminiscent of high school, but I am also denied a proper residence." To Shen Jinyue's surprise, Lu Huai chuckled lightly. Shen Jinyue sensed that this was not a good omen and regarded him with caution. As predicted, Lu Huai spoke again, saying, "But now, not only can you not act like a social creature, you must also heed my commands." "Surprised, Alpha?" Shen Jinyue replied, his expression unreadable. "Wow." Ultimately, Shen Jinyue resigned himself to the situation and moved his suitcase back to the dormitory. Chapter 6. Shen Jinyue. "Little bunny, why don't you shed your fur?" Such a dear little bunny. As Shen Jinyue made his way to the dormitory, he caught a whiff of Lu Huaiji's pheromones, nearly transforming for the first time. When he approached Lu Huaiji, he nearly morphed again. In the midst of this, he discovered that he was, in fact, residing in the astonishing Omega building. The feathers he sprouted during his second transformation were far less luminous than the first. Shen Jinyue compared the 2 feathers with a stoic expression before tucking them back into his pocket and taking a deep breath. Lu Huaiji, noticing his actions from the corner of his eye, paused slightly. Shen Jinyue, lost in thought, suddenly raised an eyebrow and circled around Lu Huaiji. Dressed in pure white, a sweatshirt above and trousers below, Lu Huaiji appeared immaculate. Unaccustomed to Shen Jinyue's gaze, he slowed his pace and inquired, "What are you doing?" With an alpha's keen vision, he had not perceived anything unusual about Lu Huaiji, and only then did Shen Jinyue retract his gaze. "I was pondering why you don't shed any feathers." Lu Huaiji stumbled slightly. In a flash, Shen Jinyue steadied him, exclaiming, "Oh dear brother, are you a delicate little princess who stumbles on flat ground?" Unbeknownst to Shen Jinyue, this so-called delicate princess had just exerted considerable effort in retracting his rabbit ears upon arriving at the dormitory, and the confusion on his face was genuine. Lu Huaiji straightened himself, pushed Shen Jinyue away, and rubbed his temples. "What feathers would I shed? Isn't it customary for pheromones to fluctuate and cause shedding? Why don't you?" Shen Jinyue's expression lit up with curiosity, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery. Lu Huaiji replied, "When my pheromones fluctuate, I usually end up hitting someone." While this statement might intimidate others, when directed at Shen Jinyue, it felt more like stepping onto a sticky trap, rebounding and adhesive. "How can you say such things, brother? We are the perfect successors of a new era. We must not casually speak of violence. It is unethical, dishonest, and unfriendly." As Shen Jinyue spoke, his words faltered. Lu Huaiji turned to him, their faces mere inches apart. In the next moment, Lu Huaiji grasped Shen Jinyue's collar, gently yet firmly. Murmuring, "Are you done?" As Shen Jinyue gazed closely at Lu Huaiji's face, he was about to respond when an unfamiliar voice interrupted them from a short distance away. "What are you doing, Huaiji? Let go of that. It's not conducive to building rapport with new classmates." Lu Huaiji froze momentarily, his hand loosening its grip as he lowered his gaze, adjusting Shen Jinyue's clothing. He felt no shame in being caught in a compromising position with a classmate, stating, "I was helping him straighten his clothes." Shen Jinyue looked up in confusion, and Lu Huaiji called out, "Teacher." It was indeed a teacher. Shen Jinyue approached and shook hands, saying, "Hello, I am Shen Jinyue." The teacher nodded. "You two didn't have a conflict, did you?" Lu Huaiji's temperament was well understood by the teacher, as he had conducted in-depth analyses of each student's personality upon their enrollment, aiming to devise the best developmental strategies and methods for them. Lu Huaiji is undoubtedly the most formidable student he has ever mentored. Aside from a somewhat tempestuous disposition, he possesses virtually no weaknesses. Conflict? Shen Jinyue pondered for a moment. Then with fervor declared, "Of course not. Classmate Lu is exceedingly kind to me. Not only did he enthusiastically assist me with my suitcase upon our first meeting, but he also guided me to my dormitory, meticulously arranging my accommodations while providing a clear and comprehensible explanation of our school's educational system and the rationale behind my residence in the Omega dormitory. How could there possibly be conflict between us? Wouldn't you agree, teacher?" Oldly appeared taken aback by the new student's eloquence, momentarily forgetting to release the hand that Shen Jinyue still clasped. After a brief pause, he replied, "All right, as long as there is no conflict, that's good. Rest assured, teacher, I could never have a dispute with classmate Lu. Strictly speaking, we are childhood friends, having known each other intimately since we were young. How could I not understand classmate Lu? He is a genuinely amiable person." Oldly had completely lost his train of thought. The affable Lu Huaiji then approached and gently pulled Shen Jinyue away, casting a confident glance at Oldly. "Good." Oldly seemed entirely convinced, only a few seconds later recalling what he meant to say. "If all goes as expected, classmate Shen may very well become your regular partner. You both should cultivate a harmonious relationship. Coordination and combat cannot be discordant," Oldly cautioned, emphasizing the importance of leaving a positive impression on the new student. "Fear not," Lu Huaiji replied with a slight smile. "I am a very kind person, and classmate Shen will undoubtedly cooperate with my guidance, allowing our team to achieve optimal performance." Oldly shot a doubtful glance at Shen Jinyue. Though Shen Jinyue understood little of the situation, he exclaimed, "Yes, it is my honor to follow classmate Lu's direction." His exuberance was somewhat exaggerated, but Oldly, unfamiliar with youthful exuberance, was easily convinced. "I must attend to a few matters now. Huaiji, please assist in introducing classmate Shen to the class." He indicated that Shen Jinyue should take the seat previously occupied by Shi Xiaoyu. Lu Huaiji nodded and led Shen Jinyue away. As they walked, Shen Jinyue, having caught wind of some key phrases, became momentarily dazed before regaining his voice. "Darling." Lu Huaiji glanced at him, remaining silent. "Have you secretly repeated a year behind my back? This is not university. This is clearly high school." Lu Huaiji turned his head away, remaining silent for a considerable time. Upon closer inspection, Shen Jinyue noticed Lu Huaiji's shoulders trembling slightly, as if he were suppressing laughter. "Does my distress amuse you, darling?" Shen Jinyue felt a bit overwhelmed. The name of the Imperial Academy was succinct, distinctly different from other institutions, with so many universities. Diverse teaching methods were entirely normal. Lu Huaiji quickly stifled his laughter and began to explain. "You are aware that other schools typically use the suffix university, but the reason our academy employs academy is due to its resemblance to high school, correct? Is that because it feels like high school?" Shen Jinyue seemed to foresee a bleak future ahead, filled with darkness and despair. "You could say that," Lu Huaiji replied, "as our institution primarily cultivates talent in specialized fields, akin to a military academy, but with a broader scope and a smaller population than a military school. Some disciplines require a high degree of student interaction and collaboration. Hence, they do not adopt a modular class system, instead having fixed classrooms and dedicated instructors." Shen Jinyue lamented. "Unfortunately, our major is precisely like that." Lu Huaiji, with a cruel nod, affirmed, indeed. Their field of study is one of the primary programs nurtured by the Imperial University, boasting the largest cohort of students. The aim is to cultivate a team of the fewest members who complement each other through their diverse primary fields, achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts to address unforeseen events in the Empire. While I do not comprehend how you manage such an outrageous transfer, landing directly in our class equivalent to the third year, rather than starting from the foundational first year, congratulations. Your high school life has been shortened by 2 years compared to ours. Shen Jinyue exclaimed, "Wow, how commendable." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "As for the absurdity of it, I suppose it may be due to my exceptional capabilities, combined with the generous provisions extended to me." Lu Huaiji, momentarily taken aback, could not deny this. Chapter 7. A transition from undergraduate to high school. Welcome to high school, confetti. As Shen Jinyue followed Lu Huaiji to the classroom, he remarked, "You have no idea." My grandfather, upon seeing the rankings, went on about how his grandson, being such a promising talent, must contribute to the empire. The very next day, he arranged for my transfer. I truly did not expect that your school would accept me. Perhaps they indeed did. Lu Huaiji responded, "You have offered too much." Their classroom was located on the second floor, bustling with noise. "No way." Shen Jinyue hesitated at the doorway, realizing that this major even has morning self-study sessions. "You guessed correctly," Lu Huaiji kindly noted. "I will show you around the school after class this afternoon. We are just about to conclude morning study." Shen Jinyue exclaimed, "My goodness." Inside, students were already peering out, and Lu Huaiji gestured for him to enter. "Young Master Shen, please come in." With a face devoid of hope, Shen Jinyue stepped inside. As Lu Huaiji entered, the classroom quieted slightly. "New student, Shen Jinyue," Lu Huaiji succinctly announced, "just transitioned from university to high school." The students were momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of laughter. "Welcome to our new high school classmate. Welcome to high school." Once Lu Huaiji finished his remarks, he stepped down from the podium, leaving the stage to Shen Jinyue. The young man leaned against the lectern, adjusting his expression over the mere 3 steps that separated him from Lu Huaiji. He humbly received the warm welcome from his peers. "Hello, everyone. My name is Shen Jinyue. Today, as Jin signifies today, Anua signifies to surpass. I just overheard someone express disappointment that the new student is not an Omega. Friends, this is unacceptable. Such a sentiment is sheer gender discrimination. Although I am merely an alpha who requires love and encouragement to survive, you must not discriminate against me." No sooner had Shen Jinyue introduced himself than someone in the classroom recalled the recently released rankings from the previous night, igniting a fervor among the students. Lu Huaiji had scarcely settled into his seat when someone from behind prodded him. "Lu Gu, is this not the top alpha in the country?" Lu Huaiji nodded in affirmation. A gentle voice from beside, belonging to an alpha, remarked, "I just took a quick glance. It's indeed Shen Jinyue up on the stage." The latter part of that statement seems rather nonsensical. The first person to address Lu Huaiji was named Song Qi, an exuberant red-haired alpha. Upon hearing this, he sighed dramatically and declared, "Shen, may I inquire about your impressions upon joining our class?" "Ah, it's wonderful, truly wonderful," Shen Jinyue replied with remarkable ease. After diligently studying for 3 years and finally stepping out of high school, only to return to this endearingly familiar environment akin to high school after 2 years of university, I feel immensely honored and moved. I have resolved to dedicate my life to the Empire. Laughter erupted spontaneously from the classroom. I too felt a pang of despair when I realized that the system of other universities differed from ours. However, there exists a fundamental distinction between our school and high school. Someone remarked from the crowd. Shen Jinyue, with a humble demeanor, inquired, "What differences are there? Can we openly discuss romantic relationships?" "Of course. Our teachers even facilitate matchmaking." "How delightful!" Shen Jinyue exclaimed, genuinely touched. "It is indeed an honor to be your classmate." Lu Huaiji, seated at his desk, silently covered his eyes while observing the alpha on stage, who displayed stunning pastel blue feathers. Fortunately, another alpha soon approached Lu Huaiji and casually took a seat beside him. Expecting a scholarly atmosphere during morning self-study in university was a whimsical notion. Instead, students engaged in arm wrestling and animated conversations, creating a cacophony. As Shen Jinyue took his seat, a red-haired head leaned in closer. "Newcomer, what led you to our school?" Song-Chi asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Shen, appearing somewhat fatigued, replied, "It's not my decision, my friend. It's my grandfather's." "Ah, I see," Song-Chi said sympathetically, patting Shen Jinyue's shoulder. "No worries, brother Shen. Everything that can be done at other universities can also be done here, except for switching classes. The morning self-study can be rather unpleasant, but it only lasts for the first week of the semester. The morning self-study at imperial universities was not designed to accelerate students' progress, as its discipline was never enforced." After discussions among Song-Chi and the others, they unanimously agreed that these sessions were merely opportunities for socializing and getting to know one another. "Is that so?" Shen Jinyue suddenly straightened up and asked Lu Huaiji, "Why didn't you tell me earlier, sweetheart?" At the utterance of the word sweetheart, Lu Huaiji abruptly turned to the side, attempting to cover his mouth. However, whether it was Shen Jinyue's fluency or simply his rapid speech, the term sweetheart resonated clearly around them, leaving everyone staring at Shen Jinyue in disbelief. Lu Huaiji was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape, caught off guard by Shen's words. Xiao and Yu, who had exchanged brief dialogue when Song-Chi first posed his question, were equally astonished. "Who are you calling sweetheart?" Lu Huaiji abruptly elbowed Shen Jinyue. Hey! Hey! Shen Jinyue exclaimed, startled by the sudden jab and hurriedly dodging. "Let us not resort to violence over a mere misunderstanding. Oh, dear brother, please refrain from such actions." Zhou and Yu exchanged a bewildered glance with Song-Chi, whose expression was blank, marked by disbelief. "Lu Ye, when did you secretly become involved with another alpha without us knowing?" Song-Chi lamented, clutching his chest. "Our Shurga has only just passed." Shen Jinyue was taken aback. "My red-haired friend, do not overthink this. It is merely a personal catchphrase of mine. There is absolutely no ambiguous relationship between Lu and myself. Although we are now in a university where romance is permissible, you must understand that Lu and I have known each other for nearly 20 years. Do you know what others say about us?" Song-Chi pondered. "What?" "They say we are sworn rivals." Shen Jinyue explained candidly. "You see, my friend, sworn rivals means we are destined to clash whenever we meet, with no room for compromise. Even if all the Omegas in the Empire were to perish, there would never be any ambiguity between Lu and me." Song-Chi looked perplexed. Lu Huaiji exhaled softly, then inhaled deeply. Zhou and Yu chuckled, adjusting their phones. "Why don't you change the subject? Huaiji looks like he might get angry." "How could our dear Lu ever be angry?" Shen Jinyue remarked. "Let us discuss what we can do at our university." "Sound good," Song-Chi replied. Shen Jinyue sat upright. "We are a legitimate university, are we not?" Song-Chi, feeling somewhat at a loss for words, responded, "Yes." "Let me confirm once more. We are allowed to date, use our phones, and stay out all night, correct?" "Absolutely," Song-Chi assured him. "Rest easy, Shun Gu. No one will hinder your romantic pursuits. Anyone who tries to stop university students from dating is simply foolish. We are just under a teaching system similar to high school, but we are not actually high school students. We are 20 years old, who can dictate our romantic lives." Shen Jinyue gave Song-Chi a thumbs up. "Well said. My friend, your way of speaking is starting to resemble mine. What is your name?" Chapter 8. Shen Jinyue. He covered my mouth. He is taking advantage of me in public. Song-Chi took a moment, and before he could respond with conviction, a cold voice pierced through. Song-Chi. Shen Jinyue responded playfully. "All right, little Song." "And the one beside you, that S. Zhou and you," Lu Huaiji added. "They are all part of a large team. Remember their names." Shen Jinyue remarked. "I just heard you refer to Lu as Huaiji. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhou and you exuded a gentle demeanor, devoid of any typical alpha assertiveness or possessiveness, their aura even softer than that of Lu Huaiji, the Omega. He immediately sensed Shen Jinyue's different way of addressing them, smiled politely, and shook hands with the hesitant Yu. "By the way, what exactly is this team you keep mentioning?" Though Shen Jinyue's speech was somewhat rambling, he had a keen ability to pinpoint the crux of others' conversations. Song-Chi finally found a platform to express himself. "Well, Shun-Gu," he began, "our specialized training program comprises 6 distinct directions. Consequently, the ideal team size is 6, which we refer to as the large team. Additionally, we have a small team consisting of 2 individuals sharing a desk. The school organizes our tasks on a weekly or monthly basis, allowing us to enter virtual environments to complete assignments. Sometimes, teams enter the environment independently, while at other times, the entire specialization engages collectively." Shen Jinyue raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Our school places a significant emphasis on compatibility with partners, doesn't it?" "Indeed, Shun-Gu. Thus, when arranging seating, we ensure that individuals with high compatibility, whether in character or abilities, are seated together," Song-Chi responded. "It seems likely that Lu-Gu will be your regular partner moving forward. The arch-nemesis you just mentioned won't suffice." Shen Jinyue, with a solemn expression, replied, "It matters not. I shall collaborate harmoniously with classmate Lu to accomplish our tasks. My greatest virtue is that I will not allow my personal opinions to disrupt the team dynamics. Therefore, I shall foster a close and affectionate relationship with classmate Lu Huaiji." Unable to contain his annoyance, Lu Huaiji gently raised his hand to cover Shen Jinyue's mouth. Shen Jinyue abruptly ceased speaking, blinking at Lu Huaiji in surprise. Lu Huaiji inquired, "Where do you acquire such nonsensical vocabulary?" Before Shen Jinyue could respond, Song-Chi, standing behind them, interjected, "Lu-Gu, please maintain your composure. Do not resort to violence. We are all new students here." After a moment of silence, Lu Huaiji swallowed his retort. Shen Jinyue opened his mouth, eager to speak, but found his warm lips pressed against Lu Huaiji's palm. Lu Huaiji was momentarily taken aback, his long eyelashes fluttering gently as he glanced at Shen Jinyue before withdrawing his hand. "What on earth is happening?" Shen Jinyue murmured. "Am I taking advantage of a new classmate in front of everyone?" Song-Chi's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he regarded Shen Jinyue peculiarly. Though Lu Huaiji was an Omega, any Omega capable of entering class A1 could typically challenge any Alpha with a success rate exceeding 90. Shen Jinyue's audacious demeanor was unprecedented. Lu Huaiji returned to his seat, pressing his temples in silence. He casually picked up a book from the side, flipping open a page, though it was unclear whether he was truly reading it. Though Shen Jinyue had just arrived in this class, he appeared to fit in as if he had long been part of it. He cast a glance downward, musing, how can someone so young exhibit such psychological distress? It's quite the conundrum. Lu Huaiji had opened a tome on psychological health education, evidently a substantial volume that had required considerable effort to compile. "You too shall soon find your mental well-being compromised, just as you embark on your high school journey," Shen Jinyue remarked. The young Master Shun, whose eloquence often proved to be an indomitable weapon, found himself bested in Lu Huaiji's presence. He hesitated to continue the conversation, instead softly asking Song-Chi, "Has he always been like this?" Song-Chi, clearly unfazed by the situation, replied, "Yes." "Haven't you known Lu-Gu for nearly 20 years, Shen-Gu?" A hint of guilt washed over Shen Jinyue as he coughed awkwardly, muttering without context, "He has become even more handsome than he was in childhood." Song-Chi had yet to react, exclaiming, "Of course, Brother Shun, there is no question to doubt our brother Lu's beauty. Even the monsters of the virtual world would hesitate to strike him." Shen Jinyue responded with feigned astonishment, "Indeed, indeed." Qiao and you were preoccupied with their phones when, out of casual curiosity, Qiao inquired, "So you only met Huaiji when you were young?" Shen Jinyue tensed at this, realizing that someone had detected the hidden meaning in his words, but it was not Song-Chi, the person he intended to sway. He immediately replied with gravity, "That certainly isn't my fault. You know why I haven't seen Huaiji in over a decade? It's because I was an undercover agent in the opposing federation. I have been contributing to the future development of our empire." Lu Huaiji absorbed every word of the conversation, letting out a soft sigh as he covered his eyes. He had initially intended to catch up on sleep, but with Shen Jinyue nearby and the surrounding individuals radiating enthusiasm, he found it impossible to keep his eyes closed for even 3 seconds amidst the raucous atmosphere. "Commander Lu," a pitiful voice emerged from the right aisle, deliberately lowered in tone. Lu Huaiji lowered his hand and looked up at the speaker, awaiting their words. Now that Sir Xiaoyu has left, can I return to our team? Suzhua asked quietly, his tone tentative, as if fearful of Lu Huaiji's response. Lu Huaiji's peripheral vision caught Shen Jinyue's glance. With Sir Xiaoyu's departure, the position he occupied was now vacated by Shen Jinyue, and both were exceptionally capable alphas. It was evident that Shen Jinyue could seamlessly fill the role that Sir Xiaoyu had once held. Their team had originally consisted of 7 members, but Sir Xiaoyu had notably advanced, becoming the foremost combatant within the group. Consequently, Suzhua, an alpha with a similar specialization, appeared somewhat superfluous. Coincidentally, another team was in need of combat prowess, prompting Old Li to reassign Suzhua. Suzhua had been brooding over this matter. With Sir Xiaoyu's departure, it was unsurprising that he could not wait a day and sought out Lu Huaiji as early as morning study. Let us see how the quality test goes in 2 days, Lu Huaiji remarked, his expression unchanging, as he calmly stated that the homeroom teacher would select the optimal team distribution plan at that time. Suzhua, unwilling to relent, quietly added, I just heard Old Li say they would directly assign the new student to your team, but we have been working together longer. The exchange between Shen Jinyue and Song Qi had long ceased with Su's arrival. The new student, wearing a pair of non-prescription gold-rimmed glasses, reclined one arm over the chair's back, his long legs awkwardly cramped beneath the table. His amber eyes peered through the lenses, observing the individual standing beside Lu Huaiji, an alpha who exuded an unexpected fragility. Young Master Shen may struggle in many areas, but he certainly possesses an eye for people, he mused, watching Suzhua with a bemused smile. The adage that kindred spirits understand each other rang true today for Shen Jinyue. He could instantly discern that the standing figure was a formidable alpha, not to be trifled with, and one he had grown to resent immensely. Greetings, esteemed ladies. This book promises a rather light-hearted style, vastly different from its predecessors, influenced by General Shen. It is indeed his fault, whispers of complaint. The protagonist possesses an extraordinary talent, unmatched in the world, yet feigns incompetence. Even before making an appearance in the first chapter, he faces a significant setback, and it is likely he will continue to indulge in trivial chatter. The humor in this narrative reaches its zenith, creating an atmosphere that may at times induce discomfort for those accustomed to more serious dramas. If this style does not suit your palate, do not feel compelled to engage. Chapter 9. Shen Jinyue observes, you scholars have pursued me. Truly, this is indeed the first encounter Shen Jinyue has had with this particular alpha. The expression on Suzhui's face is strikingly tender and pitiable, prompting Shen, the young master, to exclaim in astonishment, is there truly such an alpha? This is a spectacle worthy of remembrance. In his recollections, such a sight is unfamiliar, indicating that Suzhua has never crossed paths with him. In contrast, the Omega seated quietly beside him becomes increasingly appealing. In the next moment, Lu Huaiji nods in agreement, stating, indeed. Suzhua instinctively brightens. Then you have spent 1.5 years harmonizing with your current team. Returning to our group may not be the most prudent choice, and I believe this suggestion lacks merit. Suzhua, momentarily disheartened, responds, but I would prefer to be on your team. Lu Huaiji shakes his head, his expression cold and refined, offering no verbal reply. This has always been his custom. It is already a rarity for him to articulate so many words to Suzhua. Matters concerning personal feelings or thoughts have always struck him as tedious and foolish. He pays no further mind to the alpha standing idle, prompting Song Qi to interject and diffuse the tension. Xiao Su, doesn't your team consist of exactly 6 members? The distribution seems quite optimal. Furthermore, you've been in sync with Zhou, Yi, and the others for 1.5 years. Suddenly switching teams could impact performance. Is there any discord among you? Suzhua slowly shakes his head. There's nothing amiss. Believing he has struck the right chord, Song Qi scratches his head and offers consolation. If you truly cannot harmonize, you might consider discussing it with Old Li. Don't hold it against Lu Gu. He is merely considering the optimal solution. Suzhua nods, his gentle gaze turning towards Song Qi, I shall mention my thoughts to old Li. Song Chi nods, watching Suzhou depart, wishing to wave goodbye. However, Xiao, and you pull at Song Chi's hand, halting his gesture. Xiao Qi, you really in response to this? Song Chi turns with a puzzled expression. What is it? Xiao. Xiao, and you hesitate, ultimately sighing softly and shaking their heads. Shen Jinyue imitates Xiao, and you, wistfully exhaling. Song Chi inquires, what? Lu Huaiji adds, Song Chi, bewildered, has yet to grasp the situation when the bell signaling the end of morning study rings. He swiftly grabs his phone and turns to leave. Farewell, brothers. With no classes this morning, I shall return to the dormitory for a nap. Shen Jinyue bid farewell to his younger brother, reflecting on the peculiar nature of relationships, wondering how someone could be so easily deceived as to lose all their hair. Outside the classroom, traffic had formed, with everyone eager to return to their dormitories for a restful sleep. In contrast, Shen Jinyue appeared invigorated. He gazed earnestly at the retreating figure of Song Chi, still preoccupied with the fluctuations of Lu Huai's pheromones, pondering whether he had any hair at all. Xiao and Yu's attention shifted away from Song Chi. Song Chi? He*s just a cunning fox without much guile. So he must have hair. Shen Jinyue, surprised, glanced in Song Chi's direction, only to find he had already vanished from sight. Suddenly, he playfully draped an arm around Xiao and Yu's shoulders, camaraderie evident in his demeanor. Do you know the attributes of this group? Xiao and Yu paused, responding a bit here and there. Shen Jinyue leaned closer, his voice rising with curiosity. So, when your pheromones fluctuate, do you lose hair? Lu Huai, leaning on the desk, nearly knocked his chin against the surface as he shifted. Shen Jinyue, with an exaggerated motion, slapped the desk beneath Lu Huai's head, confidently asserting to Xiao and Yu, see, even as a child, he often stumbled while following me. Today, he almost tripped again in my presence. Look at him now. He nearly hit his chin just listening to me. By now, nearly everyone in the classroom had risen to leave, while the three at the center remained unmoved, drawing the attention of those passing by. Their expressions varied. Yet Shen Jinyue remained oblivious. Do you lose hair? Xiao and Yu exchanged glances at Lu Huai, their expressions oddly directed back to Shen Jinyue. We do. I knew it. Shen Jinyue exclaimed, his face alight with realization. As long as one's spiritual entity possesses hair, how can anyone avoid losing it when their pheromones fluctuate? It's quite rare to find such cases. Xiao and Yu chimed in. Meanwhile, Lu Huai diligently completed the last line of his notes. With Song Chi's departure, Xiao and Yu found themselves in the spotlight. Though gentle and not overly talkative, Xiao had an innate ability to manage the emotions of those around him, ensuring Shen Jinyue's words did not fall to the wayside. In essence, he was quite adept at sacrificing his own comfort for the benefit of others. Shen Jinyue inquired, what about your attributes? Xiao and Yu replied, not of any formidable creature. Shen Jinyue, with an expression of profound understanding, reassured, no worries. As an exemplary classmate, I would never look down upon any peer, even if one's spiritual entity were a rabbit or a mere insect. Lu Huai, whose spiritual entity was indeed a rabbit, remained silent, while Xiao and Yu added a lion. Shen Jinyue exclaimed, you possess a lion as your spiritual entity? Indeed. How surprising. As Lu Huai finished the last word, he stood, casting a cold glance at Shen Jinyue. Unfazed, Shen Jinyue pressed on. And what about you, Lu? What is your attribute? Xiao and Yu, with difficulty, admitted. I do not know. Donotist, Chio. You have been on the same team as Lu for so long. How can you be unaware of his attributes? In truth, Xiao genuinely did not know. Not only had he partnered with Lu Huai for 2 years, but even Xie Hui, who had shared a dormitory with him for the same duration, remained in the dark regarding Lu Huai's true attributes. Many are eager to discern the attributes of the prodigious Omega, who consistently dominates both the honor and ability rankings. Yet no one has succeeded in uncovering this mystery despite inquiries directed towards them or Xie Hui. In Class A1, there exists no distinction in training between Alpha and Omega. The training intensity for Alphas is equivalent to that of Omegas. Lu Huai, having remained in Class A1 for an extended period and achieved the top position owing to his Omega status, possesses an astonishing willpower and self-control. While some may contest his title as the strongest in the empire, adding the qualifier of Omega leaves no room for doubt. For 2 years, Lu Huai has not revealed his beast transformation attribute to a single soul. This level of self-control is truly formidable. Meanwhile, Shen Jinyue, acting as a close comrade, is attempting to extract information from Qiao and Yu, while Lu Huai seizes Shen Jinyue's wrist and pulls him abruptly. Caught off guard, Shen Jinyue instinctively rises. Is it customary for an Omega to treat a delicate alpha so brazenly in public? The alpha himself is taken aback, staring incredulously at Lu Huai. After what feels like an eternity, Shen Jinyue finally manages to exclaim, "How can you not cherish the delicate? Do you smell good?" Lu Huai's expression remains devoid of emotion. "Let us not return to the dormitory just yet. Come with me." "Where to?" Shen Jinyue inquires. "To familiarize yourself with the school," Lu Huai replies, his demeanor slightly serious. Shen Jinyue instinctively asks, "How large is our school?" Qiao and Yu, now gathering their belongings, kindly respond, "Over 6,000 mu." "Goodness," Shen Jinyue exclaims. Chapter 10. Rabbits enjoy snuggling. Snuggle, snuggle, snuggle. Shen Jinyue experiences a significant blow to his ego as he attempts to pry into others' private matters for the first time. Although the Omega ahead appears expressionless, Shen Jinyue can sense that he has undoubtedly irritated him. Lu Huai, an Omega, leads Shen Jinyue for nearly an hour, maintaining an unwavering pace. Having only slept for 2 hours, Shen Jinyue fears that if he continues to wander with Lu Huai, his vibrant feathers may dull, perhaps even turn gray. The thought of transforming from a beautiful blue-purple bird to a drab-gray one sends chills down his spine. A true gentleman can endure and adapt. Shen Jinyue calls out, "Brother." Lu Huai momentarily pauses. Shen Jinyue approaches and proposes, "Shall we continue this later, after class?" The new student is on the verge of exhaustion. Lu Huai coldly denies. "No." Shen Jinyue's appearance makes him instantly noticeable in a crowd. His large, dog-like eyes, with a distinct downward arc at the corners, coupled with his light brown hair, suggest to many that his beast transformation attribute resembles that of a large dog. In truth, Shen Jinyue is on the verge of becoming a gray bird. Upon the thought that his unparalleled beauty would soon be lost, Shen Jinyue felt his spirits plummet. Resolutely, he called out "brother" several times, trailing behind Lu Huaiji. Through Shen's relentless efforts, he chirped incessantly in Lu's ear, much to his annoyance, causing Lu to close his eyes in exasperation several times. Ultimately, Lu acquiesced and took him to fetch his books, and together they returned to the dormitory. As Shen noticed that his hair was about to regain its former allure, he felt quite pleased with his wise decision to torment Lu that evening. The afternoon brought 2 classes, with the second being practical training under Old Li. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lu felt particularly lethargic today, resting his head on the desk as he listened to Old Li's lecture, his hair cascading around him. It was Monday, and, as per routine, our class would conduct a quality test during the usual Thursday afternoon session, with a virtual world task to be completed by small teams on Friday afternoon. The difficulty would still be determined by the overall strength of their teams. As the clock neared the end of class, Old Li packed up his materials and inquired, "By the way, have you introduced Shen to the content of our major?" Song Chi, sitting at the back, nearly jumped up with his hand raised, exclaiming, "Teacher, I did." Old Li, pleased, responded, "Good," very friendly towards our new classmate. Song Chi's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his expression clearly conveying his desire for a reward. Old Li thoughtfully replied, "Your reward is to stay after class with Huaiji and help me." Song Chi's enthusiasm quickly deflated, as Old Li prepared to make his exit post-class. Lu heard his name and, puzzled, lifted his head from his arm, just in time to see Suzu ascend the podium, likely to address the issue of switching teams. Lu's gaze momentarily lingered on Shen Jinyue, who was propped up on his desk, watching him intently. Upon locking eyes with Lu, Shen seemed to momentarily flinch but quickly regained his composure, stating, "The teacher is calling you. Why are you staring at me, Commander Lu?" He mimicked Su's was earlier addressed toward Lu. Lu, feeling overwhelmed, lowered his head once more. The weather was unpredictable, swinging between cold and warm, and Lu sensed an unsettling shift in his emotions, raising a hand to touch his head. Shen continued to observe him closely. The young man's hands were pale, almost translucent, with slender fingers weaving through his hair, probing cautiously. After a moment, as if confirming something, Lu discreetly exhaled and let his hand fall. Shen raised an eyebrow and, without thinking, blurted out, "What exactly is your attribute, like a cat?" Lu's fingers froze, and he slowly lifted his head to glance at him. The usually irritable Omega, known for his inability to hold a conversation, merely stared back, and the atmosphere thickened with silence. Lu's expression appeared rather listless, and Shen was about to extend some concern as a classmate when a voice from the front desk interrupted with surprise. Asking about an Omega's attribute was deemed the most impolite behavior in the Imperial Academy, especially for a newcomer. The female alpha seated in front, upon overhearing the conversation between the two, turned her head in surprise and remarked. Shen Jinyue was equally astonished. "Is that so?" The female alpha, known as Qi Tingshuang, confidently asserted, "Even if you were to randomly seize an Omega on the street and inquire about their animal traits, as long as they could overpower you, they would undoubtedly bring you down." Shen Jinyue, somewhat skeptical, responded, "Wow, don't jump to conclusions." It was then that Lu Huaiji's voice, sounding rather weak, emerged from beside them. Only then did Shen Jinyue notice the slight redness at the corner of Lu Huaiji's eyes, losing the inclination to chat with Qi Tingshuang. She reached out to check Lu Huaiji's temperature. "Are you unwell?" Lu Huaiji shook his head, suppressing the urge to rub his chin against Shen Jinyue's hand, and pushed the alpha's hand away. He often felt this way for several days each month. As an Omega, Lu Huaiji naturally experienced his estrus cycle, and being of the rabbit attribute, which is prone to heightened arousal, his periods of estrus were akin to a natural disaster. Moreover, the duration of his estrus extended, and during this time, he exhibited many rabbit-like traits. The most prominent was his inclination to nuzzle against various objects. Among all the things and individuals he encountered, the desire to do so was most fervent when he beheld Shen Jinyue. The moment Shen Jinyue extended her hand, Lu Huaiji nearly lost control and leaned in closer. "Just a short break, and I shall feel better," Lu Huaiji stated. His appearance indeed conveyed discomfort. Shen Jinyue glanced at him a couple of times, discreetly closing her mouth and refraining from speaking. Lu Huaiji's eyes were a deep red, the surrounding skin strikingly pale, with the redness at the corners of his eyes glaringly evident. Shen Jinyue propped herself on the table, attentively listening to the discourse between Old Li and Suzhua while meticulously observing Lu Huaiji. He possessed a remarkably handsome visage, being one of the Empire's top alphas. Shen Jinyue had glimpsed Lu Huaiji's face in the dim light the previous night. His features were exquisite, devoid of the frailty typical of an Omega, yet exuding an unparalleled allure. This allure, Shen Jinyue could not quite fathom. She was not mistaken. Suzhua was expressing a desire to return to Lu Huaiji's team. Just as she caught wind of a few sentences, Old Li and Suzhua ceased their conversation, and Suzhua returned to his seat with a dejected expression, clearly having failed to reach an agreement. "Ah, there's another matter." Old Li resumed his position at the podium. "Due to certain reasons, Shi Xiaoyu has withdrawn from school, and we have a new student transferring into our class. Following the principle of minimal disruption, I have decided to place Jinyue in Xiaoyu's position." Upon concluding this statement, Old Li's gaze shifted towards Lu Huaiji. "Huaiji, do you have any opinions or thoughts regarding your new teammate?" Chapter 11. Shen Jinyue. "You are far too indulgent with this little fool." Leaning back in her chair, her long legs awkwardly tucked beneath the table, she raised an eyebrow in astonishment at the remark. The teacher's evident favoritism towards Lu Huaiji was rather excessive. Having just declined Suzhua's request to switch teams, they had directly assigned Shen Jinyue to Lu Huaiji's group without consulting her opinion or that of the other team members, solely seeking Lu Huaiji's perspective. Shen Jinyue, by nature, is not one to intentionally remember people. He had interacted with Lu Huaiji during their childhood, and after so many years apart, it would be expected for Shen Jinyue to have forgotten this Omega entirely. Yet, astonishingly, he recalls vividly both the profound and trivial moments from their early days. These memories of Lu Huaiji have only been reinforced each time Shen Jinyue hears the Omega's name. Lu Huaiji is the first Omega in the history of the Empire to achieve a mental prowess rating of 3S. And he stands unparalleled in both combat and academic rankings within the Empire's educational institutions. There is not a single Omega who has not heard the name of Lu Huaiji. As an Alpha who has known Lu Huaiji since childhood, Shen Jinyue has encountered this name countless times. At this moment, the Omega beside him raises his head, visibly uncomfortable, and after a brief pause, speaks in a calm tone, "I have no objections." The instant he speaks, Shen Jinyue feels an astonished gaze directed toward them. It belongs to Suzhua, who is observing Lu Huaiji. Shen Jinyue can sense that Lu Huaiji is acutely aware of this scrutiny. Indeed, the Omega hesitates slightly, placing his hand gently on the table, and straightens his posture. As the Alpha with the highest pheromone potency in the Empire, Shen Jinyue's combat capabilities are evident. The standard for team synergy had previously been set according to Shi Xiaoyu, and positioning Shen Jinyue in Shi Xiaoyu's role would yield the best outcome. Lu Huaiji maintains a composed demeanor, his gaze sharp. His voice is cool and devoid of any room for rebuttal from Suzhua. Implicitly, he suggests that Suzhua is too weak to effectively collaborate on the tasks assigned to their team. Shen Jinyue smirks, leaning against the corridor wall, and whispers to Qiao and Yu, "Why does he harbor such hostility towards that little green tea named Su? It's one thing for young Master Shen to dislike her. He has a knack for reading people accurately. However, if she were merely a green tea type, prone to playing the victim, Lu Huaiji wouldn't speak with such finality. In fact, until 3 years ago, his mother would often compare him to Lu Huaiji, using it as a means to criticize Shen Jinyue for lacking direction. Although he has never agreed with this notion, he acknowledges Lu Huaiji's politeness while believing his own manners to be equally commendable. Who claims otherwise? Certainly, it is young Master Shen himself. Lu Huaiji, however, does not treat others in the same manner. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao and Yu reveal, Suzhua caused a significant incident when he was part of our team, almost leading to Xiao Qi's demise during one mission. Shen Jinyue raises an eyebrow in surprise. That red-haired fool still calls him Little Su. He remains oblivious to the fact that the other wishes him ill. Qiao and Yu smile gently. That's exactly it. He lacks guile, always so carefree. Look, Qiao and Yu whisper, glancing over. Shen Jinyue follows their gaze. The foolish Xiao Qi is tugging at Lu Huaiji's arm, speaking softly. Lu, you shouldn't be so direct. It can be quite hurtful. Lu Huaiji turns to Xiao Qi with a complex expression. Xiao Qi, earnest in his demeanor, responds, Shen Jinyue can't help but chuckle. Lu Huaiji nodded, turning to add, "This matter still requires the teacher's decision. We can wait until the results of the Thursday training are released to determine the team distribution." Shen Jinyue remarked, "You are too indulgent with this little fool." Just then, the dismissal bell rang, and Old Li had no objections. Huaiji and Song Qi step outside for a moment. Before Song Qi could inquire who the little fool was, he stiffened at Old Li's call and resignedly stood up. One by one, the students filed out of the classroom, and Shen Jinyue followed closely behind Lu Huaiji, suddenly brushing against his wrist. Lu Huaiji jolted in surprise, his body trembling slightly. Instinctively, he recoiled and asked, "What are you doing?" Shen Jinyue muttered, "Why such a big reaction? Do you need me to wait for you?" Shen Jinyue inquired, "Wait for me for what?" Lu Huaiji's mind was momentarily sluggish. After a moment, he recalled he had promised to take Shen Jinyue around the school today. "You can head back. We'll do it another day." As Shen Jinyue moved closer to him, Lu Huaiji felt the urge to lean in, realizing it was best to limit their interactions during this period. "All right then, let's do it after the last class tomorrow evening." Shen Jinyue replied, "In such a large school, if you don't help me get familiarized, I'll have no idea where to go when I skip class." Lu Huaiji averted his gaze, nodding in agreement and raising his hand to check that his ears were not burning. He and Song Qi proceeded to Old Li's office. To ensure timely communication, Old Li's office was conveniently located not far from the classroom, and they arrived swiftly. Old Li sat at his desk, reviewing documents on his computer. While it was said to be a collaborative effort, the involvement of the two was hardly necessary. The students of Class A1 had been together for 2 years. except for Shen Jinyue. The primary responsibility of the class teacher was to conduct an in-depth analysis of each student's psychological traits to optimize team assignments. This class brought together the elite from various regions of the empire, making it quite challenging to manage. Hence, the position of class commander was particularly significant, though it often garnered animosity. According to Old Li, no one was more suited for this role than the beloved Lu Huaiji. Thus, Lu Huaiji possessed comprehensive information about the personalities of all the students in the class. Today's focal point was the newly transferred Shen Jinyue. Lu Huaiji, Shengji, and Old Li spent 10 minutes examining Shen Jinyue's detailed personal information. They learned that during high school, Shen Jinyue had once frightened an alpha to tears after talking for over 10 minutes without revealing his intentions, only to finally disclose his plan in front of a row of teachers, swiftly seizing a lollipop from the alpha's hand. Lu Huaiji remarked, while Old Li remained silent. Songqi commented, "I didn't expect our Shenge to have such a playful side." Lu Huaiji turned his gaze away, unable to look directly at it. His eyes cast down. Old Li asked, "Huaiji, what do you think?" "Observant, cunning, strong yet pretends to be weak," Lu Huaiji replied. After a moment's thought, he added, "He has a very strong sense of principle in his actions, which makes him difficult to manage." Old Li and Songqi nodded in agreement. Lu Huaiji paused. He also tends to nitpick at others, he thought, but refrained from voicing this observation. Old Li spent an entire afternoon analyzing how to manage the pride of the highest-ranking alpha, Shen Jinyue, without offending him, yet he arrived at no conclusion. Songqi, standing nearby, hesitated to voice his thoughts, dismissing the myriad ideas swirling in his mind. What thoughts could Songqi possibly have? Suddenly, a spark ignited within him, and he cautiously suggested, "What if we try to win him over with affection?" Chapter 12, Shen Jinyue. The rabbit claims I am perverse. I am not. Let us discuss this matter another time. After a prolonged silence of half a minute, Old Li waved his hand dismissively. He seemed to be preoccupied with something. Appearing even less patient than Songqi, "You may return home. Songqi Huaiji will stay." Songqi nodded and exited, almost colliding headfirst with the doorframe. He straightened up abruptly, furrowing his brow, an expression of concern for national affairs crossing his face. How indeed can we win him over? He walked away with an air of righteous determination. Lu Huaiji watched Songqi depart and stood quietly at the desk, seemingly oblivious. "Teacher, is there anything else?" "Your father has contacted the principal again," Old Li said softly. Lu Huaiji pressed his lips together. After a moment of silence, Old Li inquired, "Have you made your choice?" "My choice has remained unchanged, teacher. Yet your father does not support your decision." Lu Huaiji offered a gentle smile and replied, "I have more than one father." Old Li sighed and stated, "Very well, I shall speak with the principal. As long as it is not your own volition, I will not allow you to leave this class." Lu Huaiji nodded sincerely and said, "Thank you, teacher. You may return as well." Old Li inclined his head slightly. "In these few days, please assist the new students in integrating into the group." Lu Huaiji recalled the arrogant visage of the alpha and paused momentarily before agreeing. With nothing more to discuss, Old Li, eager to leave for the day, said no further words. By the time Lu Huaiji exited the office, most of the building had emptied. The wind had grown a bit chilly, prompting him to pull his jacket tighter as he turned toward the dormitory. As he passed the playground, his phone buzzed incessantly in his pocket. "Are you coming today, little Lu?" The voice on the other end lingered with a casual tone. Lu Huaiji glanced toward the playground, shook his head realizing he could not see, and replied, "Not feeling well today. Maybe next time." "Oh, little Lu darling," came the somewhat melancholic voice from the phone. "You only come 4 days during your monthly heat, and I have to specially arrange shifts for you the rest of the time. If you're in a bad mood and don't show up, I'll have to deduct your wages." Lu Huaiji lowered his gaze and walked ahead, casually responding, "That's fine. I can find other ways to pass the time." The voice laughed in exasperation. "So you're just coming over here to kill time, huh?" Lu Huaiji stroked his phone and replied, "Not at all. Just helping you out." "All right." The voice seemed to be conversing with someone else. The sound of clinking glasses came through the phone. "I heard a new alpha has transferred to your class. Aren't you supposed to take charge this Friday?" "Yes," Lu Huaiji muttered, his spirits dampened as he trudged forward. "Is it you who will be leading?" The old fellow who handled the instruments has left. From now on, this responsibility falls to us. Surprised, are you? As Sui Su chuckled on the other end of the phone, even through the device, one could envision his levity. Just as Lu Huaiji finished speaking, his wrist was abruptly seized from the side, causing him to stumble a couple of steps to the right and collide directly with the newcomer. In astonishment, he gazed at the youth gripping his wrist, words failing to escape him. Shen Jinyue raised an eyebrow, glancing at his phone. Who are you speaking with? That you cannot even spare a glance? Nearby, a round basketball fortuitously landed, then bounced and rolled away, right where Lu Huaiji had been standing. After a moment of silence, Lu Huaiji rubbed his temples, only then beginning to feel the peculiarity of the situation. His pheromone levels were not lacking, even during heat. His perception would not diminish to such a degree, let alone fail to notice an object as large as a basketball. Why so quiet? Have I startled you? Shen Jinyue inquired, his voice resonating with a frequency that Lu Huaiji could distinctly perceive. He gently pushed Shen Jinyue away and shook his head. Sui Su laughed on the phone. Who is so close to you? A new alpha? Lu Huaiji clenched his fist, responding, quite audacious. I shall meet him this Friday. Sui Su seemed to cover the phone, conversing with someone else. All right, make sure to rest well, and keep your distance from the alpha. It must be a heat period, right? Understood. Lu Huaiji replied casually, advising against any preferential treatment. You have someone to protect now? Sui Su appeared somewhat surprised, chuckling several times. All right. I will look into his background and assign him the most challenging task. Lu Huaiji lowered his gaze, choosing not to respond further. I shan't tease you any longer. I have some matters to attend to. I will visit you at school on Friday. Best not to come these days, lest you disturb my guests. Sui Su hung up without waiting for a reply. Lu Huaiji stowed his phone away, only to find Shen Jinyue standing a short distance away, arms crossed, observing him. He slipped the phone into his pocket and inquired while walking, why haven't you returned to the dorm? Shen Jinyue replied nonchalantly, I got lost. Lu Huaiji's expression was one of incredulity, his face conveying disbelief. You? An alpha? Although this was merely Shen Jinyue's self-guessing, he suddenly straightened. I'm just joking. How could a top-tier alpha like myself get lost? It's impossible. I could carry you back to the dorm with my eyes closed. Lu Huaiji's expression grew even more perplexed. Why would you carry me back to your dorm? Shen Jinyue quickly retorted, I never said I would carry you to my dorm. Lu Huaiji pressed his forehead, stating, a top-tier alpha barging into the Omega dormitory? Unacceptable. That is quite bizarre. Shen Jinyue, realizing mid-sentence that he had strayed from the topic, exclaimed, do you understand that the emphasis should be on carrying? Lu Huaiji asserted, indeed, is quite strange. The two walked towards the dormitory, and Shen Jinyue, unusually stifled, recalled why he had lingered earlier after teasing Lu Huaiji. Were you just discussing me with the person on the other end of the phone? Shen Jinyue tilted his head to ask. Lu Huaiji, too lazy to articulate, merely emitted a prolonged, non-committal sound. What did you talk about? Lu Huaiji remained silent, continuing to walk ahead. Give a break, just give a break. Shen Jinyue began to speak, expressing his astonishment at being engaged in conversation by the academic prodigy on the very first day, feeling quite flattered, certainly not assuming that the prodigy was speaking ill of him. Such a notion could be entertained. The Omega dormitory was merely a stone's throw away. And as the two walked side by side, Shen Jinyue disapprovingly remarked, how could the prodigy think so poorly of new students? I'm a man of virtue, embodying the ideals of propriety and respect. I cherish my household and my classmates alike. Each student, in my eyes, is akin to an angel, without a single blemish on their character. I would never stoop to such baseless conjectures. Walking alongside him, the Omega was slightly shorter than even the top-tier alphas. His profile bathed in the gentle glow of the setting sun, lending him an unusually soft appearance. His curled eyelashes fluttered, and even his fingers involuntarily curled as he grasped the sleeve of his hoodie. Is your spiritual entity more prone to arousal than an Omega? Chapter 13. This time, do not play the Dreamweaver again. What? No way. It's usually quite well-behaved, just prone to shedding. Before Shen Jinyue could finish his sentence, Lu Huaiji swiftly distanced himself, his movements so rapid that Shen Jinyue could scarcely register them. "Why are you doing this, brother?" Shen Jinyue was bewildered. As an alpha who aspired to conquer both heaven and earth, he had never encountered someone retreating from him with such speed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Can you not manage your spiritual entity? An alpha at a certain level of strength typically manifests their spiritual entity in a beastly form, which exists within a mental threshold and possesses a degree of consciousness and offensive capability. It is only when their master requires transformation into beastly form that the spiritual entity merges with them. Almost all alphas or omegas with spiritual entities command theirs to remain within the mental threshold to avoid any unforeseen incidents. "Oh, you mean it? I generally don't keep a tight rein on it. I often let the little bird out to stretch its wings, as it's beneficial for its development." Shen Jinyue replied, his expression one of righteous understanding. Enough. Lu Huaiji's veins throbbed visibly on his forehead. "You can take your little bird away now." Lu Huaiji's spiritual entity was usually quite docile. During its heat period, it merely perked its ears and displayed its tail, remaining quiet otherwise. Just moments ago, he had been inattentive, and Shen Jinyue's large bird, glowing with a pinkish-blue aura, had swooped in, nearly capturing a rabbit within Lu Huaiji's mental threshold, dangerously close to brushing against its tail. Lu Huaiji's physique was peculiar. He was a rabbit, acutely sensitive about his tail. The moment it was touched, an instinctual dependency would arise in him towards that individual. Such a circumstance manifesting in an omega was exceedingly alarming. Lu Huaiji, on the brink of panic, concealed his spiritual entity, his eyes tinged with a hint of red from the stimulation. "What's the matter? Did that creature go tease you?" Shen Jinyue, startled by the flicker in Lu Huaiji's gaze, hastily called out internally for it to return. "It's usually quite low maintenance, so I've never had to keep tabs on it. It's probably just overly fond of your spiritual entity. Are you all right?" Lu Huaiji braced himself on his knee, slightly bending forward, his silvery locks cascading over his shoulders, the nape of his neck forming a gentle curve, noticeably panting. Shen Jinyue licked his small canine tooth and hurriedly turned his head. "What is your pheromone?" Lu Huaiji suddenly inquired. "Ah, it's the scent of snakeberry." Shen Jinyue paused for a moment, and only after a second did he respond. The astonishment that Lu Huaiji felt was not unfounded. The Imperial Academy had gathered the most distinguished individuals from across the Empire and even the entire star system, each possessing formidable pheromones and potent mental faculties. Yet none had managed to unveil the nature of his spiritual entity. Due to the strength of Lu Huaiji's mental power, no one had been able to breach the barrier of his psyche to glimpse the entirety of his spiritual form. However, just moments ago, Shen Jinyue's spiritual entity had intruded without its master's control. This situation could only imply one thing. The compatibility of their pheromones exceeded Lu Huaiji's comprehension. With utmost sincerity, Shen Jinyue raised a finger, swearing, "This time it truly was my fault. I certainly did not intentionally send that little bird to observe your spiritual entity, and I still know nothing about it. I will ensure that the bird behaves around you from now on and won't tease you." Although Shen Jinyue was curious about the beastly attributes of Lu Huaiji, he was not the type to disregard decorum and exploit the situation by sending a bird to bother an omega. If other options were available, he would certainly choose them. He understood how private the mental threshold was for an omega. Light-hearted jokes were permissible, but anything beyond that was absolutely unacceptable. Shen Jinyue's light brown eyes fixed intently on Lu Huaiji, exuding earnestness. "No, Lu Huaiji replied. Brother, please don't be angry with me." Shen Jinyue implored. "It's not your fault." Lu Huaiji clarified. Shen Jinyue quickly added, "Yes, it's all my fault." Lu Huaiji closed his eyes briefly, standing upright, contemplating his pheromones. Shen Jinyue, now anxious, pressed. "What is it, brother? What exactly do you want to say? If you prefer, you can just hit me. I can't confine that little bird right now." Lu Huaiji thought to himself. When had he ever wanted to refrain from speaking? He waved his hand, beckoning Shen Jinyue to come closer. Shen Jinyue, though still somewhat apprehensive, cautiously approached Lu Huaiji. Do you have time this weekend?" Lu Huaiji asked. "Yes, brother," Shen Jinyue replied. Come back home with me, Lu Huaiji said, pursing his lips. Shen Jinyue was taken aback. What? But, sweetheart, does your Lu family have any family rules, like being responsible if a spiritual entity is touched? Though this is quite sudden, I think it wouldn't be impossible, but I need to check the pheromone compatibility first. Lu Huaiji nearly raised a hand to cover his eyes, his fingers deeply embedded in his hair, unable to contain his frustration. Are you going or not? Yes, 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 Shen Jinyue responded eagerly. Since you've spoken, how could I possibly refuse? Although Lu Huaiji had not seen Shen Jinyue for over a decade, he effortlessly dismissed Shen Jinyue's casual and unrefined manner of addressing him. He lowered his head and began to walk forward at a brisk pace. What is going on? Shen Jinyue muttered to himself, instinctively checking on the spiritual entity he had confined within the mental threshold, relieved to confirm that it was securely contained before exhaling deeply. This time, he did not dare to offend you. Lu Huaiji exhaled softly, his hand holding the phone suddenly vibrating faintly. He glanced at the incoming call notification, lowered his hand, and chose to ignore it. I will return to the dormitory and rest early. The Omega's tone was frigid, as if suppressing something, the last two words seemingly escaping with a soft and sultry inflection. Shen Jinyue abruptly halted in place, watching Lu Huaiji enter the Omega dormitory building. He finally averted his gaze, almost wishing to strike his spiritual self along with himself. After a moment, he wandered to the nearby convenience store and grabbed a bottle of bubble fruit milk, popping the tab and taking a couple of swigs. This peculiar yet reasonable indulgence of the young Master Shen had resulted from a lengthy search by the cashier girl at the counter. He squatted by the flower bed, finishing the entire bottle of bubble, and slowly raised his eyes from behind his glasses to a tightly shut window. Suddenly, Shen Jinyue recalled the days of their childhood, when they would chase each other until exhausted, lying on the sofa. Back then, Lu Huaiji was taller, his face delicate and rosy, remaining silent. Little Shen Jinyue had asked him, "Will we be together until we grow up?" To which little Lu Huaiji had replied, "Perhaps until we grow old." Yet later, Lu Huaiji silently moved away with his father, leaving that dream seemingly exclusive to Shen Jinyue, vivid and splendid, yet the promises lay shattered all around. Why did he leave? It truly remained unspoken. The usual amicability in Shen Jinyue's eyes dissipated, and he squeezed his palm before letting out a gentle laugh. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if murmuring to himself, "This time, do not be the dream weaver anymore." Chapter 14, Shen Jinyue. Because I have just come of age, brother. Lu Huaiji returned to his dormitory and shut the door behind him. At this hour, Xie Hui was preoccupied with other matters and seldom returned. The moment the door clicked shut, a pair of snow-white ears promptly emerged. Lu Huaiji pressed his ears down while searching for the suppressants on the table, his tail seemingly appearing as well. He swiftly administered the suppressants, waiting 2 or 3 minutes before opening the window for ventilation. Soon, his phone on the table began to ring. Lu Huaiji moved slowly towards it, his willingness to answer the call lacking. He glanced at the contact name, slightly furrowing his brow, and his expression shifted as he promptly raised his hand to answer. "Dad?" Lu Huaiji called out. "What is the matter? Are you coming home this weekend, Huaiji?" The gentle voice of his Omega father came through the phone, devoid of any trace of fatigue, at least not to Lu Huaiji's ears. "Yes, I will stop by our hospital." Lu Huaiji quickly sidestepped the topic, inquiring, "Have you had another argument?" His father's sigh was evident, clearly conceding to Lu Huaiji's observation. "Move out," Lu Huaiji suggested. "Keep your distance." He refrained from mentioning any specifics about his family, a deliberate choice to omit names. "We'll discuss it later," the man's softened voice finally replied, the answer still vague. Lu Huaiji tightened his grip, saying understood. "He called me earlier," Lu Huaiji mentioned. "I didn't answer, nor did I return the call. You should reply later. After all, he is your father." The voice on the phone betrayed no hint of static, resonating like a gentle admonition from Omega's father, leaning close to Lu Huai's ear. His tone was soft, rendering Lu Huai's voice all the more frigid. "All right," Lu Huai replied before ending the call. The designation for his father in Lu Huai's contacts was merely father, a simple label resting ambivalently within his sparse address book, which, upon opening, revealed only that chilling term. Lu Huai furrowed his brow, unable to articulate his emotions. And after a prolonged moment, he refrained from dialing that number. Instead, he called the butler. "Uncle, it's me, Lu Huai," he stated directly. "Have my parents been arguing again recently?" "Ah, young master." The butler's voice was grave, and after a pause, he sighed. "It seems the master and madam have had a bit of a dispute lately, and it appears rather intense. But young master, focus on your studies and do not dwell on it too much." "Do you know why?" Lu Huai pressed, his brow knitting in concern. "Well, it seems the master. He seems to desire another child." The butler hesitated before speaking. Lu Huai's hand involuntarily clenched. Madness. Truly, it was madness. Has he found a way to produce an alpha? Lu Huai asked himself, his voice calm, yet laced with disbelief. The butler appeared startled and quickly reassured him. "The master certainly does not harbor any disdain for you being an Omega. He may simply feel lonely due to your recent absence while studying abroad and wishes for a child to keep him company. That is quite normal." "I understand," Lu Huai said curtly before disconnecting the call. He lowered his gaze, his expression obscured by long lashes, revealing no trace of emotion. "The inherent flaws of alphas," he murmured softly. It seemed the pheromones had detected their owner's vulnerabilities, as his ears involuntarily perked up. This time, Lu Huai paid no heed to the rabbit-like ears. After a shower, he climbed into bed. He cradled the blanket beneath his chin, catching a bitter scent wafting through the air. It was Shen Jinyue's. Lu Huai frowned. How could he possibly be smelling Shen Jinyue's pheromones? He rubbed his temples, wrapping himself more tightly in the covers, and drifted into slumber. In the following 2 days, Lu Huai refrained from visiting the usual bar, and fortunately, with fewer classes, he found it manageable. Yet, he could not shake the sensation that he was consistently catching the scent of Shen Jinyue's pheromones. Initially, he dismissed it as a figment of his imagination, but as the occurrences grew more frequent, he began to sense something amiss. He inquired of Shen Jinyue, who blinked innocently. "What are you talking about, brother? How could I possibly use pheromones to entice a beautiful Omega classmate? I am but a powerless little alpha." Lu Huai closed his eyes in exasperation. Today was Wednesday, marking Shen Jinyue's 3rd day of formal enrollment. He had claimed to be the shyest newcomer in Class A1, and since he was the sole newcomer, no one could refute that assertion. This individual introduced himself as an alpha who could be swayed merely by love, a statement met with skepticism by all present. The individual has crafted an image of a delicate and feeble scholarly alpha. Yet within mere days, he confidently challenged all the alphas in Class A1 to an arm wrestling contest, emerging victorious without a single defeat. At last, the entire class has discerned his true, rather boastful nature. There was no need for Lu Huaiji to say anything. Just then, Qi Shuang returned from filling water and, unable to contain herself, slapped Lu Huaiji's notes onto Shen Jinyue's desk. "I have connections at home. Would you like me to recommend you to the Imperial Film Academy?" "No, thank you. I'm quite content at our school," Shen Jinyue replied, "as I always find comfort in the presence of Lu Huaiji. You're so considerate. Do remember me, should you need assistance in the future." Qi Shuang genuinely struggled to match Shen Jinyue's acting skills, falling into a brief silence. She returned the notes to Lu Huaiji, thanking him, yet after half a minute, she could not resist turning back to inquire, "Did you evade the Imperial Pheromone Survey last year by claiming to be useless solely through your words?" Shen Jinyue barely regarded the chaotic ranking list, instinctively responding, "Huh? What pheromone survey?" Song Qi craned his neck, thrusting his phone before Shen Jinyue. The screen displayed the ranking page adorned with the Imperial seal, with Shen Jinyue's name boldly accentuated in red, making the entire list appear as a certificate celebrating his name. "Huh?" Shen Jinyue gasped, placing a hand over his heart. "This is precisely why my grandfather sent me here." Qi Shuang responded, attempting to predict Shen Jinyue's forthcoming words. "Will you continue to claim you don't desire recognition in next year's survey, asserting that you are merely an alpha who can be swayed by love?" Shen Jinyue sighed. "It's too late for that." Lu Huaiji organized his books, quietly listening to their exchange. His condition had been gradually improving over the last couple of days, Yet he ruthlessly disregarded Shen Jinyue's objections, postponing the task of familiarizing the new student with the campus by a day. Initially intending to discuss it on Friday, Shen Jinyue vehemently protested, insisting that Lu Huaiji personally guide him around the campus, with the latest delay permissible only until Wednesday, which is today. He suddenly inquired, "Why didn't I see your name on last year's rankings?" Song Qi jolted, passionately echoing why. Shen Jinyue looked at Lu Huizi with bewilderment. "Last year? I checked the rankings, and your name was not among the top 1,000. Is it conceivable that within a year, you could ascend from 1,000 to first place?" Clutching his heart in despair, Shen Jinyue declared emphatically, "It's because I had just turned 18, brother." Chapter 15. Do you know about the Phoenix? Oh wait, this isn't related. Surrounding Shen Jinyue, a circle of individuals fell into silence. Generally, differentiation occurs at the ages of 16 or 17. Hence the subjects of the pheromone survey are alphas or omegas aged 18 and above. Song Qi gasped, "Wait, you just turned 18. Qi Ting Shuang exclaimed, "No way. How could you be our classmate at such a young age?" Lu Huaiji remained silent, his face displaying rare surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "You just turned 18? "Indeed, brother." Shen Jinyue spoke with unwavering conviction, prolonging his tone, "I just turned 18 this year." Lu Huaiji suppressed his initial response, raising a hand to shield his eyes. Song Qi and Qi Ting Shuang mirrored his action, quietly lifting their books to obscure their faces, then, in unison with their respective desks, echoed Shen Jinyue's statement. "Xiao, and you turned away in discomfort, inquiring of Shen Jinyue, 'Did you skip a grade?' "Ah, yes," Shen Jinyue modestly nodded. "Having found middle school rather uninteresting, I took the entrance exam early, and no one informed me that high school students couldn't skip." Song Qi scrolled through his phone, forming a mock interview posture with a clenched fist. "May I ask, can someone who has not yet turned 18 pursue you?" Shen Jinyue readily replied, "No, because he hasn't reached 18. Lu Huaiji interjected, "That's enough." Shen Jinyue instantly adopted a serious demeanor, clearing his throat. "Of course not. Minors should not engage in romantic relationships, and neither should high school students. I'm not involved in such matters. I prefer those older than myself." Lu Huaiji gently retracted his hand. "Why do you sound so henpecked?" Qi Ting Shuang remarked, popping a piece of gum into her mouth. "What? Have you fallen for our group's favorite?" Shen Jinyue chuckled twice, eager to continue speaking, but Lu Huaiji glanced at him. Shen Jinyue made a gesture as if zipping his lips, sitting upright, clearly not intending to respond to Qi Ting Shuang. She gave him a sidelong glance, clicking her tongue in disapproval, then changed the subject. "What age did you differentiate?" 17. Shen Jinyue answered without much thought. "You wouldn't believe it. Back in university, those guys would prance around like little dogs and cats. That school was practically a zoo. I didn't want to associate with them. Our school is much more civilized." Lu Huaiji couldn't help but steal a glance at Shen Jinyue. Shen Jinyue straightened slightly. "What are you looking at? Do I appear to transform into a beast at any moment? We have quality training tomorrow. Shingu, what is your attribute?" Song Qi leaned in curiously between Lu Huaiji and Shen Jinyue, eager to learn more. "Are you a bird?" Shen Jinyue, for reasons unknown, glanced at Lu Huaiji. Outside, the sky was growing dim. The teacher sat at the podium, flipping through books after the lesson, while students below chatted or dozed off. The glaring fluorescent lights above cast a harsh glow on Lu Huaiji's dark red eyes, making them glisten. Omega quietly lowered his gaze, seemingly preoccupied with something. Upon sensing Shen Jinyue's stare, he turned his head, their eyes meeting. Within Lu Huaiji's gaze, Shen Jinyue's reflection seemed to flicker. Two small versions of himself. Shen Jinyue suddenly froze, feeling an inexplicable bewilderment. What on earth? Why is my heart racing so fast? It was Lu Huaiji who was looking at him. Why was his heart beating so rapidly? Omega appeared momentarily startled before nonchalantly averting his gaze. Song Qi's head remained trapped between Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji. Observing only Shen Jinyue's expression, he curiously asked, "What sort of bird?" "I read that it's an exotic beast." "What kind of exotic beast?" This question left Shen Jinyue momentarily speechless. He pondered seriously for a moment and said, "Are you familiar with the legendary phoenix?" The term phoenix should be quite comprehensible. It refers to a bird that cannot die, one that is reborn from its ashes no matter how many times it perishes. It is a remarkably powerful creature. Song-Ti, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "Brother Shen, is that your attribute?" "That has nothing to do with me," Shen Jinyue replied, with a hearty laugh. Shen Jinyue swiftly changed the topic, saying, "Come on, Xiao Song, keep your distance. You nearly kissed me on the cheek. Let me clarify. I have no interest in alphas. I could never engage in an AA relationship, and even with the few omegas in this class, I will not entertain such notions. Maintain some decorum." Song-Chi was unsure whether to be shocked or frightened. Goosebumps erupted across his skin, and he sat up straight, exclaiming, "Brother Shen, please don't spread rumors about me." Shen Jinyue smiled faintly. "So, what exactly is your attribute?" Song-Chi inquit, Gudicity peak. "I am genuinely intrigued." Xiao and Yu, seated nearby, helplessly pushed Song-Chi back into his seat, admonishing, "Curiosity does not warrant such closeness." Turned to look at Xiao and Yu. Song-Chi nodded in realization and resumed a more appropriate sitting posture, declaring, "Brother Shen, I wish to know." Shen Jinyue gave Xiao and Yu a thumbs up before clearing his throat and stating, "My attribute is not listed in the animal compendium. Can you believe it?" Song-Chi deeply, "Huh? You might as well call it a nine-tailed bird." Shen Jinyue affirmed seriously, "9 tails, no difference." Song-Chi got pet. "Ah? That's so cool." "Indeed," Shen Jinyue said, feeling quite pleased by the compliment and responding humbly. Qi Ting Shuang, having spoken briefly with the teacher at the podium, turned to face them and asked, "Are you all prepared for the quality assessment tomorrow?" "Oh yes, the test is crucial. I wonder what Brother Shen's score will be," Song-Chi remarked, noting the significance of the upcoming evaluation for their team's outcome. "Let's give it our all." He clapped his hands together and suggested, "Shall we go out tonight? Reserve the venue?" "No, thank you, Xiao Song," Shen Jinyue replied politely, adding, "I have made plans with classmate Huaiji to familiarize myself with the school. I shall take my leave now." Song-Chi covered his eyes, making a peace sign with his fingers, peeking at the two. Lu Huaiji turned to Shen Jinyue, saying, "Don't disappoint me tomorrow." Rarely one for idle chatter, he was the complete opposite of Shen Jinyue. His earnest admonition indicated the seriousness he attached to the matter. "Do you not trust me?" Shen Jinyue asked, intrigued. "Do not hide your strength," Lu Huaiji replied. Shen Jinyue stroked his chin, pondering. He regarded Lu Huaiji for a moment, withholding his answer. As the class bell rang and the crowd began to disperse slowly, with Song-Chi and his companions linking arms as they exited, Shen Jinyue finally queried, "Do you wish for me to be on your team?" Lu Huaiji, taken aback by the question, stared at him in surprise. "I thought you did not like me," Shen Jinyue said earnestly, his expression devoid of jest, his demeanor serious and somewhat imposing. Lu Huaiji frowned and replied, "I never said that." Chapter 16. Any alpha who encounters a highly compatible omega cannot help but be drawn in. Yet, you have persistently eluded me, Shen Jinyue stated, his tone almost declarative. Lu Huaiji. 2 question marks slowly emerged in his mind. Shen Jinyue? What is our relationship? Lu Huaiji inquired. Classmate, sworn rival. Childhood friend not seen in over a decade. After pondering for a moment, Shen Jinyue responded. Therefore, Lu Huaiji asked, "Why do you perceive that I am avoiding you?" Shen Jinyue blurted out, "It feels as though you are different from when we were children." Lu Huaiji remained silent for an extended period. Then, under Shen Jinyue's gaze, he felt a dryness in his throat, yet spoke with an even tone. "People inevitably change. It has been over a decade." He stood up and began to walk away. But as he reached the side of the podium, Shen Jinyue grasped his arm, pulling him back. This action was rather abrupt and somewhat impolite towards Shen Jinyue. For an alpha to behave so intimately with an omega was exceedingly presumptuous. Although Shen Jinyue typically had no reservations in conversation, he was acutely aware of the boundaries between A and O. Lu Huaiji, caught off guard, suddenly found himself enveloped in Shen Jinyue's embrace. Feeling the intense rhythm of his heartbeat, Shen Jinyue's chest rose and fell dramatically as he inhaled deeply, words poised on the tip of his tongue, ready to be spoken. The alpha, resolute, exerted all his strength to suppress his impulses as he gazed at Lu Huaiji. He wished to inquire why he had left, why his demeanor was so frigid, why he had rejected all approaches over the past 2 days. Yet, the words rolled around in Shen Jinyue's mouth, and he uttered not a single syllable. Lu Huaiji, bewildered, found himself in a daze. Shen Jinyue's embrace was both fervent and pure, rekindling the heat of his estrus that he had spent 2 days calming. Lu Huaiji's eyes widened in astonishment. He steadied himself by gripping Shen Jinyue's wrist, only to be pulled back in his arms once more. "Are you out of your mind, Shen Jinyue?" Lu Huaiji's head spun in disbelief as the bitter scent of alpha pheromones enveloped him, leaving him utterly defenseless, with no space to escape, completely encircled. Shen Jinyue was in his sensitivity period. Lu Huaiji could almost feel his nerves tightening, his pupils constricting, as he instinctively sought to retreat. The sensitivity period of a top-tier alpha is no trivial matter. The potent fluctuations of pheromones unleash their primal instincts, provoking a fundamental desire to possess the omega. With pheromones as intense as Shen Jinyue's, Lu Huaiji could not fathom the extent of his territorial instincts. Shen Jinyue offered no opportunity for escape, swiftly wrapping his arms around Lu Huaiji's waist. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not budge an inch. The moment Shen Jinyue's palm grasped his waist, Lu Huaiji's breath caught sharply, his heart nearly forgetting to beat. His tail twitched restlessly, and he exerted every ounce of strength to keep it in check. Although Lu Huaiji was not particularly tall among this elite group of alphas, he was by no means short. As Shen Jinyue stood here, it immediately rendered Lu Huaiji's stature somewhat diminished, with his waist appearing particularly slender beneath Shen Jinyue's palm. Both Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji felt their breath slow, and with a trembling voice, Lu Huaiji implored, "Alpha, please loosen your grip just a little, just a bit." His tone was one of negotiation. A premier alpha, during their sensitive period, could hardly endure provocation. If Shen Jinyue truly desired to act, Lu Huaiji would be powerless to resist. Shen Jinyue slowly lowered his gaze, maintaining eye contact with Lu Huaiji for an extended moment before gradually easing his hold. As Lu Huaiji distanced himself, the veins in his hand that clutched Shen Jinyue's arm were conspicuously prominent, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Shen Jinyue seemed to experience a flicker of discomfort, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Lu Huaiji's hand gripping him, only to then relax his expression, remaining silent. "Weren't you wondering why I was avoiding you?" Lu Huaiji quietly closed his eyes for a brief moment before speaking. Shen Jinyue nodded, implicitly acknowledging the question. The delicate, dark lashes of the omega trembled subtly. If Shen Jinyue were fully aware, he would notice that Lu Huaiji's entire body was shaking. Yet, in the eyes of an alpha in their sensitive period, the only concern was whether the desired omega was close at hand, considering escape. After a long exhale, Lu Huaiji appeared to reach a decision as he tugged at Shen Jinyue's collar, urging him to lower his head. At that moment, the alpha exhibited an unexpected docility, promptly bowing his head. With his eyes cast downward, Lu Huaiji suddenly raised his hand, pulling back the nape of his neck, allowing a cool breeze to rush in as he tore open the white sweatshirt, revealing the slender and graceful neck of the omega, along with the prominent gland at the nape. The alpha's pupils constricted sharply. To an alpha in their sensitive period, that protruding gland was akin to a greedy merchant discovering an abundance of wealth within reach. Beneath the fair skin, bluish veins pulsed with flowing blood, the omega's pheromones flooding into the depths of his mind. Shen Jinyue exerted every ounce of self-control to refrain from succumbing to the impulse to bite. "Do you see?" Lu Huaiji inquired. Shen Jinyue struggled to swallow, rendered speechless. "Shen Jinyue, what am I?" Lu Huaiji articulated each word deliberately, presenting the omega's distinctive gland before an alpha in their sensitive phase. This was an exceedingly perilous act, undoubtedly placing Lu Huaiji on an isolated island devoid of company, his sense of security rapidly dissipating. Yet, he revealed nothing of his inner turmoil. Instinctively, Shen Jinyue responded, "Omega." Therefore, Lu Huaiji's voice quivered, though he forcefully suppressed a hint of fear within his words. Do you think I've been hiding something from you these past few days? Shen Jinyue fell silent once more. Although the alpha was in a sensitive state, his mind remained sharp. What omega and He would distance themselves from an alpha with whom they shared an exceptional compatibility, especially when they were not in a relationship? There was no necessity for a connection. Lu Huaiji, being an omega, was justified in wanting to evade Shen Jinyue during this period. The man with deep, penetrating eyes gradually fell silent, and Lu Huaiji, with his head lowered, subtly released a breath of relief. You're in your sensitive period and have me cornered here, he remarked, his tone unexpectedly pressing, almost as if he sought to claim me. The term claim was extremely sensitive in the eyes of all, and Shen Jinyue's still somewhat muddled mind felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of icy water, snapping him to attention. Even with the overwhelming surge of pheromones coursing through him, compelling his mind to scream for possession, Shen Jinyue found an inexplicable calm enveloping him. As he squinted, he became acutely aware of the subtle tremors in his omega body, triggered by some elusive emotion. It didn't resemble fear. Rather, it felt like a primal instinctive response. After casting a glance at Lu Huaiji, he slowly, piece by piece, released his hold around Lu Huaiji's waist. Lu Huaiji swiftly exited the classroom. It's merely the sensitive period, Shen Jinyue murmured repeatedly in his mind, as though hypnotizing himself. After a while, he finally raised his voice to explain, I just need to calm down. I won't act on you. All alphas, when confronted with a highly compatible omega, inevitably succumb to their instincts, not for any other reason. Shen Jinyue softly reassured himself, uncertain whom he was truly comforting. Oh dear, little Shen, are you beginning to deceive yourself? Nonetheless, it must be said, our dear Lu is like a timid little rabbit. Chapter 17. Shen Jinyue. Was Lu Huaiji just trying to reason with him? Lu Huaiji did not leave. He simply leaned quietly against the railing of the corridor, his long legs resting casually. The youth stood bathed in moonlight, his silhouette tall and perfectly proportioned. The soft glow of the moon casting a gentle hue in his deep crimson eyes. Shen Jinyue propped himself against the lectern, his gaze unwavering from Lu Huaiji. It was only later, fully aware, that Shen Jinyue realized Lu Huaiji's actions throughout the evening were a test of him. Perhaps this was also Lu Huaiji's way of assessing his character. If Shen Jinyue had truly lost control and marked Lu Huaiji recklessly, he had no doubt that once Lu Huaiji regained his senses, he would distance himself from Shen Jinyue as far as possible, maintaining an eternal safety margin, never to draw near him again. After contemplating all this, Shen Jinyue felt an odd mixture of luck and bewilderment. Was Lu Huaiji really attempting to reason with an omega during his sensitive period? Was he truly engaging in such discourse? How could he, an omega, have fully exposed his gland to the gaze of an alpha in their sensitive phase? What sort of noble gentleman did Lu Huaiji believe himself to be? Shen Jinyue was utterly bewildered. He could hardly fathom what might have transpired had he failed to restrain himself, whether he would have merely marked Lu Huaiji. Yet, astonishingly, he had managed to hold back. He restrained himself, an alpha who typically succumbed to aggression during his sensitive periods, even unable to suppress it before his own grandfather and father, was now utterly charmed by an omega who had revealed his glands during that very sensitive time. Had it not been for the inopportune timing, Shen Jinyue might have felt compelled to applaud himself with fervor. At last, his gaze shifted away from Lu Huaiji. The omega at the doorway sensed this and turned his attention toward them, taking several steps closer. Shen Jinyue, who had just relaxed his back, suddenly stiffened. Are you awake? Lu Huaiji inquired, seemingly oblivious to the shift. Shall we continue the school tour? Shen Jinyue's mind raced between the thoughts of whether to go or not. Would it be problematic to attend, or would not going lead to indefinite postponement of this itinerary? Ultimately, he smiled brightly and replied, of course, let us go. Lu Huaiji appeared taken aback by Shen Jinyue's affirmative response, falling into a moment of silence. Then he asked, are you certain? Indeed, Shen Jinyue asserted confidently, stepping closer to Lu Huaiji's side. Now that we've decided to go, Commander Lu surely wouldn't flake on us, right? That was merely a minor interlude. The young man's light brown eyes gazed earnestly at Lu Huaiji, exuding a somewhat obedient demeanor. However, having witnessed this person's behavior during his sensitive period, Lu Huaiji was not inclined to perceive him as compliant. "Let us go." Lu Huaiji turned and led the way outside. They had evening classes that night, and after lingering for so long post-lecture, only the student council remained in the teaching building, bustling about for their meeting. Suddenly, Shen Jinyue called out, "Wait." Lu Huaiji froze momentarily, instinctively stepping aside. "What do you want?" The tall, strong alpha held out his hand before Lu Huaiji, fingers elegantly splayed. "Take this." Lu Huaiji glanced down, surprised, raising an eyebrow. In Shen Jinyue's palm lay a radiant, powder blue feather, strikingly beautiful, seemingly fallen from the very alpha before him. Lu Huaiji did not reach for it, but Shen Jinyue placed it directly into his hand, then gently nudged him with his shoulder. "Come on, let us continue the school tour." The Omega, with his fox-like eyes cast downward for a while, finally tightened his grip around the feather. "Let us go." The Alpha appeared visibly pleased, trailing closely beside Lu Huaiji. As they walked, numerous students passed by, couples meandering together. Lu Huaiji kept his head down, avoiding Shen Jinyue's expression. Having lived in this school for over 2 years and frequently assisting teachers with various tasks, he was well acquainted with the locations within. Lu Huaiji guided Shen Jinyue to several classrooms designated for Class A1, explaining their functions and purposes one by one. His voice was cold, devoid of emotion, yet melodious in its delivery. They were heading toward the comprehensive teaching building, which housed specialized classrooms essential for their training and tasks. A gentle breeze rustled through, and Lu Huaiji buried his chin in the collar of his sweatshirt, continuing to walk ahead with his head lowered. He did not notice that Shen Jinyue had slowed down while continuing to move forward. When Shen Jinyue halted, his brows arched in surprise as he watched Lu Huaiji nearly collide with a young couple. With a hint of astonishment, he called out, "Brother." Lu Huaiji remained oblivious. Trudging ahead, Shen Jinyue's mind raced through several thoughts, contemplating whether he could endure another brush against Lu Huaiji's skin or if he should allow the collision to occur. Ultimately, unable to bear the sight of Lu Huaiji crashing into the two lovebirds, he reached out and pulled him aside. Lu Huaiji glanced up in confusion, momentarily disoriented by the situation, and instinctively looked at Shen Jinyue. Beneath the glow of the streetlight, the Omega's eyes sparkled, and he quickly grasped the situation, his body stiffening as he sidestepped. "What are you doing? What is wrong with you today, my brother?" Shen Jinyue inquired, puzzled. He had never encountered an Omega more befuddled than his own Alpha, who was still in a sensitive period. Lu Huaiji pressed his lips together, remaining silent. "Are you considering joining their ranks?" Shen Jinyue asked earnestly, adding, "That won't do, brother. The Empire has long instituted monogamy, no matter how much you like them. It cannot be so, or you'll be apprehended." Lu Huaiji responded slowly, turning his gaze to where Shen Jinyue was looking. They were strolling along a well-kept sidewalk, passing a dormitory building illuminated by the warm glow of the streetlights. Ahead, a couple stood in the middle of the road, engrossed in a kiss, seemingly unaware of their surroundings. Lu Huaiji noted that while he often encountered couples whispering sweet nothings by the roadside, it was rare to see them blocking the path in such a manner. All of Lu Huaiji's focus was on controlling his own feelings, leaving him momentarily oblivious to Shen Jinyue's presence. He didn't even manage to pull his hand away from Shen Jinyue's grip. "Surely, I haven't guessed correctly." Shen Jinyue mumbled in alarm, tugging at him once more. Lu Huaiji snapped back to reality, about to suggest they move along. "Hey, those two lovebirds. I understand your desire to kiss, but could you spare a moment for us poor, single pedestrians? Perhaps you could move aside or find a more private spot." Shen Jinyue had no habit of yielding space for others to indulge in their affections, his fingers lightly grazing Lu Huaiji's wrist. "Which dormitory building are you in? I could point you in the right direction, or you could turn right and rent a room. If funds are tight, the Shen family can assist. It's fortunate that family planning regulations have relaxed, though no one seems keen on having children. Your openness is commendable and contributes to the Empire." Before he could finish, he surprisingly stifled several hundred more words. Lu Huaiji grasped his wrist with a firm, warm hand, drawing Shen Jinyue's gaze downward while swiftly using his other hand to press down a stubborn protrusion of rabbit ears. Little general, when will you realize that your nemesis is, in fact, a rabbit? Chapter 18. Shen Jinyue. I have come of age. Who are you calling little? Lu Huaiji felt that all his self-control had been expended in that moment, swiftly retracting the rabbit ears before Shen Jinyue could fully comprehend the situation. However, Alpha's perceptive abilities are not easily deceived. Lu Huaiji pursed his lips, his gaze intently fixed on Shen Jinyue, who appeared momentarily startled by his penetrating stare. The couple before them, finally interrupted, parted their lips in confusion, with a soft "ah? What's wrong?" Lu Huaiji discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief and released Shen Jinyue's hand, saying, "It's nothing, let's go." "Oh, okay, brother," Shen Jinyue responded, appearing quite agreeable at that moment, obediently allowing Lu Huaiji to lead him forward. "Why are you still crying, Commander Lu?" Instinctively, Lu Huaiji reached up to rub his eyes, his fingertips devoid of any moisture. After a brief moment of silence, Commander Lu raised his hand and lightly tapped Shen Jinyue's arm. To someone of Shen Jinyue's caliber as an alpha, it felt akin to the gentle touch of a small creature, leaving no impact whatsoever. "Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, Shen Jinyue laughed, only to be met with a sincere glance from Lu Huaiji, prompting him to promptly apologize. As they passed the spot where the couple had stood, Shen Jinyue suddenly remembered that he and Lu Huaiji were indeed the two light bulbs in this situation. He cheerfully waved at the couple, saying, "Thank you for making way for us. I have no objections to your position while you share a kiss. You are truly kind-hearted. Should you need anything, feel free to find me in Class A1. What I said tonight still stands. As long as you consider the Empire, I will help you secure a monthly package at the hotel. 1 per year, neither more nor less, and 3 years will suffice for the Empire's quota. If you wish to exceed the limit, I shall cover the fines for you." By the time Shen Jinyue finished his enthusiastic proclamation, he had already been pulled away. The couple, one on the left and the other on the right, bore expressions of various hues, each face reflecting a spectrum of emotions. The thought of kissing across the galaxy seemed to require transforming into a streetlight. Lu Huaiji quietly pressed his lips together, a faint smile gracing his features. After pulling Shen Jinyue away, he softly inquired, "Why speak in such a sarcastic tone?" His voice was low, and Shen Jinyue could barely discern the words. Turning his head to ask what? Drawing close, Shen Jinyue's proximity made Lu Huaiji uncomfortable, prompting him to turn his head away coldly. "It's nothing." After much hesitation, Lu Huaiji finally spoke up. Although Shen Jinyue did not catch every word, he could roughly infer Lu Huaiji's meaning. "Do you think I'm being excessive, brother?" The alpha clutched his chest, an expression of disbelief adorning his face, as though he had received a grievous wound. "Not at all," Lu Huaiji replied. Reflecting for a moment, he found those two words slightly ambiguous and added, "I never stated such." Young Master Shen, accustomed to putting on a facade since childhood, was easily appeased by mere words, his heartache dissipating and his expression transforming from one of grievance. "Then why did you just imply that I was being sarcastic? You have no idea how I was nearly kicked aside by a couple kissing at a university." Shen Jinyue vividly recalled that day when he was returning to the dormitory in the dark, lollipop in mouth, only to find a man and woman standing in the middle of the path, entangled in a passionate embrace. Initially, he paid them no mind and attempted to circumvent the couple lost in their intimate exchange. As I approached the young lady, the actions of the couple before me left Shen Jinyue utterly astonished. Suddenly, the girl leapt up, wrapping her arms around the boy's neck, who instinctively embraced his girlfriend at the waist. In a swift motion, she bent her legs and kicked Shen Jinyue on the leg. From that moment on, Shen Jinyue resolved to keep his distance from couples, harboring resentment towards all those who indulged in kissing in the middle of the street. The girl's strength was remarkable, Shen Jinyue recalled, shaking his head as his tousled curls fell disheveled across his brow. Lu Huaiji gently coughed. "During that period, I nearly developed a fear of love." He mused. As for me, just having turned 18, Shen Jinyue pondered aloud into the air. Is it a requirement for every couple to kiss in the middle of the road? It's terrifying. I shall remain forever alone. Before Lu Huaiji could respond, Shen Jinyue continued. You're still young. But Shen Jinyue retorted, the whole world recognizes 18 as the age of adulthood. Who are you calling young, brother? However, Lu Huaiji suddenly halted in his tracks, casting a penetrating gaze upon Shen Jinyue. Instinctively, Shen Jinyue leaned back. Lu Huaiji inquired, you just turned 18? Indeed, brother. My academic record bears my date of birth. Do you doubt my age? Shen Jinyue countered, I am a kind-hearted, generous, and upright university student. Such things are beneath me. Besides, you are all older than I. Otherwise, why would I call you brother? He stated this with an air of certainty. Noticing Shen Jinyue's obliviousness, Lu Huaiji coolly remarked, that contradicts what you told me before. What? Shen Jinyue instinctively replied, pondering when he had ever informed Lu Huaiji that he was not indeed 18. Was it necessary to feign his age at such a tender age, already a third-year student? Absurd. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, for Lu Huaiji was intently observing him. His gaze peculiar, unlike any expression Shen Jinyue had witnessed on his face in recent days. This look reminded him of something he had seen in his childhood. Suddenly, an incredible thought crossed Shen Jinyue's mind, causing him to pause mid-step. Do you still remember? He found himself momentarily speechless. He had never considered the possibility that Lu Huaiji might remember something he had said as a child, even if it were just a single phrase. It's nothing. Let's head upstairs, Lu Huaiji replied, as they had already reached the base of the comprehensive building. He appeared disinterested in reminiscing with Shen Jinyue, lifting his leg to ascend the stairs. Wait, you truly remember, brother? Shen Jinyue pressed, his voice echoing in the vast stairwell, with only Lu Huaiji and himself present, one in front of the other. Lu Huaiji walked ahead, his loose white sweatshirt draping over his slender frame. Shen Jinyue quickly caught up to him. An Omega walked beside Shen Jinyue, allowing the Alpha to call him brother, their stride steady. Lu Huaiji paused at the sixth-floor landing, disregarding Shen Jinyue's inquiry, and stated, the teleportation point for the virtual task world is here. Let me familiarize you with it. Shen Jinyue could only acquiesce with a hint of regret. All right. As they ventured deeper, they entered the virtual practice room. Lu Huaiji observed Shen Jinyue quieting down, exhaling softly as he led him forward. Their major was of utmost importance to the school, with all educational resources directed towards it. The A1 class, in particular, was the focus of intense scrutiny. Their classroom was equipped with an independent virtual practice room, located at the far end of the sixth floor. Due to the generally high capabilities of A1 students, the complexity of their tasks had increased, requiring more time to complete them. Consequently, students in A1 had to traverse a considerable distance to reach their practice room. A palpable silence hung between Lu Huaiji and Shen Jinyue, creating a subtly tense atmosphere. They walked in tandem, with Lu Huaiji lowering his head to fumble for the key. As they approached the door of the A1 practice room, both of their expressions suddenly shifted in unison. What on earth is that sound and smell? Chapter 19, Brother. You cannot abandon me like this. Shen Jinyue exclaimed, startled. Lu Huaiji, who had been methodically searching for the key, abruptly halted. The suspicious noises and odors reached Lu Huaiji's senses, prompting him to instinctively pull Shen Jinyue sharply, opening the door to the practice room just before losing control, and dragging Shen Jinyue inside. Shen Jinyue had likely caught a glimpse of something through the nearby window, falling into a rare silence. Lu Huaiji collapsed into a chair beside him. His position was rather strategic, as Shen Jinyue could only see Lu Huaiji's profile illuminated by the moonlight. Fortunately, the shock had rendered Shen Jinyue indifferent to the idea of turning on the lights. He muttered in distress, oh my gosh, I'm only 18. Why must I witness such things? My eyes are tainted. I swear I will never date. Romance is far too terrifying. While Lu Huaiji certainly did not see what Shen Jinyue had, the overwhelming pheromones of the Omega in a state of heightened arousal were enough for him to infer the activities within. He detected not only the Omega's scent, but also the presence of an Alpha's pheromones, though the door to the practice room mitigated some of the pheromonal exchange. The earlier encounter had already begun to affect Lu Huaiji. In his flustered state, he hastily sat down, attempting to conceal his own tail, though his ears were less easily hidden. Lu Huaiji quickly raised his hand to press down his erect ears. As his breathing finally steadied, he realized the folly of his decision to pull Shen Jinyue in at the last moment. "You need to go out," he managed to say, his voice strained. Meanwhile, Shen Jinyue remained bewildered by the concept of couples kissing in public, incredulously muttering, "Why can't they just spend a little money on a hotel instead of assaulting the eyes of an innocent 18-year-old like me?" "Brother, what did you just say? You just yanked me in here and nearly made me faceplant. And now your first words are to tell me to leave." Before him stood an alpha with the attributes of a mythical beast, capable of soaring away even if dropped from the 6th floor. His chin unlikely to ever meet the ground. Lu Huaiji sighed in frustration. "Just wait for me outside." "No way, brother. I'm in my sensitive period." Shen Jinyue spoke with an unprecedented seriousness. Outside, there was an omega pheromone that had yet to be retracted, accompanied by a lustful alpha. "I fear that if I step outside, I might impulsively hurl that alpha from the 6th floor. I certainly do not intend to seize the omega. I would likely leap down with that alpha to express my brotherly sentiments." Shen Jinyue's words abruptly halted. The last two words left him astounded, and he gazed at Lu Huaiji in disbelief, immediately turning to switch on the light. "Do not turn on the light," Lu Huaiji commanded sharply. At his words, Shen Jinyue instinctively ceased his actions, astonished by his own obedience. "Can you not control your pheromones, brother?" Shen Jinyue retreated to the door, his expression nearly blank. He was in a sensitive period, and he could scarcely fathom what would happen if he caught another whiff of Lu Huaiji's pheromones. Even the mightiest alpha could not remain entirely unresponsive. Faced with a dilemma, Shen Jinyue contemplated opening the door, yet recognized he could not allow Lu Huaiji's pheromones to waft freely. However, the intensity of Lu Huaiji's pheromones ultimately silenced the voices of the alpha and omega next door. The door to their room was suddenly flung open. "Lock the door." Lu Huaiji's ears were beginning to throb, unable to contain the pheromones, and as he pressed his palm against the wall, he felt the tension rise. If Shen Jinyue opened the door now, nothing could be concealed. Shen Jinyue began to suspect he was under some enchantment. Whatever Lu Huaiji said, he would follow without hesitation, his hand moving in a seamless motion to secure the door. The sound of the heavy door opening in the adjacent room seemed engraved upon Lu Huaiji's taut nerves. He could not allow Shen Jinyue to discover his true nature, nor could he let anyone else know. This singular thought consumed Lu Huaiji as he endeavored to rein in his pheromones. Shen Jinyue was also struggling to maintain control over his own pheromones, gripping his hands tightly and suppressing his inquiry. "Brother, what do you intend to do?" The loss of control from a top-tier alpha had far greater implications for Lu Huaiji than the heat experienced by the omega next door. Lu Huaiji lowered his gaze, breathing heavily, every cell in his body awakening, his fingertips digging deeply into his palms. From the unshuttered window, the conversations of the couple next door drifted in. What omega? It was stated that everyone must vacate the complex by 7 at the latest. How could there be an omega? Did you not catch the scent? Oh dear, if I caught the scent, would I still need to ask you? The omega's voice was soft and frail, as if to say, regardless of anyone else, "I am in this state, and yet you still hesitate? Surely, you cannot be incapable? Are you questioning me?" The voice of the alpha outside grew somewhat irate, followed by the sound of water, and soon the omega emitted suspicious gasps. Shen Jinyue's expression morphed into one of incredulity as he clamped his hands over his ears. Good heavens, these two are truly starved, engaging in such antics in the hallway. Blood slipped from Lu Huaiji's palm, dripping onto the floor. "Brother, what are you doing? Self-harm?" Shen Jinyue tilted his head slightly, inquiring with confusion. In the darkness, Lu Huaiji's movements came to an abrupt halt. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though even his very blood had been frozen, struggling to articulate his thoughts until he finally managed to utter, "You can see everything? I may be a bird, but I am not an eagle, dear brother. Do you comprehend what it means for an omega's blood to resonate with an alpha? Though I am uncertain myself, I've already grasped 3 feathers. Shen Jinyue's voice retained a semblance of normalcy as he leaned against the door, concealed in the thick darkness, rendering his pale fingertips and the strained veins of his hand invisible. His state was far from as well as it sounded. He took a couple of deep breaths, placing his palm firmly on the doorknob. With a mere twist, Shen Jinyue could escape. Yet Lu Huaiji continued to inquire, seemingly fixated on something. "You have seen it?" Shen Jinyue replied, perplexed. "Seen what?" "Brother, have you undressed?" Unable to contain himself any longer, he unlocked the door. "It's all right, brother, even if you have undressed. I can sense the scent of your blood, which seems rather unusual. I must go and investigate." Before Lu Huaiji could respond, Shen Jinyue flung the door open. At that moment, Lu Huaiji's ears perked up, his breath halted, and he leaned to the side, landing on the mat. Chapter 20. Shen Jinyue. "Brother, let's play hide and seek, ha ha ha. Enough, folks. I've been here for 10 minutes eavesdropping on your intimate escapades. Who told you there was no one around at this hour?" Shen Jinyue shouted toward the outside, catching a glimpse that nearly caused him to stumble. Hastily covering his eyes, Lu Huaiji, unable to see what lay beyond, only noticed Shen Jinyue's hand trembling slightly on the doorknob, evidently exerting tremendous effort. "Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? With such a potent blend of alpha and omega pheromones, how can you not perceive it? And yet, you continue to engage in such activities. There are still so many people wandering about below. Would you like to perform before them as well?" In truth, Shen Jinyue was generally amiable, rarely displaying any hostility. When couples frolicked in front of him, he would merely tease them lightly, for they had never forced him to witness their affection while questioning his silence or hinting at his hidden worries. However, today was particularly sensitive for him. And with Lu Huaiji nearby, Shen Jinyue's awareness of Lu Huaiji's pheromones heightened alarmingly, allowing him to discern that the Omega was indeed aware of their presence. Shen Jinyue sensed that the Omega had deliberately intensified their pheromones to influence Lu Huaiji's. Initially, he could hardly believe it, deeming such behavior utterly deranged, to the point that no one in the Empire could save them. But upon opening the door, he confirmed the madness of that individual. The Omega was indeed purposely affecting Lu Huaiji. As soon as Shen Jinyue spoke, the two individuals were evidently startled. The Alpha among them trembled as he hastily pulled up his trousers alongside the Omega, his face flushed with embarrassment. Though Shen Jinyue could not ascertain the cause of such distress, he could only perceive the Omega in room A1 becoming increasingly agitated, impatiently commanding, "Refrain from your pheromones and descend the stairs in 3 seconds, or I shall cast both of you from the 6th floor." Although Shen Jinyue typically presented himself as rather unreliable, with his glasses lending him an air of cultured disarray, his alpha pheromones exuded an innate dominance over all living beings. He stood idly, and when he shed his playful demeanor, it seemed as though everything around him was compelled to submit to his will. The contours of his face were softened by the glasses perched upon his nose, yet when he uttered those words, there was no hint of weakness or rebellion. It was as if his declarations were destined to be fulfilled. Shen Jinyue watched as the two, hand in hand, hurried down the stairs. Turning back inside, the shadow of cold severity that had briefly clouded his brow dissipated, replaced by a relaxed expression. "Brother?" Shen Jinyue surveyed the room and found no sign of Lu Huaiji. "Are you still distracted by games of hide and seek during your heat?" Suddenly, something in the corner was jostled, wobbling momentarily, but remaining upright. Shen Jinyue approached it with curiosity. Just as he reached the object, darkness enveloped his vision, obscured by something soft. His alpha instincts triggered a reflexive tension within him, and he instinctively raised a hand, only to hear Lu Huaiji's trembling voice command, "Don't move." Shen Jinyue recognized the profound influence of pheromones in Lu Huaiji's tone, rendering him frozen in place, speechless. "Wait for me," Lu Huaiji said. Shen Jinyue inquired, "For how long?" 55 seconds. Lu Huaiji's voice quivered even more. Thus, Shen Jinyue remained silent, mentally counting to 5. True to his word, Lu Huaiji removed the hand that obstructed Shen Jinyue's sight. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Huaiji had seated himself in a chair. The corners of Lu Huaiji's eyes were unusually red, as if he had reached the limits of his endurance. His silvery hair in disarray, with a few tears glistening at the edges. Shen Jinyue's heart momentarily faltered, before he could fully grasp his actions. He found himself instinctively wiping away those 2 tears from Lu Huaiji's face. "Why are you still crying?" Shen Jinyue asked softly. The latter 5 words were an impromptu alteration. He had intended to inquire what Lu Huaiji was concealing, yet the words faltered on his tongue, unable to be voiced. Lu Huaiji replied, "Nothing." However, Shen Jinyue seemed to have anticipated this response, choosing not to pursue the matter further. "They have left. Your pheromones are no longer influencing you. But yours still are." Lu Huaiji countered. "I can leave as well." Shen Jinyue, lost in thought, clicked his tongue, exuding an air of profound irritation. "And what about me?" Lu Huaiji's eyes glimmered with an unusual redness, his entire being emanating a sweet fragrance of pheromones, indicating that his state was far from normal. When he looked up with his deep crimson eyes, a subtle sense of dependency was unmistakable, uncertain whether the sensitivity of the heat was clouding his judgment. Shen Jinyue misinterpreted Lu Huaiji's demeanor as a challenge and asserted, "You can return by yourself. I will not be beside you to influence you." "I mean," Lu Huaiji, with a composed demeanor and a hint of grievance in his voice, uttered, "What will I do if you leave?" At this moment, Shen Jinyue finally comprehended the situation. Suddenly, his mind began to whirl, akin to a thunderclap that left him in a daze, making him feel as though he were trapped in a dream. It took him a full 3 minutes to realize that Lu Huaiji seemed to be acting playfully. "What will you do if I leave?" Shen Jinyue repeated in disbelief, "Brother, don't say that. Your words make it sound as if I am abandoning you, leaving you to mourn here. We have yet to establish anything." He continued, "Instead, I should be the one asking what I am to do. Am I to bring you back to the Alpha dormitory? If I were to do that, then you would truly have reason to question what you should do." Though Shen Jinyue had not yet measured the compatibility of their pheromones, he was acutely aware that even a trace of Lu Huaiji's pheromones could induce an overwhelming transformation within him, rendering any measurement unnecessary. He instinctively understood that their pheromone compatibility was off the charts. If he were to bring Lu Huaiji back to the dormitory, he could not predict the scandalous actions he might take. Typically, he would be in a sensitive period for at least 10 days to half a month. If Lu Huaiji did not leave now and remained within 10 meters of him for even half a minute, Shen Jinyue feared he would turn into a bird, compelling Lu Huaiji to transform into his beastly form and then cling to him for a minimum of 3 days, rendering him unable to voice his frustrations or shed a tear. At the tender age of 18, Shen Jinyue was not a naive child. Yet he had never contemplated engaging in such morally reprehensible and twisted behavior. It was entirely contrary to his principles regarding the care of his Omega classmate. Lu Huaiji remained silent, merely gazing at him intently. Shen Jinyue felt as though his head might explode and extended his hand. "Let us go. I will help you find a place." Lu Huaiji placed his hand in the palm of Shen Jinyue's hand. The Omega's fingers were slender and delicate, their tips blushing lightly. When he placed his hand in Shen Jinyue's palm, he entwined his index finger with Shen Jinyue's, gently caressing the spaces between his fingers. This gesture appeared both innocent and suggestive in Shen Jinyue's mind. Suddenly, Shen Jinyue's thoughts became muddled, as if someone had gently struck his heart with a hammer, causing his ears to flush crimson. "W, what are you doing?" In a moment of disarray, Shen Jinyue found himself at a loss for words, his hands suspended in mid-air. Paralyzed by disbelief, his entire being stiffened, and his pheromones threatened to erupt. The restlessness that had surged within him earlier in the classroom returned, and violent thoughts swiftly took shape in his mind. The Omega before him appeared gentle, and Shen Jinyue had no doubt that with a mere press, Lu Huaiji would yield, unable to resist the release of his pheromones. As this thought crossed his mind, Shen Jinyue was startled. "Am I insane? What am I thinking?" It was only then that he regained his composure, realizing that Lu Huaiji had not yet stood up. He intended to pull him up, but Lu Huaiji resisted and instead tugged Shen Jinyue closer. Shen Jinyue exclaimed in surprise, "What?" He stumbled forward, one hand gripping the armrest of the chair, his lips brushing past Lu Huaiji's cheek. Shen Jinyue nearly believed that Lu Huaiji might unleash his anger, but upon raising his gaze, he discovered Lu Huaiji's eyes shimmered with a glistening calmness, fixed steadily upon him. The Omega opened his mouth, nonchalantly yet resolutely dismissing Shen Jinyue's previous suggestion. No. Shen Jinyue exclaimed in disbelief. Then shall I leap from the 6th floor, brother? How could this Omega not comprehend the priceless treasure he represented to an alpha? The moment Shen Jinyue heard Lu Huaiji's response, he almost transformed and whisked Lu Huaiji away to keep him confined for 10 days and nights. Though such an action was exceedingly extreme, it was the instinct of an alpha, and the mere fact that Shen Jinyue had yet to act on it was a testament to his extraordinary self-control. What was this academic prodigy doing? What was his nemesis up to? Shen Jinyue withdrew his hand, intending to step back, but in the darkness he noticed Lu Huaiji's gaze dimmed, tinged with a hint of grievance and reproach. Shen Jinyue halted his movement with the speed of lightning. This was madness. He, Shen Jinyue, had only reached this level of insanity in his lifetime. Lu Huaiji inquired, "Why are you leaving?" Shen Jinyue silently returned to his original position. Even as his pheromones clamored wildly, his mind a chaotic mess, he realized he was utterly incapable of defying Lu Huaiji's will. Damn it! Was he a dog that Shen Jinyue could simply call, and he would come? Regardless of how much he berated himself internally, Shen Jinyue stood honestly before Lu Huaiji. It seemed Lu Huaiji was still preoccupied with his earlier actions. "If you leave, what am I to do?" "I never intended to leave, brother." Shen Jinyue futilely defended himself. "Then come here." Shen Jinyue momentarily shut out the sensations emanating from the person before him and took a step forward. In the next instant, his finger was once again grasped. The same index finger, held tightly in Lu Huaiji's grasp, as if it were something of utmost significance, gently squeezed again and again. This time, Shen Jinyue's mind truly went blank. He pondered long and hard between the choices of bringing Lu Huaiji home to embrace him for 3 days, or taking him home and forcing him into his beastly form for 10 days. A buzzing sound filled his ears, and after a prolonged moment of closed eyes, with veins throbbing on his forehead, he finally opened them. The hand that Lu Huaiji held was clenched tightly, trembling slightly. Shen Jinyue half squatted down and asked, "What do you wish for me to do?" Whether he wanted him to escort Lu Huaiji to the dormitory, to an off-campus hotel, or even to Lu Huaiji's own home was of no consequence. It was merely his compatible Omega, whose pheromones had become a bit chaotic in his presence. As a top-tier alpha, if he could not control this impulse, then he would mark him. Lu Huaiji's words interrupted all of Shen Jinyue's thoughts. He stared blankly, "Huh?" Lu Huaiji reaffirmed with certainty, "I want." His father. He couldn't control anything. What a joke. The compatible Omega before him was already losing control of his pheromones. Could he still claim to be a man? What kind of man was he? Control was utterly impossible. The moment his fingertips brushed against Lu Huai's neck, Shen Jinyue felt a tremor in his heart. He instinctively curled his fingers, summoning the strongest resolve of his life. "Brother, if you awaken, you will regret it." Lu Huai seemed oblivious to the concept of regret, frowning and casting an annoyed glance at Shen Jinyue. In truth, their mental clarity was quite mutual. Shen Jinyue was on the verge of madness from the torment. After a lengthy silence, Lu Huai finally remarked, "I won't hit you." When Shen Jinyue remained still, Lu Huai's dissatisfaction grew, and he inquired, "Why are you hesitating?" An impulsive surge rushed through Shen Jinyue's mind as he lowered his gaze upon the oblivious Omega. Finally, he lifted his hand to firmly grasp Lu Huai's shoulder, applying pressure that was undeniable. Kneeling between Lu Huai's legs, he forced the Omega to sit upright. When his sharp canine brushed against a certain spot, Shen Jinyue distinctly felt the tremor of Lu Huai's body. Soon, Lu Huai rested a hand on Shen Jinyue's shoulder, exerting no force. Yet his chin grazed against Shen Jinyue's arm, moving gently as if seeking comfort. A tingling sensation radiated from the point of contact, reaching his racing heart, quietly erecting a bridge between them. Shen Jinyue's pheromones halted momentarily. His gaze flickered, catching a glimpse of the elongated and fair neck of the Omega, accentuated by the movement. Lu Huai's chin nudged against his arm, and then he slumped his head, ceasing all motion. After 2 or 3 minutes, Shen Jinyue finally released Lu Huai and stood upright. Both of their minds, previously clouded, began to regain clarity. Shen Jinyue intertwined his fingers with Lu Huai's, gently yet firmly loosening the grip that had left Lu Huai's palm bloodied and raw, pooling crimson on the ground. It was evident that this was not merely a result of a single scratch. Lu Huai appeared to welcome the pain, and if it weren't for the overwhelming pheromones, he would never have allowed Shen Jinyue to move him. "Doesn't it hurt?" Shen Jinyue asked, incredulous at his endurance for pain while still seeking closeness. "Are you a rabbit?" Lu Huai's body stiffened ever so slightly. Shen Jinyue lifted the arm that Lu Huai had draped over. "My arm is numb, brother." Lu Huai immediately straightened up, gently tilting his head away. Shen Jinyue stood up. "Can we leave now, brother? Just a moment ago, you and T let me go, and I was nearly suffocated." Lu Huai did not respond, turning his head away, awkwardly adjusting his sitting posture. Although Shen Jinyue's temporary marking was quite effective, the tail was not as easily swayed as the ears. At the last moment, he had retracted his ears, but the tail remained firmly pinned behind him. Chapter 22. That is infidelity. Until now, it has not been retracted. A sudden unease washed over Shen Jinyue. Sure enough, the next moment, Lu Huai calmly stated, "I'm not leaving." His voice was calm and steady, yet his expression bore a hint of confusion. "I'm not going with you." Shen Jinyue sighed in despair, feeling as if he were on the brink of madness. He stepped aside to open the window, measuring the height of a ledge against his own legs. "I carry your pheromones." Lu Huaiji pondered for a moment, lowering his gaze in bewilderment, and replied honestly, "It will be discovered." Shen Jinyue glanced at Lu Huaiji. The Omega leaned weakly against the chair, with a heavy blush at the corners of his eyes, appearing drained of energy. Yet Shen Jinyue felt an unmistakable air of wariness emanating from him. It was evident that Lu Huaiji was struggling to maintain his balance. But it wouldn't matter if it gets found out, would it? Shen Jinyue pondered, wondering where his brother intended to go if he refused to accompany him. Lu Huaiji possessed his pheromones, and naturally, he carried Lu Huaiji's as well. Returning to the dormitory was no longer an option. After a prolonged silence, Lu Huaiji finally lifted his head, his eyes glistening as he gazed out the window. "You should leave first. Avoid the crowded paths. It feels as if we're having an affair, trying to keep it a secret," Shen Jinyue muttered. Lu Huaiji turned to look at him. "Yes, we are having an affair," Shen Jinyue exclaimed. Lu Huaiji's expression momentarily froze, as if weighing the truth of Shen Jinyue's words, and after a pause, he stated, "We are not having an affair." "If this isn't an affair, then what is it?" Shen Jinyue questioned incredulously. "Brother, you allowed me to mark you and then left, asking me not to be discovered. How is that not an affair?" Shen Jinyue's reasoning seemed solid. Lu Huaiji contemplated for a moment before conceding, "Then it is." "What is it?" Lu Huaiji replied. "It is indeed an affair." He spoke with a sense of conviction that momentarily left Shen Jinyue speechless, his mind blank. The impulse that had surged earlier in the classroom threatened to overwhelm him again, and Shen Jinyue narrowly managed to avert his gaze, feeling his pheromones on the verge of spiraling out of control. "Brother, please don't say that. Don't you realize I'm still in my sensitive period? I can't control myself. It's terrifying." Shen Jinyue recalled how Lu Huaiji had brushed against his arm earlier, instinctively expressing his concern. The mention of the sensitive period seemed to restore a semblance of clarity to Lu Huaiji, whose previously bewildered expression made Shen Jinyue want to pinch his cheeks. However, the Omega quickly regained his composure and tilted his head, saying, "Then you should leave. So you truly are the type to abandon me after a fling." "Oh," Shen Jinyue replied, walking toward the door. "So I'm leaving?" Lu Huaiji nodded slightly, affirming. As Shen Jinyue approached the threshold, he noticed Lu Huaiji's silence, realizing that the latter's mind was still clouded by his heat. "You really are letting me walk away just like that?" Shen Jinyue raked his fingers through his hair, halting in place. "I'm completely infused with your pheromones. If I walk out in front of others, tomorrow the entire department will know that the new transfer student in class A1 boldly marked their academic star and then left without a word." Lu Huaiji's ears perked up slightly, his fingers curling involuntarily. He recognized the validity of Shen Jinyue's statement. Shen Jinyue, the sole grandson of the illustrious General Shen, naturally exudes an aura of prominence. He has consistently dominated the pheromone rankings for nearly a century, relegating even the formidable general to a secondary position, with his alpha prowess significantly surpassing that of his peers. Recently, he has garnered considerable attention within the field, thanks to his remarkable affinity skills, his ability to speak absurdities with ease, and his unparalleled talent for feigning weakness. Moreover, his striking appearance ensures that anyone in the school who enjoys a spectacle is well acquainted with Shen Jinyue. Lu Huaiji fell into a moment of silence. He understood that he could not allow Shen Jinyue to leave at this juncture, yet the presence of Shen Jinyue made it impossible for him to retract his tail. Shen Jinyue approached the window, glancing outside. They were situated on the 6th floor, overlooking a vast flower bed devoid of pedestrians. "There is no one here," Shen Jinyue remarked. Lu Huaiji, focusing on calming his pheromones, replied, "The door over there will be locked. I don't have the key." "Certainly not," by descending the stairs, Shen Jinyue countered. "I just saw someone come in." He then stepped closer to Lu Huaiji, extending his hand. Lu Huaiji, perplexed by his intent, remained motionless. "Hey!" Shen Jinyue exclaimed, bending down to grasp Lu Huaiji's hand and pull him up. Lu Huaiji, taken aback, stood up involuntarily, instinctively facing Shen Jinyue. Shen Jinyue guided him to the window, indicating the height. Lu Huaiji's tail, still unretracted, was exposed, leaving him feeling vulnerable. After scrutinizing Shen Jinyue's expression for a while, he slightly turned away, finally comprehending the situation. "Are we jumping?" Lu Huaiji inquired. Shen Jinyue nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Lu Huaiji, with an air of indifference, replied, "I have no inclination towards self-harm." Shen Jinyue mused. "So, it is you, dear brother, who is averse to acknowledging those who lift their trousers. Thankfully, I didn't T-jump earlier, otherwise I would bear the blame for this, as they would remain oblivious to how their cherished little deity had been clutching my fingers, imploring me about his predicament, insisting on my marking him." Lu Huaiji, seemingly exasperated, retorted, "Did I not just say I wouldn't hit you?" "Of course," Shen Jinyue exclaimed in a melodious tone. "I heard you. Even my spiritual entity heard you." Lu Huaiji slowly muttered, "No wonder," and fell silent thereafter. With his long legs, Shen Jinyue effortlessly perched himself on the windowsill. "This is too perilous," Lu Huaiji cautioned. "We must wait for a while." "Wait," Shen Jinyue exclaimed in disbelief. "My temporary mark 1T suffice to alleviate your heat, dear one. Do you truly believe that being in my company is as simple as a transient mark? I could evoke tears from you without effort." Lu Huaiji swiftly covered Shen Jinyue's lips with his palm. His hand was soft and warm, exuding a sweet pheromone as it rested against Shen Jinyue's mouth. Lu Huaiji's striking appearance, characterized by his fox-like eyes that usually bore a cool demeanor, now glowed with a hint of crimson at the corners, rendering him both innocent and alluring. In that moment, something in Shen Jinyue's heart stilled, and he instinctively licked his lips. Lu Huaiji, reacting with lightning speed, withdrew his hand. When Shen Jinyue turned to look, he noticed the tips of the Omega's ears seemed slightly flushed, as if he were on the verge of delivering a reprimand. The recent tumultuous moments left Lu Huaiji's collar in disarray, revealing the delicate nape of his neck and a glimpse of his alabaster collarbone. Suddenly, the Omega spoke softly. "What are you looking at?" Shen Jinyue coughed abruptly. Lu Huaiji instinctively shielded his eyes from Shen Jinyue's gaze. It felt as though he was perpetually being covered by this person's hands, blocking this and that. Had it been anyone else, the esteemed young Master Shen would have dismissed them with a mere flick of his tail, sending them back to be remade. Yet with Lu Huaiji, Shen Jinyue found himself utterly incapable of such a reaction. Fortunately, the young Master Shen wore glasses perched on his nose. Otherwise, Lu Huaiji's palm might have been brushed by his eyelashes. Turning his face away, Shen Jinyue admitted honestly, "I'm looking at you. You're beautiful." Lu Huaiji pinched his ear, but remained silent. He leaned on the windowsill, nimbly jumping onto it. You go first or I will. What difference does it make in matters of devotion? Shen Jinyue wrapped his arm around Lu Huaiji's shoulder without a moment's hesitation, lunging forward, plunging into the abyss together. In the dizzying sensation of weightlessness, they plummeted rapidly. Lu Huaiji's pupils constricted sharply. The wall of the teaching building provided points of leverage, though not effortlessly. Lu Huaiji could manage it. But this was the 6th floor. Did Shen Jinyue truly wish to end his life? In that instant, Lu Huaiji trembled, his body growing cold, his ears nearly betraying him. The games Shen Jinyue played were foreign to Lu Huaiji, and no matter how reckless they seemed, they were Shen Jinyue's affairs. The act of jumping down was quite shocking. Lu Huaiji was not accustomed to entrusting his life to others. He reached out, seeking a foothold. Just as he was about to grasp a window, a sudden flash of light caught his eye, and he instinctively shut them, grabbing onto something soft and fuzzy. The hand around his shoulder tightened abruptly. My goodness, brother, do you have an issue with my fur? I just turned around a few days ago, and now you're pulling out so much. Let go of my wings, they hurt. At that moment, as Shen Jinyue spoke, their descent slowed dramatically, almost pausing mid-air, gently lowering them down. Lu Huaiji opened his eyes in surprise, quickly releasing his grip and turning to look at Shen Jinyue. Shen Jinyue was firmly holding Lu Huaiji's shoulder, a magnificent pair of blue-violet wings gracefully supporting him. What are you afraid of, brother? Shen Jinyue asked, guiding their descent. You know, my beastly transformation is that of a bird. How could I let you come a harm? Lu Huaiji exhaled slowly, his strength waning as he brushed Shen Jinyue's hand away and crouched to the side. Even a rabbit, aware of its safety, might feel fear in the face of the unexpected. Yet, when Shen Jinyue had leaped with him, Lu Huaiji's first instinct had been self-preservation. Rabbits, being at the bottom of the food chain, are cautious creatures, never relinquishing their lives to anyone, not even their own parents. Everyone assumes that Lu Huaiji's potent pheromones must be augmented by some beastly attribute. Hence no one would ever speculate that his trait might be that of a rabbit. Lu Huaiji, now 21, has been an omega for 3 years since his differentiation, and the characteristics of a rabbit have significantly influenced him. Our little Lu, a rabbit that is both formidable and exceedingly vigilant, is not easily swayed. Let us observe how General Shen nurtures this insecure rabbit, transforming it into a plump little creature. This task proves to be quite challenging, as this child even dares to leap from heights with the rabbit in tow. Shen Jinyue, waving I'll take my wife ahead, avoiding both the stairs and the elevator. Mother S. exasperated sigh. Chapter 23. Remembering my wife's habits. What a clever strategy, brother. Shen Jinyue quieted, gazing at the crouching Lu Huaiji. Are you frightened? Lu Huaiji breathed softly, casting a glance at Shen Jinyue. No. Indeed. Shen Jinyue mused, ruffling his hair in disarray. Jumping from the 6th floor to the 1st without any defenses is only natural to feel fear. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jinyue's mind cleared. He did not confront Lu Huaiji. It's my fault, brother. My pheromones are a bit chaotic tonight, and my mind isn't functioning properly. I promise to inform you next time, brother. Lu Huaiji averted his gaze, unsure if he was defending himself. I am not afraid. Of course, brother. I know you're not afraid. However, that leap did indeed startle this fragile alpha. My heart is racing. Would you like to hear it? Shen Jinyue eagerly nodded, assuring, next time I feel frightened, I will certainly tell you first, brother. Lu Huaiji regarded Shen Jinyue, but ultimately remained silent. He shook his head, seemingly disinterested in further promises, and stood up. Let us go. Having been startled moments ago, Lu Huaiji surprisingly became more alert. Though still somewhat strained, he managed to retract his rabbit tail. When he could control it, Lu Huaiji, ever rational, suggested, let us find a convenience store to purchase suppressants. All right. Shen Jinyue had no objections and followed Lu Huaiji to a nearby convenience store. They had exited the school grounds and encountered few people along the way. Lu Huaiji squatted before the shelves, perusing for an extended period. Shen Jinyue leaned against the wall, arms crossed, with his legs overlapped, his focus entirely on Lu Huaiji, ignoring the alpha suppressants to his side. As they walked, even the most muddled thoughts began to clear. A noticeable pale red mark adorned the nape of the Omega's neck, still unhealed, and Shen Jinyue could even detect the scent of pheromones mingled with blood. He licked his small, canine tooth and discreetly averted his gaze. After much deliberation, Lu Huaiji frowned while squatting. "What's wrong? Are you being picky?" Shen Jinyue also crouched nearby, following Lu Huaiji's gaze. Lu Huaiji was fixated on a nearly dust-covered row of suppressants on the bottom shelf. The one he was eyeing had green packaging, and upon Shen Jinyue's inspection, he noticed a cartoonish green leaf printed on it. He had neither seen nor heard of this particular flavor of suppressant before. Such a niche taste? Shen Jinyue raised an eyebrow, expressing a hint of curiosity. Nevertheless, he grasped the inhibitor in his hand and stood up. "Shall we?" he inquired. Lu Huaiji's gaze slowly drifted to the inhibitor, as if he were hesitating, remaining silent. As Shen Jinyue stepped toward the cash register, Lu Huaiji finally asked, "Do you not require the inhibitor?" "The inhibitor?" Shen Jinyue managed to muster a humorless smile. "It is of no use to me." Lu Huaiji's gaze shifted to Shen Jinyue's face, a flicker of doubt evident in his eyes. Shen Jinyue affirmed, "Indeed, all the inhibitors available for alphas are ineffective for me. I have tried them all. I should ask my father to develop new ones." "Come on, brother, let's hurry. The sooner you inject it, the sooner you'll sleep. Otherwise, something will happen again." Shen Jinyue was the first to reach the cash register to settle the bill. The petite Omega at the counter lingered her gaze on Shen Jinyue's face for a couple of seconds, seemingly transfixed. Shen Jinyue, ever considerate, voiced the unspoken thought. "What a striking face you have. Now, enough staring. Let us finalize the payment." Right, the Omega replied instinctively, then realized who had spoken and stuttered for a moment before taking the inhibitor from Shen Jinyue's hand. Upon noticing the Omega label on the inhibitor, the Omega instinctively leaned slightly to peer behind Shen Jinyue. "What about the other one? Did you grab the wrong one? Let's check the price." Shen Jinyue interjected, "Oh, no, it's fine. Just look at the price." The Omega at the register had initially assumed this alpha was single since this particular inhibitor had not been purchased in a long time. "Let me get a fresh tube for your Omega companion. The one you have is just a display." Upon hearing the Omega refer to Lu Huaiji, Shen Jinyue raised an eyebrow. "Your taste is quite niche, isn't it?" The Omega seemed momentarily taken aback by Shen Jinyue's choice of words before responding. "It is indeed quite niche. What flavor is it? Vegetable?" "I don't know," replied the Omega. Shen Jinyue had never considered that his academically gifted classmate had such a specific preference. "Then you should hurry and retrieve it. It's a bother." The Omega nodded and turned to rummage through the items at the counter. "Wait a moment," Lu Huaiji said as he followed closely behind Shen Jinyue. "Hello. May I assist you, senior?" The Omega, holding several tubes of inhibitors, turned back. "What would you like, senior?" Lu Huaiji cast a glance and recognized a familiar face. Taking a discreet breath, "It's nothing," he replied, just as he was about to exit. Shen Jinyue leaned casually against the counter and glanced at him. "What's wrong? Don't you like this flavor?" The Omega at the front desk suddenly lost his grip, causing the inhibitors to scatter across the floor, along with several boxes of barrier patches tumbling from the countertop. He stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone, before slowly turning his head and stiffly pivoting his body. "You two came together." The Omega felt as if the world around him was fracturing, collapsing without hesitation, burying him under a small mountain of confusion. "Is this inhibitor one you bought for your senior?" Shen Jinyue asked him. "Do I look like an Omega to you?" Omega, unable to articulate his thoughts, nonetheless retained a semblance of professional composure. He turned and, trembling, continued his search for the suppressants. "I find it hard to believe you are indeed Omega." Lu Huaiji stood at the cash register, observing the situation in silence for a moment before stepping over to assist Omega in organizing the scattered suppressants on the floor. Shen Jinyue had also intended to approach, but upon seeing Lu Huaiji's advance, hesitated. At last, Omega unearthed a suppressant with an unfamiliar scent from the depths of the shelf and handed it to Lu Huaiji. It was only during the checkout that he recalled to inquire, "Senior, don't you usually purchase the strawberry flavor? Why the change today?" Lu Huaiji closed his eyes momentarily. Shen Jinyue, intrigued, glanced at him. The flavors you usually use are quite standard. Why switch to a leaf today? Lu Huaiji replied. There were none left on the shelf. Can we exchange it for strawberry? No need, you've worked hard. Lu Huaiji expressed his gratitude to Omega and was just about to settle the payment when Shen Jinyue casually offered the QR code. Ultimately, Omega obediently scanned Shen Jinyue's code, and Lu Huaiji exited with the unfamiliar leaf-flavored suppressant in hand. Shen Jinyue cast a nonchalant glance at the emblem of the flavor on the tube and followed suit. When strawberry was available, one would choose strawberry. In its absence, one would opt for the green leaf. Chapter 24. How do you contact each other? With a smartwatch. Lu Huaiji caught a fragment of Shen Jinyue's words, yet could not quite discern them, dismissing it as he found a corner to inject the suppressant. Shen Jinyue paused at a safe distance, leaning against the wall until Lu Huaiji's pheromone state visibly improved before straightening up. At this hour, the streets were deserted, and the dormitory gates had already closed. Lu Huaiji and Shen Jinyue casually sought out a hotel, securing 2 rooms to accommodate their needs. The front desk attendant, abruptly awakened, promptly stated, "Our waterbed rooms provide the best experience. We do not offer handcuffs or other props around the campus." Shen Jinyue, intrigued, asked, "What is a waterbed room?" The attendant, likely roused from a deep sleep, was surprised to find patrons daring enough to check in while feigning ignorance. Upon lifting her gaze to speak, she noticed Shen Jinyue's expression and paused momentarily, her tone inexplicably softening. "Rest assured, the hotel's registration records for room bookings will not be disclosed to the school. We pride ourselves on our integrity." Lu Huaiji covered his eyes, his fingertips digging into his hair as if preparing himself mentally. After a prolonged moment, he removed his hand and said, "2 rooms, standard single." The attendant, now somewhat more alert, regarded Lu Huaiji with a blank expression for an extended period. Shen Jinyue interjected. The front desk attendant nodded in silence and proceeded to issue the room keys. Once they received the keys, Lu Huaiji promptly pulled Shen Jinyue toward the elevator. It was only upon entering that Shen Jinyue belatedly realized his Adam's apple bobbing. "This is a themed hotel?" Lu Huaiji did not respond, covering his eyes with his hand. His reaction was all too evident. Shen Jinyue glanced around at the vividly red elevator decor in disbelief, exclaiming, "You're actually coming in here with me?" Lu Huaiji leaned against the elevator as handrail, his head slightly bowed, the wisps of hair obscuring his eyes, appearing uncertain of how to reply. "Although I do not particularly mind the matter, it appears that the girl over there seems to be acquainted with you." Shen Jinyue pondered for a moment and remarked, "Our reputation as scholars." Lu Huaiji finally lifted his gaze, seemingly unable to endure Shen Jinyue's words. He regarded him for a while, his expression inscrutable. "It hasn't been emblazoned at the entrance." Shen Jinyue suddenly comprehended. "Ah, I see, brother. I understand. After all, we are both clean-cut male university students. It is quite normal not to know." Lu Huaiji exhaled softly. His pheromone state was stable. The peak of his estrus was nearly over, and with tonight's mark and suppressant, he could now largely control his pheromones. "I noticed that everyone seemed to know you. I thought you had visited before, brother." Shen Jinyue, holding his phone, appeared to be responding to someone, his tone somewhat casual. "Such a wide social circle? I do not know them." Lu Huaiji interjected, "They merely recognize me." This statement seemed flawed, brother. Since we reside in the same empire and fortuitously encountered each other at the Imperial University, surely we are all friends? Moreover, setting aside the facts, only the facts can be discussed, Lu Huaiji softly interjected. Shen Jinyue paused, bursting into laughter, bending at the waist. After being scrutinized by Lu Huaiji for a moment, he relented. All right, I shall refrain from further banter. Brother, please exit the elevator." Lu Huaiji remained silent for 2 seconds. Upon exiting the elevator, he handed one of the room cards to Shen Jinyue. "Tomorrow at 1:30 in the afternoon. Be punctual at the first floor of the comprehensive building." Shen Jinyue found Lu Huaiji's gesture and words rather peculiar. He lazily accepted the room card between his 2 fingers. "Receive, Commander Lu. Then let's wrap up early tonight." Shen Jinyue's words were abruptly interrupted as someone collided with his back, rendering him momentarily speechless. Turning around, Driven by humanitarian instinct, Shen Jinyue extended his hand in a most reserved manner to steady the almost falling Omega, without even brushing against his skin. The individual who had bumped into Shen Jinyue was a delicate-looking male Omega, whose eyes lit up upon seeing Shen Jinyue's face. Wow, you're quite the handsome fellow. Shall we exchange contact information? No. Shen Jinyue quickly released the Omega's arm. No, my friend. You must come to your senses. Lu Huaiji, who had just intended to walk away, halted, redirecting his gaze. What's wrong? Come on, let us exchange contact information. It's not as if I'm attempting to whisk you away at this moment. The Omega attempted to reach for Shen Jinyue, but he swiftly evaded. Shen Jinyue exclaimed, "Friend, wait. Let me explain. I should hang a banner above my head proclaiming my fear of Omegaverse. I am particularly terrified of those whose pheromones run rampant like yours. Please control your pheromones so we can converse properly. Am I not speaking to you properly? I merely wish to exchange contact information. What? Do you not intend to pursue a romantic relationship in the future?" Lu Huaiji gently closed his eyes, turning to leave. Brother, please don't go just yet. Shen Jinyue, still evading the Omega's hand, suddenly sidestepped to hide behind Lu Huaiji. Lu Huaiji, the image of a 9-meter-tall alpha crouching behind him, was something Lu Huaiji had never dared to imagine. Please, my friend, refrain from approaching. Firstly, AO relationships are not intimate, and I do not utilize any social media platforms, nor do I add friends. Thank you. So, how do you usually communicate? Shen Jinyue asserted confidently. With my genius smartwatch. Haven't you heard of it? Lu Huaiji shielded his eyes. The Omega, bewildered, exclaimed, "What the hell, are you underage?" Indeed. Shen Jinyue, noticing that Omega had finally halted, straightened his posture. Can't you tell? I just turned 13, and I am still in middle school. Do not underestimate the developmental capabilities of today's youth. Such a statement would make even the most stoic creature raise its front paws in disbelief. Yet this person spoke with an unwavering conviction, as if he were poised to lead an empire against the Federation and achieve victory within a month. The intoxicated Omega, unable to even control his pheromones, could not discern any fallacy in Shen Jinyue's expression, likely fixated on the shocking revelation of his age, thoroughly flabbergasted. He huffed and stood still. I can't believe it. After all this effort to find someone attractive, and they are underage. Such a thing is off limits. Omega spat, seemingly at a loss for whom to direct his ire, and after a moment, turned back to Shen Jinyue. He remained unconvinced, asking Lu Huaiji once more, "Is that one behind you really just a little chick?" Lu, the commander, the scholarly peer, the beloved of the group, the rival, the childhood friend, the delicate little princess, the deskmate, the brother. I can hardly fathom the myriad of scenarios that these two might explore in their future interactions. Chapter 25 Shen Jinyue. Yes, I genuinely wish to become an undercover agent in the Federation. As Lu Huaiji had just sidestepped Shen Jinyue, he once again hid behind him at Omega's inquiry. Lu Huaiji remained silent. Shen Jinyue tugged at him. Lu Huaiji could no longer suppress the tremor in his shoulders and turned aside to laugh. It took him a moment to realize Omega had posed a question to him, at which point he stifled his laughter and turned back. Yes, Lu Huaiji replied, I can only use my smartwatch. My family is quite strict. Shen Jinyue huffed. Ha ha ha. Omega murmured softly. I certainly did not pay my great-grandmother a visit today. He shot Shen Jinyue a glare. Once you are of age, do not come to this hotel. Shen Jinyue cheerfully waved him off. All right, brother, take care. Lu Huaiji stood still, watching Omega depart, and after a moment, leaned against the wall. Shen Jinyue redirected his gaze back to Lu Huaiji. Brother, he suddenly called out, his tone deviating from the usual frivolity. Lu Huaiji did not respond, turning to look at him. Shen Jinyue hesitated, gazing into Lu Huaiji's dark red, fox-like eyes. Interestingly, Lu Huaiji's appearance was not defined by an eye shape that would typically evoke a fox-like impression. Rather, there was not a hint of fox-like features on his face. Conversely, the contours of his brows, eyes, nose, and lips conveyed a sense of gentleness and tenderness. Perhaps the reference was merely to the fact that he was an alpha. Shen Jinyue was uncertain whether it was due to his own thoughts or something else. But he couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Huaiji's appearance, when one overlooked the expressions on his face, exuded a gentle, even somewhat delicate aura. To put simply, Lu Huaiji possessed a visage that could easily evoke an alpha's instinct to protect. Shen Jinyue was convinced that he was not alone in this sentiment. It seemed that everyone encountered in Lu Huaiji's presence experienced a peculiar contradiction. While they perceived his strength, they simultaneously sensed his need for protection. This feeling was likely tied to Lu Huaiji's beastly traits. Perhaps due to a high pheromone compatibility, Shen Jinyue felt this latter sensation more intensely in Lu Huaiji's presence. Having only arrived a few days prior, Shen Jinyue had consistently observed an icy demeanor on Lu Huaiji's face, yet at this moment, he noticed a lingering smile in the Omega's eyes. "You should smile more," Shen Jinyue remarked softly. "You look quite charming when you do." Lu Huaiji paused for a moment, and Shen Jinyue refrained from further engaging in trivial chatter. Regardless of Lu Huaiji's thoughts, he did not wait for a response, waved his hand, and departed with his room card in hand. The Omega remained rooted in place, watching the Alpha's silhouette fade away. Once Shen Jinyue entered his room, he leisurely returned a phone call that had been abruptly cut off. "The butler informed me that during a certain time this evening, there was an anomaly in your pheromone levels," came his father's voice from the other end. "Oh," Shen Jinyue replied nonchalantly. "I stumbled upon a couple in a rather compromising situation, which affected me somewhat. Is that all?" His father inquired, incredulous. "Are you suggesting I should join them?" "Your son has no such inclinations," Shen Jinyue retorted. "You better not jest with me. If you can't resolve your pheromone issues, I shall confine you to the Imperial University for a lifetime." His father's voice was laced with frustration. "My goodness, you truly are a father of great principles. Willing to sacrifice your son," Shen Jinyue replied mockingly. "You might as well send me over to the Federation in a few years. Perhaps I could inadvertently assist you in eliminating a few thorns in your side. Wouldn't that be a way to serve the Empire?" Before entering Imperial University, Shen Jinyue had no idea that his third year would entail 3 full days of classes combined with various physical training sessions. It had been several days, and here he was, a top-tier alpha, still sporting dark circles under his eyes, an utterly astonishing situation. His father let out a derisive laugh from the other end. "Not a chance." Shen Jinyue attempted to negotiate further. "Dad, please behave well at Imperial University. Do you have any idea how much effort it took to secure your placement in Class A1? His father replied tersely, "If you don't behave, I'll place you in Class C1 and make you start from your freshman year." "Dad, what are you saying? Don't you remember how the leaders at Imperial University nearly drove you mad when the college entrance exam scores were released? Even if you hadn't donated those buildings, they would have ensured my admission." Shen Jinyue confidently dismantled his father's argument. All right, Dad, don't worry. I've managed to get through these sensitive periods before. Trust in my self-discipline, though tonight might be an exception," Shen Jinyue contemplated. "This is merely an exception. Had it not been for Lu Huaiji's mating season coinciding with his susceptibility period, would Shen Jinyue have been able to restrain himself? Fearing that his father might utter something that would leave him at a loss, Shen Jinyue hastily ended the call. This behavior of the young master disregarded his father's well-being entirely as he turned off the lights and retired to bed. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away, his father sat in a brightly lit office, staring at the disconnected call, nearly choking on his breath as he slammed his phone onto the desk. The assistant, who had just entered to report matters, was startled and inquired, "What's wrong, Mr. Shen? Did the young master anger you again?" "That boy is still yearning to go undercover in the Federation." Rubbing his temples in frustration, Shen's father responded, "It's exhausting." The assistant, apprehensive, suggested, "Mr. Shen, perhaps it would be wise not to pressure the young master so harshly. After all, he has only just come of age, and the pheromone situations have been manageable." Without lifting his gaze from the document he was perusing, Shen's father retorted, "Even the inhibitors are gradually losing their effectiveness. Not to mention he cannot utilize them at all. Hasn't the company been researching this aspect already?" The assistant respectfully handed over the reports and proposals to Shen's father. Sighing deeply, Shen's father accepted the plans, reluctant to delve further into the matter. The situation was far more dire than anyone had anticipated. For the past few days, Lu Huaiji had been lethargic and nearly asleep every day. Though he felt slightly better today, it was already past 10 when he finally rose. After freshening up, he left his room to find old Li and arrange related matters, encountering Xie Hui along the way. "Hey, Huaiji, you didn't return to the dorm last night, and you didn't answer my calls," Xie Hui exclaimed, quickly approaching and circling around him, only to speak after confirming that Lu Huaiji was unscathed. "I was caught up last night," Lu Huaiji replied succinctly. Xie Hui nodded, not pressing further. "I just saw Professor Yin looking for old Li. It seems he is coming back to teach us." Lu Huaiji raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering something, and asked, "What about Sui Su? 11e Européide? With Professor Yin teaching us, does Sui need to be mentioned? He will guide us until the end of time." Chapter 26. The only 2 instances of full marks since the establishment of the school. Upon arriving at the teaching building, Lu Huaiji indeed found someone standing at old Li's desk. Against the sunlight, the person was tall and slender, slightly bowing their head, with shoulder-length, light green hair cascading down. A black obsidian bracelet adorned their wrist, and their distinctly structured fingers were gripping 2 lists. Soon, they neatly stacked the lists and, with a subtle motion of their throat, succinctly announced, "From now on, I will specifically arrange the environment and background for Class A1's virtual tasks." The 3rd year had reached a stage of targeted training. For the first 2 years, the focus was on the comprehensive development of students and teams, while the final 2 years should be dedicated to refining their expertise. Old Li nodded in agreement. "What about the arrangements for transmission and safety management?" Yin Ziyu replied, "That will also be my responsibility. Last week, Sui Su mentioned that he would follow up. Has there been a change in the school's arrangements?" Pausing slightly, Yin Ziyu maintained his indifferent tone. "He will serve as support. The primary control will be mine." Old Li slapped his forehead. Sui Su is just too capable. I nearly forgot he hasn't been regularized yet." Yin Ziyu remained non-committal, casting a brief glance around. As Lu Huaiji waited for their conversation to wind down, he knocked gently on the door and entered. He first nodded at old Li before calling out to the person beside him, "Teacher Yin." Yin Ziyu responded with a slight nod. "Huaiji, did you bring what I asked you to yesterday?" Old Li inquired. Lu Huaiji nodded and handed over the materials in his hand to Yin Ziyu. "Here is the grouping information for Class A1, along with personality traits and notable strengths." Yin Ziyu took the document, glanced through it briefly, and flipped to the last page. There, he found Lu Huaiji's handwritten notes on Shen Jinyue's personality characteristics and grouping, which were succinctly noted. Yin Ziyu's light green eyes lingered on that passage for a moment before he looked up at Lu Huaiji. "You're in the same group as him?" Lu Huaiji nodded, but added with some uncertainty, "For now." Yin Ziyu's gaze swept over Shen Jinyue's line, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked with an inscrutable expression, "Do you know him well?" Lu Huaiji pondered briefly before replying, "Just a bit. The more formidable the alpha, the greater the unpredictable danger." Yin Ziyu remarked in a cool tone, whether a warning or something else was unclear. "Please keep me updated. You can switch groups if necessary." Lu Huaiji paused slightly before responding, "Understood." In the main building, on the 1st floor, the Imperial University conducts a physical fitness test weekly, evaluating 6 different aspects, which Class A1 particularly emphasizes. Those who fail are subjected to double training. Shen Jinyue lounged in a chair against the wall, nonchalantly crossing his legs with his eyes shut, exuding an air of indifference. The ever-punctual Shen, known for his tendency to leave class early, had arrived a rare 2 minutes early today, spending 3 minutes clarifying the rules and examining the equipment, yet he found no sign of Lu Huaiji. Shen Jinyue sensed something amiss. Lu Huaiji had instructed him to be on time, yet he was absent. This session was specifically for Class A1, renowned for its strength, and many had come early, intrigued by the rumored new transfer students. In this era that reveres excellence, mere academic prowess does not guarantee admiration. Those who underperform have already been filtered out during the entrance examinations, leaving behind the elite, among whom Class A1 students are particularly exceptional. As classmates began to gather, Shen Jinyue still had not spotted Lu Huaiji. Unperturbed, he sat still while checking a message from his father. "You just transferred. It's essential to acclimate well with your peers." I called Professor Yin to ensure he pays extra attention to your group assignment. Shen Jinyue replied with an acknowledgement and continued to close his eyes. Class A1 students gather around. Let us see if there are any unfortunate souls facing double training this time. A familiar voice resonated from the entrance, prompting Shen Jinyue to open his eyes. He saw an alpha entering with 2 sheets of paper. This alpha seemed to be acquainted with the Class A1 students, casually directing them to line up according to their student numbers. Come on, let us test you on all 6 items, right, Brother Sui? Are you leading our class this year? Oh my, this year is going to be fantastic. Brother Sui, you're the best. Love you lots. With a swift motion, Sui Su pushed aside Song Chi, who was leaning too close to his face, and declared, "No love, absolutely no love. You all know, I have always been unyielding." He continued, "If you don't perform well, I expect you to practice even harder. By the way, which of you is the new student?" Ignoring the slap, Song Chi darted to Shen Jinyue's side and winked at Sui Su. It was then that Shen Jinyue recalled why this voice sounded so familiar. It belonged to the person he had spoken with over the phone regarding Lu Huaiji. Sui Su surveyed Shen Jinyue from head to toe, stroked his chin, and inquired, "Are you the Empire's strongest alpha who has just turned 18? Not bad, not bad," Shen Jinyue humbly replied. "Aside from just turning 18, I dare not claim any other accolades. Please be gentle." When not provoked, Sui Su nodded in agreement. Good. I forgot to inform you that this year, there's a new regulation. If any alpha in our class fails to meet the combat standards, their training will triple. Sui Su casually adjusted his wristband and continued, "As we have a new student this year, allow me to introduce myself. I am your senior, having graduated 2 years ahead of you. And my name is Sui Su. Sui as in casual and Su as in sequence. From now on, whether it's tests or virtual world tasks, I will be involved." Shen Jinyue, still haunted by the shadows of the Empire's prestigious academy, mused, "Is he really a graduate who returned to our school? This fellow must have a masochistic streak." Song Chi leaned closer and whispered, "Perhaps he is a fan. Which star does the Empire's academy possess?" Shen Jinyue asked incredulously, "Do you know Professor Yin?" Song Chi deeply. He is the one renowned throughout the Empire for his aloof demeanor. Back when Sui Su was still a student, we all knew he admired Professor Yin. Oh, I see. It's said to be admiration. Otherwise, Sui Su would have long joined the secret training squad. He is one of the most formidable hexagonal warriors in our school, second only to Lu Gu, both during and after his time at school. His standing is on par with Lu Gu, and nearly everyone in the school recognizes him. Shen Jinyue was nearly bewildered by Song Chi's constant references to Gu, struggling to discern which Gu was which, but eventually managed to clarify. How formidable exactly? Shen Jinyue had never truly grasped the extent of Lu Huaiji's reputed superiority, as he believed such claims to be somewhat exaggerated. After all, within the Empire's academy, even if disparities existed, they could only be marginal. Song Chi spread his arms wide, subtly indicating a vast range. The lucky score is 100. Lu Gu and Sui Su are the only 2 to achieve this since the academy's founding. Shen Jinyue had yet to experience what such scores signified and remained indifferent. Just don't think we're exaggerating, all right? When we first entered, no one respected Lu Gu and Omega. Yet in the end, everyone fell in line. Our school's tests are incredibly rigorous. Seeing Shen Jinyue's confusion, Song Chi sighed. "You'll understand soon enough." "All right, enough chatter. I'm listening," Sui Su interjected suddenly. Interrupting the 2, he was flipping through his list, contemplating where to begin while eavesdropping on their conversation with keen interest. Come, Song Chi, you unfortunate little soul. Step up and demonstrate for the new students." Song Chi, Wimpa. Chapter 27. An alpha ought to appear delicate and weak, a mere shadow of a waist in front of others. Song Chi, as everyone knows, possesses an astonishingly low fortune. From winning 5 bottles of beverages to suffering a moment before being bitten by a wolf, his luck is abysmal. Why don't you measure your luck for the new students? With a dejected expression, Song Chi reluctantly approached. He bent down and entered an opaque machine, and after approximately 3 minutes, a vivid red number appeared slowly on the electronic screen above. 45. With a maximum score of 100, Song Chi's luck barely reached half. Qiao and you stood beside Shen Jinyue, sighing. Shen Jinyue remarked, "What does that make my luck? We're during an event. I bought 5 boxes of milk, and couldn't he redeem a single QR code?" Qi Ting leaned against the side and remarked softly, "Surviving all these years. Reaching 18 and entering the Imperial Academy Class A1, you are truly one of a kind." Shen Jinyue stroked his chin, contemplating. Song Qi then measured his mental strength, command, and combat abilities, with all metrics, except for luck, exceeding 80. Su Su stroked his chin, confidently stating, "Song Qi, you simply lack practice." According to the scoring system, Shen Jinyue perceived this score as rather unimpressive. However, having witnessed Song Qi's capabilities over the past few days, he had developed a clearer understanding of the instrument's stringent standards. He leaned closer to Qiao and Yu. "What is the typical score for non-A1 class students in these 3 categories?" 75 points, Qiao and Yu pondered. Which would rank first in their class? Shen Jinyue quietly exclaimed, "Oh my." He refrained from speaking further as Su Su approached him with a list. "Are you Shen Jinyue?" "Ah, right, senior. Is he the grandson of General Shen?" Su Su considered this while guiding Song Qi into the speed detection chamber, all the while muttering to himself to remain low-key. Shen Jinyue humbly replied, "My grandfather generally prefers I don't mention our relation in public." Su Su looked down at his phone, which displayed the recently confirmed rankings of the Information Pheromone Empire. Dominance Index, 99. Su Su remarked, "It's common knowledge across the nation. You can't afford to be low-key. Perform well, and let me witness your prowess." "No, I truly possess no remarkable strength." This ranking severely hindered young Master Shen's attempts to feign weakness. In the past, he merely had to claim he was a frail alpha incapable of releasing any pheromones, and the rest would follow suit. Young Master Shen's life philosophy dictated that an alpha should not be too strong. Excessive strength would lead to disdain and an inability to find a partner. An alpha ought to appear gentle and fragile, a trifling waste in the eyes of others, avoiding the spotlight lest they become undesirable and ultimately a genuine waste. Thus, for over a decade, young Master Shen resolutely adhered to the belief that he was a waste, forbidding anyone from seeking him out for any tasks, living his life with clarity. Yet, it was proven that while young Master Shen could masquerade as weak, he could not genuinely be weak. During the first pheromone census after reaching adulthood, Shen Jinyue could not escape the truth, losing the title of waste and triumphantly emerging as number 1, albeit with tears. "By the way, senior, when is Commander Lu coming?" Shen Jinyue inquired. "Rest assured, when it's your turn to perform, Commander Lu will undoubtedly be there to cheer you on," Sui Su replied, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, his tone laden with significance. Before Shen Jinyue could respond, Sui Su had already returned and pulled Song Qi out from the speed testing chamber. "Were you just playing around in there again?" At the moment Sui Su yanked Song Qi out, the electronic screen overhead flickered, displaying a striking green number, 97. A gasp emerged from the onlookers outside the arena. Who was that? A speed of 97? This guy must be some kind of supersonic phenomenon. Any team lucky enough to have him would be unbeatable. Song Qi, the very embodiment of supersonic speed, shielded his head from Sui Su's playful jabs. "Ah, Sui-ge, don't hit me. Commander Lu hasn't arrived yet. The test hasn't officially commenced. So what is wrong with a little fun?" Sui Su pulled him into the team. "I still have tasks to complete. Hurry up and finish so I can leave. No more distractions." The final test involved pheromone release, the simplest of the lot. All one needed to do was place their hand on the platform and release their pheromones, as Sui Su demonstrated for the students of Class A1. Having just released his pheromones, an abrupt silence enveloped the surrounding crowd, as if a pause button had been pressed, abruptly halting all noise. "Teacher Yen." "Hello, Teacher Yen." Shen Jinyue stifled a yawn he had almost let escape. His interest peaked as he turned to glance towards the entrance of the venue. Lu Huaiji entered alongside another man, and they soon parted ways, with Lu Huaiji joining the ranks of Class A1. The man referred to as Teacher Yen merely lifted his gaze slightly to regard the electronic screen at the center of the venue. With a score of Sui Su's pheromone test was still fluctuating. The screen flickered, and the number settled at 99. Yan Ziyu's expression remained impassive as his gaze fleetingly brushed over Sui Su's face. He stepped forward to the front of class A1 and nodded at Lu Huaiji. Let us begin directly. Sui Su immediately retracted his hand, swiftly clearing the numbers from the electronic screen, then moved to take the list from Yan Ziyu's hands. Brother, what brings you here today? I need to formulate a plan, Yan Ziyu replied, his pale green eyes scanning the recently displayed 99 on the screen. His voice cool and detached. Insufficient practice. Sui Su chimed in. Exactly. Song Chi added, right? Shen Jinyue chuckled softly. As the acclaimed alpha in school, Sui Su had never heard such words from anyone other than Yan Ziyu, leaving the top alpha momentarily speechless. He shot a glare at Song Chi. Smile again when you achieve full marks. Song Chi mimicked, zipping his lips. Only then did Sui Su appear satisfied. Lu, please take charge and organize things. We will keep the records. Lu Huaiji nodded slightly, stepping forward. We will proceed in order of student numbers for testing. This test is crucial for team reallocation. Please give it your all. As he uttered the final 3 words, his gaze shifted towards the leisurely standing alphas at the back. Shen Jinyue, whether engaged in conversation with Sui Su or witnessing Song Chi's torment, displayed an air of indifference. However, under Lu Huaiji's gaze, he instinctively straightened his posture. Aware of what Lu Huaiji was alluding to, Shen Jinyue took a moment to ponder, then gestured an okay sign. Lu Huaiji withdrew his gaze, stating, "The first student number belongs to Song Chi." Just as Song Chi, who had approached Shen Jinyue, steadied himself, he was called out, his eyes widening in disbelief as he nearly stood at attention, exclaiming, "Lu Ge, I was just pulled by Sui Ge to demonstrate." Shen Jinyue chimed in, "Indeed, Lu Ge." Song Chi continued, "Shen Ge, he's copying my address for classmates. I suggest letting Shen Ge demonstrate first." Shen Jinyue turned to Song Chi, asking, "Is this your hospitality?" To which Song Chi replied, "How can you say that, Shen Ge? We are now like a loving family." Lu Huaiji contemplated for a moment and remarked, "That makes sense." Shen Jinyue responded with a puzzled expression. Lu Huaiji shifted his gaze from the list in his hands to Shen Jinyue, saying, "Come on, Shen Ge." Chapter 28. Please arrange for Shen Ge as you wish. Shen Jinyue stood beside Lu Huaiji, his usually upturned lips now flattened. 18 years of fame, ruined in an instant. Shen Jinyue murmured, "No way, how could that be, Shen Ge?" Song Chi, having just teased Shen Jinyue, grinned widely. "We all know you, Shen Ge. The number 1 alpha of the empire." Shen Jinyue stumbled forward, eyes wide with terror as he looked at Song Chi. What do you mean, the number 1 alpha?" Lu Huaiji fell into a contemplative silence. Shen Jinyue typically spoke in rapid succession, rarely displaying such astonishment. The classmates who had been anxiously awaiting the A1 class testing now seemed less urgent. With a serious expression, Song Chi explained, "The first place on the alpha leaderboard, abbreviated as the number 1 among all alphas, isn't that right?" Shen Jinyue, reflecting on this, appeared momentarily dazed before smacking Song Chi on the shoulder, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who on earth wants to be the number 1 alpha? Ouch!" Song Chi jumped in surprise from the smack, protesting with indignation. "Aren't you an alpha? If one must hold a title, let it be the number 1 omega. Who wants to be an alpha? I'm not into same-sex relationships." Song Chi then saluted. "Shen Ge speaks wisely. Shen Ge has foresight. With so many alphas in our class, I'm nearly forgetting what an omega is." Shen Jinyue inquired, "Then what is our Lu Ge?" Lu Huaiji, looking down at the list, raised his head at the mention and cast a glance at Shen Jinyue. "Our Lu Ge," Song Chi interjected, "is the most formidable, the most handsome, the strongest in my heart." Lu Huaiji shot a glance at Song Chi, who immediately stood at attention and made a gesture to silence himself, declaring, "As you wish, Lu Ge. Please arrange for Shen Ge as you see fit." Shen Jinyue questioned, "What is that supposed to mean? Am I some sort of masochist?" "Let us proceed with the first test," Lu Huaiji interjected, cutting off the banter between Shen Jinyue and Song Chi, which could easily last an afternoon. Song Chi quickly retreated to the back of the line. Crossing his arms and gazing up at the sky, Lu Huaiji gestured for Shen Jinyue to choose. Shen Jinyue glanced at the 6 instruments, his gaze settling on the one designated for command behind Lu Huaiji. "May I inquire what the high score achieved is?" The commander, considering that passing is simple while attaining a high score is particularly challenging, replied, "The highest score is 99, belonging to Lu." Song-Chi rested his chin on Xiao and Yu's shoulders, leaning in to witness the unfolding scene. Shen Jinyue, astonished, turned his attention towards Lu Huaiji. "You never fail to amaze me, Commander Lu." In truth, few referred to Lu Huaiji in such a manner, especially those who were close to him. The only one who frequently oscillated between various forms of address while being right in front of him was Shen Jinyue. The title Commander Lu, when uttered by Shen Jinyue, bore an unmistakable air of nonchalance, the final syllable slightly ascending. Just as Lu Huaiji was about to speak, Shen Jinyue tugged him along to the testing chamber marked for command. Lu Huaiji looked at Shen Jinyue, a hint of confusion evident on his face. Perhaps still under the effects of his estrus period, Lu Huaiji's thoughts were somewhat sluggish, and, as Shen Jinyue grasped his wrist, he slowly raised his eyes to meet Shen Jinyue's. What is the new student doing? Teasing the class commander. Following Su was just summoned by Yen Ziyu to supervise. He stood off to the side, exclaiming, "Oh, what is this?" Shen Jinyue instinctively loosened his grip. "Senior, how can you say such a thing? I assure you, my relationship with Lu is purely that of classmates. I have never encountered such an outstanding and attractive peer before. As a model student of the new era, how could I possibly tease Lu? You are almost nose to nose just now, and yet you stand here defending yourself." Su replied without hesitation. "Shen Jinyue, this is truly unfair." Before he could further justify himself, Lu Huaiji suddenly waved his hand. "Wait a moment." Su stood with an unrefined posture, casually dragging a chair to lean against. Noticing this, he raised an eyebrow. "What is the matter? Are you not confident he can handle it alone?" Lu Huaiji did not respond, turning his body slightly. "What's going on? Why don't you believe I'm simply here to supervise you?" Su asked, a trace of curiosity in his tone. Lu Huaiji raised his eyes, gesturing to indicate the distance between Su and Yen Ziyu. "You are more than 10 meters away from Teacher Yen." Su fell silent for a moment. "Speak." Lu Huaiji's words were succinct, disregarding the presence of others. "What is it?" "Oh." Su straightened up, not rushing to speak, but first glanced at Shen Jinyue. Shen Jinyue's thoughts were clearly still fixated on the previous topic. "Have you and Professor Yen established a binding location?" "Su, I'm going to use back-end permissions to change your mental strength score to 0. Shen Jinyue. Lu Huaiji, ruffling his hair in frustration, caught between two alphas. "Once you've finished, return to Professor Yan's side. I'll help him familiarize himself with the operation of the instruments." Shen Jinyue appeared genuinely touched. "Thank you, brother." "All right," Su replied. "I'll get straight to the point. Sure Xiaoyu has arrived and asked me to convey a message to you." Lu Huaiji, puzzled as to why Su would be cryptic about such matters, nodded. "Understood." Su glanced between Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji, said nothing further, and returned to Yen Ziyu's side. Shen Jinyue's gaze followed Sui Su's footsteps into the distance, only to return after 2 or 3 seconds, casually sweeping over the instrument. "Let us begin, brother." As soon as Lu Huai mentioned familiarizing him with the instrument's controls, Shen Jinyue had already moved beside him with such swiftness that Sui Su could barely catch a glimpse. 2 focal points had emerged, Yen Ziyu with Sui Su, and Lu Huai with Shen Jinyue. Sui Su's revelation of a score of 99 on the pheromone detector had ceased to astonish them, as the tales of his prowess had long circulated through the imperial academies, much like those surrounding Lu Huai. Consequently, the majority of the onlookers were drawn to Shen Jinyue, eager to discern the capabilities of this new student. Song-Chi, having been dragged into retaking the pheromone assessment, approached, startled to see the two yet to test. "Shungu, Lugu, are you flirting? This is an examination. You ought to be more serious." As Lu Huai pulled open the testing chamber door, he noticed Shen Jinyue nearly ready to seize the stage again, prompting him to urgently say, "Song-Chi, why don't you help him get acquainted with the machine controls?" "I refuse." "Song-Chi Vito. I refuse too," Shen Jinyue echoed. In the end, Lu Huai could not prevail against the 2 alphas, and Song-Chi turned and dashed away. Utilizing every ounce of his 97 score speed, he zipped from east to west with ease. Shen Jinyue entered the testing chamber first, reaching out to tug Lu Huai in, and the door slammed shut with a thud. Accommodating a 1'9" alpha was manageable, but with Lu Huai, it became somewhat cramped. Instinctively, Lu Huai bent his legs, pressing his knee against Shen Jinyue's to maintain balance and prevent himself from toppling over. The confined space soon filled with the bittersweet pheromones of alphas. Lu Huai felt a wave of dizziness and attempted to open the door, only to have his wrist seized by Shen Jinyue. His slender wrist, with prominent bone structure, was easily captured by Shen Jinyue's single hand. "Brother," Shen Jinyue called shyly, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. Lu Huai responded with a puzzled what. "If you open the door, they will see us," Shen Jinyue said, winking at Lu Huai. "You and T want them to discover our secret rendezvous, would you?" Lu Huai retorted. "Who is having a secret rendezvous with you? Being in this confined space without anyone else seeing us, isn't that considered a secret rendezvous?" Shen Jinyue innocently countered. All right, brother, let us not call it that. We want to call it a secret rendezvous. Just don't hit anyone." Before Shen Jinyue could finish his sentence, Lu Huai's swift movements nearly left him with no escape, prompting him to quickly concede. Meanwhile, Song Qi, who had been waiting to see how Lu Huai would instruct Shen Jinyue on operating the instrument, stood frozen as the door closed, nearly colliding with it. He had just sprinted from 100 meters away and came to a halt, staring blankly with raised eyebrows. The testing chambers were exclusively crafted by the Imperial Academy, and one would find no equivalent outside its confines. Song Qi's fox ears were perked up, straining to catch any sounds from within. With a look of dismay, he dragged a chair over, embraced its backrest, and fixed his gaze upon the hatch. After several minutes, under the scrutiny of Song Qi and his fellow students, the testing chamber marked for the commander was finally opened. As the door swung wide, the crowd beheld the top scholar from the honor roll stepping out in a somewhat hurried manner, stumbling forward a step. His collar was askew, his silver hair unkempt and clinging to his collarbone, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. In contrast, the alpha who followed appeared far more composed, possibly due to Shen Jinyue's perpetually nonchalant demeanor. Clearing his throat, Shen Jinyue adjusted his hoodie and stepped forward to accompany Lu Huaiji. As Song Qi observed their emergence, he remained rooted to the spot, his fox ears twitching in the breeze. Just as he was about to speak, he sensed something was amiss with the two. "Wait, does the test require disrobing?" Confounded, Song Qi stood up, ready to confront them. "Lu, what are you doing in there?" As he spoke, the numbers on the electronic screen began to change. Just as he uttered a few words, the screen flickered, revealing a score, 97. "Whose score is that? Lu's? Lu, how have you regressed?" Song Qi instinctively scratched his head, tugging at his ears. Shen Jinyue, looking refreshed, remarked, "The score corresponds to the pheromones entered." "So it must be mine," Song Qi exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Huaiji beckoned, allowing the score to be recorded under Shen Jinyue's name. Song Qi protested, "I have objections." Shen Jinyue appeared, quite pleased. "Do share." Zue Su approached, resting his elbow on Song Qi's shoulder, glancing at the score before entering it into the table. He casually stated, "You have no objections." Song Qi's ears drooped in response. Zue Su unceremoniously pinched Song Qi's fox ears, prompting him to spring back and hide behind Lu Huaiji, peering out with wide eyes. "What are you doing, Zue? Even alphas should maintain their distance." Zue Su chuckled lightly, finally turning his attention to Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji. "Were you two secretly testing or indulging in some affair?" Shen Jinyue declared with righteous indignation. Of course, it was a secret. Lu Huaiji bent his elbow in response. "What other activities could there be during a clandestine test? Why must you test in secret?" Song Qi voiced his dissatisfaction. "Because I caught a glimpse of the attributes of Commander Lu," Shen Jinyue responded mysteriously. Song Qi gasped, and even Zue Su was taken aback. "Stop fishing for information," Lu Huaiji interjected, leaving Zue Su perplexed. Shen Jinyue sighed with regret, and together with Lu Huaiji, they made their way to the mental prowess testing area. Besides the pheromone test, all other locations were enclosed chambers, leaving only this area unoccupied. Lu Huaiji opened the door, gesturing for them to enter. Shen Jinyue contemplated employing the same old trick to bring Lu Huaiji inside, But this time, Lu Huaiji was prepared and thwarted Shen Jinyue's scheme. He coldly fixed his gaze on Shen Jinyue as he entered, slamming the door shut behind him. Earlier, in the command cabin, Shen Jinyue had insisted that Lu Huaiji not leave, grabbing his hand each time he attempted to open the door. When Lu Huaiji concluded the instructions for operating the equipment, he felt as if the very air had thinned around him. Shen Jinyue muttered a few words, not wasting time, and proceeded to conduct the test. Ultimately, his mental strength was measured at 93, lower than before, but still sufficient to place him among the top 3 of his class. As Lu Huaiji awaited Shen Jinyue's emergence, Song Qi was already engaging with a couple of individuals by the luck value section, where no one else remained. The luck value was notoriously difficult to alter without passing. One could not double training efforts, making it the least pressurized aspect, prompting many students to test it first. Naturally, the results were disheartening. However, it was an unavoidable situation, as Lu Huaiji noted when he approached and saw Qi Tingshuang exiting with an expression of indescribable disbelief. The electronic screen displayed the number 31. My luck value actually dropped? Qi Tingshuang exclaimed incredulously. Shen Jinyue gasped, Sister Qi, you've chosen every one more bottle for me throughout my life. Shen Jinyue had once encountered Qi Tingshuang at a convenience store, holding a ball and asking her to select a drink for him. Upon opening it, he found a flavor he had never encountered before. Since then, he had grown fond of bringing Qi Tingshuang along whenever he visited the convenience store. Qi Tingshuang inhaled deeply, inquiring about Shen Jinyue's previous 2 scores, only to experience another bout of disbelief. Didn't T. Huaiji tell you not to hide your true abilities? Speak honestly, did you conceal your strength? This time, I genuinely did not, Shen Jinyue replied, addressing those older than him with familiarity, as if they had known each other for 3 years despite only a few days' acquaintance. He looked at the words luck value and had a premonition that his concealed score would surpass his earnest one. Chapter 30. Do not tease AI with disaster detection devices. All other instruments were manned, with familiar faces such as Song Qi, Xiao Hiyu, and Qi Tingshuang gathered around the luck value section, uniformly watching Shen Jinyue enter. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. 3 minutes later, the cabin door swung open abruptly, and Alpha emerged, his expression one of shock, silence stretching into eternity. Did this device just eject me? He muttered. As the electronic screen began to flicker, Shen Jinyue softly remarked, I need to report this. Qi Tingshuang, Xiao Hiyu, Song Qi. Lu Huaiji remained silent, patiently waiting for the electronic screen's numbers to stabilize. Just before entering, Qi Tingshuang had urged Shen Jinyue to unleash his true potential, and Shen Jinyue had smiled confidently in agreement before stepping inside. Upon exiting, he appeared as if he had been possessed. Qi Tingshuang, still puzzled, and Lu Huaiji observed the electronic screen, which continued to refresh for about half a minute without displaying a stable number. Typically, the results would appear within a second. Song Qi, perplexed, asked, is it broken? Surely not. A sudden series of sounds emanated from behind me. This instrument had yielded my first perfect score of 100 after a full minute of operation. What is happening? Could it be that our esteemed Shen has achieved a score of 101? The electronic screen, somewhat flummoxed, refreshed the digits, appearing rather bewildered. Shen Jinyue, arms crossed, leaned against the wall, his figure unusually desolate. Lu Huaiji calmly remarked, that seems improbable. A protracted 10 seconds passed, during which the first digit on the electronic display vanished, leaving only a solitary digit whirling in place. Is our Shen's luck confined to a single digit? Song Qi mused in disbelief. Shen Jinyue sighed deeply. We should desist. The police are all around. At last, the speed of the digits on the electronic screen began to slow, prompting Song Qi to hold his breath in anticipation. I shall summon the police to dismantle this machine, Shen Jinyue murmured in protest. As Shen Jinyue's voice faded, the electronic display finally revealed its conclusive result. The screen abruptly dimmed, followed by a series of flickers. Then, in a leisurely manner, a blood-red number emerged, round and prominent. 0, 0, 0, 0. The number, now bold, magnified, highlighted in crimson, possessed a distinct character that no other digit could rival, rendered in an elegant font. Shen Jinyue, as if foreseeing this outcome, closed his eyes. The world seemed to fall into a hushed silence. Uffed. Qi Tingshuang was the first to break the silence with a suppressed chuckle. Fearing he might offend Shen Jinyue's pride, he quickly stifled his laughter, clearing his throat and adopting a serious demeanor as he regarded Shen Jinyue. Lu Huaiji silently stared at the audacious zero on the electronic screen, his mouth agape in astonishment, unable to close it for an extended moment. He glanced at Shen Jinyue, then back at the zero, the expression on his face fracturing incrementally. Unable to bear the sight, he turned away, one hand shielding his eyes while the other discreetly adjusted his clothing. All present awaited Lu Huaiji's reaction after a prolonged silence. He could no longer contain himself and let out a soft laugh. When Lu Huaiji remained silent, his countenance was cold and serious, but his smile illuminated his features, accentuating their gentle contours. "You," Lu Huaiji pondered his words, "never cease to astonish me." Shen Jinyue appeared momentarily dazed, taking a few seconds to process Lu Huaiji's statement. "Wait. I was genuinely focused on solving the problem." He opened his mouth to defend himself, though his lamentably poor luck was beyond redemption. However, the humiliation inflicted by this wretched machine would likely be etched in Shen Jinyue's memory for a lifetime. At that moment, as he was diligently answering questions, the instrument abruptly darkened. Before he could even grasp his sudden blindness, a brazen message appeared on the screen. "Please vacate the premises. You are the epitome of misfortune." The hatch then opened, casting the illustrious embodiment of bad luck out into the world. For the first time in his life, Shen Jinyue found himself so thoroughly bested by an electronic device that he immediately vowed to dismantle this instrument. This accursed AI dared to mock him. In a display of respect, Lu Huaiji chose silence, turning to allow Sui Su to record Shen Jinyue's score. "I've never encountered someone as unfortunate as you in my entire life," Sui Su remarked with a sense of wonder. Initially, having heard that Class A1 was graced by an alpha claiming to be the pinnacle of imperial pheromones, Sui Su had anticipated meeting this individual to gauge the veracity of such lofty claims. To his astonishment, the reality surpassed expectations. The very first test of a semester yielded an unprecedented score, a level so abysmal that even AI would have expelled the individual in question. It was rather disheartening. Song Chi mused, if a needle were dropped from a helicopter at 10,000 meters, it would land with pinpoint accuracy on your head. He turned to inquire, "Shun, how have you survived to this age?" Shen Jinyue, perplexed, seemed to share the sentiment, hesitantly replying, "By sheer luck." Lu Huaiji, feeling a headache coming on, was about to lead Shen Jinyue to the next destination when the voice of Old Li broke through, who put the disaster detection device into the luck value testing chamber. Having just finished his meal, Old Li walked in and followed the gazes of everyone present to the electronic screen, where the unprecedented score of 0 lingered ominously. His immediate reaction was incredulity. Who dared to toss the disaster detection device, known for its volatility, into the chamber for a tete-a-tete with the AI? The instruments employed at their school adhered to the highest standards, representing the most advanced technology across the empire, and possessed a degree of self-awareness. You mustn't toy with an AI. Even if you harbor doubts, this is not the way to approach it, Shen Jinyue replied, while Lu Huaiji coughed. Songeki, suiksu. And Qi Tingshuang erupted into laughter. Shen Jinyue quietly raised his hand. "Teacher, I didn't play with it." Oldly responded, "Is this your score?" To which Shen Jinyue affirmed, "Yes." Oldly remarked, "To my knowledge, a luck value of 0 suggests that no one has ever successfully reached the age of 18. Shen Jinyue countered, "That has changed now." Oldly scoffed, "I don't believe it." Shen Jinyue insisted, "You should go in and test again." Students in the empire exhibit a blind obedience to their teachers, a virtue likely inherited from their high school days. Shen Jinyue nodded obediently, pulling open the chamber door. Upon seeing the situation inside, he innocently blinked at Old Li. As several gathered to observe, Lu Huaiji noted the screen displayed the words, "Do not enter." Song Qi and Qi Tingshuang laughed until they could hardly stand, while Qiao and Yu struggled to contain their mirth. There remained 3 items to assess. Lu Huaiji, unable to endure the spectacle any longer, suggested, "I'll take him for the test." Old Li, grappling with the absurdity of the situation, reluctantly nodded. In the 31st chapter, the first test brought a wave of nervous anticipation. With only 3 assessments left, speed, combat prowess, and pheromones, Shen Jinyue had registered an outrageous score previously. Now, nearly all eyes were fixed upon them. Even those who had completed their tests inquired about Shen Jinyue's score. Fortunately, the subsequent scores were as expected, remarkably high. Perhaps spurred by the shock of that 0, Shen Jinyue had never been so determined, achieving perfect scores in both pheromones and combat prowess. The remaining speed score was 94, slightly lower than Song Qi's. However, apart from luck, the scores were surprisingly unexpected in the eyes of Lu Huaiji, as well as Lao Li and Yanziu. In recent days, Shen Jinyue's impression on them was utterly disconnected from reliability. This impression resembled that of a young aristocrat, spoiled and cast out to experience the world, possessing an exceptionally potent pheromone, yet largely influenced by genetic factors. That was all. Shen Jinyue's scores in other subjects were entirely beyond Lu Huaiji's expectations, ranking among the top in their class. The reason why he was not in the top 2, but rather in the top 5, was due to an unusually low score of 0 that stood out. Without needing to ponder, Lu Huaiji was aware that this incident had already spread throughout the imperial universities. It was impossible for Shen Jinyue to remain inconspicuous. After Shen Jinyue completed the 6 assessments, it was Lu Huaiji's turn to undergo his own testing. Shen Jinyue followed behind him, exuding an air of certainty. They first arrived at the command cabin, where Lu Huaiji entered and closed the door to commence his test. A few minutes later, he emerged with a relaxed demeanor, the electronic screen displaying a score of 99. Lu Huaiji proceeded to take several more tests, achieving scores all above 95, with only his combat score being slightly lower at 90. This score was no surprise for Lu Huaiji. He was the only one to develop comprehensively, even maintaining a respectable luck score, with anything below 90 being considered unexpected. Whether intentional or not, Lu Huaiji conspicuously avoided the luck value testing chamber, opting to approach it last. Shen Jinyue regarded the instrument with a fierce expression. Lu Huaiji opened the door, paused, and gestured for Shen Jinyue to come over. Instantly, Shen Jinyue retracted his menacing demeanor and approached Lu Huaiji amiably. Lu Huaiji reached out and pulled him in. The situation had shifted. Shen Jinyue became the one being drawn in, suddenly yanked into the testing chamber by Lu Huaiji. Before Shen Jinyue could comprehend the situation, Lu Huaiji placed his finger lightly on his lips, urging Shen Jinyue to sit down. Only after this series of actions did the electronic screen illuminate. Shen Jinyue turned to observe the screen, contemplating that if this accursed AI dared to issue any nauseating demands or ordered him out, he would dismantle it immediately. Fortunately, the anticipated scenario did not unfold. The screen displayed several lines of text. Welcome to the luck value test. The first question will commence shortly. The examinee must bring a hostile alpha towards this instrument in a face-to-face manner before the official test begins. Once the alpha enters, they must maintain a distance of 0.5 meters from the examinee. Before the alpha speaks, the examinee must restrain them, ensuring the alpha sits 2 meters to the right of the examinee. The task will be complete when the alpha looks at the screen 11 seconds after sitting down. Congratulations to the examinee for perfectly answering this question, achieving a full score of 20 points. Lu Huaiji remained calm. Shen Jinyue was left speechless. Is this your question? After a long pause, he managed to ask, did you see the question beforehand? How could that be? Lu Huaiji countered. What do you think this is testing? Shen Jinyue was momentarily at a loss. Such an outrageous coincidence. Such absurd luck. Test question 2. In the face of alpha's doubts, the examinee needs to articulate 2 sentences totaling 13 characters, with the first sentence comprising 4 characters and the latter a rhetorical question. Congratulations to the examinee for flawlessly answering this question, earning a perfect score of 10. Shen Jinyue. Such a minuscule probability makes it exceedingly difficult for Shen Jinyue not to suspect that Lu Huaiji has kidnapped that AI, coercing it to alter the questions. Test question 3. The examinee must accurately delineate alpha's psychological state as perceived in the initial reaction. Both Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji raised their eyebrows simultaneously. Lu Huaiji glanced at him, clearly taken aback by the question. After a moment, he turned his head and remarked. He was contemplating whether he had indeed abducted you and compelled you to modify the questions. Lu Huaiji stated, yet he no longer holds that belief. He considers that if you awarded me points, it was leniency, and if not, you must have faith in me. Shen Jinyue raised an eyebrow. He actually guessed correctly. His gaze shifted from Lu Huaiji's face to the screen, eager to see how this question would be evaluated. Test question 3. True, the examinee must view the question with alpha for 13 seconds, raise an eyebrow in unison, then turn to alpha, and after 3 seconds, respond to the false question, with a response length between 55-60 characters, including 2 shifts in alpha's psychological state. Congratulations to the examinee for flawlessly answering this question, earning a perfect score of 20. Shen Jinyue, incredulous, thought, did he truly regard me as the subject of the question? The first time being a question left him somewhat anxious, Shen Jinyue murmured. This time, Lu Huaiji did not reply, reclining against the backrest with his arms casually crossed in front of him, appearing to await the question. Shen Jinyue also leaned back. Every previous question described matched Lu Huaiji's movements flawlessly. Even with prior knowledge of the question, Shen Jinyue would not have managed such precision. Aside from the possibility that the apparatus was deliberately measuring Lu Huaiji's actions, it could only be attributed to sheer luck. This was significantly higher than Shen Jinyue's previous assessment. Being inexplicably drawn into this and becoming a question was still somewhat novel for the young Master Shen. He quietly closed his mouth, opting to be an NPC so as not to disrupt Lu Huaiji's test. Moments later, those waiting outside witnessed the young Master Shen emerge from the room in a rather disheveled state. This was undoubtedly the only time in his life that he had been so humbly subjected to such circumstances. He had emerged twice, each time in a similarly abject and humiliating manner, which was a profound indignity for Shen Jinyue. He already knew Lu Huaiji's score and refrained from glancing at the electronic screen, turning to extend his hand toward Lu Huaiji. Lu Huaiji had just pressed confirm, effortlessly securing a perfect score of 100, which, to be precise, was merely 1 point more than the alpha outside, extending a hand. Shen Jinyue extended his hand, his light brown pupils concealed behind the lenses, shimmering slightly, blocking half of Lu Huaiji's path. Lu Huaiji lowered his gaze to the narrow space Shen Jinyue had left for him and did not take his hand. Instead, he pushed Shen Jinyue, attempting to nudge him aside. Shen Jinyue raised his hand, firmly gripping Lu Huaiji's wrist. Chapter 32. Oh, dear brother, watch where you're going and don't bump into me. Lu Huaiji lifted a finger, glancing at Shen Jinyue. What are you doing? He inquired. Shen Jinyue replied with righteous fervor. Naturally, it is to enhance the camaraderie among classmates. Shouldn't one extend a hand to assist a fellow student exiting the cabin? I am, after all, a model student, one who has received awards. Thus, Lu Huaiji found himself being led down by the wrist by this award-winning, exemplary classmate. Fortunately, Lu Huaiji possessed commendable balance and managed not to collide with him as he followed closely behind. Shen Jinyue was uncertain of their destination, while Lu Huaiji, after observing him for a moment, followed him forward in a state of bewilderment. They were soon halted by someone along the way. Wait a moment. The voice was cold, belonging to Yanziyu. Shen Jinyue had already come to a sudden stop before Yanziyu had uttered a word. Lu Huaiji, unable to halt in time, bumped his head against Shen Jinyue's back. Ouch! The impact was not insignificant. Lu Huaiji inhaled sharply and rubbed his forehead. You! He had not yet finished his reprimand when Shen Jinyue abruptly turned around, feigning alarm. Oh, dear brother, what has happened? How could you collide with me while walking? Quick, steady yourself. Lu Huaiji was momentarily at a loss for words. After giving Shen Jinyue a light slap on the arm, he managed to say, Teacher Yin, may I ask? Yanziyu seemed to be gathering his thoughts, and, after a prolonged silence, inquired, who was the one with a luck value of 0? Earlier, Yanziyu had been directing a test on the other side and had not witnessed the situation here. It was evident that some form of address had been intentionally omitted by Yen Ziyu, which likely did not bode well. Lu Huaiji silently took a step back. Shen Jinyue stood still. Yes, that would be me. Yen Ziyu shot a glance at Shen Jinyue, appearing somewhat hesitant to articulate his thoughts. After resolving this matter, please come to the Student Affairs Center to see me. Yen Ziyu instructed. It is necessary to register. Shen Jinyue turned his head to glance at Lu Huaiji. Lu Huaiji recalled that during their previous outing, to familiarize him with the school, he had merely provided Shen Jinyue with a map and taken him around a few places. The Student Affairs Center had not been introduced to him at all. Hasn't he, the senior, already registered? Is there any other metric that needs testing? Lu Huaiji inquired. The situation is special. Registration is required on the official website. Lu Huaiji replied, All right, I will take him there shortly. Yen Ziyu's tone this time was relatively gentle. Under normal circumstances, he would have bluntly stated that his score was so abysmal it warranted historical documentation. After Lu Huaiji finished speaking, Yen Ziyu did not linger. Turning to leave, the accompanying attendant swiftly handed Lu Huaiji a list before following suit. Lu Huaiji glanced down at the list and noticed Shen Jinyue's zero score was indeed glaringly apparent, effectively diminishing the significance of the other commendable scores. In a mere moment, the rankings had been established. Without a doubt, Lu Huaiji was in first place while Shen Jinyue occupied the sixth position. Given that this was akin to having abandoned an examination, achieving a place within the top 10 was already impressive. Elevating the luck value seemed an insurmountable challenge, as humanity had yet to discover a method for its directed enhancement. Thus, it is evident that Shen Jinyue will remain in a state of abandonment for a considerable period. Songqi had just arrived from Qiao and used testing point, resting his chin on Lu Huaiji's shoulder. I came to check on our brother Shen's results. The fox ears of Alpha still stood atop his head, showing no inclination to retract, as he nuzzled against the side of Lu Huaiji's face. Lu Huaiji slightly furrowed his brow and turned his head, handing the list to Songqi. Don't lean so close. Oblivious, Songqi took the list. When Lu Huaiji looked up, he noticed that Shen Jinyue had just withdrawn his gaze from Yen Ziyu and Sui Su, regarding him with a contemplative expression. This gaze directed at Shen Jinyue appeared somewhat peculiar. This individual, often so disorderly, now wore such a demeanor, and Lu Huaiji's gaze lingered on his face for a moment. Upon looking again, he found that the expression on Shen Jinyue's face had entirely vanished. He leaned closer and asked Lu Huaiji, Why did you take me in? Your score is still 100. Lu Huaiji paused for a moment, exhaled softly. Fortunate. The luck detection device relied solely on chance. Commencing the examination the moment candidates stepped in or even laid eyes on the machine. Over the years, Lu Huaiji had only attained scores of 99 and 100, facing the most challenging and perplexing questions each time. Bringing Shen Jinyue inside was partly Lu Huaiji's intention to introduce him to the operation of the luck value detection device. The academically gifted Lu student found it hard to believe that anyone could survive to 18 with a luck value of 0. Achieving a high score in luck is elusive, while attaining an exceedingly low score is akin to climbing a mountain. A mere point above 90 separates one from the vast expanse of a galaxy. Yet the gap between 0 and 1 encompasses hundreds of empires. Much like a political exam, simply filling in all the blanks makes it exceedingly difficult to arrive at the absurd answer of 0. Subsequently, Lu Huaiji indeed instructed Shen Jinyue on how to operate the device. He initially intended for Shen Jinyue to take another test, but as soon as Shen Jinyue settled in, the screen flickered, displaying in bold red letters on a black background. Test application not accepted. Please exit. It kindly opened the hatch for Shen Jinyue. The young Master Shen was displeased at the time, declaring he could leave the testing chamber at will, which ultimately earned Lu Huaiji an additional 5 points. In a certain sense, Shen Jinyue also became a subject of examination for Lu Huaiji. When Shen Jinyue accompanied Lu Huaiji into the detection device, he astonishingly did not diminish Lu Huaiji's luck score despite his own exceedingly low score, instead elevating Lu Huaiji's previous score of 99 to a perfect 100, which was another form of success. The testing for today concluded, and the subsequent focal point would be tomorrow's virtual task world. Liu Huaiji first took Shen Jinyue to find Yin Ziyu to register the scores, but was then pulled by Sui Su to a bar off campus. He intended to approach the bar counter, but Sui Su tugged him aside to sit down. Liu Huaiji raised an eyebrow in confusion at him. Let us discuss the matter regarding Shi Xiaoyu. Sui Su took 2 glasses of liquor, handing one to Liu Huaiji. Liu Huaiji inquired, "Why didn't you finish your thoughts this afternoon? Have you tried contacting Shi Xiaoyu?" Sui Su sidestepped the question and countered him, "I lack the authority." "Have you really not made an attempt?" Sui Su asked, astonished. Liu Huaiji nodded. "So cold-blooded? You won't even give it a try?" Sui Su dizet like the. Liu Huaiji raised his eyes, casting a glance at Sui Su with an inscrutable expression, and replied, "I do not require friends." Sui Su was momentarily taken aback. "Come on, you only say that. Why act tough in front of me?" He clinked glasses with Liu Huaiji. "You're already an adult. Are you still afraid of losing a few friends?" Liu Huaiji remained non-committal, his voice barely audible as he remarked, "Didn't Shi Xiaoyu fail to retain anyone?" Chapter 33, Shen Jinyue. Shy, yes, I wish to be close to my brother. Shi Xiaoyu's matters have nothing to do with you, dear Liu. Sui Su was incredulous. What on earth did you experience as a child to think that if others leave, it means you cannot hold on to them? Liu Huaiji simply shook his head, saying nothing. From a young age, he had resigned himself to the notion that everyone would eventually depart from his life, or that he would be the one to leave. Therefore, when parting arrived unexpectedly, Liu Huaiji felt neither surprise nor sorrow. Even upon encountering Shen Jinyue after a long separation, his demeanor remained unperturbed. No astonishment, no joy. Shi Xiaoyu will return eventually. Stop acting as though he has already gone for good. Cheer up. Zusu Uget. You have 2 years until graduation. If you want to undergo special training, go ahead. If not, so be it. Once you graduate, don't say you wish to find Shi Xiaoyu. You could visit every citizen on the Federation side if you wanted. Liu Huaiji nodded. That new alpha in your class, Shen Jinyue, doesn't he live in the same district you did as a child? You must have known each other back then. Sui Su rested his chin on his hand while listening to the bar patron's gossip as he spoke with Liu Huaiji. Now you have the chance to reconnect. Just hold on to it. However, Sui Su abruptly halted mid-sentence. Liu Huaiji was attentively listening, even giving a slight nod. Noticing Sui Su's unusual demeanor, Liu Huaiji looked over in confusion. No, we can't discuss that. Sui Su quickly redirected the topic. I almost forgot. Otherwise, I'd be accused of not exercising my brain enough. Liu Huaiji. Sui Su pondered for a moment before continuing. The professor asked me to inform you that he has assigned you and Shen Jinyue to the same team. If you encounter any issues, feel free to ask him to switch teams. He will remove Shen Jinyue without hesitation. Liu Huaiji was somewhat taken aback. Why? I don't know. Zusu Vipli. Just listen to the professor. He likely knows some underlying details he hasn't shared with me. Zusu Spekut. Perhaps it's because he is an alpha? Liu Huaiji considered this, but couldn't recall anyone around him, besides Xie Hui and his own Omega father, who is also an Omega. What difference does it make if Shi Xiaoyu is gone and Shen Jinyue appears? I mean, he is special. His pheromone intensity is exceptionally high. Don't be fooled by his seemingly carefree demeanor. General Shen had a pheromone outbreak a few years ago and was ambushed by those Federation folks, resulting in injury. Sui Su filled his glass. What if he also has pheromone issues? You, being an Omega, could be in a dire situation. Liu Huaiji took a gentle sip of his drink, suddenly recalling the night when Alpha was overtaken by pheromones. At that moment, Shen Jinyue's overwhelming desire for control was almost palpable, and, as an Omega, Liu Huaiji perceived it with extraordinary clarity. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "All right, let us head back." He added, "I will assign you the most challenging task tomorrow." Liu Huaiji's response elicited an innocent look from Sui Su. After a brief silence, Liu Huaiji chose not to speak further and walked away. Sui Su couldn't contain his laughter from behind, saying, "You go back first and get some good rest. The task assignments will certainly be decided by our beloved professor. I cannot usurp his authority." Upon hearing this, Liu Huaiji responded slightly and made his way toward the dormitory. Sui Su's bar happened to be quite near the dorms, and as Liu Huaiji wandered aimlessly, The atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous near the basketball court. Damn, another three-pointer. I'll go down with you, someone exclaimed. Issei, Jinyue. If you come over to our side, you'll never find a partner again. Then came Shen Jinyue's voice, which seemed somewhat out of place amidst the cacophony. Despite blending with the surrounding sounds, Lu Huaiji effortlessly recognized it without lifting his gaze. Friends, don't crowd me. I am a firm believer in peace. It's only natural to assist the weaker team. Lu Huaiji rubbed his temples and continued toward the dormitory. Lu Ye, Huaiji. It was unclear who spotted Lu Huaiji first, but soon a chorus of voices called out to him. Surprised, Lu Huaiji looked up. Song Qi, Xie Hui, Qiao Hiyu, and Qi Tingshuang were all present, along with many familiar and unfamiliar faces, all reaching out to greet him. Xie Hui seemed to have been jostled by someone and instinctively stepped back, exclaiming, "Ouch," as he nearly fell, only to be caught by his Song Qi Lu Ge. Are you heading back to the door now? So early. Come play with us for a bit. Song Qi called out while helping Xie Hui regain his balance. Lu Huaiji glanced at the crowd, feeling inexplicably uplifted. Just as he was about to decline, Song Qi, having steadied Xie Hui, swiftly appeared before Lu Huaiji. Let us go. What is the point of heading back to the dorm at this hour? Your roommate is with us. You can take him home later. Before Lu Huaiji could respond, he was pulled along by Song Qi. Xie Hui gave Song Qi a thumbs up, saying, "Awesome, Song Ge. I asked Huaiji to play a game with me before, and he wanted me to be quiet. Of course, just look at who I am." Song Qi's greatest trait was his inability to handle flattery. Once praised, he couldn't help but beam with pride. Were it not for the absence of anyone transforming into a small animal on the playground, Song Qi would have truly let his tail out. Lu Huaiji found himself inexplicably seated beside them, with Xie Hui offering him a bottle of water while refusing to let him leave. Lu Ye. Shen Jinyue approached during a break, holding a basketball and calling out Lu Huaiji's name in surprise. Without turning back, he tossed the ball behind him and walked 2 steps to sit beside Lu Huaiji. Having just played a game, Shen Jinyue radiated pheromones, and as he drew near Lu Huaiji, a faint scent enveloped the air. Why is Lu Gu so leisurely today? Alpha casually inquired, his arm resting on the step behind, nearly enveloping Lu Huaiji entirely. Leisurely? Not quite, Lu Huaiji replied. I was brought here against my will. Shen Jinyue appeared entirely unfazed. Shall we have a match? Lu Huaiji tilted his head slightly. As soon as Shen Jinyue arrived, Xie Hui and Song Qi took his place. Lu Huaiji shifted slightly to the side. Control your pheromones. Shen Jinyue responded naturally. All right, dear brother, and moved closer to Lu Huaiji, making room for those who needed to rest. Upon detecting that Shen Jinyue's pheromones remained unchanged, Lu Huaiji chose silence, closing his eyes briefly. Brother, Shen Jinyue called. Lu Huaiji did not respond verbally, merely tilting his head in acknowledgement. I hear they say you have quite the temper, brother, Shen Jinyue remarked. Lu Huaiji raised an eyebrow, glancing over. Before he could speak, Shen Jinyue continued. But I don't find that to be true. It seems that indeed you're not. He smiled. Lu Huaiji pressed his lips together, suddenly realizing, you had them bring me here. Shen Jinyue shyly replied, Ah, yes, brother. Chapter 34. Our Lu Gu loves to be assertive, and I permit you to kiss. Shen Jinyue earnestly countered, and how can we call it capture? This is an invitation, brother. Lu Huaiji remained non-committal, silently shaking his head. His ability to control pheromones was exceptionally strong when not in heat. Unless in situations of intense activity, like with Shen Jinyue, he would not lose control over them. Since Shen Jinyue's pheromones were not excessive, Lu Huaiji could maintain his composure. This perhaps gave Shen Jinyue a false sense of ease. Will you like this with omegas at a university? Lu Huaiji inquired. Omega. Shen Jinyue seemed astonished. Oh no, brother, when I encountered omegas at my previous school, I would run away. I never got closer than half a meter. I am a respectable alpha. Lu Huaiji assessed the distance between himself and Shen Jinyue. Then he stood up, preparing to leave. It seems we were a bit too close. Hey, brother. Shen Jinyue languidly arched his back, reaching out to grasp Lu Huaiji's wrist. Come back. Maintain some distance from young Master Shen. Lu Huaiji signaled with his eyes, ensuring young Master Shen's respectability. Shen Jinyue pulled Lu Huaiji back to his seat, laughing. "Don't be like that, brother. I said it was in the past. Sit down." With a look of utter confidence, Shen Jinyue declared, "Sitting with me won't tarnish your reputation." Lu Huaiji remained uncertain of Shen Jinyue's intentions, halting his departure under Shen Jinyue's unwavering gaze. Shen Jinyue rested his chin on his hand, observing him for an extended period. When he noted Lu Huaiji's reluctance to leave, he sighed softly, murmuring, "Brother, you are too indulgent with me." Lu Huaiji paused, contemplating the inevitable assimilation he would face if he continued to linger with this young master surnamed Shen. He stood up, intent on walking away. Shen Jinyue, this time, did not hesitate to stand up and grasp Lu Huaiji's wrist. His impulsive and fervent approach to tasks likely stemmed from his beastly attributes. Without uttering a word, he pulled Lu Huaiji to the sidelines. "Friends, my brother Lu and I shall partake in this contest as well." Lu Huaiji replied, "What?" Shen Jinyue declared, "Indeed. We shall form a distinct team and see who triumphs in the end." Lu Huaiji exclaimed, "Oh my!" Nearby, Song Qi, who had been standing next to a classmate, was utterly astonished. "Our brother Shen is truly impressive. He is dragging our brother Lu into this." Xie, being an Omega, felt it was inappropriate to embrace an Alpha, leaving him with no one to hold on to, so he resorted to merely giving a thumbs up from the sidelines. "It appears our brother Lu responds better to force. He welcomes the assertiveness of being pulled by the wrist." Song Qi regarded him with newfound respect, pondering, so that's how it is. He contemplated the feasibility of this dynamic in his own circumstances, ultimately deciding to bury the thought in light of Lu Huaiji's formidable combat score of 90 as an Omega. Despite Lu Huaiji's repeated attempts to decline, he found himself silently observing Shen Jinyue for an extended moment before conceding and tying his hair back. "Let us go." Shongji ga pet. "Wow." Xie stroked his chin and remarked, "I believe we only need to emulate Brother Shen's perseverance. Perhaps one day, we too can ascend to command under Lu." Song Qi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, why not?" Shen Jinyue appeared quite pleased, exclaiming, "Love you, brother." Xie interjected, raising his voice, "Brother Shen, cease the teasing of Omegas. It is forbidden." Having shared a dormitory with Lu Huaiji for over 2 years, Xie's approach to provoking Lu was one matter, but he would not tolerate anyone else teasing their cherished Omega. "I, Xie, will not allow anyone to jest with our beloved," Shen Jinyue retorted. "Is this truly teasing an Omega?" "I am merely expressing my affection, my friend." Xie insisted. "No, no, no." Shen Jinyue raised his hands in mock surrender. Ultimately, Lu Huaiji was compelled by Shen Jinyue to partake in the game. Although Lu Huaiji seldom played basketball, his regular training had honed his speed, strength, and accuracy, enabling him to adapt swiftly. Their pace was so rapid that it rendered their movements nearly imperceptible. Lu Huaiji executed a final three-pointer, soaring through the air to score, then retreated a couple of steps. The surrounding crowd erupted in raucous cheers, and a subtle scent of pheromones wafted closer. Shen Jinyue clapped casually, his eyes sparkling beneath his glasses, exclaiming, "Brother, you're magnificent." His tone was unexpectedly serious. Lu Huaiji paused, meeting Shen Jinyue's gaze. Every morning, Shen Jinyue endured the trials of early self-study as if braving thunder and fire. He would plop down beside Lu Huaiji, laying his head down to sleep. For someone who had attended 2 years of university, rising for a 6:30 a.m. class felt more arduous than facing Shen Jinyue's wrath. Suddenly, someone called out Shen Jinyue's name from behind. He straightened up, appearing somewhat dazed. He turned his head towards Lu Huaiji, his lips nearly grazing the side of Lu's face. The two were exceedingly close, and Shen Jinyue's breath caught in his throat. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if the earth was shattering, lightning was striking, and a cacophony of 1,000 birds was chirping in Shen Jinyue's mind, clamoring. What? Drowsiness? Begone! It was as if Shen Jinyue had been struck by a hailstorm to the head, his senses suddenly sharpened, akin to a man faced with the century-old dilemma of choosing between saving his wife or his mother from drowning. Shen Jinyue could only mutter a curse under his breath in this precarious predicament. He was completely frozen, unable to utter another word. Song Chi was equally astonished. My goodness. Lu Huaiji, in fact, had leaned back, but Shen Jinyue's movement had been so exaggerated that he nearly missed the opportunity to dodge. Song Chi scrambled to hold Shen Jinyue back, pushing Lu Huaiji aside. No. Brother Lu, Brother Shen, let us postpone this for a couple of days. Our brother Shi's 7th day hasn't passed yet. He is still fresh in our memories. Shen Jinyue exclaimed. Lu Huaiji? Song Chi, earnestly imploring. Let's wait a few days. We can talk about it after the 7th day, for sure. Shen Jinyue slammed his palm on the table. This is preposterous. Song Chi jumped in surprise. What is so preposterous about it? An alpha requiring an omega to mourn? This is a disservice to the omega. The alpha has already left the omega's visual range, and thus forfeits any right to compete. He has lost his eligibility. Such an incompetent alpha still expects the omega to grieve. Tell me, is that reasonable? After pondering seriously, Song Chi concluded, It does seem so. Indeed. Shen Jinyue proclaimed with righteous fervor. The essence of an alpha is to firmly ensnare the omega, to win the omega over with their beauty. Just look at how well I've accomplished that. Song Chi, with a solemn expression, nodded with respect. Then I grant you permission to kiss. Chapter 35, Shen Jinyue. Kiss my brother? Absolutely. Lu Huaiji. Shen Jinyue. Ah, really? Thank you, Xiao Song. Lu Huaiji turned his gaze towards Shen Jinyue. Shen Jinyue clasped his hands together, sincerely yet lacking true conviction. I'm sorry. He then turned to Song Chi and leaned in to whisper. Next time. I truly appreciate your goodwill. In the next moment, Lu Huaiji's elbow sharply jabbed into Shen Jinyue's arm. Ouch! Shen Jinyue had anticipated this and swiftly blocked it. Instead of using his palm to fend off Lu Huaiji's elbow, he directly seized Lu's wrist. Shen Jinyue's proximity radiated a certain pressure. At this moment, he was almost embracing Lu Huaiji, gripping his wrist firmly. No kisses, no punches, please. Shen Jinyue surrendered faster than anyone else, promptly declaring, Song Chi just called me. I have to ask him what is going on. Lu Huaiji reclined slightly, ensuring their hair didn't entangle. He silently attempted to withdraw his hand, but was unsuccessful. Once Shen Jinyue finished speaking, he turned his head in that position to face Song Chi. Do others need to hold my hand while speaking? The sound emitted by Lu Huaiji was tinged with a hint of suppressed anger. As Shen Jinyue turned his head, his lips nearly brushed against Lu Huaiji's earlobe. Lu Huaiji distinctly observed the movement of Shen Jinyue's Adam's apple. Let go. Lu Huaiji silently closed his eyes, appearing to genuinely exert strength in his hands. All right. Let go. Shen Jinyue decisively released his grip, exclaiming, I couldn't help it because you looked so handsome. It's no wonder you almost became the school beauty, brother. Lu Huaiji retorted, then get lost. How could that be, brother? Shen Jinyue quickly interjected, incredulously, brother, what are we? First, be quiet. Shen Jinyue complied, all right. Song Chi, who had been petrified for quite some time, finally believed it. Shen Jinyue asked, you believe Lu Gu is the school beauty? No sooner had he spoken than a cold gaze swept over them, as Lu Huaiji's voice turned frigid. I believe you will make an appearance on the school beauty rankings this year. Shen Jinyue cheated. No. Song Chi cautiously glanced at Lu Huaiji and whispered, I believe what Xie Hui said, our Lu Gu only loves the strong. In truth, even if Song Chi's voice was barely audible, Lu Huaiji could still hear him clearly. Lu Huaiji exhaled softly and rose to head to the office. Shen Jinyue and Song Chi dared not stop him. Once he left, their conversation grew more uninhibited. What is this about being strong? Shen Jinyue inquired, his curiosity piqued. When we entered as freshmen, we were assessed on 6 different criteria. At that time, Lu Gu wasn't even in our class. Omegas were assumed to be in different classes. In the first assessment, Lu Gu ranked first in our entire major, even surpassing the second-year students. It was evident that Song Chi wished to be succinct in his explanation to Shen Jinyue. Yet he clearly struggled. You know, our school categorizes classes based on these 6 scores. It's quite competitive. At that time, no one dared to provoke Lu Gu. Shen Jinyue still seemed not to fully grasp Song Chi's point, but nonetheless gave him a thumbs up, enthusiastically affirming, impressive. There were indeed those who dared to provoke Lu Ge, but his temperament isn't the most forgiving. No one would act tough in front of him. So, did these individuals act tough in front of others? Shen Jinyue finally comprehended the direction of Song Chi's words, realizing it was a blow to their alpha's pride. Half and half, I must clarify. I'm among those who admire strength and hold no disrespect for Lu Ge, Song Chi promptly declared. When Lu Huaiji first enrolled, he possessed an exquisitely beautiful face that perfectly conformed to the Omega ideal, complemented by his elegantly long silver hair. These striking features immediately captured the attention of the scarce Omega students at the Imperial University. Yet, before any of the eager individuals could make a move, the freshman assessments commenced. Lu Huaiji achieved an unprecedented full score in luck, seizing a significant portion of the limelight. Prior to the assessments, Lu Huaiji's name had already been placed at the top of the school beauty rankings. However, as Shen Jinyue suggested, some alphas, upon witnessing Lu Huaiji's extraordinary scores, ensured that he was swiftly removed from the beauty list that very night. Although Lu Huaiji did not require such accolades, Song Chi still vividly recalls the moment when Lu Huaiji, upon receiving the rankings from Shi Xiaoyu, inquired, "When will Alpha produce something of merit?" At that time, Song Chi was not well acquainted with Lu Huaiji, yet he found himself inexplicably amused, perhaps because Shi Xiaoyu was standing there, timid and bashful, resembling a schoolboy. It must be said that our brother Lu exhibits a certain disdain for A-types, Song Chi reflected candidly. Although Lu Huaiji possesses formidable skills in reprimanding A-types. Shen Jinyue nodded in acknowledgement. I can see that. Xiao and you, who were nearby, chimed in. Do you think Lu Huaiji's remarks about Alpha being worthless are mere jest? Song Chi responded. In his eyes, aren't these Alphas indeed worthless? I am included. Shen Jinyue pondered Song Chi's words, then elegantly crossed his long legs, settling into Lu Huaiji's seat while embracing the backrest. So what kind of coercion does your brother Lu favor? You still don't grasp my meaning, Shun Ge, Shangji et Galim. Until now, no one dared to act recklessly before brother Lu. Even with a teasing remark about something he disliked, silence would ensue. Only you have the audacity to act. But didn't you bring him over last night? Shen Jinyue countered. Can that be compared to the closeness you share with him? Shangji vi do. Certainly not. Shen Jinyue affirmed. Right? Song Chi felt triumphant, boasting about how even a mere exchange of words with Lu Huaiji would lead to a fearful silence at the slightest frown from him. Who could have guessed that brother Lu had a penchant for this kind of dynamic? Shen Jinyue stroked his wrist, deep in thought, understood. Remain calm. Seeing Shen Jinyue's contemplative expression, as if he were on the verge of rushing to the office to make an advance on Lu Huaiji, Song Chi quickly interjected. Oh? Do not underestimate brother Lu. His current tolerance may stem from an unclear assessment of your abilities. Once he comprehends them fully, should his patience wane? Even if his combat prowess is somewhat lacking, his luck, surpassing yours by 100 points, could very well turn the tide against you. Shangji aussets de advis. Do not forget that our brother Lu harbors a disdain for A-types. Shen Jinyue regarded him quizzically. Why does it sound as though I am about to rush into the office to propose to your brother Lu? Song Chi whispered softly, Isn't that so? Chapter 36. Shen Jinyue. If brother desires to see, he must disrobe. After Song Chi finished speaking, Lu Huaiji returned, prompting Shen Jinyue to adopt a serious tone. What did you initially wish to discuss with me? Song Chi smacked his forehead, exclaiming, Brother, you should wear less clothing this afternoon. It makes it easier to undress. Shen Jinyue, startled, replied, What? Do you wish to see me unclothed? No, I want Lu Huaiji to appreciate your nudity. Song Chi raised his voice in hurried defense. Shen Jinyue replied, Oh, then I must indeed disrobe. At that moment, Lu Huaiji had approached Shen Jinyue from behind and tapped him on the head. Ouch! Shen Jinyue immediately yelped, clutching his head in mock agony, as though Lu Huaiji had exerted tremendous force. Song Chi gasped, his mouth agape. Goodness, brother Lu, are you already resorting to violence? Can't you wait until we enter the virtual task world before taking action? Shen Jinyue leaned back against the table, his softly curled head inadvertently resting against Lu Huaiji's shoulder. "What are you doing, brother?" Shen Jinyue asked, his voice tinged with grievance. Lu Huaiji remained silent for a moment, then exhaled slowly, saying, "Stop pretending." With tear-filled eyes, Shen Jinyue replied, "It hurts." Yet, Lu Huaiji had barely exerted any force, his fingers merely brushing through Shen Jinyue's hair like a gentle cat's paw. However, Shen Jinyue acted as though Lu Huaiji had struck him with a heavy hammer. Lu Huaiji sighed softly and called out to him, "Sheningdi, hey!" Shen Jinyue responded effortlessly. Lu Huaiji fell silent again. Without further ado, he walked around and took a seat in Shen Jinyue's place. "Dress simply this afternoon. If it's cold, wear a coat," Lu Huaiji instructed succinctly, reminding him not to skip class in the morning. Shen Jinyue humbly inquired, "Does dress simply mean I can easily take it off?" Lu Huaiji glanced at Song Qi, who quietly hid behind He. "Yes," Lu Huaiji confirmed. "Then why not go without it altogether?" Lu Huaiji raised his hand to cover his eyes, stating, "That would be inappropriate." Shen Jinyue nodded gravely. "I see." The morning self-study passed amidst the chatter of classmates. The early study sessions from 6 to 7 in the past few days nearly drove the young Master Shen back to his senior year. After the self-study, he would lie down to sleep, waking up promptly at the sound of the class bell, more numb than a zombie. He haphazardly pulled a book over his head and continued to doze. Lu Huaiji, too, hung his head, listlessly gazing at the podium. Although our college psychology course is rather easy, attendance is still mandatory. The alpha female teacher adjusted her glasses and got straight to the point. "Today, we will discuss appropriate alpha-omega relationships." Her gaze swept the classroom before suddenly fixating on Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji. "For instance, an alpha and omega who have not established a relationship should not sleep together." Noticing Shen Jinyue's lack of reaction, the teacher raised her voice, for example. "Our classmate Huaiji and his desk mate beside him." Lu Huaiji straightened up silently, taken aback. He glanced at the almost 2-arm-length distance between himself and Shen Jinyue, then to the back, where Song Qi and He were blissfully asleep, their heads nearly touching. Suddenly, Song Qi's red hair stirred, and he lifted his head, exclaiming, "What? Lu Gu is sleeping with whom? How bold!" The teacher's tactic proved effective, drawing everyone's attention. The class, previously lost in slumber, now fixated their eyes on Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji. As one of the parties involved, Shen Jinyue, still somewhat dazed, raised his head. His hair, already slightly curly, had become disheveled from sleep, with 2 strands awkwardly sticking up, clearly unaware of the current situation. He adjusted the vermilion bracelet on his wrist and questioned, "Lu Gu is sleeping with whom?" See, he was so asleep that he didn't even realize someone was calling him. The teacher calmly continued to flip through her book, articulating the lesson. "Please remember that alpha and omega who have not confirmed their partner relationship are prohibited from forming lifelong marks or engaging in boundary-crossing behaviors. This is a mutual regulation established by the Empire and Imperial Academies. Should such an occurrence transpire, the alpha who forcibly claims an omega bears full responsibility, and the omega is entitled to retaliate against the alpha immediately." Shen Jinyue, "Me? Lu Huaiji, not you." Furthermore, an alpha is not permitted to bestow personal belongings upon an omega, nor may they release their pheromones in the presence of an omega, nor investigate the omega's mental essence. All these actions are deemed proposals of courtship, with the omega having the authority to determine whether such advances are inappropriate. Shen Jinyue inquired again. "Me?" Lu Huaiji affirmed, "Yes." Shen Jinyue whispered, "Is this considered indecent behavior?" Song Qi quietly interjected, "Have you done all this to Lu Gu?" Shen Jinyue coughed. "Aren't you the grandson of General Shen? Don't you know that in the Empire, the status of omegas is notably elevated? Alphas must refrain from any actions or inclinations to forcibly claim an omega." Shen Jinyue, "I've told you, I've been in the Federation these past few years." Song Qi, "Didn't you previously mention being at a university?" Shen Jinyue, "That's a university on the central planet of the Federation." Initially, the Federation seemed somewhat promising to Shen Jinyue. They initially advocated for the equality of the 3 genders, A, B, and O. However, as alphas seized power, the Federation descended into chaos, and omegas were once again regarded as mere playthings of alphas. The fragile balance that had been maintained shattered abruptly, more completely than Shen Jinyue's enthusiasm for early morning classes. At first, Shen Jinyue was aware of all this and harbored some wariness, yet he did not anticipate that the Federation would impact him so profoundly. Damn it! If I remain here any longer, I might come to believe that all omegas in the world belong to me, he muttered. Although Song-Chi was oblivious to Shen Jinyue's musings, he nonetheless earnestly gave a thumbs up. Impressive. However, you're the general's grandson. Why would you study in the Federation? Song-Chi pondered. Didn't they specially forge a pure gold cage for you? Shen Jinyue. Oh. My grandfather advised me to prepare myself and to eliminate a few high-ranking officials in the Federation. Song-Chi. Wow. Your grandfather seems to want to treat you like a disposable pawn. Chapter 37 Shen Jinyue. My brother is preparing to promote me. You all Haven Tea, right? That new classmate named Shen Jinyue. Why are they chatting again? Shen Jinyue felt that he had been severely poisoned by the Federation over the years. He still needed to learn about these chaotic psychological matters, so he sat up straight like a diligent elementary student. Then he recalled the psychology book he had teased Lu Huaiji about, which discussed mental health, and concluded that, in fact, it was he who had psychological issues. The teacher asked again, "What did I just say?" Such a high school-style inquiry. It made Shen Jinyue's blood boil, nearly compelling him to stand and salute. Lu Huaiji, beside him, continued to cover his eyes, silently sighing, and timely reached out to steady him. Shen Jinyue sat obediently, stating, "I do not know." The teacher, with a look of exasperation, glanced at Shen Jinyue and called. Then Song-Chi startled. Song-Chi sat up straight, unsure, but spoke hastily. Is it not permissible to test an omega's mental threshold with a spiritual entity? The teacher prompted, and what else? Shen Jinyue responded with confusion. As an alpha, one must not casually praise an omega's pheromones. The teacher inquired again, and what else? Shen Jinyue remained perplexed. One must not comment on an omega's appearance in their presence. The teacher continued, and what else? Shen Jinyue was still at a loss. Song-Chi, with his eyes shut tight, declared, one must not overstep. Temporary marking is forbidden before a relationship is established. The teacher acknowledged, you struck a chord. Shen Jinyue, whose name was included among the 4 points, turned stiffly to glance at Lu Huaiji, who had remained silent. The omega's dark red eyes shimmered with a profound glow beneath the classroom lights, his lashes fluttering gently as he turned to face him. The boy's complexion was pale, not unnaturally so, but rather a warm, porcelain-like white under the bright lights. His neck was long and elegantly curved, with a subtle protrusion at the nape, bearing faint red marks, visible only from Shen Jinyue's angle. Shen Jinyue swallowed hard, feeling a knot in his throat, and was about to turn away when Lu Huaiji made a gesture. The omega, seemingly apprehensive about any words from the alpha, raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. After this action, Lu Huaiji turned back to the teacher, disregarding Shen Jinyue. Shen Jinyue swallowed again in vain and muttered under his breath, damn. Every Friday, a call would come in, inquiring when Lu Huaiji would return home. Sometimes it was from the butler, other times from the omega's father, but not once did the so-called alpha, who sacrificed everything for the family, make the call. This week, it was the butler who called. Lu Huaiji had originally planned to take Shen Jinyue home after emerging from the virtual world to test their pheromone compatibility. But now he felt disinclined. He merely replied to wait and hung up, preparing to ascend the stairs. Suddenly, someone approached him closely, the faint scent of pheromones wafting nearby. Shen Jinyue casually inquired, "What are you looking at?" Lu Huaiji responded, "Observing your performance." "Whose performance?" Sui Su, holding a list, slowed his pace upon hearing this and asked, "Are you preparing for a formal position?" In Lu Huaiji's context, this transition undoubtedly referred to friendship, yet Shen Jinyue was less clear. Shen Jinyue, still sensitive after having been lectured for an entire class that morning, was perplexed and saw Lu Huaiji shake his head, saying, "No." Shen Jinyue asked, "No what?" "What's no?" "When did this monumental test begin?" Sui Su and Lu Huaiji appeared unfazed, continuing to ascend together. Is everything arranged? Lu Huaiji inquired. All set. We just need to stand by the traffic light and see which unfortunate soul requires assistance, Sui Su replied, raising the list in his hand. This time you cannot hide. Those challenges await your confrontation. Lu Huaiji raised an eyebrow. Has a proactive pursuit mechanism been established? He cast a glance at the still-dazed Shen Jinyue, adding, Your desk mate here seems to be quite unfortunate. I heard that the rescue rate of Class S1 was remarkably high yesterday. You'll need to adapt well. Was Class S1? Shen Jinyue interjected. They're the seniors from your last academic year, Lu explained. The classes are ranked from S, A, B, to C, in descending order of excellence. Currently, Lu Huaiji's class is still in the A tier, but the ratings for this year haven't commenced yet. Class A1 has long shown signs of pushing Class S1 down, hence the rivalry between these two classes. Typically, the S rank is held by fourth-year students. If third-year students manage to seize it, it becomes a matter of pride. Before Shen Jinyue turned to him, Class S1 had already faced multiple confrontations with Class A1. Shen Jinyue nodded thoughtfully, commenting, It's a thrilling battle of camaraderie. Lu glanced at Shen Jinyue with intrigue. You've truly grasped the essence of it. During his third year, he had also contended with fourth-year students for the S rating, frequently leading his class to provoke them, which had resulted in several reprimands from Yanziyu. Are we going to start ranking after this comprehensive test? Shen Jinyue inquired. Indeed, Lu replied. They're all relieved about your score of 0. Shen Jinyue responded. And Lu Huaiji cleared his throat gently. Let us go. The trio quickened their pace, and after a moment, Lu asked, I heard you acted as a problem during Huaiji's test? How is it that your astonishing score did not hinder Huaiji? I doubted it myself, thus. I thought perhaps our Lu Gu had threatened that machine. Then you must not defeat him, Lu mused, casting an inquisitive glance at Shen Jinyue, as if probing for an underlying sentiment. This seemingly nonsensical remark left Shen Jinyue somewhat perplexed. As the three conversed, they reached the 6th floor, where Lu Huaiji paused for a moment, then said, You walk ahead. Ugh, Lu scoffed, teasingly dismissing the conversation and stepping forward. When they arrived, nearly everyone from Class A1 was already gathered, including Yanziyu. Song Qi joyfully vacated the central chair and approached Lu Huaiji. Lu Gu, you finally made it. The practice room was spacious, adorned with dozens of chairs along the walls, and over 30 instruments were neatly arranged in the center. Initially, Lu was eager to walk towards Yanziyu, but upon hearing Song Qi's words, he abruptly retreated and playfully tapped Song Qi on the head. You've once again stealthily occupied Lu Gu's seat. Ouch! Song Qi covered his head, replicating Shen Jinyue's earlier expression of distress. Doesn't sitting in the same class as Lu Gu mean I'll never have a chance? What is wrong with sitting for a moment? Go find your Professor Yan. Chapter 38. Today's total salary is a deficit of 538,600. What a delightful affair. Lu scoffed and continued to seek out Yanziyu. Although Shen Jinyue was typically quite talkative, he possessed an acute observational skill at critical moments. His gaze swept across the area and noticed that the chair Song Qi had just occupied was unlike the others. It was distinct from the simple seats, featuring only a couple of scattered control levers. In the midst of the scene, there lies a remarkable distinction. The central seat, adorned not only with an array of levers and buttons, but also with minimalistic embellishments, stands in stark contrast to the others. It appears to embody a level of prestige akin to that of a leader within the military. The preferential treatment is unmistakable. However, Shen Jinyue quickly seemed to reconsider this thought and humbly inquired of Song Qi, Is that the throne you mentioned? Indeed, it is, Brother Shen, Song Qi replied. But since it seems unrelated to us, I did not elaborate further. Each class in their specialty appoints a class commander, typically the individual with the highest test scores. Their class commander is Lu Huaiji. This position, however, is fraught with challenges. It entails unwavering dedication to assist the teachers and cater to every classmate's needs, requiring a constant awareness of their opinions and strategies for interpersonal dynamics. After 4 years of honing their skills, even the hardest diamond would be polished into a tender, perfect persimmon. Strangely, Lu Huaiji had not softened. Instead, he appeared to defy the odds. This led Song Qi to suspect that there was something within Lu Huaiji that surpassed the hardness of diamonds, an unyielding core. Ultimately, he realized that it was Lu Huaiji's heart that was the hardest of all. Shen Jinyue playfully tapped him. "Look, doesn't it seem like your diamond-hearted Lu Huaiji is ready to strike?" Song Qi discreetly glanced at Lu Huaiji for less than a second, yielding to instinct. "I'm sorry. Where were we?" Song Qi nestled closer to Shen Jinyue, whispering, "Ah, yes. The class commanders from our specialty are considered exceptionally competent commanders in the Empire. This excellence is innate from childhood. They are formidable, capable of completing tasks with ease, even manipulating the difficulty of others' assignments simultaneously, wielding significant power. The chairs they occupy during missions serve not only as conduits to the virtual realm, but also as symbols of their prowess and capability. These commander seats are officially termed commanders' thrones, yet everyone tacitly refers to Lu Huaiji's seat as the throne, for he is the most renowned and powerful among all commanders. This playful moniker has arisen for good reason. Although the burden of such a position is immense, those unfamiliar with its significance still regard it with awe. "Our Lu is remarkable," Song Qi concluded, giving a thumbs up. "Indeed, quite remarkable," came the response. Following the sequence, he stood beside Yanziyu, resembling a guardian. As he rolled in to address the new precautions, "If you cannot surpass Class S1, I shall have your homeroom teacher subject you to rigorous training." The class of students let out a short cheer and promptly formed an orderly line. As they advanced to their third year, the precautions outlined by Su Yu were numerous, and by the end, only he, Yanziyu, and Shen Jinyue wore smiles amidst the 30 faces in the classroom. The others, whether possessing Lu Huaiji's naturally stoic demeanor or having lost their smiles after hearing the regulations, conveyed a different sentiment. The pressure placed upon you by Commander Lu is far greater than your own. Do not expect him to ease the task requirements unless absolutely necessary. At other times, await my assistance. Just now, when a point was mentioned, two individuals leaned forward, fearful of missing the key details, while Lu Huai and Shen Jinyue found themselves relegated to the back. As a newcomer, Shen Jinyue, with his long legs and arms crossed, appeared quite at home in this setting. When encountering danger during a mission, could the real world also pose threats? Indeed, Lu Huai nodded, having forgotten to mention that minor injuries should be endured while serious wounds necessitate immediate withdrawal. "Oh," Shen Jinyue murmured, "it seems you bear this responsibility. The class commander can adjust the difficulty of tasks at will, should a student be injured and the commander fail to make timely adjustments. It would be easy for others to blame Lu Huai. In recent days, Shen Jinyue has come to understand the esteemed position of Class 1 within the Imperial Academy. Each student hails from influential families, possessing exceptional talents that draw considerable attention. Should anything happen to this group of golden eggs, it would surely be enough to burden Lu Huai significantly." Lu Huai suddenly paused, turning sharply to look at Shen Jinyue. This motion was pronounced for him. Shen Jinyue, sensing the shift, immediately asked, "What is it?" The Omega quickly recognized his own awkwardness, shaking his head softly. "It's nothing." He lowered his gaze to the white porcelain tiles beneath him, pressing his lips together gently. Lu Huai had initially assumed Shen Jinyue inquired out of concern for himself. However, his first thought was not about how to extricate himself, but rather this matter. Lu Huai's long, dark lashes fluttered rapidly, and beneath his loose sweatshirt, his pale pink fingertips curled and pressed into his palm. An inexplicable itch arose at the back of his neck, where the mark, hastily healing under the influence of pheromones, had faded to the point of invisibility. Yet, Lu Huai found himself inexplicably recalling the entirety of that moment. After the mark was created, Lu Huai chose to remain silent. And Shen Jinyue had never broached the subject. Revisiting the topic of marks would merely remind the Omega of his submission at that time, a conversation ill-suited for Alpha and Omega. Moreover, the relationship between Shen Jinyue and Lu Huai was not yet robust enough to use such matters as flirtation. Lu Huai distinctly remembered his own fervor and lack of control. Their compatibility was exceptionally high, but that loss of control had occurred only once, a singular incident. Lu Huai reflected. The classmates paired off to take their seats, with Shen Jinyue positioned at Shi Xiaoyu's left. Ah, very well. Upon hearing the name Shi Xiaoyu again, Shen Jinyue maintained an air of nonchalance, casting a casual glance before elegantly settling into his seat. The expectations of Class A1 were notoriously high, and the numerous precautions outlined this time left everyone feeling apprehensive as they approached the instruments. Lu Huai waited until all had donned their helmets before making a move. Yan Ziyu gestured to the instructor, who nodded in response and addressed Lu Huai. If you encounter any difficulties, do not strain yourself. The tasks are designed and arranged according to your capabilities. Lu Huaiji nodded, settling into his seat as Yan Ziyu commenced the transmission, observing that everyone had closed their eyes. Upon completion of the transfer, Sui Su plopped down onto his chair, exclaiming, "Today, I treated that old man to a meal to acquire the materials, costing me 40,000. I spent 4,000 to help prepare for the opening ceremony, intending to surprise everyone. Additionally, the maintenance and inspection of the practice room's equipment cost a staggering 440,000. Sui Su counted on his fingers, ultimately concluding, "Today's total salary deficit amounts to 538,600. What a fine predicament." Yan Ziyu slightly lowered his head to observe. The practice room was illuminated by a dazzling blue light imbued with technological essence, while outside, the sun shone brightly, accompanied by the gentle rustle of the wind. The man's pale green eyes resembled exquisite, transparent gemstones, shimmering with a lustrous glow. Chapter 39. The Little Peacock. Yan Ziyu remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Did you not seek reimbursement?" "I did," Sui Su replied. "That old fool, the fourth prince, claimed my creations were too extravagant. I argued with him for a full 10 minutes, only for him to inform me that I had yet to sign a contract with your Imperial Academy. Hence the expenses would not be reimbursed. I am determined to report this to His Majesty." Leaning against the chair, Sui Su's eyes were distinctly raised, intently observing Yan Ziyu. Yan Ziyu's hair was also a light shade of green, cascading to his shoulders, adding an additional layer of chill to his already frosty appearance. Sui Su glanced over and tilted his head, asking, "What about my losses, Professor Yin?" Yan Ziyu remained silent, and Sui Su, adeptly rising, approached him closely. "Brother Yin?" Gently tilting his head, Yan Ziyu's long lashes obscured the barely perceptible struggle within his lowered gaze. He noticed a hint of something unusual in Sui Su's eyes and pondered briefly before softly asking, "What do you wish to do?" In a fleeting moment, Sui Su lightly pressed his lips against Yan Ziyu's cheek. At that instant, Yan Ziyu found himself devoid of any thoughts. The only sensation that registered was Sui Su's trembling, subtle yet rapid, akin to finally brushing against something immensely cherished yet wholly unattainable. Yan Ziyu likely intended to articulate something, yet the words remained unspoken as Sui Su gently murmured, "Are you afraid of me, brother?" Such an expression was unfamiliar to Yan Ziyu, causing him to pause before responding. "No, I'm not afraid of you either," Sui Su whispered. Yan Ziyu knew Sui Su all too well. The alpha before him was clearly in a peculiar state. Sui Su continued, "Then please do not harbor resentment towards me, all right?" A faint tension coursed through Yan Ziyu's body, imperceptible to Sui Su. This time, he refrained from any physical response, and Sui Su seemed to sense a shift, his gaze gradually dimming, as if his heart were beginning to chill. It appeared that Sui Su had not adequately administered his suppressants today, his mind muddled and disoriented, enabling him to utter words he wouldn't typically dare to express. It seemed he had crossed that red line. Yet, he had thought he would remain unscathed by sorrow. What was there to be sorrowful about? Hadn't everyone claimed that his blood ran cold? He should be devoid of such emotions until the very end. Yan Ziyu had never explicitly conveyed his feelings over the years. Should he not have grown accustomed to this by now? Sui Su, what right do you have to demand a response from him? Even as his heart ached, as if it could be torn asunder and bleed, Sui Su remained resolutely composed, revealing not even a hint of his turmoil. He maintained a serene expression, the corners of his lips slightly curved upward, exuding an air of nonchalant jest. "All right," Sui Su lightly blinked and remarked, "It's nothing." Yan Ziyu cast a puzzled glance, seemingly questioning why Su chose to brush aside the topic so effortlessly this time. In the next moment, Su continued. My father is investigating your interactions with General Shen. If there's anything. Yan Ziyu furrowed his brow, fiddling with the beads on his wrist, and pressed Su back onto the seat. Su obediently complied, tilting his head as if concealing something. After a brief pause, he turned his head back and said, I can help you convey the message. Yan Ziyu initially anticipated Su would utter something along the lines of ceasing further contact, raising an eyebrow at his unexpected words. After speaking, Su turned his gaze to the screen, remaining silent. The students' transmissions were now fully completed, and Yan Ziyu opted to confirm and lock the results. Casting a fleeting glance at Su, who still held his head at an angle, saying nothing. Do not interfere, Yan Ziyu finally spoke. Su moved his head slightly, as if to turn, but ultimately did not, muttering, I will. Yan Ziyu's eyes flickered. He stepped in front of Su, lifting the alpha's chin with his hand. Unprepared, Su found his gaze drawn upward by Yan Ziyu's fingers, meeting the man's eyes directly. His gaze grew somewhat intense, his eyelids shimmering with a layer of moisture akin to glass beads cloaked in mist. The corners of Su's eyes glistened, and as he looked into Yan Ziyu's impassive eyes, 2 tears suddenly fell. The droplets cascaded down his cheeks, leaving trails behind. Yan Ziyu's fingers, long and elegant, adorned with a strikingly contrasting obsidian bracelet, gently elevated Su's chin and squeezed it lightly. Another sensitive period, is it? Yan Ziyu inquired casually, as if he had anticipated it. Su replied, no. His expression appeared resolute, yet his voice trembled slightly toward the end. Su had always felt embarrassed about his sensitive episodes. Before others, he was a formidable figure, capable of overpowering anyone. A presence so commanding that even the emperor would concede to him. He would assert that no one dared to challenge his origins. However, during his sensitive periods, he exhibited an entirely different side. His tear ducts were exceedingly reactive. Any shift in emotion, be it joy, sorrow, anger, or despair, would trigger tears to flow. More reliable than a light switch. Yan Ziyu pinched his chin, gazing down at him. No. Su insisted. No. Yan Ziyu called him Little Peacock. The rare and somewhat peculiar moniker slipped from Yan Ziyu's cool lips. Typically, when Su heard this name, it was accompanied by the sight of the man's eyes tinged with red. Yet this time, the roles had reversed. Su abruptly lifted his head, unable to restrain his instinct any longer, grasping Yan Ziyu's wrist with reddened eyes, exclaiming, Brother! After a dizzying moment of loss of control, Shen Jinyue instinctively wrapped his arms around Lu Huaiji's waist, guiding him safely to the ground. This resulted in Lu Huaiji having no time to assume a landing posture, being directly embraced instead. Shen Jinyue possesses an impressive core strength, effortlessly cradling Lu Huaiji in his embrace with one arm, his palm resting against Lu's waist through the fabric of his clothing. The warmth and breadth of his hand against Lu's midsection elicited an involuntary shiver from Lu, causing his fingertips to curl, gripping Shen's shoulder tightly. Lu, acutely aware of the proximity, instinctively shifted closer, his nose grazing Shen's neck, brushing against his earlobe. Shen, almost enveloping Lu entirely, gently lowered him to the ground, producing only the faintest sound upon landing. Although Lu leaned slightly back, he remained securely held by Shen. As the distance between them increased, Lu's gaze fell instinctively, catching sight of an inconspicuous protrusion at the nape of Shen's neck, accompanied by a wave of potent pheromones. Hey, brother, your ears are red, Shen suddenly exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinarily surprising. Lu quickly turned his head, his voice trembling as he said, Let go. Let go of what? My hand, let go. Lu articulated each word distinctly, his tone laced with a noticeable tremor, a hint of irritation. It was then that Shen seemed to realize, loosening his grip. Oh, my apologies, brother. I was too nervous to react properly. Lu attempted to step back, but Shen, oblivious to his discomfort, continued to adjust Lu's collar. Stay still just a moment. Lu watched stiffly as Shen meticulously smoothed the creases in his collar, his gentle hands working diligently. "There is something I need to say," Lu began. Shen readily responded, "Oh, brother, go ahead, I'm listening. If you ever wrap your arms around my waist again, wait. Brother, there is a snake, I'm scared. Hello, everyone. This is the pair of the weepy little peacock and the aloof professor, in order of dominance." After their chaotic exchange, the two finally took a moment to observe their surroundings, locking eyes with hundreds of venomous snakes, their tongues flickering. The faint hissing sounds finally reached their ears. The slender serpents slithered alongside a thick black and purple snake, traversing the gravel-strewn ground, leaving a slimy trail and producing a sound reminiscent of gravel crunching beneath their scales. Shen let out a startled cry, instinctively retreating behind Lu, his arms swiftly encircling Lu's waist once more, pulling him close. The sudden embrace caused Lu to collide against Shen, momentarily bewildered. "Are you afraid of snakes?" "Absolutely yes," Shen replied, taking the opportunity to wrap his other arm around Lu. "They're so ugly when they crawl, just like snakes." Lu, momentarily dazed by Shen's grip, was momentarily struck dumb by the comparison. He elbowed Shen away just as a small snake, about the thickness of a thumb, slithered closer to him. In this virtual realm, the logic of reality did not apply, and as the tiny serpent approached, it suddenly leaped toward Lu. "Damn it!" Shen shouted in alarm. Lu Huaiji initially intended to grasp the 7 inches of the small snake, but upon hearing Shen Jinyue's ear-piercing scream, he nearly withdrew his hand to massage his temples. The small snake was swift, yet Lu Huaiji was swifter. Just a second before his fingers made contact with its slithering form, Shen Jinyue suddenly interposed his hand. With a puzzled glance, Lu Huaiji observed the snake seemingly halted by an invisible barrier, suspended in midair. "Do not touch it. It's hideous," Shen Jinyue exclaimed, his expression a mixture of distaste and urgency. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the snake instantly ceased its movements, flopping lifelessly to the ground. Lu Huaiji hardly had time to react before Shen Jinyue raised his hand again, forcefully propelling the approaching swarm of snakes back several meters. They found themselves in a dilapidated, thatched hut, drafty and on the brink of collapse. The previous batch of snakes that had drawn near was now repelled by Shen Jinyue, creating a commotion that caused an even greater number of larger snakes to emerge from the surrounding underbrush. The sight of the writhing mass of serpents was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Shen Jinyue inhaled sharply. My goodness, why must the task include such revolting creatures? He contemplated summoning his large bird to sweep the snakes away, but Lu Huaiji restrained him. While Shen Jinyue was not one to flee in terror, the sheer scale of the snake horde still left him feeling uneasy. The grotesque creatures piled upon one another with irregular patterns, evoking a sense of claustrophobia. "What peculiar obsession," he remarked. Lu Huaiji, maintaining his composure, pointed to the 7-pointed star atop the head of a snake as thick as his waist. "Do you see that mark? The one glowing golden?" Shen Jinyue replied, "Yes, I see it. There are so many, it's blinding." Each snake bore the same star-shaped emblem, radiating a golden light, differing only in size, which Shen Jinyue had naturally noticed immediately. This was the insignia of creatures from the virtual realm. If faced with insurmountable danger, one could target their mental assault there. Should a genuine threat be detected, all creatures from the virtual world would be locked onto the threat, allowing the test-taker to await rescue. Shen Jinyue's gaze shifted from the serpents to Lu Huaiji, deciding it was wiser to focus on the Omega before him, whose presence was far more comforting to his mind. After a moment of contemplation regarding Lu Huaiji's words, he silently inquired, "Why not simply teleport us out?" "To awaken potential," Lu Huaiji replied. "No individual at the Imperial Academy is permitted to exploit loopholes or succumb to cowardice, unless death is imminent." During their exchange, the snake swarm had encroached perilously close. There was no need for Lu Huaiji to intervene. Shen Jinyue's mental prowess had already halted all the snakes, creating a safe zone centered around the two of them. The snakes could not breach this barrier, stacking upon one another and soon forming a formidable wall of serpents. As Shen Jinyue's nerves frayed, Lu Huaiji maintained an air of calm, casting a glance at Shen to ascertain his steadiness before continuing. These creatures are tangible, possessing fewer vulnerabilities than those outside, and are greatly enhanced. You cannot fathom their hidden strengths. His words trailed off abruptly. Shen Jinyue inquired, for instance? From a soft, yielding earth nearby, a subtle sound emerged, and a black and yellow serpent head stealthily protruded, flicking its tongue before leaping swiftly. Lu Huaiji deftly seized the serpent at its vital point, and with a slight exertion, extinguished its life. "Do not let your guard down," he cautioned. "Got it, brother," Shen Jinyue replied, glancing at the lifeless body with a shudder. "You must protect me." Yet, despite his words, a frown momentarily creased Shen Jinyue's brow as he expanded the range of his mental prowess. After a brief contemplation, he observed Lu Huaiji and discreetly retracted the augmented strength. Speaking amidst a throng of serpents was rather impolite. "The difficulty of the task world adjusts according to our combined strength. Do not expect." Lu Huaiji's cold tone interrupted, abruptly halting mid-sentence. "Shen Jinyue, what are you doing?" "Run," Shen Jinyue exclaimed, instinctively wrapping an arm around Lu Huaiji's waist. "You can't just hold on while running," Lu Huaiji protested. But before he could finish, Shen Jinyue expanded the safety perimeter several meters outward, a flash of pink-blue light illuminating their surroundings, and tightened his grip around Lu Huaiji's waist. In the next moment, they both soared into the air. Lu Huaiji suddenly pressed down on Shen Jinyue. Hey, brother, where are you pressing?" Shen Jinyue's tone quivered slightly, nearly causing them to tumble midair. Fortunately, as a top-tier alpha, Shen Jinyue regained control and, with Lu Huaiji, flew out from the dilapidated, thatched hut. Thankfully, the hut was significantly damaged. Otherwise, Shen Jinyue's grand pair of wings might have become ensnared. Suspended in midair, Shen Jinyue's expression shifted. "Brother, where are you pressing? If you're scared, you can hold my shoulders or waist, but why my thigh? Do you realize that if you shift a bit more, you'll be pressing somewhere else?" "I'll hold you accountable, Lu Huaiji." The sequence of events transpired almost instantaneously. As they ascended, the absence of Shen Jinyue's mental barrier allowed all the serpents below to converge, forming a small mountain. Occasionally, a reinforced serpent would leap, but Shen Jinyue skillfully evaded them. Gazing down from their aerial vantage, Shen Jinyue felt a lump in his throat. "Next time, could you please inform me before you grab me, brother? I need to mentally prepare." Lu Huaiji closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Could you inform me before executing such peculiar maneuvers next time?" "Absolutely," Shen Jinyue affirmed. Chapter 41. Shen Jinyue. "My brother has such a slender waist." "I have a brother." "But you do not," Lu Huaiji replied coldly. "You had better." As Shen Jinyue clung to Lu Huaiji, a mere turn of his head revealed Lu's eyes tinged with a hint of red. The face of an Omega was extraordinarily exquisite, resembling a model crafted with immense devotion, devoid of any flaw. Suddenly, Shen Jinyue's fingertips twitched. Lu Huaiji suddenly trembled as he felt a touch from Shen Jinyue, and he whispered, "Don't touch recklessly." Shen Jinyue had always possessed a clear understanding of Lu Huaiji's appearance. Before encountering Lu Huaiji, he never considered beauty to be something that could captivate his attention. However, upon seeing this academic prodigy again, Shen Jinyue realized that his previous thoughts were utterly misguided. All beauty that failed to seize Shen Jinyue's gaze was merely unqualified. Goodness, why does our academic prodigy grow more enchanting with each glance? Such a slender waist, brother. Shen Jinyue led Lu Huaiji to a high ground and gently set him down. Although they could still engage in some light banter in midair, the ominous presence below was genuinely unsettling, and continuing the conversation would border on the bizarre. Lu Huaiji turned his head, completely disregarding Shen Jinyue. The snake swarm had yet to detect their presence, and Lu Huaiji lowered his gaze to observe their movements. The thatched hut they had just occupied was now teeming with snakes, and many were converging from the same direction. Lu Huaiji silently raised his index finger. "Follow me." The two moved swiftly and quietly, retracing their steps along the path the snakes had taken. In the virtual realm, the initial scope was never extensive, and Lu Huaiji and Shen Jinyue soon spotted their destination. It was a dark and profound cave, its entrance obscured by several trees. By the time they arrived, the last wave of snakes had already exited the cave. It was uncertain whether the cave's inhabitant had sensed that the two were no longer present or if all their minions had been dispatched. Shen Jinyue still wished to speak. But Lu Huaiji interjected, "Wait for me outside." Shen Jinyue inquired, "What about you?" "I'll go in and take a look." "Brother, what are you saying? Do you realize what we've entered? It's a mission for the two of us. We share the bond of life and death at the same table. How can you go in alone while I wait outside?" Lu Huaiji, feeling a headache, raised his hand and gently placed it on Shen Jinyue's lips. This gesture proved more effective than anything else. Shen Jinyue jolted and instantly fell silent. Lu Huaiji leaned closer to Shen Jinyue, his slender fingers resting against his comrade's lips. The contrast between his pale, delicate fingertips and the rosy lips striking. Lu Huaiji slowly bent down, whispering into Shen Jinyue's ear, "My dear comrade in life and death, your luck is too low. Entering will only hinder me." Shen Jinyue, rendered speechless, could not muster a retort even with 100 mouths. He gazed at Lu Huaiji in disbelief. The slender Omega's fingers still lingered near his lips, the sensation carrying a hint of bone structure. "Then you go in," Shen Jinyue finally said. "Contact me immediately if you need anything." Lu Huaiji nodded, turning to find a suitable angle to leap down. "And, brother, your hands are quite delicate," Shen Jinyue remarked, watching Lu Huaiji depart, honestly voicing his thoughts. Lu Huaiji landed steadily, balancing himself on one hand when he heard this comment. He concealed his reaction, casting Shen Jinyue a fleeting glance before cautiously making his way toward the cave. Shen Jinyue inexplicably felt that Lu Huaiji's glance conveyed a message, "Wait for me to emerge." Indeed, Lu Huaiji harbored the same thought. As he approached the cave, a chilling breeze enveloped him, exuding an eerie ambience. The foul stench of decay assaulted his senses, and he discerned a bizarre, viscous substance beneath his feet. The darkness within the cave was profound. Lu Huaiji could barely utilize his mental energy to map the layout. Scattered across the ground were numerous obstacles, resembling human skulls, while a cluster of items in the corner emitted a sinister green glow. In a moment of realization, Lu Huaiji abruptly withdrew his mental energy, swiftly pressing his back against the damp, slimy stone wall. The sensation prompted him to frown involuntarily. Yet he remained motionless in that position. Instantly, a smell far more pungent than the one he had previously encountered filled the air, compelling him to hold his breath. He froze, and two enormous, greenish eyes materialized before him, alarmingly close, almost brushing against him. However, Lu Huaiji's clever positioning against the wall placed him in a blind spot. The colossal eyes, bulging and prominent, failed to detect him. In an instant, he enveloped himself with his mental energy. The creature was a massive snake, its eyes nearly the size of Lu Huaiji's torso. The python hesitated momentarily, appearing to possess limited intelligence, and upon losing the scent of Lu Huaiji, it seemed to forget its purpose, gliding out of the cave without searching further. Lu Huaiji remained breathless, promptly transmitting an escape signal to Shen Jinyue through pheromones. The serpent slithered before him for an extended period, and only then did Lu Huaiji catch sight of its tail. He remained stationary, awaiting any response from Shen Jinyue. A sense of dread crept over him. Could this fellow have encountered trouble on his first test? He lingered a moment longer, deciding to probe the presence of his new desk mate with pheromones. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from outside the cave. It was Shen Jinyue. Lu Huaiji instinctively covered his head, muttering, "Oh my, this fellow is shouting instead of fleeing." He quickly shielded the small snakes that were stirred into a frenzy by the sound with his mental energy, disregarding everything else as he hastily darted outside. As Lu Huaiji emerged into the light, an overwhelming scent of serpentine pheromones flooded his nostrils. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he swiftly oriented himself towards Shen Jinyue's location. Before he could catch sight of Shen Jinyue, his movements halted abruptly. He beheld the massive python he had narrowly avoided moments ago, now lying in dismembered pieces upon the ground, its remnants scattered. Even the most formidable of creatures could not survive such a fate. Despite his usual calm demeanor, Lu Huaiji found himself at a loss for words, exclaiming internally. Brother Lu Huaiji can only summon this expression to convey his feelings. Did I not tell you to run? And yet, you have slain the ultimate boss? However, the brother in Lu Huai's mouth is no longer well. Shen Jinyue bent over, retching for a long time. It stinks. Chapter 42, Shen Jinyue. Brother, there's a snake. I'm really scared. Lu Huai. A certain brother retched for quite a while, ultimately ceasing his actions without producing anything substantial. In half a second, he darted to Lu Huai's side, gazing down with a pitiful look while clutching his sleeve. Brother, there's a snake. I'm scared. Lu Huai cast a glance at the small snakes, which were over 10 meters away, too frightened to approach and hastily fleeing, and felt that perhaps he should be somewhat afraid of Shen Jinyue. Lu Huai reiterated, that is the boss. Huh? Shen Jinyue feigned ignorance. Lu Huai clarified, boss. Oh. Shen Jinyue replied, the boss is meant to be killed, right? Lu Huai. Shen Jinyue was not pretending to be foolish. He was genuinely naive. However, there was nothing inherently wrong with Shen Jinyue's line of thought. The boss is indeed meant to be slain, but not before discovering the method to conquer. Lu Huai's luck was a perfect score of 100. Regardless of the challenge or test, he could treat it as a game with a guiding pathway. The boss's greatest utility for him might be the pursuit that would lead Lu Huai, with his 100 points of luck, to swiftly uncover the crucial items and locations necessary for victory. Once this role was fulfilled, the boss could be eliminated. For Lu Huai, all elements capable of aiding him were reliable, with luck being the most stable and dependable factor. It should be utilized when necessary. Yet, this situation marked the first time this year, and indeed in history, that the boss had been severed into pieces before he even encountered it. Lu Huai found himself at a loss for words. Brother, the pheromone. Shen Jinyue called out beside him, yearning to smell it. As Shen Jinyue leaned closer, Lu Huai was overwhelmed by a potent scent of pheromones, causing him a pause, feeling somewhat dizzy, and he said no. Lu Huai had sensed something amiss with Shen Jinyue's pheromones upon their exit. It was a form of overwhelming pressure. However, perhaps due to the high compatibility of their pheromones, he initially overlooked it. Given Shen Jinyue's current state, inhaling Lu Huai's scent could lead to a loss of control, and should Shen Jinyue act impulsively, both their examinations would be jeopardized, with Lu Huai bearing the brunt of it. Shen Jinyue, clearly rebuffed, appeared somewhat distressed, but recognized the absurdity of his request and remained silent. Lu Huai glanced up, noticing Shen Jinyue's listlessness. If he had animal-like ears atop his head, they would likely be drooping. Let us go inside and take a look, Lu Huai remarked, feeling a tickle at the tip of his nose. Shen Jinyue nodded obediently, following closely behind Lu Huai. Halfway through their journey, Shen Jinyue suddenly stepped forward, placing something into Lu Huai's hand. After this action, Shen Jinyue obediently trailed behind Lu Huai, remaining silent throughout. Lu Huai momentarily halted, glancing down at the object in his palm. It was 2 feathers, the delicate hue of powder blue, devoid of any imperfections, shimmered with a crystalline brilliance under the sunlight, radiating a gentle warmth. It seemed that every time the pheromones fluctuated, Shen Jinyue had a penchant for slipping feathers into Lu Huaiji's hands. Lu Huaiji remained silent, continuing his journey deeper into the cave. Shen Jinyue trailed behind him, inhaling softly, maintaining a distance neither too close nor too far. The boss lay in several dismembered pieces outside, and Lu Huaiji promptly switched on his flashlight, sweeping it across the cavern's interior. His prior instincts had allowed him to reconstruct the scene within the cave. The ground was littered with human skulls, and the corners were heaped with treasures of gold and silver. Why do snakes always have a penchant for such things? Shen Jinyue murmured from behind, crouching down to examine the pile of jewelry. The scent was overpowering. Lu Huaiji caught a whiff, frowned, and grasped Shen Jinyue's wrist. Shen Jinyue's hand stiffened, yet his gaze remained fixed on the trove of jewels. Do not approach, Lu Huaiji cautioned. The treasures, likely cherished enough to be kept in one's dwelling, might harbor toxins yet unknown. Lu Huaiji led Shen Jinyue to the opposite side of the cave, where a series of red countdown numbers appeared on the stone wall, 4734. Clearly, their task was time-constrained to 1 hour. Given the brevity of the time frame, the difficulty of the mission should not be particularly great, especially since the boss had already been dispatched by Shen Jinyue. However, this also implied that their actions might become increasingly aimless. Lu Huaiji's mind raced, and a glance revealed Shen Jinyue crouching nearby, seemingly unwell. He called out, "Shen Jinyue?" Shen Jinyue looked up, responding yes. Satisfied with Shen Jinyue's condition, Lu Huaiji resumed his search along the stone wall. Soon, he discovered a protruding rock and pressed down with force. The wall shifted slightly, and a stone door creaked open with a resounding thud. Lu Huaiji instinctively stepped back, prompting Shen Jinyue to rise immediately. Once assured of the absence of danger within, Shen Jinyue breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Huaiji illuminated the interior of the small cavern, momentarily dazzled by the heaps of gold and silver. He turned the flashlight slightly aside. At the center of the small cave stood a glass display case, empty and devoid of contents. Lu Huaiji surmised that this must have been the prized possession of the colossal python, now lost and somehow linked to them. It was likely the key to their escape. We need to find the item inside and then place it back. Shen Jinyue, having appeared beside Lu Huaiji at some point, casually tapped the gleaming glass. Seemingly in need of a key, Lu Huaiji cast a glance at Shen Jinyue in the darkness, responding with a simple yes. Shen Jinyue, intent on fiddling with the solid gold lock, was halted by Lu Huaiji's gaze, but it was too late to prevent him. The Alpha, bending down to scrutinize the keyhole, muttered, "The shape of this key seems rather peculiar." Lu Huaiji tugged at the Alpha's hand, signaling him to withdraw. "Do not touch." Shen Jinyue, puzzled, queried, "What is wrong?" "There is no poison." "Not that," Lu Huaiji replied. "The key resembles the forked tongue of that giant python." Shen Jinyue gasped in surprise. He abruptly released his grip, letting out a frustrated exclamation. "Damn it!" Lu Huaiji massaged his temples and remarked, "There's water outside. We can wash up later." Since Shen Jinyue began delivering feathers to Lu Huaiji from outside, his pheromones had grown increasingly turbulent, exhibiting a restless energy. However, it seemed he was exercising some restraint, for Lu Huaiji did not feel the oppressive sensation he had experienced when first encountering Shen Jinyue. In the next moment, Shen Jinyue performed an unexpected act. He reached out and seized the solid gold lock once more. The veins on the back of Shen Jinyue's hand bulged, and the contours of his muscles became distinctly visible. With a sudden surge of strength, the seemingly hefty lock was instantly deformed. Soon, our rabbit-like avatar would make its appearance. Let us anticipate what Shen Jiao will do to the rabbit. Chapter 43. I like you very much. Lu Huaiji watched in astonishment as the object securing the display case transformed in Shen Jinyue's grasp, breaking apart before being carelessly discarded to the ground like refuse. This method of overcoming obstacles was indeed unprecedented. Let us go see what this fellow truly adores. Shen Jinyue's voice carried a hint of discomfort. He furrowed his brows, seemingly enduring something painfully distressing. Lu Huaiji crouched beside the display case, momentarily at a loss for words. Were it Song Qi in his stead, he would have immediately produced a phone to capture this epic moment of terror, and then morphed into a fiery little fox, leaping and bounding about the cave, showcasing his ancestral traits. But here, crouching in silence, was Lu Huaiji. He maintained his position, lifting his head, as two question marks seemed to slowly materialize above him. Shen Jinyue's pheromones were in a chaotic uproar, and Lu Huaiji felt a distinct pressure closing in on him. He remained still and inquired, "Is something off with your pheromones?" Shen Jinyue appeared not to have heard clearly. Your pheromones are off," Lu Huaiji stated, noting how Shen Jinyue had approached him. He paused for a moment before adding, "It seems so." Shen Jinyue stiffened slightly, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. "Is it?" Lu Huaiji challenged him. "Do you take me for a fool?" The intensity of Shen Jinyue's pheromones was such that Lu Huaiji could hardly rise. Shen Jinyue, surprisingly, questioned, "Is it?" After 2 seconds of silence, Shen Jinyue smiled faintly. He reached out and pulled Lu Huaiji to his feet, admitting, "I can't quite control it. So let us leave for now," Shen Jinyue suggested, tilting his head slightly. I still have some matters to attend to. Lu Huaiji nodded, standing up and following Shen Jinyue outside, asking, is it caused by the boss? Shen Jinyue pondered for a moment. No, he clarified. It's because you are here. Lu Huaiji curled his fingers, choosing not to respond further. He understood that the stronger the pheromones and attributes, the more challenging they were to control. When Lu Huaiji first transitioned into an omega, even his gentle omega pheromones were potent enough to nearly overwhelm him. In contrast, Shen Jinyue's formidable prowess was such that even his own grandfather was no match for him, making it a common occurrence to struggle with pheromone control. High-level pheromones are not easily mastered. Shen Jinyue found himself unable to restrain his pheromones, a fact that Lu Huaiji need not even contemplate. Once Shen Jinyue's pheromones spiraled out of control, it was likely that both he and Lu Huaiji would remain ensnared in this predicament until the countdown concluded in an hour. Perhaps, when they were finally transported away, Shen Jinyue would still be holding on to him. Lu Huaiji cast a glance at Shen Jinyue, who seemed to have divined his thoughts, and without hesitation, released his grip. Simultaneously, he voiced what Lu Huaiji was pondering. I just observed that there's only one path outside the cave. Shall we split up and regroup when the time is up? Shen Jinyue's face betrayed no hint of the uncontrolled pheromones, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Lu Huaiji appeared somewhat taken aback before nodding in agreement. The two then made their way towards the cave's entrance, their view finally opening up as daylight poured into Lu Huaiji's eyes. Shen Jinyue walked a step ahead of him. The tall alpha moved with steady strides, his physique perfectly proportioned, clad simply in white attire and black trousers, his waistline and long legs exuding an effortless elegance, topped with tousled light brown curls. Suddenly, he turned around. Lu Huaiji, unable to withdraw his gaze in time, collided with Shen Jinyue, half his body crashing into the latter's embrace. This seemed to trigger some switch, as Shen Jinyue's previously calm demeanor vanished in an instant. His eyes flickered before he abruptly pulled Lu Huaiji entirely into his arms. The intensity of the pheromones this time surpassed that of their encounter in the classroom. The heat radiating from Shen Jinyue's chest palpable. Lu Huaiji felt the rhythmic thumping of his heart through the thin fabric. The scent of snakeberry, tinged with a hint of bitterness, enveloped Lu Huaiji completely, the aggressive aroma penetrating every inch of his skin, marking him unmistakably as an alpha. In a desperate bid, Lu Huaiji managed to place one hand against Shen Jinyue's chest at the last moment. Even so, he staggered forward, his lips colliding with the curve of Shen Jinyue's neck. The warmth of their lips and the tremor of his body connected, and Lu Huaiji attempted to speak, only to be pressed deeper into Shen Jinyue's collarbone. Shen Jinyue's sudden tug and push left Lu Huaiji dazed, leaving a distinct bite mark on Shen Jinyue's collarbone. As he drew closer, Lu Huaiji discerned that Shen Jinyue's body trembled uncontrollably, subtly but unmistakably unable to contain his pheromones. In a flurry, Lu Huaiji turned his head away, trying to push Shen Jinyue away. Brother, Shen Jinyue suddenly murmured. Lu Huaiji, on the verge of succumbing to the pheromones, replied hoarsely, Speak. He then added before Shen Jinyue could utter another word, Let go of me first. You are watching me, Shen Jinyue insisted, refusing to release Lu Huaiji. Lu Huaiji pondered whether Shen Jinyue's face was akin to a rare attraction that charged an admission fee, or if his own gaze resembled a camera equipped with a powerful flash. Holding his breath, he attempted to push Shen Jinyue aside. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Shen Jinyue declared, I really like you. At that moment, Lu Huaiji halted his motion, gripping Shen Jinyue's arm with such intensity that his hand trembled. Lu Huaiji gazed fixedly at Shen Jinyue, his dark red fox-like eyes reflecting a semblance of astonishment. He found himself momentarily speechless, halting all motion. After a prolonged silence, Lu Huaiji finally inquired, Do you even realize what you were saying? Shen Jinyue, unwavering in his gaze, absorbed every expression of the Omega in his embrace. A fleeting shadow crossed his eyes. After a brief pause, Shen Jinyue quietly averted his gaze and confessed, I quite enjoy the way you look at me. With a teasing tone, he added, Who wouldn't be pleased to be admired by a beautiful Omega classmate? Lu Huaiji, Shen Jinyue repositioned him back into the crook of his neck, inhaling the scent of his pheromones. Brother, your pheromones seem to have quite an effect on me. With one hand resting on the back of Lu Huaiji's head, his fingertips gently caressed the nape. It would be peculiar if a high-matching omega's pheromones had no effect on an alpha's. Lu Huaiji found himself firmly held by Shen Jinyue, inhaling the intoxicating aroma of his pheromones. Shen Jinyue's strength was such that Lu Huaiji could hardly break free. It's different. Shen Jinyue seemed to discover something novel. My pheromones do not obey my command, yet they seem to heed your call, brother. How did you discern that? Lu Huaiji himself felt no such influence. They had become quite docile. Shen Jinyue's eyes sparkled as he explained, just now, I couldn't control them, but upon sensing your pheromones, they calmed down. Just a moment ago, they were compelling me to hold you tightly, urging you to release your pheromones while asking me to undress for you. Chapter 44. The rabbit makes its entrance. Lu Huaiji, perplexed, covered Shen Jinyue's mouth. The words spoken by Shen Jinyue were utterly enigmatic. Lu Huaiji, indifferent to the safety of alphas, had never contemplated whether such phenomena could occur with them. Furthermore, alpha pheromones have always been singularly dominant. Even alphas with a pheromone strength of merely 20 or 30 would never willingly submit to the commands of an omega, let alone one of Shen Jinyue's caliber. Instances where an alpha's pheromones respond to those of an omega are exceedingly rare, typically only seen among those who have undergone lifelong marking. The temporary marking between Lu Huaiji and Shen Jinyue represented the utmost limit. A lifelong marking was beyond consideration. He could not fathom whether Shen Jinyue was deceiving him or whether he was simply deluded, as the pheromones had already been coaxed into release. Shen Jinyue's condition evidently improved, yet his pheromones grew increasingly exuberant. Being embraced and inhaled like catnip was an experience entirely foreign to Lu Huaiji. He impulsively pushed Shen Jinyue away, raising a finger to silence him. Pointing in a random direction, Lu Huaiji said, I shall proceed this way. We will reconvene later. All right, Shen Jinyue replied with a smile. Watching Lu Huaiji depart, it was time to rein in his actions. Excess could easily lead to annoyance. Shen Jinyue certainly did not wish for his nemesis to harbor any disdain towards him. Shen Jinyue harbored no doubts. Given Lu Huaiji's volatile temperament, should Shen Jinyue provoke him, he would undoubtedly abandon his mission and engage in a fierce confrontation. It was terrifying, indeed too terrifying. Just as Lu Huaiji's figure was about to vanish from Shen Jinyue's sight, he raised his voice, calling out, Brother. Lu Huaiji halted his movements and turned his head. If you find it first, will you just leave immediately? He inquired, his tone resembling a negotiation with Lu Huaiji. Lu Huaiji remained silent for a considerable time, seemingly deep in thought before finally replying, It depends on the situation. With both of them present, upon completing the task, the teleportation would occur automatically. However, if one were to be teleported first, the difficulty within the virtual world would significantly escalate. Lu Huaiji had never witnessed such extraordinary luck in Shen Jinyue. He was uncertain what would transpire if he were the first to be teleported, leaving Shen Jinyue behind. He even speculated that Shen Jinyue could inadvertently attract two formidable bosses from another virtual realm. Shen Jinyue raised no objections. At worst, he would endure an additional 2 minutes before parting ways with the elementary deity. After all, he was a top-tier alpha with a remarkable prowess of 99. Surely those 2 minutes would not lead him to uncontrollably transform and embrace an omega. Impossible, absolutely impossible. After speaking, Lu Huaiji did not depart immediately. He paused for a moment and added, If you cannot find it, come to me. As Shen Jinyue was about to refuse, Lu Huaiji raised a slender, pale finger to his delicate pink lips, softly stating, No refusals. Shen Jinyue gasped in surprise. It felt as if something had grasped his rapidly beating heart from afar. The Omega possessed a striking visage, with fox-like eyes, crimson irises, and thin lips, allowing Shen Jinyue to discern every detail etched upon his face. A few strands of hair fell gently across his brow, while the contrasting dark red of his eyes lent Lu Huaiji an aura of serene mystery. He bloomed like a radiant flower on a desolate planet, flourishing in the early winter, amidst barrenness, and within the gaze of all that was bizarre and extraordinary. It was at this moment that Shen Jinyue fully comprehended Song Qi's remark about how the monsters in the virtual world were loath to harm him. His expression shifted rapidly, leaving Lu Huaiji without a reply. Lu Huaiji softly prompted him. Shen Jinyue snapped back to reality. Lu Huaiji inquired, "Do you have any objections?" Commander Lu often exhibited absolute respect for matters unrelated to his own interests, as it was essential to honor the destinies of others. And Shen Jinyue was assured he would not perish. Regardless of how serious Commander Lu's discourse was, Shen Jinyue's gaze remained fixed upon Lu Huaiji's face, unable to divert his attention. His mind was a tumult of thoughts, affirming the possibility of losing control during those 2 minutes. Indeed, he might transform into a colossal pastel-hued bird and whisk Lu Huaiji away to indulge in his whims. Thus, what if he were to resist? Shen Jinyue's thoughts spiraled chaotically, and he dared not glance at Lu Huaiji again, swiftly turning to depart. Lu Huaiji. The striking visage of Commander Lu momentarily flickered with disbelief. Had that individual just stared at him for an eternity without uttering a single word, only to turn and depart? Such an expression of incredulity rarely graced Lu Huaiji's countenance. Had Shen Jinyue been seized? Time was of the essence. If he squandered it further, he would soon find himself and Shen Jinyue transported out upon the mission's conclusion. Without a second thought, Lu Huaiji set forth in the opposite direction of Shen Jinyue. The formidable boss in the cavern had been vanquished, and the remaining serpents posed little threat. Yet, who possessed the audacity to abscond with the boss's treasures? Was there another boss lurking within this virtual realm? Such speculation seemed improbable. The miniature world crafted for the mission was not expansive, and the energy required for 2 bosses would be excessive. Lu Huaiji moved swiftly, employing his mental acuity to survey the dilapidated huts along his path, finding nothing amiss. Thus, only one possibility remained. The entity that had pilfered the boss's treasure was likely a being the boss held in high esteem, fortunate enough to escape with the coveted item, though it was probably now on its last legs. Nevertheless, Lu Huaiji remained vigilant, probing the surroundings with his mental power as he traversed the crumbling straw huts. After approximately 10 minutes, aside from the small serpents, he encountered no further anomalies. As he neared the end of his journey, a long line of writhing serpents trailed behind him. With a calm glance over his shoulder, he abruptly darted to the right. The difficulty of the virtual world was assessed based on the combined judgment of the 2 participants. Perhaps Shen Jinyue's low luck value had significantly balanced their scores in this regard. Lu Huaiji swiftly maneuvered, positioning himself precisely at the turn where the serpents could no longer detect his whereabouts. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, he arrived at the edge of a small, self-constructed dwelling he had previously identified during his mental reconnaissance. This particular structure was the most intact among all, while the others lay in tatters. Though his probing revealed no immediate threats, he sensed a peculiar aroma within, reminiscent of pheromones, which exerted a considerable pressure upon him. Suddenly, a thought crossed Lu Huaiji's mind as he glanced at his wrist. Shen Jinyue had just touched that very spot, and given that he had slain the colossal python, it was inevitable that its essence clung to him. The scent emanating from within was not suppressing Lu Huaiji. Rather, it seemed to counteract the fragrance upon his wrist. The entity inside was brazenly exuding pheromones capable of subduing the gigantic python. Naturally, Lu Huaiji could not force his way in. After a moment of contemplation, he paused in a corner. Lowering his gaze, he vanished from sight. In the next instant, a small, snow-white rabbit appeared in the very spot he had occupied. Chapter 45. The rabbit's discovery countdown. The rabbit was petite, its fur a soft and luminous white, glistening under the sunlight. Its ears were pressed closely against the back of its head, and the only contrasting feature was its pair of dark crimson eyes. The rabbit suddenly leapt, effortlessly bounding through the window with a delicate swiftness that failed to disturb the cluster of snakes on the ground. It came to a halt on the table by the window, cautiously surveying its surroundings. Upon entering, Lu Huaiji realized the expanse within was quite substantial. The oppressive feeling dissipated upon his transformation into a rabbit, although his diminutive form allowed him access to various places. His ability to retrieve objects or open cabinets was considerably constrained. He was certain the items he sought lay within, but he would need to search diligently. Lu Huaiji conducted his investigation with meticulous care, moving with utmost caution to avoid making even the slightest sound. The area was teeming with serpents, and, in his rabbit form, disturbing them would spell trouble. After painstakingly prying open 5 doors, he discovered a rather grand display case behind an iron door. Unlike the exterior, which was swarming with snakes, this space was adorned with an array of opulent gold and silver jewels. The iron door could not open without producing noise, and despite Lu Huaiji's efforts to muffle it, the sound caught the attention of 2 large snakes. They slithered closer, tongues flicking as they approached the pristine white rabbit at the door. At that moment, Lu Huaiji was crouched on his hind legs, cautiously nudging the door with his forelegs, ears straining to listen. When he finally managed to push the iron door open just wide enough for a rabbit to slip through, the 2 snakes were already less than a meter behind him. In his human form, he would have been unafraid of these serpents. However, he was merely a rabbit now. Turning to glance back, his fur bristled in alarm. He quickly darted through the iron door, managing to close it just as the 2 snakes were about to enter. This exertion nearly consumed all of the little rabbit's strength, and Lu Huaiji leaned against the door, allowing his fur to gradually settle. In his human form, he had towered over the snakes, their fearsome appearances unable to pose a threat. At worst, they could deliver a bite, but he would have easily countered their venom with his pheromones. Now, as a rabbit, his perspective had shifted dramatically, and turning his head revealed the massive form of a striped snake, its tongue longer than his own body, its undulating movement both repulsive and slimy. The impact of this sight was indeed overwhelming. Fortunately, no snakes lurked behind the iron door, only the dazzling array of jewels that gleamed brightly. At the center of the display stood a 3-dimensional emblem shaped like a 7-pointed star, predominantly golden with silver accents, strikingly radiant. The noise from closing the door had been substantial, and now the iron door trembled, indicating that, much like in the thatched cottage, the snakes had resumed their chaotic stacking. This room lacked windows, rendering egress a challenge. Yet, the object of his desire lay before him. The unexpected ease of this situation left Lu Huaiji motionless, fixated on the 7-pointed star in the center of the display. Where was the enigmatic being, the master of the extraordinary pheromones that could subdue a giant python? This mysterious creature had yet to make its appearance. Lu Huaiji released his mental energy, scanning the room, only to discover that even the display platform bore no constraints. During his encounter in the cave, the giant python had at least set a pure gold lock, yet here the audacity had escalated to such heights. Had he arrived too early? That notion seemed implausible, for he had just been entangled with Shen Jinyue for quite some time and had traversed a considerable distance. The task time must be dwindling. Suddenly, Lu Huaiji's gaze fixated on a nearby glass case. The case was not positioned on the display platform where it ought to be. This situation suggested that the owner, while inspecting their most prized possession, had been distracted by something of even greater importance, abandoning their treasure in haste. Alternatively, perhaps they had sensed the demise of the giant python and rushed to collect their subordinates, or they had been irresistibly drawn away by Shen Jinyue. Lu Huaiji pondered these 2 hypotheses, finding the latter more plausible. He believed that Shen Jinyue's misfortune was exceedingly low, thus anything could transpire concerning him. However, if that were the case, it implied that whenever Lu Huaiji and Shen Jinyue entered the virtual world together, almost all direct attacks would fall upon Shen Jinyue to endure. While Lu Huaiji could evade harm, due to his exceptional luck, the rabbit's ears twitched as Lu Huaiji recalled his thoughts and leaped onto the display platform, only to confront a more pressing dilemma. He was but a small rabbit. How could he possibly carry the badge? The rabbit's lips, anthropomorphically pursed, he stood beside the platform, using his forelegs to nudge the badge off its perch. The badge lay quietly at the edge of the platform, its surroundings smooth enough to reflect a diminutive, pristine rabbit. Despite his best efforts, Lu Huaiji found it impossible to lift the badge with both paws. The iron door was already teetering on the brink of collapse, evidently overwhelmed by the writhing serpents outside, which were on the verge of forcing it open. It seemed imperative to hasten his actions. The round little rabbit stood upright, slowly raising his front paws to strike the badge. The finely crafted badge rolled away with a resounding clang, coming to rest silently on the ground. With a nimble jump, the rabbit landed beside the badge, using his hind legs to awkwardly push it toward the door. The deafening noise appeared to trigger a response from the serpents, causing them to stir restlessly, the iron door shaking as though about to give way. Lu Huaiji nudged the badge slightly to the left. The serpent's movements intensified, and he could even catch a whiff of a foul odor. Employing pheromones to shield himself from the noxious scent emanating from the serpents outside, Lu Huaiji concentrated on pushing the badge with his hind paws. He inched it closer to the entrance, preparing to transform into a human the moment the serpents breached the door, badge in hand, ready to flee. This room was the epicenter of the oppressive pheromones, and transforming into a human would undoubtedly subject him to immense pressure. Thus, Lu Huaiji resolved to bide his time, waiting for the serpents to force the door open. He diligently nudged the badge, which appeared visually larger than the rabbit himself. In the room, only a pure white rabbit struggled to move, while the iron door, pressed by a swarm of snakes, had unexpectedly ceased its clamor. Shen Jinyue spent 20 minutes traversing every corner of the virtual realm, yet regrettably, he found nothing of worth. Even the single blade of grass that caught his eye had been licked by the snakes, a fact he had long since come to accept. The young Master Shen was not known for his amiability. Listlessly, he returned to the cave, hefting the exhibition case of a giant python with one hand, swaying as he sought out Lu Huaiji. His keen perception detected something amiss as he approached the end of the room. Shen Jinyue raised an eyebrow slightly, tossed the exhibition case aside, and stepped inside. In my view, these chapters depict Lu as an extraordinarily adorable little one, though in the next chapter, he shall be captured by a certain beast. Chapter 46. The rabbit is discovered. His gaze was solely fixated on the rabbit. Surprisingly, there were no snakes in this room, for they were all congregated against a wall. From Shen Jinyue's perspective, the serpents completely disregarded his presence, layered upon one another as if engaged in some whimsical game, forming a wall in front of the barrier. What could possibly be more enticing to the snakes than a living being such as himself? These snakes must have gorged themselves to the point of indifference, for they paid no heed even to the considerable figure of Shen Jinyue standing before them. An inexplicable sense of competitiveness stirred within him, leading Shen to raise his hand gently, causing his mental energy to surge dramatically. All the snakes were thrust aside as if repelled by an invisible wall, each one crashing against the adjacent wall, revealing a rusting green iron door behind them. Since Shen Jinyue entered the door, a scent of pheromones had persistently attempted to suppress him, albeit unintentionally. However, with a pheromone strength rated at an astonishing 99, it would be an absurdity for him to be subdued by whatever lay within. Thus, when Shen Jinyue perceived an even greater sense of oppression in the room separated by the iron door, he did not hesitate. He advanced directly and pushed the door open. He opened the door with ease, and in that instant, the living beings within came to a complete halt. Shen Jinyue did not see his deskmate. Instead, in a room filled with treasures of gold and silver, there lay a rabbit entirely snow white with dark red eyes. At the moment he opened the door, the rabbit seemed momentarily dazed. Its hind legs rested on a badge as it struggled to lift its head, meeting Shen Jinyue's gaze, towering at nearly 2 meters. Shen Jinyue exclaimed in wonder. Oh, his pheromones had just spiraled out of control, and now his mind was utterly unclear. He could not fathom why a rabbit would appear in a place teeming with snakes. A rabbit placed amidst this heap of treasures. And Shen Jinyue could see nothing else. Only this furry little creature at the center. His first instinct was to seize the rabbit, and indeed, he acted upon it. The two, one human and one rabbit, exchanged an eerie gaze for several seconds as the snakes began to entwine around them once more. A strange expression flickered in Shen Jinyue's eyes as he bent down and scooped up the rabbit that was staring at him. The young man's hands were broad, with long, slender fingers and distinct, fair joints. The moment he grasped the rabbit, he emitted a soft exclamation. As Shen Jinyue tightened his grip, he felt only the pure white fur. And it was not until he secured the creature that he could discern its true size. So thin, how can it be? Shen Jinyue mused distractedly while retrieving a badge with his left hand. The fur seemed so well-groomed, it appeared almost docile. Lu Huaiji, suspended in the air by Shen Jinyue's firm hold on his frail body, had his ears suddenly perk up. He watched as his desk mate swaggered out, one hand clutching him while the other held the badge. As Shen Jinyue stepped out of the room, no serpentine creatures pursued him. He carelessly tossed the badge into the glass display case he had just brought over and turned to survey his surroundings with Lu Huaiji in tow. "What are you doing here?" Lu Huaiji inquired. Shen Jinyue, holding the rabbit's ears, appeared as if he would thoroughly inspect every inch of the creature, prompting Lu Huaiji to anxiously conceal his tail behind him. Something was amiss. How could the rabbit be here? And where was their esteemed Lu scholar? Shen Jinyue seemed a bit dazed, curiously questioning the rabbit. Fortunately, Lu Huaiji noted that Shen Jinyue remained oblivious to the fact that the rabbit in his grasp was indeed the very Lu scholar they were searching for. With the badge thrown into the display case, the task completion criteria were met, and golden light enveloped Shen Jinyue. Yet, he seemed utterly unconcerned, continuing to examine his surroundings with Lu Huaiji. "Are you a male rabbit or a female rabbit?" Shen Jinyue inquired with palpable curiosity. Even as a rabbit, Lu Huaiji paused, then closed his eyes. Upon realizing that a rabbit could not respond in human language, Shen Jinyue understood. "I see." Lu Huaiji remained stiff in Shen Jinyue's grasp, his gaze sorrowful. "You know nothing," he thought helplessly. "Let me go. It's exhausting hanging here in midair." Unaware of the thoughts of the seemingly harmless rabbit in his hands, Shen Jinyue scrutinized the fluffy creature intently. A male rabbit has a distinct foot, while a female rabbit has dreamy eyes, he declared authoritatively, his voice resonating with conviction. "Your eyes are squinting. It must be a female rabbit." Lu Huaiji closed his eyes once more. Under Shen Jinyue's unwavering gaze, he despondently moved his hind legs. "Oh!" The surrounding golden light intensified, and Shen Jinyue, intrigued, exclaimed, "You're a male rabbit." It seemed that his incorrect assumption had slightly wounded the pride of the young master, who was now in disbelief. Lu Huaiji thought, playing dead, how could the rabbit deceive him? The teleportation began, and just as Lu Huaiji materialized beside Shen Jinyue's seat, he heard Shen Jinyue's perplexed utterance. "What if I come out and my brother hasn't tea yet?" Lu Huaiji remained silent as Shen Jinyue continued to murmur, "Never mind. I shall leave first, lest I lose control and transform into a beast." That would be a true beast, Shen Jinyue pondered. If I were to impulsively bring my brother home and compel him to transform into his beastly form, it would be quite undesirable. Shen Jinyue returned to his testing chair, while the rabbit, Lu Huaiji, already in his beastly form, perched gracefully upon Shen Jinyue's lap. Lu Huaiji had never encountered such a situation. It seemed that emerging from the virtual world in beastly form alongside one's partner directly resulted in appearing upon their partner's thigh. The soft, furry sensation on his leg finally drew Shen Jinyue's attention. With a hint of astonishment, he tugged the rabbit closer. "How could you accompany me out?" "Needless to say," Lu Huaiji retorted, as he lost his balance from Shen Jinyue's pull and nearly tumbled towards the root of his thigh. Just then, something poked his face. What a predicament! Was Shen Jinyue truly afraid he might fall? Lu Huaiji quickly turned his head away, his ears instinctively perking up, his fur tinged with a blush. Eager to leap off Shen Jinyue's lap and scurry away as far as possible. In moments of uncontrollable pheromones, Shen Jinyue's mind might falter, but he was far from helpless. Sensing the rabbit's intent to flee, he swiftly and decisively reached out and caught the nape of Lu Huaiji's neck. With a cheerful grin, Shen Jinyue stood, holding Lu Huaiji, and warmly greeted the newly arrived Sui Su before stepping outside. Sui Su exchanged pleasantries with Shen Jinyue, noticing the rabbit in his grasp with a hint of curiosity. Just as he was about to inquire, more classmates began to emerge, prompting him to refrain from asking. Shen Jinyue confidently carried Lu Huaiji away. Since his brother refused to let him experience his pheromones, bringing home a rabbit for warmth was just as good, Shen Jinyue mused. Lu Huaiji remarked, "All right, I acquiesce. Let us take this rabbit back for some cozy moments." Chapter 47. Shen's father declared, "I'm eager to see what kind of precious rabbit you have clinging to you." True to his word, Shen Jinyue indeed took Lu Huaiji home. Ever since Lu Huaiji's first failed escape, Shen Jinyue had been vigilantly guarding the rabbit, determined not to allow him to slip from his grasp. In a fit of anger, Lu Huaiji simmered silently. Shen Jinyue ambled leisurely with the rabbit until they reached the first floor, where Xie caught up with him. "Hey, Shen-ge, where's Huaiji?" "I have no idea," Shen Jinyue replied. "If you didn't TC or Commander Lu earlier, you must have left." Lu Huaiji shook his head slightly, prompting Shen Jinyue to raise an eyebrow, shifting the rabbit to his other hand, which he held flat, ensuring the little creature's legs were comfortably supported. Shen Jinyue marveled at the rabbit's petite size, observing its roundness was entirely due to its fur. "That shouldn't be," Xie muttered, while Shen Jinyue, too, was uncertain of Lu Huaiji's whereabouts and contemplated searching the campus. He could not afford to reveal his inability to locate his partner in front of others. He smiled politely. "How could that be possible? He's our commander, Lu, the overall commander of our class." "Indeed, the overall commander," Shen Jinyue replied, squeezing the rabbit casually. "Our commander Lu usually is the last to leave. He still needs to assist Professor Yin and Sui Gu with the rescue and difficulty adjustments." "Oh, you don't need to look for him, as per what Gus said," Shen Jinyue asserted confidently. "Brother Lu has me in his heart. I asked him to leave, and he did." As soon as these words left his lips, the frail little rabbit resting in the palm of Shen Jinyue's hand quietly succumbed. Its snow-white fur appeared unable to support its petite form any longer, and it gently lay down, its face pressed against Shen Jinyue's palm, eyes closed. "Are you feeling sleepy, my dear?" Shen Jinyue remarked casually, slipping the rabbit into his pocket. "All right. Xiao Xia, what were you saying?" "Oh, nothing," Xia quickly replied. "I mentioned that this rabbit is adorable. Is it a new pet of yours, Shen-ge?" Shen Jinyue affirmed, "Indeed, I acquired it. Isn't it lovely?" Although Xie was puzzled about where one could procure such a breed of rabbit, he nodded earnestly. "Impressive, Shen-ge." Shen Jinyue exchanged a few more idle words with Xie, ultimately confirming that neither of them knew where their beloved Commander Lu had vanished to. With a playful touch on the rabbit's head peeking out of his pocket, Shen Jinyue strutted back to the dormitory. Under Shen Jinyue's vigilant watch, Lu Huaiji had no chance to escape and was promptly escorted to Shen Jinyue's room. The dormitory belonged solely to Shen Jinyue, who, upon entering, locked the door behind him and carefully placed the rabbit on his bed. Lu Huaiji noted that the entire dormitory was organized meticulously, with the bed neatly made. As Shen Jinyue relaxed his hold, Lu Huaiji buried his head into the soft folds of the blanket. He subtly shook his head, concealing his tail, observing Shen Jinyue undressing. The room soon filled with a slightly bitter scent of alpha pheromones, rich and intense. Fortunately, Lu Huaiji was in his beast form, and to him, the pheromones merely resembled an expansive fragrance, not significantly affecting him as a small rabbit. In the midst of undressing for a shower, Shen Jinyue noticed the little rabbit he had tossed onto the bed had tumbled and was burrowing haphazardly beneath the covers. Unable to contain himself, Shen Jinyue chuckled. He paused in his disrobing, scooped up the little rabbit, and lifted the blanket to snugly cover it, leaving only its eyes and perked ears visible. "You truly can't wait for me to warm the bed, can you?" Shen Jinyue laughed. "Sleep now. Sleep well." Lu Huaiji lay down, resigned. Seeing the rabbit comply, Shen Jinyue, satisfied, finished undressing and headed for a shower. This time, his bathing took an unusually long duration. When he emerged, not a wisp of steam escaped, and his hair dripped with water. As Shen Jinyue opened the bathroom door, his gaze lifted and paused. The rabbit, which he had carefully positioned on the bed, had leapt onto the desk, appearing to engage in some clandestine activity. Shen Jinyue approached and gently patted the rabbit's head. "What are you up to?" The rabbit remained silent, seemingly contemplating life. Shen Jinyue observed the fluffy creature shifting aside, revealing a mobile phone charging nearby. "How impressive!" Shen Jinyue marveled. Scooping up the phone in one hand and the rabbit in the other, settling into a chair and answering the call. Lu Huaiji was directly placed on his lap by Shen Jinyue. Shen Jinyue, clad only in a towel around his waist, crossed his legs and positioned Lu Huaiji against his abdomen. Lu Huaiji stirred slightly, placing a paw on Shen Jinyue's abdominal muscles. Don't be mischievous. I need to take a call. Shen Jinyue casually glanced down, ruffled his fur, and answered the phone. Dad? He called into the device, switching to speaker mode and setting it on the table as he absent-mindedly stroked the rabbit's ears. It seemed that the time was approaching. Was it the sensitive period? Shen Father's voice came through the phone. Shen Jinyue was playfully holding the front legs of the rabbit, which was comfortably resting on his abdomen, and responded nonchalantly. Yes, I'm here. There was a brief silence on the line. Shen Jinyue pondered for a moment before suddenly pushing the phone away. In the next instant, a thunderous exclamation erupted from the device. Absurd. The rabbit nestled in Shen Jinyue's arms appeared startled by the noise, its ears twitching suddenly. With one hand gently stroking the rabbit's ears, Shen Jinyue reassured, It's all right, sweetheart. Don't be afraid. Who are you comforting, you little rascal? Shen Father's voice thundered with anger. Let me tell you, if you dare harm another Omega outside, I'll make sure to deal with you when you return. Shen Jinyue's father seemed to believe he was some kind of wild beast, ready to pounce on any Omega he encountered during the sensitive period, like some outrageous scoundrel. Was he truly such a person? Shen Jinyue covered the rabbit's ears with his fingers and explained, Dad, please lower your voice. Don't scare the rabbit I worked so hard to get back. What kind of ugly bird are you calling a rabbit? Shen Father bellowed, his voice piercing through the phone. Shen Jinyue, inexplicably criticized by his father for his looks, glanced at the pure white rabbit in his arms, its ears still quivering. Wasn't the rabbit's appearance unmistakably that of a rabbit? No, it's genuinely a rabbit, and it's right here on me. You've truly frightened it. Lu Huaiji, realizing he could not transform back into a human for the time being, flopped against Shen Jinyue, his body sprawled across the latter's waist. He wished fervently to vanish from this moment altogether. On the other end of the line, Shen Father was nearly rendered speechless by his son's words. The sound of his chair scraping against the floor resonating painfully through the phone. After half a minute, Shen Father seemed to have collected himself, roaring, I want to see this rabbit. Come back. You come back here right now. I want to see what treasure is lying on you. Shen Jinyue pleaded, Dad. Why don't you believe me? It's truly just a rabbit. I'm not engaging in any strange play by calling an Omega a bunny. Chapter 48. Shen Jinyue. It's really just a little bunny. Shen Jinyue, bewildered, endured a lengthy scolding from his father over the phone before finally dressing and going downstairs to wait for someone his father dispatched to pick him up. Lu Huaiji, tucked in Shen Jinyue's pocket, attempted several times to peek out. However, every time he moved, Shen Jinyue seemed to possess the uncanny ability to foresee his actions. The moment Lu Huaiji's head shifted, he would instinctively press down. While Shen Jinyue maneuvered Lu Huaiji into his pocket, he sought out Xie Hui, requesting him to inform Lu Huaiji that he had matters to attend to this week and could not return home with him. He then firmly grasped Lu Huaiji and led him home. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, and Lu Huaiji, nestled in the pocket, realized that there was no evading this fate of returning home with Shen Jinyue. Shen Jinyue stood on the roadside for an extended period, cradling Lu Huaiji. Yet he saw no sign of his father's car arriving to pick him up. As he continued to hold onto Lu Huaiji, a pale pink sedan suddenly halted before him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shen Jinyue nearly choked on the dust and hurriedly shielded his newly acquired pet rabbit, feeling bewildered by the day's inexplicable events. He looked up at the vehicle that had stopped in front of him, a question mark slowly forming in his mind. Before long, the driver's side door swung open, and an individual emerged, staring oddly at the rabbit in Shen Jinyue's hands. Shen Jinyue exclaimed, What on earth, cousin? Did you drive all this way just to cover me in dust? Si Yuhan circled around Shen Jinyue in astonishment, ultimately fixating on the rabbit he was holding. Uncle was furious just now and called me, insisting that I bring you and your little rabbit back. He absolutely cannot let you slip away. Shen Jinyue protested. It's truly just a little bunny. Why do you all mistrust me? I truly believe it now. Si Yuhan replied. Uncle thinks you are out here causing trouble for Omegas. I was even contemplating how to persuade him to simply put an end to your escapades. I never imagined you would actually have a rabbit. Shen Jinyue straightened up. Am I really that sort of person? He shielded Lu Huaiji from Si Yuhan's grasp, exclaiming, Don't touch my hard-won rabbit. Si Yuhan retorted, You're defying me. You all don't believe it's merely a rabbit, yet still wish to touch my precious treasure that I fought so hard to acquire. No way. It was evident that Shen Jinyue cherished this new possession, resolutely refusing to let anyone else touch it, even his father. His swift reflexes in protecting the rabbit were admirable, and Si Yuhan, unable to resist, waved him to get into the car. With a grand air, young Master Shen settled into the passenger seat, clutching the rabbit. As Si Yuhan started the vehicle, she inquired, Have you obtained your driver's license? Of course, Shen Jinyue replied. Is your family so impoverished that you have a license, yet haven't given me a car to drive? Si Yuhan responded incredulously, But I just turned 18. Shen Jinyue raised his head, adding, I turned 18 merely 2 months ago. How long have I been back in the Empire? Then how can you claim to have a driver's license? Who are you trying to deceive? Dear sister, Shen Jinyue shot a glare at the road ahead. You're veering into the river. Si Yuhan immediately yanked the steering wheel, her voice matching his intensity. Got it. Who needs your unlicensed opinion? I truly have a license, sister. Shen Jinyue explained, I acquired it in the Federation and driving here in the Empire. I can hit the gas pedal straight to the floor. Si Yuhan remarked, Then perhaps you should refrain from endangering others. However, how were you able to obtain a license in the Federation? Due to my fabricated identity being a year older, Shen Jinyue murmured something quietly. The age he reported when he was younger was precisely that number. After all, a 3-year age gap creates a significant divide, and Shen Jinyue did not wish to place himself at a distance from Lu Huaiji by artificially inflating his age. Although he had not anticipated that Lu Huaiji would still vividly remember his age over a decade later. What does this signify? It indicates that Lu Huaiji must hold a place for him in his heart. Si Yuhan was attentively driving, missing the latter part of the conversation. Letting out a soft ah, Shen Jinyue shook his head, swiftly diverting the topic. Si Yuhan mumbled, So you have a little secret now? And thereafter fell silent. Focusing on the road, the rabbit perched on Shen Jinyue's lap, however, heard everything distinctly. Lu Huaiji rolled his eyes, his ears twitching. Shen Jinyue seemed particularly attentive to it, lazily reaching out to rest his hand on the rabbit's head. His thumb gently caressed the soft fur of the rabbit's ear, and he fell into silence. Upon arriving at the Shen family home, Si Yuhan parked the car and was immediately tasked with leading the way by Shen Jinyue. Now that it had been confirmed that her younger brother was not causing trouble for other Omegas, Si Yuhan felt a sense of relief. If Shen Jinyue were to walk ahead, it was likely he would be met with a slipper from his uncle before even entering the living room. As they stepped into the living room, Si Yuhan felt she understood her uncle better than anyone. Shen father sat sternly on the sofa, facing the entrance. A storm of anger etched upon his face, his chest heaving with intensity. If he had facial hair, it would likely be blowing towards Shen Jinyue's face by now. The confident Shen Jinyue, who had been so composed before Si Yuhan, suddenly dropped to his knees before Shen father, swiftly presenting the rabbit from his pocket. Dad! Before Shen father could gather his thoughts or utter a word of reprimand, a figure suddenly knelt before him, the rabbit's innocent crimson eyes gazing up at him. Shen father. The pent-up frustration that had nowhere to go was enough to incite an explosion. He stared at Shen Jinyue in silence. It's really a rabbit, Dad. I have never lied to you, Shen Jinyue declared innocently. Under Shen Jinyue's earnest gaze, Shen father gradually relaxed, exhaling deeply as he reclined back into the sofa. All right. From a moment Shen Jinyue first exhibited symptoms during his sensitivity period, resembling those of his grandfather, General Shen, and after discovering that all inhibitors were ineffective, Shen father realized that his son's pheromone strength would only increase. When pheromones are too potent, the human body cannot contain them. Mild cases reduce the individual to a primal beast, driven solely by raw desires, while severe cases can lead to genetic collapse, rendering the pheromone bearer utterly ineffective. The former poses a nearly devastating threat to Omegas. Thus, Shen father continually admonished Shen Jinyue, emphasizing that any transgressions would result in breaking his legs or hands. The crisis averted, Shen Jinyue smoothly rose to his feet, comfortably taking a seat beside him, murmuring softly, "Did you not say I should find an omega to indulge in?" Shen's father unexpectedly delivered a sharp slap to Shen Jinyue's shoulder, exclaiming, "I meant for you to engage properly, to converse if possible, not to engage in reckless escapades." "Ouch! That hurts!" Shen Jinyue protested, feeling wronged as he retrieved a bottle of bubble from nearby. After a moment's thought, he poured a small amount into a cup, placing it on the table beside a little rabbit, gently patting its head to encourage it to drink. Thus, they each had a cup of bubble, one for him and one for the rabbit. Chapter 49. Look, my father accuses me of coercing Lu Huaiji. See, I haven't acted recklessly at all. There are hardly any omegas at the Imperial University, Shen Jinyue lamented, having settled the little rabbit before attempting to clarify his position. What about that child from the Lu family? Shen's father inquired. Isn't he also in Class A1? Yes. Shen Jinyue replied instinctively, then glanced at his father in confusion. What did his father want with Lu Huaiji? Shen's father stared at his oblivious son, falling into silence. Si Yuhan, seated nearby, quietly enjoyed her fruit while observing the unfolding drama. She watched as Shen Jinyue maintained a dazed expression for 5 or 6 seconds, gazing at his father, before smacking her forehead in disbelief, pondering how her cousin, with such a lack of wit, managed to gain admission to a university. Just as she contemplated reminding him to at least let her finish watching the spectacle, she noticed Shen Jinyue seemingly grasping the situation, incredulously staring at his father. "So the omega you wanted me to engage with is him?" Another slap landed on Shen Jinyue's shoulder from his father, who retorted, "Do you think I wouldn't have sent you directly to your freshman year?" Shen Jinyue, still perplexed, questioned why him. This time, he surprisingly failed to notice the little rabbit's ears, which had perked up on the table before him. "With your immense strength, who could possibly withstand your pheromones?" It appeared that Shen's father believed his son was still unclear about the potency of his own pheromones, resulting in yet another slap to Shen Jinyue's shoulder. However, this time, Shen Jinyue seemed to have caught on, swiftly dodging the impending strike. In the next moment, both he and the rabbit found themselves at the door, along with the cup of bubble fruit milk he had poured for the little creature. Lu Huaiji felt a rush of confusion, suddenly appearing in Shen Jinyue's grasp, inhaling the sweet scent of bubble fruit milk. "Father, since you've confirmed that my precious pet is indeed a real rabbit, I shall return to school now." Shen Jinyue raised an eyebrow at his father. "Get back here." Shen's father barked. "For the next couple of days, you are to stay home, and you are forbidden from going anywhere. Do you dare to wander around during your sensitive period?" Shen Jinyue hesitated to take another step outside, reluctantly retreating until he plopped down beside his father. "I truly haven't hit anyone this time during my sensitive period, Dad," Shen Jinyue exclaimed. Anguish painted across his face as he sought to explain. "Shut up. Do I not know you?" Shen's father retorted. "Every time during your sensitive period, you go out and get into fights, and you still dare to roam about." This time, I genuinely didn't Shen Jinyue whispered conspiratorially into his father's ear. "It seems my pheromones are quite obedient to him." At first, Mr. Shen was taken aback, pondering who. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, under Shen Jinyue's assertive gaze, his brow twitched in realization. "Is it the words of that young man from the Lu family?" Shen Jinyue affirmed, "Indeed." The young master Shen remained incredulous, grappling with the notion that an alpha, whose pheromones were notoriously uncontrollable, could be so rationally engaged by an omega, particularly during his sensitive period. Moreover, the omega's glands were completely exposed before Shen Jinyue's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against voicing these thoughts. If he were to express them, his father would undoubtedly assume he had performed some earth-shattering act involving Lu Huaiji, including but not limited to embracing, kissing, biting, or even thoroughly exhausting him in bed. He would never believe that Lu Huaiji had merely exchanged a few words with him. Had anyone suggested such a scenario to Shen Jinyue prior to these events, he would have deemed them insane, and he had no desire to be categorized as such. Meanwhile, in that instant of Shen Jinyue's nod, His father's mind began to race with possibilities. What to do? Should they marry into the Liu family or bring the Liu son home? Would there be anyone willing to accept their son if he were to offer himself? What sort of dowry did the Liu family desire? Would they truly consent to their son marrying someone 3 years younger? Could it even be feasible? Ultimately, Mr. Shen waved his sleeve decisively, resolving that it was perhaps best for his son to remain oblivious to his father's thoughts, and stood up, declaring, dinner. Having been meticulously guarded by Shen Jinyue for quite some time, Liu Huaiji had surrendered to his predicament and embraced his role as a rabbit. After all, Shen Jinyue appeared somewhat dazed, oblivious to his true identity 80% of the time. He quietly stood on the sofa, wiping his face. As soon as Shen Jinyue rose, his gaze immediately fell upon the rabbit, filled with curiosity. He scooped Liu Huaiji up and planted a loud kiss on his face, exclaiming, "Oh, what an adorable little darling. Daddy's giving you a kiss." Liu Huaiji, bewildered, thought, if I were still in human form, I would surely be mortified. Yet as a rabbit, even with his fur blushing a rosy hue, Shen Jinyue remained oblivious to the reason behind it. After a few seconds, Liu Huaiji finally felt a sense of relief. Shen Jinyue was genuinely confused, likely believing he had merely caught an ordinary rabbit. The probability of this misunderstanding had now escalated to 100%. As Shen Jinyue uttered these words, Mr. Shen, approaching the dining table, slapped the sofa in disbelief. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. Turning around, he faced his 18-year-old son, now unexpectedly a father. Next to him, Si Yuhan struggled to contain her laughter, nearly bursting as she overheard this unexpected remark, unable to suppress an expletive. She quickly stifled herself, breaking into an incessant cough. Shen Jinyue, wearing a serious expression, questioned, "What's the matter? Is it acceptable for dog owners to call themselves dad but not for rabbit owners?" He nonchalantly carried the rabbit to the table. Liu Huaiji, treated like a mere toy, had completely lost his temper, his ears drooping quietly. Life had become rather mundane, and it seemed the rabbit would endure a brief demise. Shen Jinyue thoughtfully selected a spot for his rabbit son, ensuring he was nestled beside him, unmovable by anyone else. He searched the desktop for quite some time, ultimately discovering a glass of milk that seemed perfectly suited for his beloved rabbit. He gently placed the cup before the creature and tenderly patted its snowy back. "Drink up, my dear," he urged. Shen Jinyue meticulously arranged the rabbit's surroundings, while he himself took a couple of sips from a bottle of soda and inquired, "Dad, when can I return home?" "Not until Sunday night," replied Shen's father, bemused by his son's affectionate address towards the rabbit. "How is your relationship with that child from the Liu family?" "It's great. We're quite close," Shen Jinyue affirmed confidently. "He takes care of me the most at school." The rabbit licked a bit of the milk. "You should engage with him properly," Shen's father advised, pausing to deliver a light slap on Shen Jinyue's shoulder. "I mean to interact, not to force anything. If I hear you've been coercing him, I will have a stern word with you." Shen Jinyue, incredulous, pointed at himself. "Me? Force him? This is the most absurd joke ever." Chapter 50. Shen Jinyue declared, "The rabbit is my child, and no one is allowed to touch him. If he could somehow compel Liu Huaiji, it would be worth it for him in this lifetime." He felt he could leave all his inheritance directly to their little bunny. Quietly, Shen Jinyue reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Dinner was promptly served, and as his father wrapped his fingers on the table, Shen Jinyue quickly placed his phone flat on the surface. "Let's eat." Then, concerned about his reputation being tarnished by his father, he handed the phone over. "Take a look at his status at Imperial University. If I were to do anything to him, I'd be in serious trouble." Shen's father skeptically took the phone and began playing a video. 2 minutes later, the video finally concluded, listing a multitude of titles after Liu Huaiji's name. He glanced at the screen and then back at Shen Jinyue, who was eagerly awaiting his reaction. After a brief silence, he remarked, "I truly wish to send you, my useless alpha son, to the Federation to be fed to the upper echelons. Who here can compare to that child from the Liu family?" Shen Jinyue, still in disbelief, touched his ear. "Who was it that praised me as a once-in-a-millennium top-tier alpha?" Shen's father quickly clarified, "That was your grandfather, not me." Shen Jinyue wanted to argue, but then recalled that he was indeed a rather delicate alpha. A strong alpha is often left unchosen. Being outshone by an omega of his brother's caliber was, after all, a mark of honor, something worthy of wearing a pure gold medal around his neck. He initially intended to agree with his father, but suddenly something struck him. He jumped up, grabbing the rabbit and exclaiming, "Oh my dear, you are such an adorable little bunny. You can't drink milk, don't you know that?" At that moment, Lu Huaiji, listening to their conversation, clenched his fists, silently licking the milk. Caught off guard by Shen Jinyue's sudden action, he had no time to react and bewilderedly licked the milk off his lips. Though he is presently a mere rabbit, he essentially retains his humanity, even possessing pheromones with a coconut milk essence. How could he possibly resist drinking milk? However, Shen Jinyue was oblivious, seemingly confronted with an insurmountable dilemma, anxiously surveying the little rabbit's condition, even contemplating the cruel act of inducing vomiting. Lu Huaiji, in a state of resignation, lay quietly in Shen Jinyue's hands, devoid of any thoughts. Eventually, Shen's father could no longer bear to watch, rolling his eyes in exasperation, and finally spoke, "Stop tormenting it." He originally intended to take the rabbit from Shen Jinyue's grasp, but Shen Jinyue sidestepped him, exclaiming, "You unjustly accused my precious darling. I shan't allow you to touch it." Shen's father occasionally found himself at a loss for words regarding his own son, waving his hand dismissively, permitting Shen Jinyue and Si Yuhan to play. Naturally, Shen Jinyue had no intention of engaging with Si Yuhan. He would only continue to fuss over the rabbit without end. Joyfully, he carried Lu Huaiji upstairs and immediately took a cold shower. This cold shower was validated by Lu Huaiji, for Shen Jinyue had neglected to close the bathroom door, even attempting to bring Lu Huaiji in with him. Lu Huaiji desperately struggled to evade this fate. Upon Shen Jinyue's emergence, the intensity of the pheromones in the air grew increasingly palpable. At this concentration, if Lu Huaiji were in human form, he would likely be compelled to revert to his rabbit state, or at the very least, reveal his ears and tail. After finishing his shower, Shen Jinyue retrieved the little rabbit, preparing to cuddle with it for the night. His palm rested on the rabbit's back, his fingers mere inches from its tail. Lu Huaiji's fur bristled as he scrambled out of Shen Jinyue's embrace. "What's this? You want to even let me hold you?" Shen Jinyue squinted, speaking softly. His pheromones had become almost unbearable, saturating the room with their potent scent. As he turned his hand, he felt a powder blue feather at his side. He casually placed the feather on the table, overwhelmed with irritation, yet upon seeing the rabbit, his annoyance was inexplicably quelled. Is this rabbit truly a living suppressant? Does the rabbit naturally possess suppressive qualities? Although undeniably adorable and visually appealing, why does it behave as if it were a scholarly genius? Shen Jinyue murmured, causing the rabbit's ears to twitch slightly. "I won't let you sleep alone. Don't be shy. I'll have someone make you a cozy nest shortly." Shen Jinyue gently pinched the rabbit's ears. His light amber eyes seemed to clear momentarily as he leaned down to gaze at the rabbit he had placed on the table. His fingers, originally resting on the rabbit's ears, shifted to gently caress the base of its dark red eyes. Lu Huaiji's body tensed subtly as the alpha observed the rabbit on the table for an extended period. Shen Jinyue finally parted his lips, poised to speak when, bang, 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 the bedroom door was knocked on urgently, followed by Shen's father's worried voice. "What is happening with the pheromones? Come out quickly." Shen Jinyue's grip on the rabbit tightened, and he looked up in confusion toward the door. As Shen Jinyue turned around, the fleeting thought that had briefly illuminated his mind vanished without a trace. What was I about to say? During the sensitive phase, an alpha's response to pheromones is acute, and their temperament tends to be more volatile. A single thought can swiftly be interrupted, creating a profound sense of disconnection. Shen Jinyue felt somewhat perplexed, yet did not dwell on it for long before opening the door for his father. "What's the matter, Dad?" he inquired. "I can already sense your pheromone scent. Can you not maintain control?" Beside Shen's father stood two others, their expressions laced with concern. "Do we need to take you for a pheromone tranquilizer injection?" Shen Jinyue replied. "Huh?" His father, staring at him in disbelief, took a moment to confirm that he was indeed unharmed before exclaiming, "How can your pheromone fluctuations be even greater than before? yet you appear completely unaffected? I have no idea, Shen Jinyue responded, bewildered. Are my pheromone fluctuations really that significant? All the alphas at home have been sent away. Is that not enough? Don't come near me, his father retorted. Shen Jinyue paused in place, silently. I haven't even begun to transform yet, so you needn't worry, Dad. If anything happens, I will contact you immediately. Only then did Shen's father gradually calm down, furrowing his brows in contemplation. This was the first sensitive phase since reaching adulthood. It must be related to that. Shen Jinyue mused. Didn't you mention that the longer I delay my pheromone release, the more likely I am to become agitated? His father regarded him with skepticism, casting him a couple of doubtful glances before departing with a final admonition. Lu Huaiji, who had overheard their entire conversation, felt a peculiar sensation within. Seizing the opportunity while the two were still engaged in dialogue, he quietly laid down beside them, granting himself a moment of respite. The pheromone issue they discussed likely pertained to the latent dangers he had previously mentioned. However, Shen Jinyue's demeanor in Lu Huaiji's presence was remarkably better than that of any other alpha he had encountered. Chapter 51, Shen Jinyue. Even I enjoy leaning against others' arms. In Class A1, aside from himself, and Xie Huiqing, all were alphas, and when the sensitive phase arrived, several alphas would often entangle and brawl together. The school would only intervene at the last possible moment. As long as no fatalities occurred, it was deemed trivial. Thus, Lu Huaiji frequently witnessed them in brutal physical confrontations, often neglecting to employ mental attacks. Even gentle-natured alphas like Xiao and Yu displayed volatility during their sensitive phases. And with their formidable combat prowess, they often made a name for themselves among their peers by dominating the fights. In comparison, Shen Jinyue's conduct was relatively normal. Yet, what consequences might arise should he lose control? Just as this thought crossed Lu Huaiji's mind, he promptly dismissed it. Contemplating the potential ramifications of Shen Jinyue's loss of control was beyond the scope of his concerns. They were not yet close enough to worry about each other's life events. As he pondered, Shen's father had already fully convinced himself that Shen Jinyue was fine and returned home, instructing him to manage his pheromones. Shen Jinyue settled Lu Huaiji on the sofa, found a small towel to serve as a makeshift blanket, and then, feigning nonchalance, asked, "Are you really not going to sleep with me?" The rabbit naturally paid him no mind, and Shen Jinyue let out a sigh of regret. "I brought you back to warm my bed. It seems you possess quite a mind of your own." Lu Huaiji replied, "Of course I do. If I could be held by Shen Jinyue for an entire night, then my tail would be at his mercy." This notion was, without a doubt, the most terrifying thought in existence. Lu Huaiji lay quietly on the sofa, presenting himself as an innocent little bunny, seemingly obedient and unwilling to flee. In truth, he merely had not found the opportunity to escape, waiting for Shen Jinyue to lower his guard before making a run for it. Slightly troubled, Lu Huaiji pawed at his face and closed his eyes to sleep. Shen Jinyue's pheromones faded in the first half of the night, only to grow stronger again as it approached dawn. Lu Huaiji, a light sleeper, awoke the moment Shen Jinyue picked him up. Before he could even open his eyes, Shen Jinyue suddenly planted a loud kiss on his face. Lu Huaiji had intended to open his eyes, but instead shut them again, allowing his limbs to go limp, his fluffy fur wilting in surrender. He resolved never to open his eyes again. By midday, Shen Jinyue finally noticed that his beloved pet was acting strangely. The rabbit seemed rather morose, ignoring the own noodles and refusing to look at the milk. Even the carrots placed before him went untouched. Shen Jinyue spent an anxious afternoon pondering the rabbit's condition and ultimately called for Si Yuhan. The two novices in rabbit care gathered to observe Lu Huaiji for some time. After 20 minutes of research, Si Yuhan inquired, "Is your little darling perhaps in heat?" Lu Huaiji lay down even more forcefully. Impossible. Shen Jinyue immediately dismissed the idea, arguing that being in heat should result in restlessness. Yet, Lu Huaiji hadn't even rubbed against him. Even the academically inclined in their household had shown affection during their susceptible periods. But as Shen Jinyue began to voice his thoughts, he quickly bit back his words. If he were to speak freely, it would likely take mere seconds for Si Yuhan to spread the news, reaching every living creature in the villa. down to the smallest ant. Within 10 minutes, his father, grandfather, and dozens of servants would swarm before him, each brandishing a whip and sporting flushed faces, stifled with embarrassment. Shen Jinyue was certainly no masochist seeking trouble. Si Yuhan, puzzled, asked even. Shen Jinyue responded, even I would rub against someone during my susceptible period. Si Yuhan was left speechless. Lu Huaiji, perhaps suspecting what Shen Jinyue was alluding to, could not muster any form of protest. Shen Jinyue, having reconsidered, chose not to elaborate further. It was fortunate that he had not uttered Lu Huaiji's name. Si Yuan queried, isn't your susceptible period when you directly use a stick to send someone to the hospital? Oh. Shen Jinyue quickly straightened, stating seriously, what are you saying, sister? The rabbit is right here. Let us not discuss such gruesome matters in front of him. Si Yuhan was left at a loss for words. Her expression seemed to convey that she found something amiss with this younger brother, and after quite some time, she finally remarked, if your rabbit is not in heat, then it must be suffering from depression due to you. Shen Jinyue sat up straight, adopting a more serious demeanor, and asked, what? Depression? Indeed, rabbits, much like humans, can experience depression. Si Yuan replied, it has only been with you for a day and is already on the verge of depression. Just look at yourself. Shen Jinyue pondered momentarily, then nodded earnestly. It is my fault. Si Yuhan affirmed, yes, it is indeed your fault. Shen Jinyue concluded, so, rabbits can also suffer from postpartum depression, correct? Si Yuan responded, Shen Jinyue stroked his chin and said, it seems rabbits can also experience phantom pregnancies. Si Yuan replied, correct. So? Shen Jinyue responded, oh, nothing, just inquiring. He then lowered his head and opened his phone, browsing through recent bookstores until he stumbled upon a book titled Rabbit Care Manual. He placed an order and reclined gracefully on the sofa, cradling the rabbit in rest. Si Yuhan leaned beside Shen Jinyue, tilting his head several times. Each time his gaze fell upon the rabbit, Shen Jinyue instinctively shielded it, his expression clearly stating, this is my rabbit, you shall not covet it. Eventually, Si Yuhan surrendered, waved his hand, and stood up, boring, I'm leaving. Shen Jinyue gently caressed the rabbit's ear and waved goodbye to her. The book ordered by the young master Shen arrived half an hour later, causing Lu Huaiji's ears to nearly catch fire from Shen Jinyue's incessant touching. As soon as the door was knocked upon, the young master Shen carefully placed the rabbit on the table and rose to retrieve the book. The pure white rabbit stood forlornly in place, its dark red eyes quietly gazing at Shen Jinyue's retreating figure, inexplicably tinged with melancholy. Lu Huaiji had never encountered an alpha like Shen Jinyue before. He had never seen someone so extroverted and dominant that it frightened the little rabbit. Lu Huaiji's mind raced with plans to escape Shen Jinyue's control. If this continued, even Lu Huaiji might succumb to depression. Shen Jinyue quickly returned, pushing the pristine book before Lu Huaiji. Darling, look, you're kind. Lu Huaiji turned his head away, unwilling to associate with a real rabbit. The young rabbit, still smaller than the book, seemed curiously to turn its head, its ears twitching. Shen Jinyue was charmed by its adorableness, lifting the rabbit onto his lap and crossing his legs to read. Let us see if the male rabbit can conceive. Chapter 52. Shen Jinyue remarked, my rabbit is willing to keep me warm. You cannot. Lu Huaiji was caught in Shen Jinyue's grasp, the alpha's large hand enveloping the entire body of the rabbit. Lu Huaiji made a token struggle, but his limbs drooped limply, resting motionless in Shen Jinyue's palm. Shen Jinyue diverted his attention to the rabbit in his hand, raising an eyebrow and smiling. This little rabbit was clearly snuggling up to him. Why else would it not run away or depart from his side? It was evident that its charm could captivate all, men and women, alpha, beta, omega, and even rabbits. This rabbit adored him. It loved him fiercely. The illustrious master Shen suddenly interjected, asserting, indeed, it must be that the breeding season has arrived. How could our beloved bunny possibly be suffering from depression? Surely, it is merely shyness, a touch of timidity in the presence of outsiders. Just look at how affectionate they are, as if they were inseparable. Such a bashful little creature. From this, it is clear that their precious rabbit is not afflicted by melancholy. Rather, it it is likely in heat. Master Shen, a paragon of virtue who usually shuns the carnal, found his resolve tested after his initial marking of Lu Huai. He was acutely aware of the unique breeding cycle that only an Omega experiences. After all, in Shen Jinyue's mind, the breeding season was a phenomenon capable of transforming their typically composed Lu Gu into a fervent being, demanding his mark. Thus, Master Shen's demeanor turned grave, even more so than when he first encountered the notion of depression. He solemnly patted the little rabbit's back, declaring, "Fear not, my precious. I am here to rescue you." Lu Huai pondered. How could anyone be so eloquent in addressing a mere rabbit? Shen Jinyue, blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling in the bunny's mind, gently placed it upon the adjacent sofa and redirected his focus to the book in hand. Lu Huai found himself seated upright on the sofa, while Shen Jinyue took his place nearby, requiring him to tilt his head to behold Shen's face. Despite Shen Jinyue's casual and somewhat disheveled posture, his towering height commanded respect, compelling even the largest of rabbits to look up. Thus, Lu Huai watched as Shen Jinyue earnestly flipped through the pages, searching for a section, and began to read. As Shen Jinyue delved deeper into the text, his brow furrowed increasingly, and he would occasionally glance at the little rabbit beside him, his expression growing more serious with each passing moment. By the end of his reading, even Lu Huai began to question whether he was afflicted by some terminal illness. With a grave countenance, Shen Jinyue regarded the little rabbit, contemplating for a prolonged moment before finally nodding hesitantly. "Well, it is not entirely out of the question." Lu Huai responded with a perplexed. Shen Jinyue affectionately gathered the rabbit into his arms, striding upstairs with the book in hand. At that moment, Lu Huai remained oblivious to the impending events. Accustomed to being carried about by Shen Jinyue, he flailed his forelegs in the air for a moment before resigning himself to his fate. Shen Jinyue rummaged through the room for something, and Lu Huai, feeling dizzy, could not discern what was happening. Master Shen seemed to feel that to carry the rabbit about was somewhat inappropriate, and thus placed it down on the sofa, cautioning, "Do not wander off, my dear. I need to find something." Naturally, the little rabbit paid him no heed. Shen Jinyue spread the book open on the table, casting his gaze upon the prominently printed title, Symptoms and Solutions of Rabbit Breeding Season. It stated that when a rabbit enters a new environment, it may exhibit behaviors akin to those associated with depression, such as lethargy and silence. This is due to the lack of trust established with its new owner, as it fears being confined. Their exquisite little rabbit, so striking in appearance, could not possibly be depressed. Thus, it must be experiencing its breeding season. Even little rabbits experience their own mating season, and unlike some creatures, rabbits cannot resolve their urges through pheromones, which certainly complicates matters. The pheromones of an alpha differ markedly from the pheromones found in animals, while Shen Jinyue's pheromones might soothe an omega like Lu Gu. They seem to have little effect on rabbits. Otherwise, their little bunny would have already sought his company. Shen Jinyue stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps he could transform into a bird for a different perspective? Lu Huaiji brushed his face, his fur bristling at Shen Jinyue's suggestion. In his current beast form, Shen Jinyue's pheromones were indeed ineffective. However, when Shen Jinyue was in his human form, he had the ability to influence Lu Huaiji's human self. Not to mention the impact Shen Jinyue's beast form would have on a rabbit. Beasts inherently rely heavily on instinct and impulse, making them more responsive to such stimuli. Lu Huaiji discreetly lowered his paw, contemplating a leap from the far side of the sofa. Shen Jinyue had just finished researching ways to address the little rabbit's mating season and was distractedly searching for something. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the pure white rabbit. The sofa in his room was regularly maintained, remaining pristine. At that moment, the soft rabbit, nestled on the pale yellow fabric, presented a fluffy form with its round tail facing Shen Jinyue, resembling a delicate white cotton candy. Upon first encountering this rabbit, Shen Jinyue had felt an uncanny familiarity with its lustrous, snowy fur. The rabbit was far more captivating than anything Shen Jinyue had been searching for. Adjusting his glasses, he leaned over the table to observe the rabbit's movements quietly. Although he remained silent, The intensity of his gaze was unmistakable, causing the rabbit to stiffen and turn its head. Attempting to flee? Shen Jinyue chuckled softly at the rabbit, subtly using his mental prowess to tighten the door. He maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, even lifting his chin slightly. Run along, my dear, for I cannot hold back a rabbit intent on leaving. If Lu Huaiji were an ordinary rabbit, he would not even think to turn around. His acute senses would never allow him to overlook Shen Jinyue's actions. Yet, upon seeing Shen Jinyue's expression, Lu Huaiji realized he had been overthinking. The individual before him was clearly adept at acting, whether in front of humans or animals. Even if an ant were present, Shen Jinyue could effortlessly play the part. The door, fortified by the Alpha's formidable mental strength, could not be opened without destruction. Even when Lu Huaiji was in human form, let alone now in his current vulnerable state as a small rabbit. With a decisive change of direction, he leapt from the sofa to Shen Jinyue's bed, smoothly burying himself within the covers, with only his pair of fluffy ears visible. Shen Jinyue was amused. Are you willing to keep me warm tonight? The little rabbit stirred, tucking its ears in. This unexpected gesture surprised Shen Jinyue. The rabbit that had desperately tried to escape his embrace yesterday was now willingly seeking his warmth. This was undeniably a thrilling turn of events. Indeed, Shen Jinyue's charm is utterly captivating. Chapter 53, Brother. Upon returning to bed after his morning routine, Shen Jinyue discovered that the little rabbit lay in complete stillness, causing him to panic momentarily, fearing that the small creature he had so eagerly reclaimed had succumbed to embarrassment. He hastily leaned down to take a closer look. To his relief, the little rabbit was quietly nestled beneath the covers, having just been unearthed by Shen Jinyue. In that instant, his breath caught in his throat. Had he inadvertently played the rabbit to death? Lacking any experience in rabbit care, a shiver coursed through him as he quickly extended his hand to check for the rabbit's breath. Realizing that such a diminutive creature likely breathed softly and gently, he then proceeded to caress the rabbit's belly. The fur on its abdomen was exceptionally soft, and as Shen Jinyue placed his palm upon it, the delicate sensation prompted him to curl his fingers involuntarily. Once he felt the gentle rise and fall of the rabbit's breath beneath his hand, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He continued to stroke the rabbit's tender belly and gently pinched its ears. Shen Jinyue, a master of tormenting others, had certainly found his match in this little creature. Lu Huaiji, who had been genuinely exhausted, had barely closed his eyes when he felt his rabbit's body being unceremoniously groped. What a bothersome human being. He flicked his soft ears in irritation, lost in a daze. Just then, Shen Jinyue caught sight of his rabbit opening its eyes with an air of impatience, slowly turning over. Before long, the rhythm of its breathing became slow and steady as it settled into a new sleeping position. Unable to contain himself, Shen Jinyue erupted into laughter. Although the creature before him was merely a rabbit, he discerned an array of human-like expressions on its face. Could this be the manifestation of his affection for the rabbit? A love so profound that it transcended species? He withdrew his hand, contemplating the items he had just procured, and resolved to address them the following day. With the rabbit nestled in his embrace, Shen Jinyue felt a surge of ambition and determination, momentarily forgetting his intentions to assist the rabbit in its estrus phase. All his chaotic thoughts regarding this sensitive period dissipated like smoke. Tenderly, he covered the rabbit with a blanket, allowing it to drift into a deep slumber. This, however, resulted in Lu Huaiji being awakened in the middle of the night, struggling to breathe. It was indeed difficult to fathom that a rabbit could find itself in such a predicament, but Lu Huaiji felt as though he was suffocating. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the tranquil profile of the alpha. Shen Jinyue's chest rose and fell steadily, clearly in a deep sleep. Lu Huaiji, fully enveloped beneath the covers, was sweltering under Shen Jinyue's embrace, his thick fur adding to the warmth. The little rabbit wiggled its paws, skillfully extricating itself from the confines. After a moment's contemplation, relying on its memory, it leapt. Expecting a silent landing, the thud echoed in Lu Huaiji's mind. The little rabbit's body stiffened in shock. It glanced awkwardly at Shen Jinyue before surveying the object it had landed upon. From his observations during the day, it was evident that Shen Jinyue had little need for possessions, rarely placing anything on the table aside from his mobile phone. At that moment, a pack of medical cotton swabs lay quietly nearby. Lu Huaiji, somewhat perplexed, pawed at his face before turning to observe Shen Jinyue. Shen Jinyue remained asleep, his golden-rimmed glasses removed, revealing a sharp facial profile that softened in slumber. This individual seemed never to exhibit his formidable side in the presence of others. Despite possessing the strength to command all, Lu Huaiji cautiously leapt off the table. Just as he contemplated transforming into his human form, he suddenly hesitated at the last moment. An alpha's senses are inherently acute. He might have disturbed Shen Jinyue, making a return to his human guise rather perilous. Thus, Lu Huaiji abandoned the notion of showering in human form and hopped into the bathroom instead. Moments later, Adam furad ravita marja. Its coat, now sufficiently dry, allowed it to bounce onto the bed, nudging aside Shen Jinyue's covers with its head. As Shen Jinyue stirred, the little rabbit froze, attentively awaiting the awakening of the alpha. However, the alpha's eyelashes fluttered, and 3 seconds later, he was still in deep slumber. The rabbit's ears drooped, seemingly contemplating its next move. After another 3 seconds, the bed-bound rabbit finally took action. It quietly lifted a forepaw and gently tapped Shen Jinyue's face. Shen Jinyue quickly responded, groggily opening his eyes. He was momentarily startled to see the rabbit before pulling it into his embrace. Go back to sleep, darling. The alpha's voice trailed off. Darling, why are you wet? Shen Jinyue exclaimed in shock. Did you wet the bed? Lu Huaiji, feeling a pang of numbness, shook his head and splashed water onto Shen Jinyue's face. The water, clean and fragrant, did not register with Shen Jinyue, who thought this was indeed serious. It seems that a rabbit in heat is quite a handful, he murmured as he sat up, taking a moment to process. After several seconds, he noticed the clear trail of water, evidently leading from the bathroom. Oh, Shen Jinyue pondered aloud. Are you asking me to help you dry your fur? The little rabbit nodded. Shen Jinyue replied, but what fur does a little rabbit have? Why would I say that? Lu Huaiji, after pausing his nodding momentarily, shook his head instead. Fortunately, Shen Jinyue was too tired to dwell on other matters. Scooping up the rabbit and turning on the light to search for a hairdryer, he finally located the seldom-used hairdryer in his home, and upon switching it on, nearly sent Lu Huaiji flying. Shen Jinyue quickly adjusted the setting, frantically shielding the rabbit from the gust that pushed it back several steps. Ha ha! Shen Jinyue laughed as the little rabbit was tousled by the wind. Darling, you're so slender. Lu Huaiji lamented his inability to assume human form at that moment, perking up his ears for Shen Jinyue to dry the fur beneath them. After a good 10 minutes of fussing, Shen Jinyue finally had the little rabbit looking fresh and fragrant again, cradling it in his arms to resume their sleep. Good night, Shen Jinyue whispered softly, lazily. Lu Huaiji initially intended to close his eyes, but in the next moment, he heard Shen Jinyue's faint voice, seemingly uttered unconsciously. Brother. The Omega froze completely. When Shen Jinyue spoke those 2 words, his voice was as light as a wisp of smoke, quickly fading into silence as he closed his eyes, appearing utterly unaware of what he had just said. Meanwhile, the little rabbit stood there, staring at the alpha for quite some time in bewilderment. Chapter 54. What are you doing to the little rabbit, Shen Jinyue? One morning, Lu Huaiji was roused by an unusual sensation. The previous night, he had been comfortably attended to by Shen Jinyue, and due to Shen Jinyue's words, brother, he had not awakened even though Shen Jinyue held his hand. The little rabbit, still dazed, opened his eyes and caught sight of his own body in the mirror. The alpha behind him had his gaze lowered, his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, displaying a rather stoic expression as he glanced down. This expression on Shen Jinyue made the alpha appear quite cold and somewhat unapproachable. However, upon realizing what Shen Jinyue was doing, Lu Huaiji's first stood on end. Shen Jinyue, with his head bowed, was delicately cleaning the soft belly of the rabbit with a cotton swab. Lu Huaiji was utterly perplexed. Shen Jinyue seemed entirely focused, completely oblivious to the fact that Lu Huaiji had already awakened as he gently moved the cotton swab downwards. Before Lu Huaiji could even begin to struggle, his entire body tensed and his eyes widened in surprise. Shen Jinyue continued to probe beneath the little rabbit's tail with the cotton swab. Lu Huaiji thought to himself, what on earth is he doing? He forgot to struggle entirely, lying stiffly in Shen Jinyue's hand, akin to a rabbit that had been deceased for days. Shen Jinyue's actions bore no trace of affection, as if he were diligently cleaning something, tentatively probing beneath the tail before giving it a gentle poke. Lu Huaiji's hind legs quivered violently, his fur bristling as if he had been struck by lightning. Only then did Shen Jinyue realize that the little rabbit was awake and earnestly said, "Don't move. The book says this is how rabbits should be treated during their mating season." He then resumed, poking at the rabbit's rear with a cotton swab, appearing resolute, his expression filled with purpose. Lu Huaiji thought to himself, this is absurd. He felt as if he had never been more unrecognizable in his entire life. When Shen Jinyue finally released him, the rabbit's pristine white fur was tinged with pink, and Shen Jinyue, parting the rabbit's fur, revealed a ripe red apple beneath. Lu Huaiji leaped away with unprecedented speed, distancing himself from Shen Jinyue and turning his back, performing a little rabbit's act of self-isolation. Throughout the afternoon, as Shen Jinyue carried the little rabbit back to school, Lu Huaiji kept his eyes firmly shut, not daring to open them. Shen Jinyue returned to school relatively early, and since it was not mealtime, the road was quite deserted. The vehicle drove directly to the dormitory building, and as Shen Jinyue bent down to retrieve something, the little rabbit vanished from his lap. Holding the rabbit care manual in his hand, Shen Jinyue gazed at the empty back seat, pondering, how could this little rabbit be so swift? Is Shen Jinyue truly a devil? Why does this little rabbit run so swiftly? It could easily rival Song Qi in speed. After 2 days of vigilant guarding, during which he successfully prevented the rabbit from escaping, a momentary lapse caused Shen Jinyue to lose sight of his son. He surveyed the surroundings, and to his dismay, there was not even a single strand of that color to be found. Meanwhile, the rabbit had already darted into his dormitory, cleverly evading his gaze. Xiahui is a restless spirit, never returning early during breaks. Lu Huaiji slipped in through the window, unnoticed by anyone. These past 2 days have been the most excruciating of Lu's career. When he transformed back into his human form and gazed into the mirror, he noticed a faint blush in his ears. Unfazed, Lu took a towel and headed for a shower, his mind still in disarray. Having spent considerable time with Shen Jinyue, it seemed as though Shen's pheromones had permeated the rabbit's fur, and Lu could still detect them. He emerged from the shower only after thoroughly washing away the lingering scent. Habitually shaking his head, he suddenly realized that he was no longer a rabbit. The shadow that Shen Jinyue cast over him was indeed profound. On Sunday night, there was a class followed by roll call, and as Lu sat at his desk organizing his assignments, he remembered to check his phone. Numerous messages awaited him, some from Xiahui, others from Qi Tingshuan, and even a couple from Shen Jinyue. Lu selectively replied to a few, and in the missed call section, he noted several notifications, 2 from his Omega father and another from the butler. As he scrolled down, he unexpectedly spotted a contact labeled Alpha Father. Lu's pupils constricted slightly as he fixated on the name for an extended moment. Ultimately, he chose to return the call to his Omega father. "Why haven't you returned this week?" Lu lowered his gaze, responding calmly. "Something came up unexpectedly. I will return another day." Silence enveloped the line. Suddenly, Lu called out, "Dad, don't be angry with him." A profound silence persisted on the other end. Taking a deep breath, Lu added, "Never mind. It's nothing. I'll come to see you on Friday." He hung up before waiting for a response, only then realizing that something felt amiss. Why had he said that so abruptly? With pursed lips, Lu felt his thoughts were in quite a tangle as he rose to head class. The time was drawing near, and as he arrived, nearly everyone was already seated, leaving the 2 central spots vacant. Lu settled into his chair. The surrounding classmates engaged in lively chatter, greeting him as he entered. After acknowledging them with a nod, Lu leaned back in his chair, irritably pinching the bridge of his nose. Once more, he glanced at the missed call. If he were to call back, his father would undoubtedly inquire about his recent activities and why he and T returned the call sooner. Yet, if he refrained from calling, he was uncertain what his alpha father might do next. Lu Huaiji was deep in thought when the classroom door swung open. Shen Jinyue, clutching a stack of assignments, tossed them onto the podium and returned to his seat with a disgruntled expression. His gaze swept over his desk, and then he exclaimed, "Where's my O-drink? I lost my rabbit today, and now I've lost my O-drink too?" Grasping Song Chi by the nape, he lifted him up and demanded, "Help me find my O-drink, hurry." A certain slumbering little fox alpha jolted awake, instinctively sitting up straighter than an elementary school student, startled by the commotion. Upon realizing the situation, he swatted Shen Jinyue's hand away and retorted, "Which O-drink do you think you can still get? Let me tell you, aside from Brother Lu, you won't get any O today." The classroom fell into silence. The gazes of their classmates felt as tangible as a gust of wind. Lu Huaiji, who had been hesitating over whether to return a phone call, halted mid-action, nearly dialing the number. Clearing his throat, Shen Jinyue chuckled, bending slightly to pat Song Chi's shoulder. "You've got some potential. Speak up more next time." Lu Huaiji glanced over. The Omega's gaze was uncharacteristically moist, lacking the usual disdain that followed teasing. Shen Jinyue's gesture abruptly ceased. Chapter 55, Shen Jinyue. I won't listen. Where's my rabbit? Following this, Shen Jinyue became unusually quiet. He blinked and, sitting beside Lu Huaiji, inquired earnestly, "Are you feeling down?" His expression was serious, devoid of any playful undertones. Lu Huaiji slowly turned to glance at Shen Jinyue, silently shaking his head. Shen Jinyue, in turn, fell silent. He did not attempt to coax Lu Huaiji into conversation, but instead rested his head on the desk, tilting his face slightly to observe him. Lu Huaiji remained silent, prompting Shen Jinyue to maintain his gaze. The youth's eyes were fervent and unabashed, his concern unmistakable. Suddenly, Lu Huaiji was transported back to the events of that morning, recalling the peculiar antics of Shen Jinyue. Though Lu Huaiji understood that Shen Jinyue's actions were aligned with the appropriate responses during a rabbit's mating season, the fact remained that the rabbit he had caught was, at its core, a person. Regardless of the rationale, Lu Huaiji couldn't shake the oddness of it all. Nearby, Zhou Yi, sensing the strange silence enveloping the two, hurried over to return a bottle of O-drink that he had impulsively taken from Shen Jinyue's desk. He stood beside them like a schoolboy. With Shen Jinyue so unusually quiet, Zhou Yi dared not utter a word. Casting sidelong glances at Song Chi was bewildered. The very same person who had just gripped his collar moments ago now sat in eerie silence. Under Zhou Yi's scrutinizing gaze, Song Chi felt immense pressure. Hastily adopting a posture akin to that of a dutiful student, cautiously shaking his head and slowly retreating behind Xiao and Yu. Shen Jinyue had no time to ponder which fool had pilfered his O-drink, nor did he care to notice what Zhou Yi and the others were up to. He reached for the can, turning it over to Lu Huaiji, saying here. Zhou Yi shot him a wide-eyed stare, caught between words. Did Shen Ge not mention that his O-bubble could only be given to his most cherished person? Once Shen Jinyue has established a principle, it is impossible for him to confine it to just one individual. Song Chi, peering from behind Xiao and Yu, exchanged glances between Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji. Lu Huaiji did not reach out to accept it, nor did Shen Jinyue make a move, suggesting a tacit understanding that he would not relent unless Lu Huaiji accepted it. Eventually, it was Zhou Yi who could no longer contain himself. Lu Ge, Shen Ge, please don't argue. I merely wish to take it for a moment. It is certainly not a gift from Shen Ge. Though Song Chi was perplexed by the tension between Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji, he empathized with Zhou Yi's sentiments and quickly added, "Indeed, Lu Ge, Shen Ge is renowned for his straightforwardness. He truly does not engage with A." Zhou Yi expressed his gratitude with a glance at Song Chi. "Yes, Shen Ji's heart still belongs to you." As soon as the two spoke, Lu Huaiji shut his phone, raising an eyebrow in surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he finally accepted the O-bubble from Shen Jinyue's hand and inquired, "Were you discussing?" However, Zhou Yi misinterpreted the situation and sighed in relief. "It's nothing at all. Just don't misunderstand, Lu Ge. as if Lu Ge could misunderstand. He only has me in his heart. With Lu Huaiji speaking, Shen Jinyue also exhaled in relief, encouraging, off you go, play. Shen Jinyue's second statement made Zhou Yi wish to cover his ears, nodding vigorously before he dashed away. Song Qi followed suit. Xiao and Yu observed the entire farce. Sighing softly, he was astute. He could discern what Song Qi and Zhou Yi noticed and what they overlooked, and thus had no impression that Lu Huaiji and Shen Jinyue were truly quarreling. Huaiji, he called out. Lu Huaiji replied. Is it again due to matters at home? Xiao and Yu pondered, then asked. Shen Jinyue perked up his ears warily. Indeed, Lu Huaiji confirmed. The Xiao and Lu families were business partners, with little overlap in their projects and a cordial relationship. Furthermore, Lu Huaiji's alpha father was quite aware of Lu Huaiji's social interactions and naturally knew of Xiao and Yu's existence. Xiao and Yu, being polite and amiable, had made a favorable impression on Lu Yu. Having visited Lu Huaiji's residence and observed carefully, he had begun to notice the subtle emotions that Lu Huaiji exhibited. In terms of interpersonal relationships, he considered perhaps when he returns the call, the first question his alpha father will ask is about Shen Jinyue. It certainly wouldn't be an inquiry into his well-being. Do you require my company on your way back? Xiao and Yu asked. Why? How do we end up going home together? Shen Jinyue responded, puzzled. Lu Huaiji shook his head. No need, I shall not see him. Xiao and Yu said nothing further, merely nodding. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out. Lu Huaiji then gestured towards Shen Jinyue, stating, he will accompany me. Shen Jinyue exclaimed. Xiao and Yu lightly acknowledged with an ah, responding, very well. Shen Jinyue was still eager to understand how he had unexpectedly taken Xiao and Yu's place and what Xiao and Yu had been doing previously. However, sensing Lu Huaiji's poor mood, he refrained from asking, merely stating, all right. After all, it was merely a matter of returning home to meet the parents. Did Shen Jinyue's countenance truly inspire fear of meeting people? It is entirely impossible. His visage, when not overshadowed by Lu Huai's presence, could effortlessly outshine all others. Otherwise, as a seemingly fragile alpha, he would not maintain his esteemed position in the heart of their elementary school prodigy. Shen Jinyue harbored great confidence in this regard. 2 days passed quietly, during which the students of Class A1, under the unrelenting and merciless training of Yanziu, finally grasped the harsh realities of their third year. Even Shen Jinyue, a vigorous alpha, found himself utterly exhausted. In contrast, Lu Huai's demeanor remained almost unchanged, his expression inscrutable and distant. The peculiarities of the past few days completely vanished. Lu Huai ultimately did not return that phone call, and Lu Yu did not attempt to reach out again. As the time for physical training approached, Sequences, seizing the moment before Professor Yan's grand arrival, closed his eyes and leaned against Xiao and Yu's shoulders, exclaiming, I feel like I am about to perish. The rarely punctual Sequences arrived before Yanziu and, upon witnessing the state of Class A1, felt immense delight, exclaiming, seeing my former self brings me such solace. Look at him. Shangqi uget, poiting. Lu Huai was busy wrapping bandages around his hands, securing his hair with a rubber band before finally lifting his gaze, kindly warning, he will take revenge. Ah, you understand me well, Lu Huai, Sequences replied with a grin. Today, with Professor Yin absent, you are all at my mercy. Song Qi, eyes closed, turned and collapsed onto Shen Jinyue's shoulder, his voice weary, Shun, save me. Despite usually being playful and unruly, everyone knew that Sequences was a staunch believer in Professor Yin's doctrine. Any command from Professor Yin was akin to a sacred decree, to be followed with utmost diligence. Meanwhile, Shen Jinyue, arms crossed in contemplation, eventually broke his silence. So where's my rabbit? Lu Huai stumbled forward. Oh no, I'm late. Friends say that the supporting character must not overshadow the main character. Hence, not much will be written about the duo of Professor Yin and Sequences in this book. I will provide a brief introduction for these two. I wonder if they will warrant a separate story. If there is sufficient interest, please let me know, and I will share it in the Tomato fan group. Lastly, 5-star reviews, 5-star reviews, 5-star reviews. Please let me conjure a multitude of 5-star ratings. My dear readers, Grant me those 5 stars. Chapter 56. Rivals who must sleep with their heads, touching even in death. Shen Jinyue continued to assist him, perplexed. Brother, what are you doing again? Why do you always fall before me? Do not forget, I am a fragile alpha. Lu Huai suddenly recalled that day when this person held a cotton swab, his eyes cast downward. He pushed Shen Jinyue away, coldly stating, I have eaten your rabbit. Shen Jinyue exclaimed. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, was it tasty? Ordinary. Lu Huai replied curtly, showing no inclination to engage further. And with a swift kick, he commanded, let us get to work. Shen Jinyue had long grown accustomed to his desk mate's actions. After all, he was quite touched by this sentiment, for Shen Jinyue understood it all too well. With their extraordinary luck and the remarkable fortune of his desk mate, whenever they ventured into the virtual realm together, nearly all damage was inevitably absorbed by Shen Jinyue. No matter who the opponent was, be it Song Qi, Qiao Heyu, or Qi Tingshuang, Shen Jinyue always found himself in the position of a passive target. Thus, with Shen Jinyue acting as an impenetrable human shield, Lu Huaiji felt no need to hone his combat skills. After all, Shen Jinyue was an incredibly reliable individual. Yet, why did their young prodigy train with such earnestness? The answer was rather obvious, because their prodigy harbored feelings for him. Easily evading Lu Huaiji's attacks, Shen Jinyue raised his hand to block and exchanged several moves with Lu Huaiji. Shen Jinyue mused that surely their young prodigy held him in high regard. Otherwise, how could he have evaded those strikes? Just as Lu Huaiji was about to remind him to focus, Shen Jinyue, as if suddenly enlightened, turned to Lu Huaiji and declared, I love you too, brother. Lu Huaiji was left pondering what had transpired in Shen Jinyue's mind in those fleeting seconds. Nearby, Song Qi, who was reluctant to engage in the training match with Qiao Heyu, froze for a moment before asking, Xiao, did you hear that? Qiao Heyu, staring intently at Shen Jinyue's unwavering gaze towards Lu Huaiji, replied, I think I'm blind. What do you mean? Did you hear me or not? I did, Qiao Heyu said, his expression complex as he attempted to mimic the demeanor of a certain alpha beast, but failed miserably. I love you too. Really, Xiao. This is fantastic. We are in a mutual crush. Song Qi exclaimed dramatically, his tone heartfelt. I love you too. Song Qi wore a carefree expression, and Qiao Heyu scrutinized him for a couple of seconds. Then he straightened Song Qi's crooked collar and pressed down the fox ears atop his head before responding, yes. A crush. Suiksu, distracted, kind. Who asked you to join in? Shen Jinyue retorted, you wouldn't understand. You don't even have a brother. What do you know? Sui Su replied, if you weren't the grandson of General Shen, I would bury you in the ground and see if watering you with soda could produce such a bubble-headed creature. Shen Jinyue, feigning vulnerability, hid behind Lu Huaiji, remaining silent, his expression almost demanding a tail to be perked up. I have a brother. You don't. Despite Lu Huaiji's attitude towards Shen Jinyue, the latter instinctively sought refuge behind him in moments of danger. However, Shen Jinyue could distinctly sense a peculiar shift in Lu Huaiji's demeanor over the past few days. For instance, at that moment, Lu Huaiji slightly flinched and shifted aside, an action that seemed not to signify disdain, but rather a cautiousness. Before Sui Su graduated, he held considerable sway over the chaos within the Imperial Academy. It was utterly infuriating to be dismissed by someone who had yet to secure a partner. Do you have a partner? You're just a brother. Lu Huaiji silently withdrew from the fray and stood beside Song Qi with an arm around Lu Huaiji's neck. Song Qi asked, what are Shen Gu and Sui Gu quarreling about now? In truth, over the past few days, Sui Su and Shen Jinyue had been bickering over trivial matters that even Song Qi found utterly baffling. However, witnessing their quarrels often leads to the revelation of astonishing theories. Thus, every time Song Qi perceives an impending argument between the two, he instantly perks up his ears to listen. Lu Huaiji declares, it's a debate over who has an older brother. To which Song Qi eagerly responds, but I have Xiao. Is it not trendy to match desk partners nowadays? I've heard that classes 3 and 4 have formed several pairs, all of them desk mates. Lu Huaiji turns to glance at Song Qi and Qiao Heyu. He observes the fervently arguing Sui Su and Shen Jinyue, then shifts his gaze to the harmonious alpha duo. He feels that no words could aptly fit the current scene. Wishing you both happiness. Song-Chi exclaims, how have you also embraced the concept of pairing literature? Lu Ge. Xiao Heiyu elegantly replies, thank you. Just then, Shen Jinyue's voice coincides with Xiao Heiyu's gratitude. I may not have a wife, but I do have an older brother. Sui Su interjects, well, that is still somewhat lacking. In an unusual moment of contention, Sui Su states, I have a wife. What not having a wife? Shen Jinyue retorts defiantly, isn't having an older brother sufficient? How affectionate is an older brother? Surely doesn't he that bond, in terms of kinship, surpass that of a wife? Where did you find such a close brother? Shen Jinyue responds with certainty, our family has a scholarly genius. Isn't that obvious? Who else would I call brother? Who previously claimed that you two were sworn enemies? What being sworn enemies? Shen Jinyue incredulously asks. Do you understand what sworn enemies mean? Sworn enemies are the best friends who must sleep head to head, even in death, amidst the gazes of their classmates. Lu Huaiji silently covers his eyes. Sworn enemies. Death. Must. Head to head. Sleep. Best friends. When did he become Shen Jinyue's best friend? Who must sleep head to head even in death? Zhou Yi, wide-eyed, exclaims, really, Lu Ge, have you two been sleeping behind our backs? Lu Huaiji replies, that's false. Song-Chi strokes his chin, it doesn't seem false. Lu Huaiji insists, even if it were true, it must be false. Meanwhile, Sui Su appears engrossed in an argument with Shen Jinyue over who possesses a wife and who does not, and who has an older brother and who does not, entirely forgetting that today's objective was to train class A1's physical fitness. He seems momentarily rendered speechless by Shen Jinyue's far-fetched explanation, silently observing him for a few seconds. Seeing Sui Su has ceased speaking, Shen Jinyue assumes he has triumphed once more, only to be interrupted by Sui Su's soft remark. But I do have a wife who can truly accompany me to sleep. Shen Jinyue is momentarily at a loss for words. Sui Su adds, yes. How do you know I have a wife? Shen Jinyue retorts, how do you know my wife is both beautiful and adores me, helping me through sensitive times, and can even hold me while I sleep at night? Shen Jinyue responds, wait, this is merely about boasting about older brothers. How do we end up discussing wives? You wouldn't believe my wife gifted me a ring last night, and she was exceedingly affectionate. Just as he finishes, a cold, distant voice interrupts from outside. Still? Chapter 57. Shen Jinyue ponders. Does he not particularly like me, brother? The voice seems to envelop the air in a thin mist, reminiscent of echoes from the depths of a profound sea, carrying a sense of coolness, yet tinged with an undeniable softness. In truth, the sound that usually brings a sense of reassurance now rendered Sui Su utterly rigid, prompting him to cough. Yan Ziyu, tall and with a fair complexion, bore an expression of aloofness, resembling a sculpture carved from snow when silent. He approached Sui Su with measured steps, slightly raising his gaze, and repeated, still? Sui Su cleared his throat and replied, still love me, brother. After all, I am quite skilled, am I not? Several individuals present had already covered their eyes, exclaiming in disbelief. Xie exhibited the greatest response, slapping his own face in astonishment. Peering through his fingers at Yan Ziyu's expression, he remarked, Sui Su, what are you doing? Even though Professor Yan is an alpha, you cannot speak to him like that, especially with me and Huaiji, two omegas, present. Sui Su pondered for a moment. Yes, there are two unclaimed omegas. Yet, there remained one more, his omega, belonging to him. Yan Ziyu gently closed his eyes, seemingly accustomed to the situation, and cast a glance at Sui Su. Have you come to quarrel? Certainly not. I'm here to boast about my lovely wife. She is so adorable that during her heat, she clings to me, refusing to let me leave. We are getting married tomorrow. No one informed me that Sui Su had become so utterly infatuated with his wife that he would even involve Professor Yan. Yan Ziyu shut his eyes again. Just then, Zhou Yi returned from fetching water and, upon hearing Sui Su's words, nearly knelt before him in disbelief. When did you get a wife? And during her heat, no less. And she is an omega? Didn't you claim that your greatest love was Professor Yan, the alpha? I love my wife in any form. It's none of your business. Suizhu coughed lightly. I would adore her even if she were CDE. I would love her if she transformed into a kitten or a puppy. In fact, when Suizhu became excessively infatuated, even Zhou, he was not spared. How did you know that my wife agreed to my proposal yesterday? The mention of marriage elicited a fleeting glance from Yanziyu. Yanziyu extended his hand, fingertips resting on Suizhu's lips, softly calling, Suizhu. Suizhu shifted his gaze from Yanziyu's hand to his handsome face, forcing himself to suppress the urge to ravish him completely. Do not speak carelessly. Very well, Suizhu sighed deeply. Being a clandestine lover is no easy task. With a wife to boast about, what could be more humbling than this? Suizhu's attention was invariably focused on Yanziyu whenever he was present. Consequently, Shen Jinyue found no opportunity to interject. Just as the topic of wives emerged, he realized he could not compete. It was inevitable, for he had no wife. However, he did have an older brother. He gently moved closer to Lu Huaiji, turning his face, his lips brushing against Lu Huaiji's ear as he whispered, "Were Suizhu and Professor Yin discussing?" Lu Huaiji looked up at Shen Jinyue in surprise. "You noticed?" He touched his ear. "There is no need to discuss it this way." "Oh, understood, brother." Shen Jinyue readily complied, wrapping an arm around Lu Huaiji, acknowledging we were too far apart. "Let us move closer to converse." Lu Huai's shoulder was suddenly embraced, causing him to collide against Shen Jinyue's chest, immediately enveloped by the fragrance of snakeberry. Before he could utter a word, Shen Jinyue inquired, "What is going on between those two?" "What? Why hasn't Professor Yin dealt with Suizhu yet? This fellow has mutated ever since he got a wife." Lu Huai exhaled slowly. "What can I say? Nothing seems amiss," just as he breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Jinyue asked, "So what about my rabbit?" Lu Huai fell into a prolonged silence before asking, "Are you still in the susceptible period?" "Yes, what of it, brother?" Shen Jinyue queried with a hint of curiosity. "Why are you so concerned about me?" "No wonder," Lu Huai murmured softly. Perhaps I should deal with him before Shen Jinyue regains his senses. Although no one would associate a rabbit with a human, the rabbit's fur and eye color were immutable. Lu Huai's distinctive appearance could easily provoke connections. Moreover, the glitches appearing in the virtual world made it likely that even with Shen Jinyue's intellect comparable to that of a 3-year-old, he should have been able to deduce the truth. However, an alpha in the susceptible period expends considerable energy suppressing pheromones, making it difficult to quickly link these sensitive matters together. No wonder what Shen Jinyue, distracted while observing the battles of his classmates, remarked, "My rabbit is so adorable. It even warms my bed at night." Song Qi interjected, "Are you showing off your rabbit again, Shenge?" "Indeed, Xiao Song. You haven't seen it. That rabbit is so well-behaved. It not only answers my calls, but also bathes itself. No rabbit is that well-mannered." "Shenge, you make it sound like a person." Shen Jinyue retorted, "I said it doesn't seem so." Lu Huai coldly replied. Song Qi scratched his head, casting a peculiar glance at their Lu Ge. Meanwhile, the alpha beside him remained oblivious, standing at attention. If brother says it doesn't seem so, then it doesn't. On the other side, Yanziyu grasped Suizhu's hand, which was attempting to wander to his waist, and spoke softly, "Line up." Yanziyu's words held more authority in the eyes of Class A1 than Suizhu's, prompting everyone to immediately cease their actions and adjust their formation. Today, the team of 6 was training. Yanziyu succinctly instructed, "There will be no test tomorrow, and no virtual tasks the day after." Song Qi timidly asked, "Then what will we do? Sleep?" Yanziyu slightly lowered his gaze. Suizhu immediately exclaimed, "Foolish fox. Of course. It's training." Song Qi ziplit, "Ohat." Lu Huai let out a gentle sigh and picked up a pen to tally the attendees. Halfway through, he suddenly looked up and asked Song Qi, "Where's Zhou Yi and Suzhua?" "I don't know. Didn't Zhou Yi just go to buy water?" Lu Huai nodded, intending to pull out his phone to call Zhou Yi. After searching 2 pockets without success, he nudged Shen Jinyue, who was nonchalantly leaning against the wall. "Phone!" Shen Jinyue casually slouched against the wall, his tall figure relaxed, crossed his arms and feigned ignorance. What phone? Lately, whenever Lu Huai wasn't paying attention, his phone ended up in Shen Jinyue's pocket, and he remained oblivious to when his desk mate developed the habit of collecting others' phones. "This is my business. Don't mess around," Lu Huai stated. "And when did you acquire my phone?" Shen Jinyue was momentarily exhilarated by a simple admonition to stop making a fuss. Sitting up straight as she retrieved Lu Huaiji's phone. "Who was my brother going to call?" Lu Huaiji remained silent, scrolling to Su's contact number. "Brother." Suzhua always looks at me with such fierce eyes. "Does he not like me?" she queried. "Please don't call him. It frightens me." Lu Huaiji hesitated briefly. He covered his eyes, his finger poised over Su's contact before swiping it away. Ultimately, he dialed Zhou Yi's number. There were still a few chapters left for the rabbit to reveal its true identity, allowing our dear Shun to grasp the elusive tale she had long yearned for. Oh dear, my beloved readers, the data for this book featuring Little Rabbit and Little Shun is disheartening. Each time I see the numbers, it truly pains me. I implore you, my dear readers, for your 5-star reviews. If there are any relevant topics related to this book, I humbly ask you to include me in your recommendations. Chapter 58, Prelude. He had just located Zhou Yi's contact when his phone rang. It was Zhou Yi calling. Lu Huaiji gestured for Shen Jinyue to step aside while he answered the call. Shen Jinyue nodded immediately. "All right, brother. Please don't talk to other wild men behind my back." Without hesitation, she shared Lu Huaiji's situation with Yanziyu before engaging in a spar with Song Qi. Lu Huaiji was swift in his communication. In under half a minute, he returned, whispering something to Yanziyu. Yanziyu frowned. "Take Sui Su to assess the situation." Lu Huaiji nodded and exited with Sui Su. "Is there trouble brewing?" Indeed. With a clear objective, Lu Huaiji descended the stairs toward the playground, where Suzhua was encircled by Class S1, seemingly on the verge of confrontation as he called Zhou Yi over. "Suik Suchakud softly." Lu Huaiji turned his head slightly. "Why are you here? Should your classmates be preparing for a brawl?" Although Sui Su spoke in jest, he had no intention of turning back to summon everyone for a fight. He leisurely wrapped the bandage around his half-covered arm, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing the sleek and well-defined lines of his arms. "When they start fighting, just step back. Alpha pheromones can affect you during a scuffle." Sui Su had always held a favorable impression of this Omega Jr., especially since he was the only one to have surpassed Sui Su's records. The rumors surrounding this junior's temperament were indeed legendary. In others' eyes, he could be so irritable that merely being glanced at could provoke him to lash out vehemently. Initially, Sui Su admired this unruly nature, which led him to understand Lu Huaiji better. After all, he was well acquainted with such a temperament. Sui Su had not intended to engage with Lu Huaiji, but he later discovered that this junior was quite different from the rumors. Coming from a prestigious family, he had no need to concern himself with others' emotions. Yet, unexpectedly, Sui Su had developed a fascination akin to a lovesick fool. Having studied psychology for a time to impress Professor Yin, it turned out to be quite useful in his interactions with Lu Huaiji. The individual before me exudes an aura of cold detachment, akin to someone who would unflinchingly disregard the essence of others while appearing impervious. Yet, beneath this frigid exterior lies a vulnerability as delicate as that of a rabbit. Reflecting upon the evening when I, overwhelmed with emotion after a chance encounter with Lu Huaiji, found myself in a state of disarray while explaining to Professor Yin, I couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Unbeknownst to Lu Huaiji, my thoughts wandered. He moved swiftly, and I trailed behind at a comfortable distance, soon catching sight of Zhou Yi's figure. The throng of people before us was considerable, and Lu Huaiji recognized a few from Class S1, currently comprising only Suzhua and Zhou Yi from the A1 camp. Tensions were palpable, with the alpha pheromones so potent that even Lu Huaiji could perceive them. Goodness! Zoe exclaimed, astonished. "Lu, why are you here alone?" The university's class schedule was staggered, and at this hour of the afternoon, with the sun not too harsh, a multitude of individuals meandered about, their gazes converging upon the center of the playground. What were they up to? Engaging in a brawl, perhaps? I suspect they're vying for S in a ratings, I mused. Indeed, have you seen the academic prodigy? Even the top scholar is present. Why not mention the presence of Sui Gu beside the academic genius, the Empire's foremost contender for the S rating? Make sure to catch a glimpse. After all, such occurrences are rare. It's not every year that one encounters a Lu Huaiji or a Sui Su. My auditory faculties were keen, and I overheard snippets of conversation, raising an eyebrow at the sight of 32 individuals poised for confrontation. They were clearly aware of the impending competition for ratings. Why hadn't they summoned allies to engage in a skirmish? I typically supported the notion of joining in such endeavors. Tilting my head slightly, shall I call for reinforcements? Lu Huaiji was averse to brawling, as he rarely engaged in such altercations, and when he did, it was never trivial. Aren't we assessing scores? He inquired, his brow furrowing. Isn't it contradictory to fight while evaluating scores? Sui Su and Shen Jinyue were quintessential thrill-seekers, drawn to chaos wherever it may arise, showing no inclination toward pacifism. During the brief exchange that ensued, the eyes of those embroiled in the fray turned toward us. Zhou-Yi appeared frantic, while Suzue's expression was inscrutable. What is this? You call for help, and you summon just one? Do you think alone Omega can stand against our 30+? I raised my eyes slightly, arching an eyebrow. The one speaking is their commander. I've heard he only scored a mere 93. Hardly impressive. My voice was intentionally audible, designed for them to overhear. The commander of Class S1 cast a furious glance in our direction, but fell silent upon recognizing me. Lu Huaiji sighed deeply. Let us not incite animosity. This isn't a trivial skirmish. I nodded nonchalantly. If a brawl ensues, do lend me a few punches against that individual. He looks down upon Omegas. Agreed. Braving the overwhelming alpha pheromones, Lu Huaiji approached the edge of the playground, while I remained outside, observing the unfolding situation. The potency of the alpha pheromones was staggering, causing those around to hesitate. Witnessing Lu Huaiji and Omega enter the fray without a hint of trepidation left many wide-eyed in disbelief. Is it all right for the academic prodigy to directly proceed? Sui Su stood nearby, fiddling with his fingers, and cast a glance at the person who posed the question. Why the urgency? He is far more composed than I am. And why is that? Sui Su replied nonchalantly, I have faith in him. After uttering this, silence enveloped the group behind him. The atmosphere remained tense over there. Meanwhile, two girls stood behind Sui Su, having absorbed every word he said. Wow, that's quite a vibe. For the first time in his life, Sui Su resented his acute hearing. What vibe? Who is vibing? Him and Lu Huaiji? Please, they are true brothers. Sui Su closed his eyes, deciding to disregard the previous remarks. How would he explain this to Professor Yen? Unbeknownst to Lu Huaiji, events were unfolding on this side. He approached Zhou-Yi and Omega standing awkwardly amidst the assembly of alphas. The playground instantly divided into two distinct factions. How do you propose we resolve this? Lu Huaiji inquired. Let's have a brawl, are you scared? That's unreasonable, Lu Huaiji retorted. Provocation only works on fools. He countered, what do you think? The commander of Class S1, visibly furious, asserted, I merely mentioned one Omega, and now this class has gone awry. If you are so cowardly, you might as well return to childbearing and spare us your pitiful temperament at our Imperial Academy. Are you all living too comfortably, resorting to hiding? Will we fight or not? What the hell are you saying? If it comes to blows, I'll make you call me Commander Lu. Zhou-Yi could no longer remain seated and stepped forward. Omega, cowardly and indulged. These words echoed in Lu Huaiji's mind. A faint smile graced his lips. Then let us engage, he softly declared, and we shall see who thrives more comfortably. Chapter 59, Brother, I am here. I will always be here. When Yen Ziyu answered the phone, Shen Jinyue, without a partner, was leisurely playing on his phone beside him, attempting to engage Professor Yen in conversation, albeit unsuccessfully. However, Shen Jinyue was naturally sociable, soon finding himself sharing gossip across 2 grades and a different college with others. Yen Ziyu's style of answering calls mirrored his character. His first question was, is there a problem? Shen Jinyue abruptly halted his gossip, turning to listen intently. It was undoubtedly Sui Su on the other end, likely recounting some event. Halfway through, Yen Ziyu frowned slightly. Shen Jinyue instantly felt an ominous premonition and leaned in to ask, do you know where they arranged to fight? How would I know? I'm merely a bystander, not a global detector. Shen Jinyue, unusually, did not engage in the jest, and focused intently on Jinyue. After a moment, Jinyue ended the call, rising to his feet. Form up. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's mind. Song-Chi squeezed beside Shen Jinyue, asking, "Brother Shen, what is going on? No training today?" "Not today," Jinyue replied. "Then what shall we do?" "Song-Chi in Guit." Jinyue spoke calmly. "Fight." "Song-Chi." "Where?" "South Playground." Jinyue indicated a location, asserting that if he couldn't win, the training would triple. The professor, renowned for his militaristic management of students, uttered such words, and before Song-Chi could express his astonishment, those who had been leisurely engrossed in their phones vanished without a trace. The training ground was illuminated by bright lights. Amidst the blinding whiteness, a flash of pinkish-blue light flickered and dimmed. Song-Chi watched in disbelief as their Shun Good departed. He neither took the stairs nor the elevator. "Damn, are you that excited about fighting?" Unyielding, Song-Chi grabbed Xiao and Yu and dashed towards the stairs. At this moment, the reaction among the classmates was nearly unanimous. Unlike Shen Jinyue, who leaped from the four-story corridor, Song-Chi retained some semblance of rationality. Shen Jinyue hastened to the playground, and upon arriving, he immediately spotted the Omega at the center of the battlefield. Lu Huaiji was gripping someone's neck, tilting his head slightly, his eyes reddened, and his hands trembling ever so slightly. Shen Jinyue rarely witnessed Lu Huaiji in such a furious state. The only instance etched in his memory was from his childhood. He was 7 years old then. After school, young Shen Jinyue shamelessly followed his brother into their home as usual. That scene was one he would likely never forget. The living room floor was drenched in blood, strewn with papers, objects, and shards of glass. Young Lu Huaiji stood at the doorway, observing his alpha father towering over his omega father. "Aren't you quite resolute? You've married me. What's the difference between having one child or two? What are you being obstinate about as an omega?" Little Lu Huaiji lingered at the entrance for a long while, seemingly in a daze. At that moment, the delicate child's round, clear eyes absorbed all the filth around him. Shen Jinyue recalled standing frozen in place, even forgetting to breathe. Meanwhile, young Lu Huaiji, after a brief moment, turned to cover his eyes. Indeed, the little Lu Huaiji was nothing like the current version, indifferent, reticent, irritable, and disdainful of any intimate relationships. Back then, he gently shielded young Shen Jinyue's eyes with his soft palm, saying, "It's all right. You don't need to see this. It's my matter. Don't be afraid." Sensing the slight tremor from Shen Jinyue, Lu Huaiji added, "Don't look. I'm not scared. You should go home first and come back later to play with me." Shen Jinyue wondered if that was the first time Lu Huaiji had encountered domestic violence. Yet he vividly remembered Lu Huaiji's calm and serious expression. Even then, he had not forgotten to attend to Shen Jinyue's emotions. Lu Huaiji cared for him. Lu Huaiji was concerned about him. Surely, that could not have been the first occurrence. Shen Jinyue thought. His chaotic mind, muddled for so long, suddenly felt clearer than ever. He pondered whether his silent departure had been due to this very incident. The farcical situation from that time remains shrouded in mystery. When Shen Jinyue later sought out Lu Huaiji, their living room had returned to its pristine state. Everything arranged neatly and cleanly, devoid of any trace of the turmoil that had transpired. Young Lu Huaiji was as usual. When Shen Jinyue invited him to play, he readily accepted. He never alluded to that incident. Yet, Shen Jinyue recalled that it was on that very afternoon when Lu Huaiji first resorted to violence. Beneath the shade of the trees, the young boy silently shed tears. Another child approached him, saying, "Why do you cry so much? Crying children will eventually become omegas. My father says omegas are meant to bear children." This provoked Lu Huaiji into a fierce altercation. The confrontation was brutal. Once again, he found himself gripping the other boy's neck, tears cascading down his cheeks. Shortly thereafter, Lu Huaiji's family departed quietly, leaving no trace, no means of contact. During that time, Shen Jinyue lay in bed each night, haunted by Lu Huaiji's words, "We will grow up together, perhaps even until old age." He recited those words countless times in his mind. However, the speaker of those promises had broken his word and vanished. How could Shen Jinyue not harbor resentment? He believed the root of it all lay in that boy's taunt, and later, he had retaliated against the child. Yet, Lu Huaiji did not return. But now, he had found him. He had retrieved the one who had once made him a promise. Shen Jinyue was uncertain how he came to hold Lu Huaiji in his arms. In any case, as he embraced the Omega, he felt the tremors of his body, the corners of his eyes reddening, yet no tears fell. Lu Huaiji had still harbored intentions of retaliating, but Shen Jinyue restrained him. Cradling Lu Huaiji's face, he spoke slowly, "Brother, I am here. From now on, I will always be here." Lu Huaiji breathed heavily, clearly still agitated. Upon hearing Shen Jinyue's words, his rapid breaths gradually calmed. The deep crimson of his eyes focusing on Shen Jinyue. Leaving a gentle kiss upon Lu Huaiji's forehead, Shen Jinyue slowly released his grip once Lu Huaiji steadied himself. Casting his gaze towards the center of the playground. "Brother, did he say something about our beloved Omega?" Shen Jinyue pointed to the edge of the fray, where a flustered figure was still recovering. "Wait here, brother. I shall return shortly to deliver 100 blows, suspend him upside down for a timeout, make him kneel and apologize to you, and then create a life-size sculpture of him kneeling at the entrance of the Imperial University, so that anyone wishing to enter must step on him first." Chapter 60. Though I struck you, I shall not be unkind. Simply call me father. Shen Jinyue had always been the weakest alpha in the absence of others, yet he transformed into a formidable contender the moment a rival alpha appeared. This was evident now. As Shen Jinyue entered the fray, rolling up his sleeves, he endeavored to outshine the other alphas with his grace and elegance. Even in the act of fighting, he aimed to take down 2 opponents at once. His rationale was that such displays would captivate their esteemed Lu Xueshen's attention. Lu Huaiji stood quietly outside the playground, his hands trembling slightly. The glands at the nape of his neck felt warm. He was no longer the 10-year-old child he once was, and his self-control was naturally better than in his youth. However, the constant emphasis on his Omega identity by that person, coupled with an elusive alpha pheromone wafting through the air, had ignited a resurgence of his recently experienced heat. It was as though he was seamlessly transitioning into another bout of heat, a torment lasting another 10 or 8 days. His legs quivered, and he squatted by a tree trunk, quietly observing the unfolding battle. To his surprise, the situation was far better than he had anticipated. On the playground, a red-haired Song Chi darted from east to west, dragging a classmate from Class S1, who had collapsed in exhaustion, out of the fray and giving him a kick. "Out! Out! All out!" Their brother Shen led the charge, effortlessly taking down opponents, rendering Song Chi's involvement nearly unnecessary. This was undoubtedly the easiest fight for him yet. Zoe, who had just lost his opponent, nearly stumbled as he was caught off guard, his dazed expression momentarily clouding his vision before Song Chi steadied him. "Hey, are you sleeping, beauty? Get up. I still need to clear the battlefield." Song Chi, infuriated that the audacious enemy dared to rise before he arrived, was fuming. Zoe, bewildered, stood still for a moment, contemplating the description Shen had given of him. Utterly incapable of self-sufficiency, weak and fragile, a mere nuisance, constantly whining. And yet an alpha touched by love. Song Chi's rage surged to the heavens. He slapped Zhou Yi on the back, exclaiming, "Do you really think this empire is run by the Shen family? Does Shen get to rank first just because he wants to? Why don't you go for first place? Is it because you don't want to?" Seeing Zhou Yi speechless and rooted to the spot, Song Chi huffed proudly. "Zhou Yi out. Zoe." Song Chi had already moved on to eliminate the next opponent, his voice leisurely carried by the wind. "Weekend, your turn." Zoe. What a pity for a fine young man named Zhou Yi. What was he thinking? How unfortunate. Zhou Yi's silence was deafening. He found Song Chi's words to hold merit, leaving him no choice but to refrain from retorting. Thus, his pent-up frustration was directed at the upperclassmen. After he had taken down an alpha and watched him being removed from the field, the members of Class S1 could see nothing apart from a few alpha seniors. Qi Ting, unbeknownst to him, had taken hold of a hammer, clutching it like a sister embracing an alpha senior. "Darling, look at my combat prowess." With a sideways glance, he added, "Surrender now, or you can join our class. You'll still be part of Class S1. Song Chi suddenly stopped, adorned with a crown made from branch. Where's our Shen? Come, let us crown him. At that moment, their brother Shen stood before the commander of Class S1, pulling him toward the playground's exit. Shen Jinyue stands over 1.90 meters, his proportions strikingly perfect, exuding an aura that makes his height seem utterly unremarkable. He strolls leisurely outside, seemingly oblivious to the individual he is carrying, creating a rather delightful scene. Suddenly, Song-Chi dashes over and places a crown made of branches atop Shen Jinyue's head. In an instant, Shen Jinyue's composure falters, and he scoffs, "What childish antics are you playing at?" Song-Chi, taken aback, folds his hands respectfully in front of him and bows slightly, saying, "Please, Mr. Shen, check if anyone in our class is injured. If their side has suffered fewer injuries than ours, then deliver a few more blows." "Understood, Brother Shen." Shen Jinyue, clutching the 93-point commander, approaches Lu Huaiji and, with a single motion, tosses the individual aside, commanding apologize. Despite having been focused on the fight moments earlier, Shen Jinyue feels no need to ascertain the transgressions of the person before him. If their elder brother is displeased, it is undoubtedly someone else's fault. The person on the ground attempts to rise, but Shen Jinyue swiftly places his foot on the individual's knee, compelling him to kneel in an awkward position once more. "Apologize," Shen Jinyue reiterates, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a serious expression as he speaks deliberately, lowering his gaze. Shen Jinyue's pheromones exude a formidable presence, a pressure so intense that even Song-Chi, standing 100 meters away, can feel it. The pheromones of the Empire's most powerful individual resemble an invisible weapon. After a few seconds, the individual on the ground finally succumbs to the pressure. Lu Huaiji hears a barely audible, gritted teeth murmur, "I'm sorry." Lu Huaiji raises an eyebrow and chuckles softly. "I didn't quite catch that." The boy stammers, raising his voice slightly, "I'm sorry." "I heard that." Lu Huaiji responds benevolently. "Do you understand your mistake?" The boy begrudgingly nods. "Very well," Lu Huaiji says coldly, "Kneel." Shen Jinyue exclaims, "How ruthless!" The individual, who could be considered their senior, looks up at Lu Huaiji in disbelief. Upon hearing Shen Jinyue's words, he gazes at him with hope. Shen Jinyue strokes his chin, remarking, "Indeed, an attractive Omega who is distinctly good and evil, yet merciless in speech, is pleasing to the ear." "Kneel. Why are you staring at me? You must also bow." A multitude of onlookers surround them. If he kneels today, it would be a loss of face for a lifetime. The students of the Imperial Academy are all interconnected, with families having some degree of interaction. The Sun family is not among the elite, and he has always felt scrutinized by others. Having finally gained admission to the Imperial Academy and secured a position as the commander of Class S1, the thought of bowing to someone else is inconceivable. Shen Jinyue glances down, assessing Lu Huaiji's demeanor, and grows impatient. "Then I shall make you kneel on the playground all day." Having just finished a fight, he appears unruffled, his collar perfectly in place. They remain locked in a stalemate for a considerable time, until the farcical scene concludes with Sun Yu's reluctant bow. Lu Huaiji finally rises, devoid of expression. "Consider it a bow to your Omega mother or father," he states before turning to leave. Shen Jinyue immediately followed closely behind, momentarily stunned by the words. "My goodness, darling, do you still wish to be his father?" He bent down and gently patted Sun Yu's face, saying, "Though I struck you, I shall not neglect you. Simply call me father." The moment of glory for Xiao Shun was about to unfold. The countdown to revealing his true self had begun. In Chapter 61, "What's wrong, my dear wife? Are you contemplating a change of heart?" Lu Huaiji, maintaining a calm demeanor, meticulously inquired about the subsequent handling of the situation and took care to understand the injuries sustained by the students of Class A1. It appeared that the words of the commanding officer, Sun Yu, had incited the wrath of the entire Class A1, and the students rarely held back. Nearly every individual bore some mark of the fray. Even Song-Chi, who had been relegated to the task of transporting bodies, had suffered a claw mark on his hand while being ambushed by two others, standing aside with a sorrowful gaze cast skyward. Few of the students in Class A1 remained unscathed. In contrast, Shen Jinyue approached with one hand casually tucked in his pocket, not a single strand of hair out of place. Among the gathering, 3 alphas were in their sensitive period, while 4 others exhibited chaotic pheromonal reactions due to differing stimuli and required inhibitors for precaution. Su noted that there were also wounds needing adhesive bandages, though none were available and a trip to procure some was necessary. As Shen Jinyue walked over, he happened to overhear this remark. He glanced at Lu Huaiji and said, "I shall go by them." Clearly, he was the only one unscathed, making him the most suitable candidate for the task. Su nodded in agreement, saying, "Go ahead. Upon your return, I shall find a way to have this school reimburse you." The thought of seeking reimbursement for adhesive bandages after a brawl was beyond Shen Jinyue's imagination. He lowered his gaze to assess Lu Huaiji's state, sensing something amiss, and gently draped an arm around his shoulder. "Are you in your heat?" he asked in a voice only the two could hear. Lu Huaiji, already somewhat dazed, nearly lost control when Shen Jinyue embraced him. He ran a hand through his hair and replied softly, "Yes." Shen Jinyue glanced around, betraying no outward reaction, and quietly asked, "Can you hold on?" "Yes," Lu Huaiji responded, inquiring why. "Let us not deal with these trifles for now. You should rest over there until I return. If you wish to strike someone, just point them out, and I shall take care of it," Shen Jinyue whispered. Lu Huaiji agreed. Only then did Shen Jinyue wave his hand, asking the sensitive alphas what flavor of inhibitor they preferred before making his way toward the school gate. It was fortunate that this group hailed from somewhat privileged backgrounds. Otherwise, they would have long been subjected to a 3-day confinement for their misdeeds. As Shen Jinyue reached a fork in the path, he paused. The playground where the brawl had occurred was unfortunately quite distant from the school's small convenience store. All he could see were bubble tea shops and fried chicken outlets, with scarcely a convenience store in sight. Given the school's expansive 6,000-acre campus, even Song-Chi would need to walk quite a distance. Shen Jinyue made a swift decision to turn toward another direction. What to do? He would fly out to find a convenience store to procure inhibitors for his brother and the other alphas. After all, the tastes of the elder brother and their family are rather niche, and one might not find them elsewhere. Watching Shen Jinyue depart, Su stifled a yawn and leaned toward Yanziyu, remarking that the 4th prince would soon come to trouble him again. However, it mattered little, as he had yet to sign a contract with the Imperial University. Even if he did, he would still be inclined to teach a lesson. No wayward brat should escape his reckoning. Had it not been for the brawl between Class S1 and Class A1, Su would have intervened and brought the so-called Commander Sunyu of Class S1 to his knees, calling him father. Such an insufferable alpha deserved a thorough beating, especially for his blatant disdain for omegas while conversing with Yanziyu in Su's presence. Although Professor Yan's outward identity was that of an alpha, Su would not permit anyone to exhibit such insolence before Yanziyu. "When the 4th prince or my father inquires, just say I instigated the fight." Su nudged Yanziyu with a shoulder. Yanziyu remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the other side of the playground. There, Lu Huaiji was meticulously recording the injuries, eyes lowered in concentration. With Commander Sunyu of Class S1 having fled, the class was left in disarray and none dared to speak. Those who could stand had run away, while those who could not were assisted to safety. Lu Huaiji's demeanor was remarkably composed, not even a tremor betraying his calm. Meanwhile, Su noticed Yanziyu's expression and followed his gaze, puzzled. "What is the matter, my dear? Are you contemplating a change of heart?" For the moment, there was no one around, as the attention of the crowd was directed toward the larger gathering. Yanziyu lightly tapped Su's forehead, whispering, "In the future, refrain from speaking out of turn in front of others, lest you invite a beating." Su pondered which instance Yanziyu referred to. Was it the morning when you mentioned my prowess? Isn't that quite normal? If my performance were lacking, would you have cried like that last night, brother? Where are you going? The elder brother had already swept past him, a gust of wind trailing behind. His cold voice echoing, "Keep up." Su fell silent, trailing behind Yanziyu. "Do you have any omega suppressants?" Yanziyu asked without turning his head. "I didn't bring any these past couple of days." Su finally grasped the reason behind Yanziyu's series of actions. Was Xiao Lu not in the right state? Yanziyu nodded, rummaging through his pocket. Upon finding the suppressants, his slightly hesitating motion resumed its normality as he continued toward Lu Huaiji. Having been an Omega for nearly a decade, he had grown accustomed to carrying suppressants at all times. However, after meeting Sui Su, such habits seemed somewhat superfluous. The students of Class A1 greeted Yin Ziyu with respect as he nodded and approached Lu Huaiji. He halted Lu Huaiji's actions, whispering, "Transfer the work to Sui Su and go administer your suppressants." Surprised, Lu Huaiji glanced up, and Yin Ziyu offered him a vial of suppressants. He regarded Yin Ziyu, but did not refuse. At the outset, Lu Huaiji found himself in a rather dismal state, yet he miraculously managed to calm himself later on. Initially believing that he had subdued his feelings, he was reminded by Yin Ziyu that this was far from the truth. Experiencing 2 consecutive heat cycles could be detrimental to his health, and Lu Huaiji had never been one to force himself in such circumstances. After receiving the suppressants, he expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. He intended to seek refuge in an academic building, but during this busy period, it was teeming with people. As he injected the suppressant, he found it difficult to control his tail, making it susceptible to being discovered. Earlier, Lu Huaiji had noticed the direction in which Shen Jinyue departed. To avoid a chance encounter with him, Lu Huaiji altered his course midway, heading towards the seldom visited wall. As soon as he reached the base of the wall, he could not help but crouch down, his rabbit ears and tail uncontrollably emerging. Chapter 62, the revealed version. The class commander was nestled in my embrace. Shen Jinyue soared out of the school, propelled by the vast expanse of the Imperial University, which was frustratingly large with far too few exits. Having once been seen with his wings, which led to assumptions about his peculiar interests, Shen Jinyue rarely displayed them openly. Thus, he chose a secluded spot to take flight, eventually locating the convenience store from his previous visit to procure the appropriate scent of suppressants before preparing to return. Halfway through, Shen Jinyue marveled at his choice of location, as the low wall and sparse surroundings made an ideal spot to flaunt his wings. Lu Huaiji shared this sentiment. The area was nearly devoid of visitors, lacking both academic buildings and dormitories, and certainly no playgrounds, providing ample time for him to administer his suppressant without concern. However, upon catching a whiff of the familiar alpha pheromones, a dazzling pink-blue arc of light flashed past Lu Huaiji, leaving him no time to retract his plump rabbit tail. An alpha descended from above, startled by the familiar omega scent to the point of forgetting to flap his wings, resulting in a rather spectacular fall to the ground. His hand soon brushed against a fluffy orb. The proximity of the well-known omega pheromones rendered Shen Jinyue's hands stiffer than a corpse long deceased, instinctively squeezing the fluffy ball in his grip. As he lowered his gaze, he found himself locking eyes with Lu Huaiji, who was crouched down, his dark red eyes rigidly meeting Shen Jinyue's gaze. There was a sense of familiarity in that stare. In the virtual realm, Shen Jinyue had once thrown open a door, and the little rabbit, clutching its badge, had looked at him in a similar manner. Shen Jinyue, taken aback, realized that the alpha of the empire was frozen in place, staring in astonishment at the rabbit ears adorning his cold-faced desk mate, caught in a stupor. It was not until Lu Huaiji, seemingly forcing the words from his throat, uttered, "Let go of my tail," that Shen Jinyue snapped back to reality, finally recognizing what he clutched in his hand, a rabbit tail. Rabbit tail. He recalled the rabbit he had searched for over several days, which had adamantly refused to let Shen Jinyue touch its tail. No, it should be he. Even if Shen Jinyue's mind had been muddled to the point of folly, he would still grasp the gravity of the situation. Good heavens! The rabbit his family had lost had transformed into the illustrious Lu Shen. He had often wondered how he could possibly comprehend the whims of a rabbit, and lo and behold, that very rabbit was none other than the telepathic Lu Shen. Embarrassed, he loosened his grip and lifted the plastic bag in his hand as if to justify himself. Lu Huaiji swiftly administered the suppressant. "You, step back half a meter." Shen Jinyue obediently retreated 2 steps. "Am I free to leave?" he inquired. "You're not permitted to leave," Lu Huaiji replied in a low and urgent tone. "Very well, my dear, as long as you remain silent, I shall not budge an inch, even if it costs me my life." It took Lu Huaiji a full 3 minutes to reclaim the rabbit's ears and tail. He patted his hair, ensuring his ears were not protruding, before making his way to the playground. With practiced ease, Shen Jinyue enveloped Lu Huaiji in his embrace. "My darling," he said. "I am not," Lu Huaiji retorted. Shen Jinyue, trembling with laughter, replied, "I haven't even asked yet, my dear." Lu Huaiji, his expression one of apathy, countered, "Even if you don't ask, it doesn't change anything." Shen Jinyue immediately nodded. "All right, brother, you are not." Lu Huaiji attempted to speak again, but Shen Jinyue swiftly interjected. "My darling is neither a rabbit nor that lovely creature I brought home to warm my bed and bathe on its own." Lu Huaiji clamped his hand over Shen Jinyue's mouth, his eyes filled with a resolute determination akin to one prepared for death, glaring steadfastly at Shen Jinyue. Shen Jinyue could not contain his laughter, ultimately pulling Lu Huaiji fully into his embrace, burying his face in the crook of his neck. His fluffy head rubbed against Lu Huaiji's neck, causing an unbearable tickle. Lu Huaiji tilted his head, attempting to push Shen Jinyue away, but to no avail. No one could be more speechless than Lu Huaiji in that moment. After a few feeble struggles, he ceased resisting Shen Jinyue's hold. Once Shen Jinyue had laughed to his heart's content, he gradually released him. Finally, Shen Jinyue led Lu Huaiji back towards the playground, where Class A1 had formed a circle, interspersed with a few students from Class S1. The principal of the Imperial University and the fourth prince stood at the center of the gathering, nearly piercing through the crowd with his gaze. "You've once again led your junior students into a brawl without a word." The fourth prince could scarcely contain his ire. "You shall never receive a contract from the Imperial University in your lifetime." Sui Su, unfazed, scoffed. "Are you not aware of the fortune I have invested in your esteemed Imperial University? My father nearly came to thrash me with a stick. What is wrong with a little scuffle?" As Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji approached, Shen Jinyue caught a glimpse of the expression in Sui Su's eyes. Yes, it was indeed he who had orchestrated the fight. What would they do, kill him? Sui Su then caught sight of Shen Jinyue. "Fourth prince, your arrival is quite timely. Come and reimburse the expenses incurred by our Professor Yan's students." The fourth prince responded with confusion. "Huh?" Shen Jinyue willingly handed the bag over to Sui Su. Sui Su, following protocol, glanced at the contents and turned back to Shen Jinyue. "Let us say a reimbursement of 1 million. Shall we?" Shen Jinyue nodded. "Just transfer 10,000 to me. The rest can go on a Sui Gu's card." The fourth prince was left bewildered. These two families are equally affluent. What on earth are they discussing? Huh? What are they talking about? The wealth of these two families is unparalleled. What could they possibly be discussing? Their families could nearly extinguish the royal lineage with a mere gesture, yet they seem to treasure this insignificant sum of 1 million. These young masters, capable of stifling the royal bloodline, remain engaged in light-hearted banter. Shen Jinyue remarked, "How is it going, Brother Sui?" Sui Su responded, "Quite well, indeed. I'll let you know shortly where the Lu family resides." With a long sigh, Shen Jinyue exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Sui, you truly understand my desires." Lu Huaiji, still nestled within Shen Jinyue's embrace, struggled momentarily to escape, nudging Shen Jinyue with his arm, questioning, "What are you saying?" Sui Su cast a glance at Shen Jinyue's hand resting on Lu Huaiji's shoulder, then observed Lu Huaiji in silence. With Lu Huaiji leaning in closer, Shen Jinyue quickly noticed. "Why are you so hot?" Yanziyu approached, gently caressing his obsidian bracelet, succinctly stating, "Prolonged periods of arousal can be detrimental to one's health. It requires immediate attention." The fourth prince's playful demeanor slightly waned as he turned his gaze towards Yanziyu. Sui Su discreetly positioned himself in front of Yanziyu, inquiring, "Did you hear our professor speaking?" The fourth prince slowly diverted his gaze, asking Shen Jinyue, "Who is the overall commander of your class?" "Oh, he's right here in my arms," Shen Jinyue replied, glancing aside, then swiftly returned his attention to the fourth prince, exclaiming, "The class commander has fainted." The fourth prince inquired, "What?" Chapter 63. What's wrong with a little affair between rivals? The fourth prince probed further. "So what now? Is it my fault?" Before he could finish his internal musings, Shen Jinyue retorted, "Indeed, it is your fault. The fourth prince countered, "It wasn't me." Shen Jinyue shifted his embrace from Lu Huaiji's shoulders to his waist, pulling him tightly into his arms. Song Qi, capable of traversing an entire playground in a second, approached stealthily, inching closer to Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji. The audacious redhead cautiously leaned forward and, upon recognizing the individuals at the center of the circle, let out a piercing scream. "Wow, did a fight really attract the principal's attention?" Shen Jinyue coldly remarked. "Indeed, he knocked out my family as commander." The fourth prince responded with a puzzled expression. Song Qi, bewildered, asked, "What?" Shen Jinyue calmly held Lu Huaiji, who nestled his head against Shen Jinyue's neck, and inquired of the fourth prince, "So, how much are you prepared to compensate?" Song Qi, flabbergasted, wondered which student can ask the principal for compensation after a group fight. This shocking revelation left Song Qi momentarily dazed, and he took a step back, mouth agape. The fourth prince fell silent, pondering, "How do you wish to resolve this?" Shen Jinyue suggested earnestly, "Let them prepare us 2 dishes and grant our class an S rating. Then we can consider the matter settled, and you may compensate us several billion." The fourth prince responded with a perplexed expression. Song Qi retreated several steps, and upon noticing Lu Huaiji's silence, he exclaimed in alarm, "What has happened to our brother Lu?" Shen Jinyue reassured him, "It's nothing. He is simply asleep in my arms. Can't you see? He is sleeping soundly, comforted by a top-tier alpha like me." Then, addressing the fourth prince, he added, "I'll take my desk mate to the hospital. Please ensure everything is in order upon our return." Song Qi, bewildered, could only respond with a stunned expression. Song Qi had yet to react when Shen Jinyue bent down, effortlessly lifting Lu Huaiji into his arms, and turned towards the school gate. The fourth prince interjected from behind, "Shall we take him to the infirmary?" "The infirmary?" Shen Jinyue, fearful that his voice might awaken the unconscious Lu Huaiji, incredulously lowered his tone. "The infirmary? Are you referring to the one that lacks even cold medicine, where others merely recover from blood loss after a night of gaming by simply attending the previous class?" The fourth prince scoffed, "What a dreadful school." Shen Jinyue suppressed a laugh, exclaiming, "At such a large institution, they can't be bothered to employ a couple of competent doctors." Song Qi immediately nodded in agreement. "How could such a tiny infirmary possibly befit our classmate?" After uttering his final words, Shen Jinyue turned and departed, effortlessly leaping over the wall in a secluded spot where few could witness. The hospital was relatively empty at this hour, and Shen Jinyue guided Lu Huaiji to the appropriate department. After completing the necessary procedures, Shen Jinyue gently laid Lu Huaiji on the hospital bed. The doctor administered a dose of suppressant and adjusted his pheromones. The intervals between his 2 heat cycles had been too brief. His pheromones were more chaotic than usual, and, given their intensity, fainting was quite normal. "Will there be any other harm to his body?" Shen Jinyue inquired, fiddling with a medical record. The doctor nodded, responding, "There will be no irreversible damage, but his pheromones will be somewhat disordered in the coming days." The bespectacled doctor added cautiously, "You must monitor his emotional state closely. It is common for omegas in heat to experience heightened sensitivity, leading to feelings of melancholy or overthinking, requiring timely reassurance from an alpha. Furthermore, his spiritual attribute is, Doctor." "Please wait," Shen Jinyue interrupted. The doctor looked puzzled. "Why?" Shen Jinyue pressed his index finger to his lips. "Let us refrain from discussing that for now." Seizing the moment before the doctor could speak, he flung open the hospital door. "Hello, teacher." Oldie was standing at the threshold with a group of students, carrying fruit, ready to enter. Their eyes met, and Oldie paused, striking a cool pose in response to Shen Jinyue. "Very well, very well." Then he inquired, "May I come in?" Shen Jinyue sensed that the doctor had more to say. He feared that if the doctor mentioned something alarming, he might truly faint if Lu Huaiji awakened. However, the tardy Song Qi skidded to a stop, awkwardly leaning against the doorframe. "Sorry, Shen Gu, that was unintentional." "Was everything else intentional?" Shen Jinyue retorted in anger, pulling out his phone. "This time, I shall summon my grandfather to apprehend you." The doctor, puzzled by the commotion, frowned. "Please do not disturb the Omega's rest." Shen Jinyue promptly fell silent, casting a glare at Song Qi as he dragged him inside. A throng of people then rushed in. The doctor examined Lu Huaiji's condition, hands tucked into the pockets of his white coat, and looked up to say, "The best remedy for an omega in this situation is to have an alpha readily available to assist in guiding the omega's pheromones. This will expedite the mating period." Shen Jinyue pointed at himself, declaring, "Then it will be me." The doctor responded affirmatively, "Yes. Let me smell the pheromones released." Shen Jinyue exclaimed, "Huh." During the physical examination, it was noted that he had been marked by an alpha. "It must be you, right?" Shen Jinyue questioned. Song Qi interjected, "When did this happen?" As Zhou was about to enter, he bumped his head against the doorframe, exclaiming, "What in the world? Who marked our Lugo? Speak up. Our beloved pet cannot be marked at will." Shen Jinyue quietly knelt down. He had anticipated many outcomes, but he never expected the doctor to be so unexpectedly candid. If he were to deny it, it would be an outright lie. This matter could infuriate Shen Jinyue for a lifetime, haunting him even at 30 when he might wake up in the night to mutter, "It wasn't me. It was clearly I who marked our academic prodigy." Yet, could Shen Jinyue admit in front of so many that their academic prodigy was still lying in bed with his eyes closed? Could he confess that now? If he were to acknowledge it, Oldly would ask, "Is it Jinyue?" Shen Jinyue squeezed his eyes shut. Song Qi, certain of his conclusion, asserted, "I swear. It's Shunge. How could you, whom we regarded as a brother, silently mark our cherished pet?" Shen Jinyue knelt again. "Am I truly that predictable?" The alpha with the surname Shun expressed genuine bewilderment. "This was the last question I would ponder before my demise." "It's so obvious, Xiao Shun. You might as well have carved it on your forehead," Song Qi remarked, peering closely, both eyes wide open. Shen Jinyue admitted, "Yes, it was me." He resigned himself, stating, "You're mistaken. Our beloved pet is indeed marked by me. What is wrong with a secret affair between classmates? What is wrong with an affair between rivals? I implore you, dear wives, for a 5-star rating. A mere click on 5 stars allows for immediate publication without delay. I beseech you, lest I too find myself on my knees kneeling." Chapter 64. Who knows if I will reach the age of 30? Not just Song Qi, but even Oldly was taken aback by Shen Jinyue's absurd reasoning. Oldly looked at Shen Jinyue with a peculiar expression and, after a moment, finally asked, "Was Huaiji a willing participant?" Shen Jinyue responded incredulously, "What? Teacher, do you think I forced our Lu academic prodigy into this too?" The second. Not only his own father, but even the teacher believed that he, Shen Jinyue, had coerced Lu Huaiji. Why? On what grounds? Did he truly appear to be the kind of rogue who could not resist showing off his charms to a beautiful Omega classmate? Or did they genuinely think that he, Shen Jinyue, would force Lu Huaiji, an Omega, simply because he was an alpha? Damn it. Shen Jinyue's pheromones were obedient to Lu Huaiji like a child. What could he possibly do? Clearly, it is only Lu Huaiji who has compelled this delicate alpha. If it were not voluntary, would he still be nestled in my embrace today? Shen Jinyue protested softly, yet fervently. Song Qi interjected, "Teacher, I can attest that Xiao Shun has been quite mischievous, holding on to our Lu Ge." Shen Jinyue retorted, "Is that how I am now referred to, as Xiao Shun?" This rascal Song Qi, the cunning little fox, dared to shift the narrative so swiftly. Shen Jinyue immediately glared at him, ready to engage in a quarrel. The doctor finally withdrew his hand, admonishing, "Do not disturb the Omega's rest." Shen Jinyue's voice abruptly ceased. The doctor instructed, "Release your pheromones for a moment." Shen Jinyue replied, "If you were an alpha, you would not withstand it. You may directly inform me of your intentions. Calm your boyfriend, while I assess the alpha pheromone treatment," the doctor continued. The mere mention of boyfriend sent Song Qi's spirit soaring in alarm. "Doctor, they're not. They truly do not have the relationship you presume." Shen Jinyue silenced Song Qi with a firm hand. "What business do you have interrupting the doctor?" Song Qi made a gesture of zipping his lips. Shen Jinyue obediently released a trace of his pheromones as per the doctor's request, retracting them before anyone else could catch a whiff. The doctor, observing the instruments beside the bed, remarked, "Your pheromone compatibility is remarkably high." The moment Shen Jinyue released his pheromones, the erratic lines on the instrument visibly stabilized. "Of course, upon sensing his pheromones, I instinctively transformed," Shen Jinyue remarked. Song-Chi questioned, "When did this happen?" Shen Jinyue replied, "This concerns my relationship with my deskmate. It has nothing to do with you." The doctor inquired, "Shall we measure your pheromone compatibility? Let him awaken first." "I cannot make decisions unilaterally." Shen Jinyue shook his head. Oldly finally remembered to place the fruit he held on the bedside table and asked about Lu Huaiji's condition. "It's fine. I will stay here and notify the teacher once he awakens," Shen Jinyue stated plainly. Utilizing all his conversational skills accumulated over the years, he managed to usher the group out of the room, finally granting himself a moment of peace. Thankfully, the doctor refrained from mentioning anything else that would have left Shen Jinyue in utter despair. He decisively shut the door, employing his mental strength to ensure it made no sound. The doctor spoke again. "Will you be sleeping together tonight?" Shen Jinyue was taken aback. "We are both solitary A and O. We are still attending classes at school. How do we possibly sleep together?" "But you have been sleeping together these past few nights." The doctor pressed. Shen Jinyue exclaimed. The doctor, having grasped the essence of this alpha's overly dramatic demeanor, did not waste words. "You are the first alpha to mark him, and you shall be the last. Knowing your pheromone compatibility is high, do not act impulsively. This could harm an omega significantly. You may seek other omegas in the future, but this omega can only belong to you unless the mark is removed." As Shen Jinyue reached to brush away the stray hair from Lu Huaiji's forehead, he was struck dumb by these words. The fingertip unexpectedly grazed the soft skin at the corner of Lu Huaiji's eye. Time seemed to freeze. In that moment, the hospital room was engulfed in silence. After a prolonged pause, Shen Jinyue finally regained his voice. "What does it mean that he can only have me from now on?" The doctor cast a cold glance at him. An omega's ability to perceive pheromones is invariably stronger than that of an alpha. It is impossible for him not to recognize the profound compatibility of your pheromones. In such circumstances, if the omega is still willing to allow you to mark him, do you not comprehend the depth of his feelings for you? The doctor succinctly inquired, "Do you not wish to take responsibility?" The young doctor, clad in a white coat and bearing the surname Xie, appeared unfazed by any situation, and his physique bore a resemblance to that of an alpha. Shen Jinyue exclaimed, "What? Oh my heavens, how did we arrive at the point of him taking responsibility?" Shen Jinyue was momentarily stunned by the doctor's remark regarding the omega's profound feelings. His mind struggling to keep up, Dr. Xie continued, "During his estrus period, you must continuously and exclusively release your pheromones to soothe him." Shen Jinyue gasped. "Did you hear that?" Dr. Xie stated, "If you choose to evade this, I will employ other means to involve others." Shen Jinyue retorted, "I never said I wanted to evade this. Good heavens." He cautiously moved a stool beside Dr. Xie, gesturing for him to sit. What level of pheromone compatibility can bind two individuals completely? 95 or above. Shen Jinyue glanced at Lu Huaiji, who lay quietly, seemingly lost in a dream, his brow lightly furrowed. Would such a high level of compatibility not impair the omega's rationality? Shen Jinyue inquired in confusion. Throughout, Lu Huaiji had shown no signs of being emotionally stirred. If the omega's willpower is not strong, it may. Dr. Xie replied, "But your mark is physiological. Even if there are no emotional ties, the physiological dependence will emerge. At this level of compatibility, it is quite easy for inhibitors to lose their effectiveness." Shen Jinyue fell silent, his head bowed in contemplation. "Will I be unable to leave in the future?" He finally quieted down and softly stated, "I will find a way." The doctor in the white coat evidently did not grasp his meaning. He frowned and said, "Currently, there is no alternative to removing the mark." "I understand." Shen Jinyue's voice was calm. "I am quite unable to part from him as well." He raised his head and asked, "Will merely releasing pheromones make him more dependent on me?" "Yes, but in relation to the mark, it is practically negligible." Dr. Xie explained, "If you wish to sever ties with him, you must find an alpha with a compatibility level higher than yours." "I do not wish to sever ties. But who knows if I will even live to see 30, right, doctor?" Shen Jinyue blinked and remarked, "After all, I do have a penchant for courting danger." Chapter 65. "Brother, I think I might like you a little." Xie Xuanqiu paused for a moment, then stood up and approached Shen Jinyue, extending his hand. Shen Jinyue, bewildered, reached out, and Xie Xiunqiu's hand lightly rested on his wrist. Vital signs are stable. Do not spend your teenage years dreaming of death. Xie Xiunqiu inquired about the potency of the pheromone, to which Shen Jinyue candidly replied, 99. Taken aback, Xie Xiunqiu raised his gaze. Your name is Shen Jinyue? Indeed. Today, as Shen Jinyue and crossing over. Feel free to call me as you wish, doctor. It was no wonder Xie Xiunqiu muttered under his breath. What? Before Shen Jinyue could grasp the situation, a knock resounded at the ward door. A nurse peeked in. Dr. Xie, please refrain from touching others' hands. The alpha patient in the adjacent room insists he cannot administer the inhibitor and specifically requests your assistance. Shen Jinyue's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Is he even more fragile? Xie Xiunqiu paused momentarily before responding, a walking pig's brain. Shen Jinyue stifled a laugh, relieved that their esteemed academic was not acerbic. Xie Xiunqiu slipped his hands back into his pockets, advising, you may leave once you awaken. Remember my words. All right, Dr. Xie. You carry on, Shen Jinyue replied, and Xie Xiunqiu nodded before closing the door. The nurse, glancing around the ward, reminded Shen Jinyue to remain quiet before turning to exit. Excuse me, sister, Shen Jinyue called softly to the nurse. She hesitated, turning back at his words, with a demeanor so flawless. Even Lu Huaiji could not refuse him when he was being obedient. The nurse asked, is there something you need? After he detected my pheromone. Shen Jinyue gestured towards Lu Huaiji and then to the nearby equipment. Is that device not meant to check for a heartbeat? If the stability of my pheromone has shifted from resembling an ECG to its current state, what might our pheromone compatibility be? Hearing the phrase resembling an ECG, the nurse's brow twitched. She quickly glanced at the display screen. Your pheromone? Shen Jinyue confirmed, yes. That would indicate approximately 99% compatibility. I've only ever heard of such a thing. He nodded sincerely. Thank you, sister. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait. The nurse paused again. What is it now? Who is that alpha who can't even administer an inhibitor? Shen Jinyue finally voiced his most pressing concern. The nurse glanced around cautiously. Lowering her voice, Dr. Xie's temperament is quite explosive. Shen Jinyue was taken aback. Dr. Xie loses his temper with patients? But how can one discern their ailments? The nurse muttered, I still have work to do. You should focus on your boyfriend. Shen Jinyue was left bewildered. The nurse had already opened the door. Muttering under her breath, cunning M, Shen Jinyue, initially watching Lu Huaiji, was suddenly jolted by her words, spinning around. Who are you talking about? Was it the delicate alpha who couldn't he administer an inhibitor or him? After all, he was an alpha capable of successfully maneuvering a suitcase. As Shen Jinyue watched the door close, he refrained from posing further questions. The nurse shut the door, and silence enveloped the ward once more. Time had slipped away, and now the sun hung low in the western sky, casting a warm, muted glow through the window. The curtains billowed gently in the soft breeze. Lu Huaiji lay quietly on the hospital bed, his pale profile serene and fluid in the fading light. His hair, silver and smooth, lay upon the hospital bed, and when his eyes were closed, he appeared remarkably gentle, entirely contrasting with his usual irascibility. Shen Jinyue paused momentarily, quietly observing Lu Huaiji's face, feeling a subtle sinking in his heart, akin to the sensation of being lightly scratched by a cat. It seemed as though some profound emotion had stirred within him, transcending the mere essence of pheromones. He dragged a chair to the bedside, resting his chin in his hands as he meticulously studied Lu Huaiji's features. In truth, Shen Jinyue had never anticipated that he would develop feelings for anyone. His memory was exceptionally sharp. There was nothing he overlooked, only matters he chose to disregard. He had genuinely believed that after Lu Huaiji's departure, he would lock away his heart. After all, the overwhelming strength of his pheromones brought a host of complications. At merely 18, less than a year had passed since his 17th birthday, and he had already endured 4 susceptibility periods. Even he, despite his remarkable tolerance for pain, found himself trembling under the torment. The potency of pheromones was an enigma unto itself. Shen Jinyue even feared that one day he might succumb to the overwhelming urge to leap. While death was not a certainty, he might genuinely wish to escape life. Shen Jinyue was adept at feigning ignorance, but no one truly believed he was foolish. Lu Huaiji's pheromones could indeed tame his own, yet it was of no consequence. If Lu Huaiji harbored no feelings for him, he could not simply confine an omega, spending day and night in companionship. He could barely stand to observe a rabbit constantly. How could he do so for a person, especially one like Lu Huaiji? He was incapable of imprisoning a rabbit. Each rose bears thorns. One must not fear being pricked. Reflecting on a past declaration made before Shang-Chi, that even if every omega in the galaxy were to perish, he would never choose them over Lu Gu, Shen Jinyue found himself chuckling. Fortunately, he was not one to cling to pride. His thoughts were chaotic and disordered, acting on whatever came to mind, as no one ever set rules for him, although he wished fervently that no one had overheard his previous words. It mattered little even if Shang-Chi or Lu Huaiji had. He was unashamed. What he once disliked, but now found appealing, seemed entirely rational. Love was simply love, nothing more. Those who attempt to control their own hearts are foolish. To love is to embrace something ephemeral, to love amidst flames and cries, ultimately leading to self-destruction. In that fleeting moment, people truly live. Shen Jinyue gently pinched Lu Huaiji's face. Moments later, he did so again. "What should I do, brother?" he whispered. "I seem to have developed a fondness for you." His tone remained casual, as if everything were merely a jest. Yet this confession was spoken with utmost seriousness. Lu Huaiji's eyes remained closed, offering no response. Shen Jinyue's gaze traced along the bridge of his high nose to his slightly pursed lips. This proclamation, naturally, was not intended to elicit a reply. Shen Jinyue continued to watch Lu Huaiji in silence, the stillness stretching on for what felt like an eternity. Unbeknownst to him, a knock reverberated at the door, and Xiao stood outside, stating, "It's time to settle the bill." Shen Jinyue, having just tucked Lu Huaiji in, rose to step outside. At the precise moment the hospital room door closed, Lu Huaiji's dark crimson eyes fluttered open. Chapter 66. I speak of him. He is an accident. The omega on the bed appeared pallid, reminiscent of a fragile porcelain doll. Lu Huaiji rose impassively. He poured himself a glass of water and gazed at the firmly shut door of the hospital room. After raising the glass to his lips and finishing its contents, he realized his heart was racing slightly. He had heard Shen Jinyue's words, yet he found himself at a loss for words, unable to provide any response. Emotion and love felt exceedingly distant from Lu Huaiji. He was unaware of their essence and had never contemplated possessing such feelings. After all, these sentiments were non-existent between his forebears. So what could Lu Huaiji possibly envision? He had grown accustomed to witnessing disputes and violence, each recollection causing a pang in his heart and gut. In his childhood, he felt utterly powerless, forced to hide behind the sofa as he observed his alpha father inflict harm upon his omega father, unable to voice his discontent. In later reflections, he pondered why his omega father did not resist. Love truly is the most foolish entity in existence. Such sentiments could diminish one's intellect and even lead to a form of Stockholm Syndrome. Yet, Lu Huaiji could not articulate these thoughts, feeling a sense of guilt even when merely contemplating them. For he loved his omega father, yet harbored resentment towards his father's indecisiveness, passivity, and profound loyalty. In due course, he came to realize that these matters were not solely due to his omega father's affection for his husband. He too loved Lu Huaiji. Lu Huaiji could hardly blame him, for even as a teenager, he had been powerless. Thus, he could only strive and wait. He waited for an extended period, uncertain whether he would attain what he desired. In truth, Lu Huaiji was oblivious to what he truly wanted. He had been under control for far too long. That alpha could effortlessly sway everyone with a mere word. Except for his omega father, everyone else's tone was laced with veiled threats. He had contemplated rebellion, yet his so-called alpha father had wielded him as a pawn before the one he cherished most. Undoubtedly, his omega father capitulated. He too succumbed. Lu Huaiji would likely remember that day for the rest of his life. The moment his omega father uttered the word divorce to that alpha. What transpired thereafter? Was it violence? Was it abuse? Lu Huaiji could no longer recall. He was pushed into a room by his Omega father. The door locked behind him, leaving him in ignorance. Eventually, the door was flung open. The figure that emerged was not the gentle Omega father he knew, but the grim, malicious visage of the Alpha. Lu Yu seized the scruff of his collar and dragged him before his Omega father, declaring, "If you utter such words again, I shall strangle him." After all, he will inevitably devolve into an Omega, devoid of any worth. I possess a means by which we could conceive a second child. Do you believe me, Jinghe? Lu Yu called out, addressing Omega's father. Lu Huaiji had never found Omega's father's name to sound so unappealing. Without question, their father capitulated, and the triumphant yet sinister expression on Alpha's face was etched into Lu Huaiji's memory forever. A deep-seated animosity towards Alpha consumed him, every single one of them. Suddenly, the mobile phone on the bedside table rang, prompting Lu Huaiji to answer. "Young master, could you please return to the old residence this week? Mister, Lu has matters to discuss with madam, but I cannot persuade her to go back. I implore you to assist me in convincing her." Liquid, having failed to be swallowed in time, trickled down the corner of Lu Huaiji's mouth, cascading onto his collarbone. He settled back onto the hospital bed, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "Has my father moved out?" Indeed, Mr. Lu and Madam had an argument and have yet to reconcile. He is currently residing in the villa near your school. Lu Huaiji interrupted, asking, "Did he strike him?" The identities of the two He's were glaringly apparent. The butler fell silent. The answer was equally evident. A wave of fatigue washed over Lu Huaiji, and he flung the phone away with abandon. The butler continued to chatter on the other end, but received no reply. Eventually, the call ended. In the suffocating silence, the door swung open. Shen Jinyue entered, tossing 2 vials of suppressants inside. The packaging bore the image of 2 tiny strawberries. Upon seeing Lu Huaiji, Shen Jinyue hesitated momentarily. Then, with a sudden exclamation, Alpha hastily grabbed 2 tissues to wipe the moisture from Lu Huaiji's neck. Lu Huaiji quietly observed Shen Jinyue's earnest profile, pursing his lips. Shen Jinyue ultimately used his fingertip to dab at the moisture at the corner of Lu Huaiji's mouth, frowning as he said, "Brother, you have a leak at your chin. I just want to pay a bill, and look at what you've done to yourself." Lu Huaiji remained silent. Shen Jinyue, suddenly vigilant, remarked, "Why are you looking at me like that, darling? It's quite unsettling." "It's nothing." Lu Huaiji averted his gaze slightly and asked, "Did you carry me here?" "MHM." Shen Jinyue replied, seated on a stool, his eyes fixed upon Lu Huaiji's face. "Your mood seems off, brother." Lu Huaiji shook his head, inquiring, "What did the doctor tell you?" Shen Jinyue abruptly stood up. "What?" Lu Huaiji questioned. Shen Jinyue exclaimed, "He suggested we sleep together, right? That doctor who seemed as though he had been smeared with arsenic told me to ring for you as soon as I woke up." Shen Jinyue pressed the bell and asked, "What do you wish to say, brother?" Lu Huaiji queried, "Live together?" Shen Jinyue retrieved an orange, preparing to peel it for Lu Huaiji. "Yes, sounds good." Shen Jinyue nearly crushed the orange in his grasp. "What did you say?" Lu Huaiji remained unresponsive, asserting, "Come back with me this weekend." "Is it about the pheromone compatibility?" MHM. In truth, Shen Jinyue wanted to mention that the compatibility test was currently being conducted at the hospital, but he refrained from voicing it. Xie knocked on the door, inquiring, "Have you progressed to the stage of meeting the parents?" Shen Jinyue immediately switched the topic. "Yes." "Dr. Xie, you seem quite invested in the romantic affairs of your patients." "Huh?" Lu Huaiji opened his eyes and gazed at the doctor in the white coat by the doorframe, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Dr. Xie." Xie responded with a brief sound of affirmation, gesturing to Shen Jinyue, "You may step out. I have matters to discuss." This time, Shen Jinyue did not contest with Xie, nodding before exiting. With his hands in his pockets, Xie inquired of Lu Huaiji, "Why did he mark you?" Lu Huaiji replied, "It was an accident. Earlier, when he brought you here, I assessed your mental strength and pheromone levels. At that moment, you could have fully controlled yourself." Xie words were succinct and to the point, revealing that both he and Lu Huaiji shared a disdain for unnecessary chatter. The ward suddenly fell into silence, with Xie quietly staring at Lu Huaiji. Analyzing his thoughts in front of others was more daunting for Lu Huaiji than facing death. He remained silent for a moment before finally saying, "I meant him. He was an accident, not the act of being marked." Chapter 67. If you believe you're a burden to me, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tonight and obtain a license. Shen Jinyue later pondered many ways, but could not ascertain what Xie Xuanxiu and Lu Huaiji had discussed. After Dr. Xie left, the look he cast upon him was peculiar. Beginning with, "Prepare for cohabitation. Remember what I told you." Shen Jinyue was taken aback. He spent 2 full days trying to unravel the mystery, and before he knew it, it was Friday. Due to an earlier confrontation, the scheduled ranking test for the 4th prince that afternoon was avoided, and Class S1's class title transition was already in motion, based on the previous class score assessment. Although Shen Jinyue was often subjected to ridicule at such times, his status as the top scorer in the empire was undeniable, and his other scores couldn't fall too low. Thus, the notion of being a hindrance was unfounded. Ultimately, Lu Huaiji's class narrowly defeated Sun Yu's class by a mere 3 points, resulting in an S rating that was subsequently dropped to a junior level. Sun Yu's class had barely stabilized their S rating for a few days before they were again designated as Class A1. Yesterday, due to severe injuries among classmates, there was no retest, and Yanziu made it clear that they would not be entering the virtual world this afternoon. After this class, the weekend would commence. Shen Jinyue leisurely crossed his legs, leaning against Xiao and Yu's desks. He remained puzzled about what Xie Xuanxiu and Lu Huaiji had discussed, propping his chin as he observed Lu Huaiji. Lu Huaiji was propped up on one hand, the other holding a pen, casually listening to the lecture. Shen Jinyue absent-mindedly brushed aside the hair from Lu Huaiji's face. "What exactly did he say to you?" Shen Jinyue murmured, perplexed, as he jotted down notes. Suddenly, Lu Huaiji frowned slightly. Immersed in his speculation about what his dear deskmate and the doctor had conversed about, Shen Jinyue failed to notice Lu Huaiji's unusual behavior. Lu Huaiji felt an itch at the tip of his nose and reached to touch his hair. Realizing his ears were about to betray him, he shifted closer to Shen Jinyue. The moment his fingertips brushed against Shen Jinyue, the alpha swiftly turned his head. Shen Jinyue immediately straightened up, instinctively extending his hand to pull Lu Huaiji into his embrace. He was originally seated close to Lu Huaiji. In their class, not a single student was unaware that this alpha was utterly dependent on their academic deity for survival, a mere trifling being reliant on affection for transformation. Moreover, in recent days, this trifling being had taken to eagerly seeking embraces with their academic deity, and the classmates had grown accustomed to it. When Lu Huaiji was suddenly enveloped in an embrace, the familiar scent of Alpha's pheromones enveloped him entirely, momentarily clearing the fog of his red-addled mind. Feeling uncomfortable again? Rest for a bit, Shen Jinyue murmured, his arm around Lu Huaiji. After all, they needed to return home in the afternoon. Lu Huaiji initially intended to sit upright, yet the Alpha's pheromones clung to him like little hooks. The Omega contemplated for a moment and leaned against Shen Jinyue in silence. Shen Jinyue gently adjusted his hair while leaning back in his chair, continuing to ponder what Lu Huaiji and the doctor had discussed that day. He glanced down at the Omega's expression. Xie Xuanxiu surely hadn't told Lu Huaiji that once marked by Shen Jinyue, he would be his forever. Otherwise, how could Lu Huaiji be nestled in his embrace now? A mere stretch of Shen Jinyue's hand would likely send Lu Huaiji scurrying around the Empire's universities in a frenzy. Song Qi, observing the couple's seemingly domestic gestures from behind, found himself besieged by questions amidst his gaming. What the heck? What are you on about? Can't you see our academic deity is asleep? Don't wake him, or he'll hit you. Shen Jinyue hissed softly. Song Qi shrank his neck. Nestling against Xiao and Yu, our academic deity, Lu Huaiji has been surprisingly off during this rut. Even Shen Jinyue could feel it profoundly. Although their academic deity agreed to cohabitate, he hadn't permitted Shen Jinyue to constantly release his pheromones. Such a state was to be expected. Lu Huaiji gently closed his eyes, his pheromones calming under the alpha's soothing aura. When he opened his eyes again, the classroom was empty. He was unsure when the class bell had rung, and he still hadn't opened his eyes. Shen Jinyue hadn't moved either, quietly engrossed in his phone. Shen Jinyue seemed to be messaging someone, the screen filled with a row of green bubbles, all messages he had sent. Lu Huaiji surveyed his face and sat up straight. Noticing Lu Huaiji had awakened, Shen Jinyue paused and quickly turned off his phone screen. "Awake, sweetheart. What do you want to eat?" Lu Huaiji glanced at the phone in Shen Jinyue's hand, shook his head, sleepy. Shen Jinyue casually returned his phone to his pocket and asked, "Why don't you head back and rest for a while? I have a few matters to attend to, and I'll call you once I'm done." Lu Huaiji nodded and replied, "I'll go back by myself. Call me when you're ready." Shen Jinyue nodded and started to walk out. Just as he was about to step outside the classroom, Lu Huaiji called out to him, "Shen Jinyue." Shen Jinyue turned around. It was midday, and the sunlight illuminated the air with brilliance, causing the Alpha's slightly tousled hair to look disheveled. When he turned to look at Lu Huaiji, it seemed as though he could see only him. Lu Huaiji said, "Don't get yourself into trouble." Omega leaned against the edge of the rear desk, his dark crimson pupils reflecting the drowsiness of awakening, gazing at Shen Jinyue with a gentle yet earnest demeanor. Shen Jinyue raised an eyebrow. "Of course, I am aware. Rest assured, I have my own plans." His expression remained relaxed as he effortlessly brushed aside the topic, continuing to stride toward the door. Lu Huaiji pursed his lips, watching Shen Jinyue's retreating figure. After a moment, he remarked, "I do not wish to burden you." Shen Jinyue's silhouette stiffened momentarily before he pushed him away again. Shen Jinyue smirked slightly, turning around to lean lazily against the doorframe, his arms crossed, and spoke in a soft tone. "All right." The Alpha's light amber eyes quietly regarded Lu Huaiji. After a brief pause, Shen Jinyue exhaled, "Fine. If you believe you are a burden to me, then you shall kiss me twice later. If not, we shall head to the Civil Affairs Bureau tonight to obtain a license." Lu Huaiji remained silent. Shen Jinyue did not wait for a response and continued on his way. Lu Huaiji propped himself against the table, staring at the spot where Shen Jinyue had vanished, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 68. Shen Jinyue. He, a 1T. Shen Jinyue had intentions unbeknownst to others, but he would return shortly. They had been residing in a modest house not far from campus for the past 2 days. Initially, Lu Huaiji had no intentions of sharing a room with Shen Jinyue at night. However, this time he found it challenging to control his pheromones during his heat, which had a considerable effect on Xiehui. Furthermore, only Shen Jinyue's pheromones could slightly alleviate his symptoms. When Shen Jinyue returned, he appeared refreshed, while Lu Huaiji sat at the table engrossed in a book. Upon hearing the door open, Omega raised his head slightly. Shen Jinyue was startled, immediately releasing his pheromones. He hurried over and embraced Lu Huaiji. "What's wrong, darling? Can't you stand being apart from me for even half an hour?" Lu Huaiji stood up and nudged him. "Prepare the items." Shen Jinyue replied. "What flowers does your uncle like?" Lu Huaiji tilted his chin slightly. On the table against the wall lay a bouquet of vibrant red roses. "You'll give them later," he instructed. Shen Jinyue exclaimed, "You've prepared everything for me to present." Lu Huaiji nodded. "Take it, let us go." Omega's father lived relatively close to the Imperial University, a mere 10-minute drive away. However, given Lu Huaiji's current state, he could not drive, and Shen Jinyue, being a newly adult alpha who had yet to obtain a license, was not much help. Thus, they found themselves waiting by the roadside for a taxi. Since Lu Huaiji had spoken to Omega's father a few days prior and provided a rough time frame, he merely sent a message upon getting into the vehicle. The other party had not responded until they were nearly at their destination. "Did you finish school this early today?" Lu Huaiji furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, but unable to pinpoint the issue. Upon arrival, Shen Jinyue disembarked, holding the bouquet and reaching out to assist him. Lu Huaiji closed the car door, his eyes narrowing slightly as he paused. Beside the flower bed surrounding the villa, a black sedan was parked. Lu Huaiji's grip on Shen Jinyue's hand tightened suddenly. His strength was immense, and Shen Jinyue felt a twinge of pain. The Alpha furrowed his brow, and before he could utter a word, the Omega before him vanished in an instant. Shen Jinyue cursed under his breath and hurriedly followed. Initially, he had intended to make a dignified entrance, but Lu Huaiji had already pushed the door open and stepped inside. The Omega, driven by purpose, sprinted towards what appeared to be his study, attempting to turn the doorknob, and upon failing, lifted his leg to kick it. Shen Jinyue, alarmed, swiftly embraced Lu Huaiji, holding him tightly. "What is wrong, my dear? Don't act impulsively. Let us talk about this before you go tearing the place apart. Kicking it will hurt." Lu Huaiji quickly regained his composure. He took a deep breath and whispered, "Help me open it." Shen Jinyue responded, "Hmm?" Lu Huaiji repeated in a hushed tone, "Help me." How could something so trivial from his grandfather compel their family's academic prodigy to beseech him? Under Lu Huaiji's silent gaze, Shen Jinyue mentally apologized to his uncle, regretful for his unintended destruction of the door, despite having yet to meet him. He then reached out and twisted the handle, wrenching it along with the lock from the door. A cringe-inducing sound followed, and Shen Jinyue abruptly released his grip, tossing the doorknob aside. He then bowed respectfully towards the door. Finally, the door swung open, revealing the situation inside. He stubbornly kept one arm around Lu Huaiji, preventing any rash actions, and peered past the doorframe. In that moment, Shen Jinyue found himself fearing the recurrence of events from over a decade prior. He hesitated to look inside, dreading the sight of blood-soaked floors and scattered papers. Fortunately, this time, the scene was not as grave. A gentle-looking man sat at the desk, his eyes cast downwards. Beside him, an authoritative alpha gripped the wrist of the Omega in front of him, casting a stern glance towards his husband. Compared to the profound impact of that incident when Shen Jinyue was 7, this seemed considerably better. Yet, Lu Huaiji's expression remained agitated as he pressed down on Shen Jinyue's hand resting on his waist. The two individuals in the room sensed the commotion, momentarily pausing to look towards the entrance. Jing-He, upon seeing Lu Huaiji and Shen Jinyue, stiffened slightly, lowering his gaze in a detached manner, attempting to withdraw his hand from Lu Yu's grasp. Shen Jinyue swiftly seated Lu Huaiji on the adjacent sofa. "Good afternoon, Uncle Jing and Uncle Lu. What were we discussing? A heart-to-heart?" Without interrupting the awkward conversation between the two, he positioned himself between Jing-He and Lu Yu, unceremoniously removing Lu Yu's hand and grasping Jing-He's other wrist to pull him to his feet. The alpha's pheromones surged, surpassing 80, creating an insurmountable divide. The pressure exerted by an alpha with a dominance index of 99 was no trifling matter, especially as Shen Jinyue subtly intensified the pressure. When he released his grip, Lu Yu's face turned pale. Shen Jinyue wore a cheerful smile, casually letting go without any hint of exertion. He adjusted his glasses with a serious smile and said, "Happy weekend. Aren't you all happy?" Lu Yu felt as though his wrist bones were about to be crushed, making it impossible for him to believe that the person before him was unaware of the impact of his actions. After a prolonged moment of silence, he darkly remarked, "What is General Shen doing here, causing a stir?" "Causing a stir?" Shen Jinyue exaggeratedly echoed. "Oh no, uncle. How could you think that? Your son wishes to see you and have a chat. It would be remiss of me not to greet you, especially since I am pursuing Lu Huaiji." "Good afternoon," Shen Jinyue added with utmost sincerity. He cast a cold glance at Lu Yu before turning to exit the study. Lu Huaiji leaned against the doorframe, quietly observing Shen Jinyue. After a moment, he cracked a small smile. Shen Jinyue monopolized the conversation, leaving no room for others to interject. When Shen Jinyue half-dragged Lu Yu to the living room and noticed his pale expression, he inquired, "Uncle Lu, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Jing-He glanced at the mischievous Shen Jinyue before returning to gently wipe away the moisture from Lu Huaiji's eyes. His voice was soft and light. "Are you on the verge of tears, my dear?" Lu Huaiji shook his head. The tears that threatened to fall were swiftly brushed away by Jing-He. They remained silent, until Shen Jinyue's incredulous voice broke through. "Uncle Lu, did I do something wrong? Why are you ignoring me? Uncle Lu, you cannot treat me this way. As an elder, you should embrace your younger generation, shouldn't you?" Lu Yu, unable to endure any longer, snapped, "Be quiet." Shen Jinyue responded with a chuckle, "No, I want tea." Chapter 69. Let us get divorced. Shen Jinyue was a person who insisted that as long as he wanted to play, everyone else must join in, regardless of their own desires. Lu Yu, who had risen to a high position in business over the years, found that few dared to oppose him. He was obstinate and dismissive, intolerant of any criticism. Shen Jinyue's attitude made Lu Yu feel somewhat unreasonable in the situation. Lu Yu chose to ignore Shen Jinyue and focused his attention on Lu Huaiji and Jing He. In an instant, Shen Jinyue positioned himself between Lu Yu and Lu Huaiji. Wearing a friendly smile, Lu Yu, disinterested in Shen Jinyue, called out to Lu Huaiji, "You returned just in time. I need to speak with you." Lu Huaiji, fully aware that Lu Yu was addressing him, hesitated, unsure of how to respond, and remained silent. "Whatever needs to be said can be expressed here," Jing He interjected. Having been rebuffed by Shen Jinyue, Lu Yu found his normally obedient Omega son neglecting him in conversation. Exasperated by Jing He's words, he frowned impatiently. "Jing," before Lu Yu could call out to his Omega father, Lu Huaiji abruptly stood up and said, "Let us go inside to talk." Shen Jinyue muttered something under his breath, preparing to stand. Lu Huaiji nudged him, signaling him to remain seated. The amber gaze of the Alpha suddenly fixed on Lu Huaiji. "It's all right, you can stay with my dad." Shen Jinyue pursed his lips, gazing at Lu Huaiji for a long moment. In the end, he chose not to follow them inside. As Lu Yu entered the study, he cast a glance at Jing He without uttering a word, proceeding to step behind Lu Huaiji. Lu Huai's door was locked, and he poured a glass of water for Lu Yu, patiently waiting for him to speak. "You have no intention of adhering to my arrangements, do you?" Lu Huai remained silent. His father was traditionally authoritative, wielding absolute control over the household, imbued with an overwhelming desire for dominance, embodying a stark alpha supremacy. From a young age, he sought to govern every aspect of Lu Huai's life, his relationships, his education, and his future aspirations. This alpha had never entertained the notion that an Omega could achieve any significance in life. To him, all endeavors seemed futile. He believed the most meaningful pursuit for an Omega was to marry a sufficiently strong alpha, bear children, and propagate the lineage. Consequently, Lu Huai had been exposed to the concept of childbirth numerous times throughout his childhood, fostering a deep-seated loathing for those three words. He harbored such a profound hatred that he wished for the extinction of all alphas. Such simple words, yet they ensnared every Omega, binding their mothers and fathers alike. Entrapping the one Lu Huai cherished most. Those three words appeared to be an inescapable shackle for all Omegas, seemingly representing the ultimate purpose of their existence. Lu Huai was consumed by rage. His deepest contempt was reserved for the hypocritical, self-serving, and cowardly alpha standing before him. He lowered his gaze, and, after 3 seconds, he uttered yes. He had never intended to heed his alpha father's directives. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as Lu Huai had anticipated. The sound of a porcelain cup shattering on the floor rang out, sharp and clear, as Lu Yu regarded him with the same look he had worn in childhood. The sound had always instilled fear in Lu Huai, and even as he matured, he could only suppress that fear in the presence of others. However, before his alpha father, such control was utterly unattainable. Lu Yu abruptly stood, advancing toward Lu Huai, raising his hand as if to strike. It was only at the last moment that Lu Huai thought to evade. He darted to the doorway, suppressing the tremor in his fingers with every ounce of strength he possessed. After a prolonged silence, Lu Huai finally lifted his gaze to meet Lu Yu's eyes. The Omega had grown tall, no longer significantly shorter than his father, and his dark red irises reflected a serious and resolute demeanor. The Alpha failed to perceive the tremor nestled deep within those eyes. "Are you going to strike again, father?" he asked softly, his voice hoarse, as if it emerged from the depths of his throat. "I will call the police," Lu Huai asserted, regardless of his father's willingness to divorce. He believed the evidence would remain intact. Lu Yu halted in place, his eyes fixed on Lu Huai, filled with disbelief and resentment. "You have truly grown," he remarked. Shen Jinyue, ever the sociable one, sat outside conversing with Jing He, completely unaware of the turmoil unfolding within. "Uncle, what are you looking at? You still haven't told me what you wish to eat tomorrow night," he chattered, glancing at the tightly shut study door. "By the way, where did we leave off? Earlier. Uncle, weren't you inquiring about my relationship with Huai? Rest assured, we have known each other since childhood, and our bond is quite strong." He He takes great care of me. Jinghe, initially somewhat distracted, found it impossible to feign indifference when Shen Jinyue interjected. He could only temporarily suppress his anxieties and engage in conversation with Shen Jinyue. In the midst of their dialogue, the tightly shut door suddenly swung open. The alpha, who had been sitting beside Jinghe and conversing with him, vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared, embracing Lu Huai and plopping down beside him. The exchanges between this father and son rarely concluded on a pleasant note. While Lu Huai's expression remained inscrutable, Lu Yu's demeanor darkened considerably. It was evident that the alpha was the most displeased during their discussion. Lu Huai's hair was tousled and damp with sweat, clinging to his collarbone. He sat quietly beside Shen Jinyue, not uttering a word. Jinghe wished to say something, but ultimately only gently wiped the corners of Lu Huai's eyes. He seldom witnessed his son in such a state. "Let us get a divorce," Jinghe heard himself say. He felt a weariness settling within him. At first, he had charged forward, buoyed by what he thought was love, discarding everything else to devote his heart entirely to Lu Yu, mistakenly believing he possessed the courage to defy the world. How foolish he had been. Lu Yu's impatience with him had begun after Jinghe gave birth to Lu Huai. His alpha husband had become irritable and volatile. After Lu Yu first laid hands on Lu Huai, Jinghe contemplated divorce. However, an injury sustained during a mission in his youth had severely impacted his health, affecting his pheromones. Consequently, Lu Huai, born from him, lacked the sufficient soothing pheromones typically provided by an omega father, necessitating Lu Yu's assistance. The divorce Jinghe envisioned was unattainable. As time passed, and Lu Huai matured, confirming his omega identity, Lu Yu's attitude shifted once more. Jinghe found it odd that Lu Yu had finally stopped pretending. Indeed, he still desired an alpha offspring. Chapter 70, Greetings, I am Shen Jinyue, and I am about to undergo a pheromone compatibility test with my wife. Lu Huai could scarcely recall how he exited the room. He harbored no desire for any interaction with Lu Yu. Thus, even when Shen Jinyue spoke later, Lu Huai remained silent. He vaguely remembered that Lu Yu had not consented to the divorce. Perhaps remnants of hope for an alpha heir lingered in his heart. Jinghe's name was recorded within the military, and upon their divorce, Lu Yu would require Jinghe's consent to remarry. When they wed, Lu Yu had taken an oath. And given Jinghe's unique status and the Empire's protective laws for omegas, Jinghe was originally in a position of absolute dominance in this marriage. Its current state was indeed a chaotic mess. Consequently, Lu Huai did not believe Lu Yu had any grounds for refusal. He was reluctant to concern himself further. Shen Jinyue also appeared disinclined to encounter any other alpha, even if it was Lu Huai's biological father. He grasped Lu Huaiji's hand firmly while simultaneously exerting pressure on Lu Yu with a fierce glance, urging He to hurry along. "Uncle Jing, what a splendid weekend afternoon this is. Come with us to the hospital and witness the compatibility of my pheromones with Huaiji. If you find our compatibility satisfactory, we can discuss the venue for my wedding with Huaiji tonight." Lu Huaiji, caught in Shen Jinyue's embrace, felt a surge of frustration but fell silent. He initially intended to nudge Shen Jinyue with his elbow, yet reconsidered and lowered his arm instead. Shen Jinyue's height ensured he never felt inadequate, effortlessly separating Lu Yu and He from him. Lu Yu's view was obstructed, leaving him unable to see Lu Huaiji and He. And Lu Huaiji was uncertain if Lu Yu had followed them out. Thus, the three stood by the roadside waiting for a vehicle, sharing an unexpected moment of tacit understanding for the first half-minute. Both He and Lu Huaiji appeared absorbed in their emotions, while Shen Jinyue busily attended to Lu Huaiji, oblivious to everything else. After half a minute, He fell into a different kind of silence. "What are we doing standing here? Waiting for a ride, Uncle Jing?" Shen Jinyue promptly replied, "There are no traffic lights here. Why aren't we driving?" He hesitated to ask. Shen Jinyue replied, "I can't drive." "Wait, Uncle. You could drive, right?" Lu Huaiji interjected. "Not often," he answered. "Oh," Shen Jinyue remarked. "Then let us just wait for the bus." Lu Huaiji added, "I usually fly combat planes." Shen Jinyue, with an arm casually draped around Lu Huaiji's shoulders, remarked, "Forget what I just said. Uncle Jing, let us get moving." Naturally, Jing He would not hold grudges against his juniors and turned to head towards the garage. Ultimately, they made their way to the hospital, with Jing He at the wheel. Seemingly aware of his previous oversight towards Jing He spent the journey praising him, even elevating Jing He's favorite color to celestial heights. It was difficult to feel disheartened in the presence of such a person. After listening for a while, Lu Huaiji commented, "Flattery." Shen Jinyue replied, "I must." Lu Huaiji chuckled lightly, but did not respond. Shen Jinyue noticed a hint of forced expression on his face. Lu Huaiji rarely smiled genuinely. And this was not one of those times. Sometimes, even his smiles lacked any semblance of joy. Merely a faint curve of his lips that seemed more like an effort to reciprocate than true happiness. Yet, at least he was responding, Shen Jinyue thought. He reached out to touch Lu Huaiji's forehead and leaned closer. "The hospital is quite far from our school." After pondering, Lu Huaiji nodded. "All right. Do you know what I mean, brother? We want to be going back tonight." "Sounds good," Shen Jinyue replied enthusiastically. Jing He, driving ahead, glanced at the two through the rearview mirror. Following a period of silence, Jing He parked the car, while Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji proceeded to undergo the pheromone compatibility testing process. Perhaps Shen Jinyue, unable to contain himself any longer, took advantage of his position upon arriving at the hospital and, with considerable expenditure, reserved the nearest idle testing device exclusively for their use. By sheer coincidence, the doctor turned out to be Xie Xiuanxiu, whom they had encountered previously. Shen Jinyue even took a moment to check his phone's location. Puzzled by the notion, "Are you secretly engaging in side work?" Xie Xiuanxiu appeared somewhat surprised as well. He first examined Lu Huaiji's physical condition before explaining, "I am merely substituting for someone. His health has improved quite well." Xie Xiuanxiu regarded Lu Huaiji with a nod of approval and then glanced at Shen Jinyue. Immediately, Shen Jinyue sat up straight, his expression almost shouting, "Who do you think I am? Come here. Collect the pheromone extraction liquid." Without further ado, Xie Xiuanxiu instructed. Once both had completed the extraction, Jing He arrived at the location Lu Huaiji had sent him, waiting nearby. Lu Huaiji looked at Xie Xiuanxiu, who had witnessed the entire process last time, then turned his gaze to Jing He. After a moment of silence, he contemplated standing up to exit with Jing He. Suddenly, Shen Jinyue leaned forward. As if struck by inspiration, "Dr. Xie, what exactly did you discuss with our academic prodigy last time?" Lu Huaiji covered his eyes. For the first time, he regretted his decision, rising to his feet. Jing He inquired, "Last time? You came to the hospital before?" Lu Huaiji responded, "Dad, we should..." Shen Jinyue interjected, "Yes. Uncle Jing, last time, Huaiji was unable to manage his pheromones during his heat period and came to the hospital to purchase suppressants. Dr. Xie even advised me to ensure Huaiji constantly inhaled my pheromones." Lu Huaiji urged, "We should go outside." Shen Jinyue exclaimed, "Uncle Jing, I am more than willing." Lu Huaiji nudged Shen Jinyue. Shen Jinyue swiftly changed the subject. "All right, brother, I want to say another word. I absolutely will not tell Uncle Jing that we have already marked each other. I'm already yours." Lu Huaiji covered Shen Jinyue's mouth. Shen Jinyue blinked, looking at Lu Huaiji with a puzzled expression. Although Shen Jinyue had vowed never to mark Lu Huaiji a second time, making him more reliant, he was still very much alive. As long as he lived, his brother must remain his, and no one could take that away. No one. He wanted the entire world to know that their brother belonged solely to him. He was Lu Huaiji's. Jing He observed the peculiar exchange between the two, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, amidst the cautious and varied silence shared by the four, he asked, "Was it Huaiji who took the initiative?" Shen Jinyue's eyes brimmed with tears. Finally, someone was willing to acknowledge that he was but a fragile, helpless being. At long last, finally, someone was not claiming he had forced Lu Huaiji into submission and marked him against his will. Xie Xiuanxiu seemed indifferent to these matters. Turning to enter the room to check the results, Lu Huaiji affirmed, "It was Chapter 71, Pheromone Compatibility. Please come in." From the room containing the compatibility detection device, Xie Xiuanxiu's voice sounded somewhat grave. Shen Jinyue was the first to dart inside. Jing He, thinking something had gone awry. Didn't have time to discern who was the instigator and who was coerced, and followed suit. This left Lu Huaiji as the last to enter. As he stepped in, he found Xie Xuanxiu, Shen Jinyue, and Jing He gathered around the electronic display screen, their 6 eyes fixated on the monitor, not a single one diverting their gaze. In front of the electronic screen, the limited space rendered Lu Huaiji aware that he could not push his way forward. It cannot be 0, can it? Lu Huaiji heard Shen Jinyue murmur. Shen Jinyue swore that he could never again encounter the number 0, for he had personally experienced a score 0. Nothing could be more disheartening for the young general than this. Impossible, 11e exécu promptly refuted. Shen Jinyue exhaled deeply. He noticed Lu Huaiji had entered and immediately relinquished his position, standing behind him to observe. Lu Huaiji was positioned at the best vantage point, while Shen Jinyue leaned slightly forward, resting his chin on his shoulder. The bitter yet familiar scent of pheromones wafted into Lu Huaiji's nostrils as he turned his head to gaze at the electronic display. The scene nearly replicated the moment when Shen Jinyue had recorded a score of 0 on his luck assessment. The figures in the pheromone compatibility section fluctuated wildly, refusing to stabilize. Shen Jinyue turned to Xie Xuanxiu. You swear? Lu Huaiji echoed, No, I won't. Brother, you know I've been with you since I was 18. You cannot deceive me. Lu Huaiji insisted. I have never scored a 0. That was my only instance of scoring 0. Shen Jinyue argued back. Amid their ongoing debate, the numbers on the electronic screen finally began to decelerate. Shen Jinyue's heart raced as he anxiously watched the screen. At last, the numbers halted at 100. Shen Jinyue was overjoyed, but before he could utter a word, the screen flickered, replaced by 2 glaring red characters, unknown. The corners of Shen Jinyue's mouth, which had been rising, instantly fell. What's going on, Dr. Xie? This machine cannot even measure a pheromone compatibility score. Xie Xuanxiu remained silent for a while. Jing, he remarked, it could either be too low or too high. Shen Jinyue asserted, it must be too high. Lu Huaiji pursed his lips, remaining silent. Xie Xuanxiu nodded. Indeed, it exceeds 100. The doctor in the white coat glanced at Lu Huaiji and, with a note of caution, spoke. The compatibility is exceedingly high. It must be kept confidential. Be mindful. The 2 words spoken by Xie Xuanxiu resonated with the other 3, who understood their implications. Shen Jinyue, maintaining his smile, paused momentarily before murmuring an acknowledgement. Lu Huaiji replied, Understood. I will print 2 copies of the results for you. If there are no questions, you may leave. Xie Xuanxiu stated. As a physician, he could only offer such warnings. The subsequent actions of the others were beyond his control. Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji, armed with their pheromone test results, strode out confidently. During dinner, Jing He inquired about the nature of their relationship, but ultimately refrained from further comment. He was the polar opposite of Lu Yu, whose need for control was overwhelming. Jing He harbored a distaste for such dynamics, not one to exert dominance. He believed that, with a son in his 20s, he could not possibly dictate his friendships. After their meal, Shen Jinyue insisted on escorting Jing He back. Since Lu Yu had not yet departed when they left, Shen Jinyue specifically asked Lu Huaiji if he wished to join them. Let us go. By the time the 3 returned, Lu Yu's presence had vanished. Jing He then noticed the door handle that Shen Jinyue had forcefully removed. He paused for a moment and inquired, Who did this? Lu Huaiji replied, I did. Jing He responded, Lu Huaiji clarified, I had him do it. Shen Jinyue quietly hid behind Lu Huaiji, innocently blinking his eyes. Jing He glanced down at the lock on the floor and asked again, With bare hands? Yes, but Shen Jinyue exaggeratedly gestured, claiming to have exerted tremendous effort, saying that his hands now ached. Jing He scanned him from head to toe. This individual, towering at nearly 2 meters, seemed oddly harmonious while hiding behind the Omega. Lu Huaiji chuckled softly. Quite impressive, Jing He remarked. Indeed, he acknowledged. Shen Jinyue interjected, Thank you, Uncle Jing. If I had known you preferred someone strong, I wouldn't have pretended. In the future, just tell me what kind of partner you like for Huaiji, and I will act accordingly. Lu Huaiji nudged him. Ever since returning from the hospital that day, Shen Jinyue had stopped concealing his behavior. His cheeky remarks had become increasingly frequent and outrageous. Jing He replied, No need. Just don't perform for Huaiji. Shen Jinyue affirmed, "Understood, Uncle Jing, I surely will." Moreover, with our Huaiji being so clever, how could he possibly be deceived, right? Lu Huaiji announced, "Dad, we'll be leaving now." Shen Jinyue's conversation with Lu Huaiji was often disregarded, but Jinghe's temperament would not allow such dismissals. "Aren't you going to sleep at home?" Lu Huaiji glanced at the spot on the sofa where Lu Yu had sat, nodding no. Jinghe didn't insist further. As Lu Huaiji and Shen Jinyue exited, he could not help but turn back. Softly he said, "Dad." Jinghe responded, Lu Huaiji glanced at Shen Jinyue beside him, contemplating whether to ask for privacy, but ultimately decided it was unnecessary. With his lips slightly pressed down, he finally articulated the words he had held in all day. "This time, let us part ways." Lu Huaiji shared a temperament similar to Jinghe's. He imposed no pressure on others, and if this Omega father wished to discuss his matters, he would listen. At other times, it was all left to fate. Although he typically remained silent, Jinghe understood that uttering these words indicated a long-held desire. Shen Jinyue glanced at Lu Huaiji, becoming quieter. Since seeing the black car belonging to Lu Yu earlier that day, Lu Huaiji's mood had been consistently poor. Shen Jinyue could discern this. Jinghe paused slightly, his eyes reflecting an unknown emotion. After a moment, he sighed and said, "All right, this time, we shall definitely part ways." Lu Huaiji chose not to say anything further. Lu Yu would not easily consent to a divorce from Jinghe, as he had yet to produce the alpha offspring he so yearned for. Lu Huaiji, while desperately wishing for the divorce, also did not want Jinghe and Lu Yu to exchange another word. Perhaps he should confront Lu Yu himself. Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji arrived at the nearest hotel. The alpha presented his ID to book a room while Lu Huaiji sat waiting. The tall youth engaged in conversation with the front desk and suddenly turned, exclaiming, "Brother, there's only one room left." Chapter 72. "You said you liked me." Shen Jinyue's voice carried a hint of delight. Lu Huaiji fell into a moment of silence, pondering what to say. It was not a standard room, but a single one. Shen Jinyue anticipated the question that lingered in his companion's mind and continued speaking. As they stood by the door, a young couple approached, prompting Shen Jinyue to gently nudge Lu Huaiji. Eventually, they decided to take the room. Lu Huaiji went to take a shower first, leaving Shen Jinyue waiting outside. The sky had not yet succumbed to darkness, and the streetlights flickered to life, illuminating the surroundings as if it were still daytime, casting a clear reflection in Shen Jinyue's light brown eyes. He lowered his gaze slightly, the sounds of the outside world mingling with the wind, reaching his ears. The splashing of water from the bathroom was also distinctly audible, a testament to the poor soundproofing of the shabby hotel. Shen Jinyue pondered this, striving to focus on the view outside. Yet no matter how lively the night scene was, it could not divert his thoughts. His mind wandered, and he couldn't help but wonder if rabbits clean their ears while bathing, or perhaps their tails. This reminisced about the days when Lu Huaiji, transformed into a rabbit, stubbornly refused to let him touch its tail. Was there a deeper meaning behind it, or was it merely due to the sensitivity of a rabbit's tail? Yet, he had touched its ears as well. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jinyue found himself at a loss for answers, his throat involuntarily tightening. He was fixated on the outside world, nearly becoming rigid when, in the next moment, the bathroom door swung open. Turning his head, he was momentarily taken aback. Lu Huaiji emerged, wrapped only in a towel, his silvery hair damp and clinging to his neck. Among the snowy strands, a pair of rabbit ears drooped, even whiter than his hair, looking as pitiful as a drenched bunny. Lu Huaiji's gaze appeared slightly misty, as if he were momentarily stunned by Shen Jinyue's presence. Noticing the tips of his ears turning red, Shen Jinyue quickly turned away to blow dry his own ears. He had personally experienced that rabbit ears were the softest of all. The keen eyesight of a top alpha allowed him to discern even the finest details. The soft fur, blown by the hairdryer, revealed the delicate pink skin beneath. By the time Shen Jinyue realized what was happening, he had already taken the hairdryer from Lu Huaiji's hand. Lu Huaiji, whose gaze was fixed downward, could only see the tip of Shen Jinyue's nose, and he looked up in surprise. "What are you doing?" His voice carried a hint of dampness, a blend of reproach and something else. Shen Jinyue adjusted the hairdryer to a gentle breeze, lowering his head earnestly to dry Lu Huaiji's ears. The flow of air he produced was evidently more suitable than the previous gust. Lu Huaiji fell silent, lifting his eyes to observe him. Lu Huaiji's ears remained in Shen Jinyue's hands. He dared not raise his head, merely glancing upward. Shen Jinyue found his angle utterly adorable and playfully pinched his ears, saying, "I'm helping you dry them." Lu Huaiji's ears twitched involuntarily. Shen Jinyue made no other movements, quietly tending to Lu Huaiji's ears until they were nearly dry before shutting off the hairdryer. In an instant, Lu Huaiji retracted his rabbit ears. Shen Jinyue burst into laughter, a bright sound filling the room. The thoughts of General Shen Xiao were utterly transparent, the once lingering heaviness dissipating without a trace. "Darling, how many times have I pinched your adorable rabbit ears? Why are you still shy?" Lu Huaiji gritted his teeth and fell silent. Shen Jinyue, with a pitiable demeanor, responded, "Oh, you should go take a shower," Lu Huaiji instructed. "All right," Shen Jinyue obediently replied, walking toward the bathroom while adding, "Brother, remember to put on your pants when I come out. Your legs are as slender as can be." Lu Huaiji playfully tapped him on the back. This tap was as light as a feather, causing Shen Jinyue to stagger forward slightly. Then he waved goodbye to Lu Huaiji as he entered the bathroom. Shen Jinyue initially believed that even if Lu Huaiji did not heed his words, he would still follow through with the request. After all, Lu Huaiji was an omega, his legs even fairer and thinner than his face. It would undoubtedly be Lu Huaiji who would find himself at a disadvantage after being glanced at by Shen Jinyue. Shen Jinyue meant well by asking Lu Huaiji to dress. Would Lu Huaiji really not wear a single pair of pants? The impulse that had just been doused by the cold shower returned with a vengeance. The alpha lowered his gaze, feeling a surge of frustration. "Damn it, Shen Jinyue." He cursed inwardly. Lu Huaiji sat on the bed, his back turned to the bathroom, clad only in a white t-shirt, quietly gazing out the window. His long, slender legs were fully exposed, devoid of any covering. Even the rabbit ears that had been quickly tucked away stood upright atop his head. From Shen Jinyue's perspective, he appeared both obedient and serene. He had just taken a refreshing shower. At only 18, how could his mind be filled with such impure thoughts? How could he harbor inappropriate ideas about their commander Lu? He simply could not. Just as Shen Jinyue contemplated this, Lu Huaiji sensed his presence. The Omega turned around, a dazed expression on his face, revealing his round rabbit tail from behind. Shen Jinyue thought, crap, how could he not? He too was an alpha, just 18. What wicked thoughts could a mere child possess? He merely wished for his elder brother to plead for mercy. Taking a deep breath, Shen Jinyue felt his throat constrict as he struggled to avert his gaze. He desired him, not in a lascivious manner, but wholly and unreservedly. Lu Huaiji looked up, confusion etched on his face, a tear glistening at the corner of his eye, his skin flushed. The Omega glanced at Shen Jinyue, slowly pulling the blanket up around himself. The scene was overwhelmingly chaotic. Shen Jinyue felt his mind in disarray, yet alarmingly focused. He could perceive nothing else by the time he reached the bedside. Lu Huaiji had wrapped himself entirely in the covers, leaving only his head and the rabbit ears exposed. Shen Jinyue gently pinched the rabbit ears atop Lu Huaiji's head and asked, "You've taken all the blankets. Where am I supposed to sleep?" Lu Huaiji remained still. Shen Jinyue knelt on one knee on the bed, gazing down at Lu Huaiji. "Brother, is there something you wish to share with me?" Lu Huaiji's expression was peculiar, as if he were momentarily lost in thought. In a lapse of attention, his ears betrayed him. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaiji raised his gaze and stared blankly at Shen Jinyue, leaving Shen Jinyue breathless. Perhaps it was the tumultuous thoughts that typically accompany an Omega in heat, as even Lu Huaiji seemed affected. Much like the abrupt farewell he had uttered to Jing He earlier that evening, Lu Huaiji now opened his mouth, delivering his words with startling candor. "You said you liked me." Chapter 73. He yearned desperately to hold onto Shen Jinyue. A tremor coursed through Shen Jinyue's heart. Outside, the night deepened and moonlight streamed into the room. Lu Huaiji's eyes glowed a deep crimson, imbued with a serene quality. Shen Jinyue swallowed hard and echoed Lu Huaiji's statement. You like me? Lu Huaiji quietly lowered his head before continuing. You mentioned it last time. I did. When did I say such a thing? I wouldn't be so shameless, would I? As he spoke, Shen Jinyue suddenly realized, wait. Brother, did you hear that last time? His words spilled forth in a flurry, leaving Lu Huaiji momentarily stunned, staring intently at Shen Jinyue. Unable to withstand that gaze, Shen Jinyue focused on Lu Huaiji's ears, which had taken on a faint rosy hue, twitching adorably. After a moment, Lu Huaiji admitted, I heard you. You said you liked me before. Lu Huaiji seemed poised to articulate something further, but paused, forgetting his subsequent thoughts. Shen Jinyue teased, Darling, you've repeated that thrice now. Could you grant me a little grace? Lu Huaiji appeared slightly exasperated by Shen Jinyue's echoing words, his speech hastening just a fraction. I have something to tell you. Shen Jinyue, ever the impatient one, was aware that Lu Huaiji's mind was not quite functioning at its best. Yet, heavens, he found himself equally flustered. The sight of Lu Huaiji's ears made his heart race. Was this what they called a bunny obsession? Lu Huaiji looked quite bewildered, irritably reaching out to grasp Shen Jinyue's hand, compelling him to focus on his face. I have something to tell you, Lu Huaiji reiterated slowly. You said you liked me. Shen Jinyue was taken aback. You've repeated it 4 times, brother. His voice barely above a whisper. Lu Huaiji finally seized the moment to expound further. In truth, you do not genuinely like me. You are simply curious. The clarity of this statement vastly contrasted with his earlier remarks, showcasing an eloquence that belied the chaotic state of an omega in heat. It was as if he had rehearsed this line countless times in his mind, even amidst the throes of desire. Shen Jinyue comprehended his meaning, feeling a knot form in his throat. What do you believe I am curious about? Is it your omega status, brother? Do you think I have never encountered an omega before? Lu Huaiji shook his head. Shen Jinyue continued to await his explanation. Lu Huaiji tugged at his wrist, urging, Let me finish. He pressed his lips together, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance, the corners of his eyes glistening with tears, as if he had been wronged. Shen Jinyue helplessly sank onto the bed, resting his forehead against Lu Huaiji's. My dear baby, I never interrupted you. Lu Huaiji appeared puzzled, and after a brief moment, he replied, Like me, you experience so little in your childhood that when you see something, you crave to possess it. It's entirely normal. Shen Jinyue pinched Lu Huaiji's nose playfully. Who is considered an object? He softly inquired. Brother, when did you become something to be casually disposed of? Caught off guard by the question, Lu Huaiji opened his mouth, gazing at Shen Jinyue, yet no sound emerged. Under the scrutiny of Shen Jinyue's almost interrogative gaze, he managed to utter, You are not either. Shen Jinyue was taken aback by the unexpected honesty from his scholarly brother during his heat phase, and he paused. It took him several moments to comprehend what Lu Huaiji truly meant. In Lu Huaiji's eyes, Shen Jinyue was not merely an object to be discarded. Lu Huaiji whispered something else, his pace slow, and Shen Jinyue was convinced that this time it was not premeditated speech. Brother, what did you say? Shen Jinyue pressed him. Lu Huaiji lowered his gaze in silence. Shen Jinyue persisted, refusing to relent, and after a prolonged inquiry, Lu Huaiji finally looked up and softly repeated his words. This time, Shen Jinyue was prepared and caught every word. Lu Huaiji said, I once wished to keep you. Lu Huaiji lowered his head again, his voice barely a whisper, but I couldn't, it was too naive. Shen Jinyue's heart softened. Something quietly nestled within his heart, a fervent seed that began to expand, grow, and sprout in that very moment. Shen Jinyue reached out, grasping Lu Huaiji's wrist. It's enough that you think this way, brother, he said. Did I not bring you back? Lu Huaiji nudged him, steering the conversation elsewhere. Anyway, you don't like me. Shen Jinyue exclaimed. Why can't this person articulate clearly? The esteemed young master Shen found himself utterly exhausted by his own emotional expressions. How could my brother, even during his heat, still cling to rational thought? Am I merely intrigued by your beauty, desiring to possess you? Shen Jinyue fixed his gaze on Lu Huaiji, his fingertips gently squeezing Lu Huaiji's palm, their fingers intertwined. Lu Huaiji shook his head. Then what am I? Shen Jinyue pressed, adopting a challenging stance. Am I merely an omega you wish to toy with? To bind to your bed and gaze upon daily? This lengthy statement left the flustered little rabbit momentarily speechless. He gazed blankly at the alpha, who clutched a feather in his hand, momentarily frozen. After a brief pause, he softly murmured, "You are being fierce with me." Shen Jinyue, taken aback by the shocking words, felt a tightness in his heart, and the vibrant pink-blue feather he had just conjured was crushed in his grip. Me? Am I being fierce with him? I don't think so. My tone is quite gentle. How could I possibly be fierce with my brother? What did I say? To toy with him? Isn't a bit fierce? It seems to be somewhat fierce, yet the elder brother appears so aggrieved. For him, perhaps it feels quite fierce, since he has indeed erred. In a fleeting half-second, Shen Jinyue's mind was engulfed in tumultuous thoughts, resolutely concluding, "I apologize, brother." After this earnest moment of contrition, Shen Jinyue quietly pondered, "What am I apologizing for?" Lu Huaizhi nodded. Yet, amidst his muddled thoughts, he sensed he had forgotten to express something. However, not everything can be defined as love. It is only natural for one to feel curiosity towards the extraordinary and wish to possess it. But that does not necessarily equate to love. Lu Huaizhi mused chaotically within. If he cannot even retain friends, how long can love endure? What does he truly desire? Lu Huaizhi questioned himself internally, yet he remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he did not want Shen Jinyue to depart. His yearning to keep Shen Jinyue close was overwhelming. Chapter 74. But why must we define what it means to like someone? It is simply love, Shen Jinyue asserted with conviction, as if he could discern the thoughts hidden in Lu Huaizhi's heart. Brother, regardless of whether you feel unable to retain friends or lovers, Shen Jinyue continued, I do not know why you chose to leave then, and perhaps I need not know, because you said you do not wish to abandon me. That is sufficient. Shen Jinyue leaned down, asking, Do you understand? Speaking so earnestly to a lovesick rabbit was truly taxing on his cognitive faculties. Upon noticing the bewildered expression in Lu Huaizhi's eyes, Shen Jinyue comprehended, falling silent for a moment. Sleep. Discussing such matters with Lu Huaizhi in a state of infatuation made Shen Jinyue feel like a ninja in disguise. He decided to cease the conversation, wrapping his arms around Lu Huaizhi and pulling the blanket over both of them. Perhaps the pheromones he emitted were too assertive, as Lu Huaizhi inhaled deeply, attempting to evade. Shen Jinyue pulled him closer, his tone stiff as he reiterated, Sleep. Lu Huaizhi hesitated for a moment, then buried his head in Shen Jinyue's embrace, shifting slightly without uttering a word. Shen Jinyue felt his entire body tense, his gaze dropping. What are you snuggling for? He exclaimed incredulously, his tone laced with astonishment. Lu Huaizhi appeared somewhat annoyed and covered Shen Jinyue's mouth with his hand. Do not speak. Shen Jinyue. You smell delightful, Lu Huaizhi remarked. Shen Jinyue. Shen Jinyue, the young master, found himself at a loss, his limbs frozen in place, resembling a statue. Every muscle in his body tightened, as if Lu Huaizhi's head could cause him pain with a mere bump. I smell delightful, he repeated incredulously, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. His heavens! Did his brother truly realize the implications of his words? An omega complimenting an alpha's pheromones? If any other alpha were present, had Shen Jinyue been a bit more brazen or audacious, he might have thought, by heavens, I want to be with him all night. But now, it was Shen Jinyue who could only stammer, you mustn't speak. In the end, Shen Jinyue spent the entire night unable to sleep, with Lu Huaizhi not leaving his embrace. Shen Jinyue could hardly cast aside his own brother. Thus, the young general fixated on his brother's silvery hair throughout the night, pondering the very essence of his existence. The significance of the Shen family's being the establishment of the empire's prestigious academy, why the throne was not his to claim, and the origins of the universe itself. It was not until the first light of dawn that Shen Jinyue finally managed to close his eyes for a fleeting 2 minutes. Suddenly, the person in his arms stirred. Lu Huaizhi had a serene sleeping posture, rarely moving, so when he did, it was likely he was awake. Shen Jinyue opened his eyes abruptly in the dim light of dawn, his muscles tensing once more, only relaxing once Lu Huaizhi sat up. Lu Huaiji pressed his ear down before turning to look at Shen Jinyue. Shen Jinyue kept his eyes shut, fearing that opening them would prevent him from falling asleep again. "What'd I do last night?" Lu Huaiji asked after a moment of silence. Shen Jinyue, instantly alert, propped himself up on his side, gazing at Lu Huaiji's face with a blend of skepticism and curiosity. He had encountered those who forgot their actions after a drunken night, but never someone who had entered a state of estrus, yet remembered nothing. Lu Huaiji regarded Shen Jinyue, genuine confusion evident in his eyes. "You're being flirtatious," Shen Jinyue accused. "Me? Flirtatious?" Lu Huaiji replied, bewildered. "You don't recall? You clutched my shirt and remarked on how fragrant I am." Shen Jinyue exclaimed in disbelief, tugging at the creased collar of his shirt, illustrating the disarray caused by Lu Huaiji's grip. "So, we didn't engage in anything else, right?" The moment Lu Huaiji inhaled Shen Jinyue's pheromones, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Something did happen, Shen Jinyue declared immediately. "What?" With firm conviction, Shen Jinyue stated, "You held me and kissed me passionately." Lu Huaiji turned to look at Shen Jinyue, his mouth opening as if to speak, but no words emerged. After a moment, he asked, "Where's my phone?" "What do you need your phone for, brother?" "I need to report this," Lu Huaiji replied succinctly. "What?" Shen Jinyue couldn't contain his laughter. Sitting up, "Go ahead and report it, brother. Then you'll never be able to tease me again." He reached over to pull the blanket over Lu Huaiji's legs. Lu Huaiji silently observed his bare legs beneath the covers, contemplating the depths of irrationality one must reach to engage in such actions. After a brief moment of introspection, he leaned against the headboard, lifting his gaze to meet Shen Jinyue's. "I need to discuss something with you." The phrase "last night" had haunted Shen Jinyue throughout the night, and even if he had managed to sleep, it would have been a nightmare. Upon hearing those words echoing from the previous night, Shen Jinyue shuddered, immediately retorting, "I disagree." Lu Huaiji raised an eyebrow. "You said that last night." Surprised, Lu Huaiji recalled the chaotic state he had been in. It was a wonder that he had managed to articulate anything with clarity. "You mentioned you wanted to marry me." Shen Jinyue assumed a negotiating stance, his expression gravely serious, as if pledging an oath. Lu Huaiji's face fell into an almost blank expression, while Shen Jinyue's demeanor radiated utmost sincerity. Lu Huaiji gazed at Shen Jinyue for 5 seconds, half in disbelief. "Did I really ask?" "Of course, brother," Shen Jinyue replied without hesitation, nodding affirmatively. "You definitely did." "I disagree." He lowered his head and leaned closer to Lu Huaiji, their light brown curls entwining momentarily before separating. "Why not marry into the Shen family?" Lu Huaiji fell silent, astonished. Shen Jinyue pressed on, his profile brushing against Lu Huaiji's. "How about this, brother? If you marry over, everyone in the Shen family, aside from my father and grandfather, will belong to you." Lu Huaiji stated firmly no, to which Shen Jinyue readily responded, "Then I shall marry." Lu Huaiji, the Omega, quietly scrutinized the Alpha before him and inquired, "Do you even know what it means to like someone?" As anticipated, the sober Omega presented a far greater challenge than the previous night on a logical level. Yet, in terms of attracting Shen Jinyue, he was still not significantly different. Shen Jinyue remarked, "I don't know, but you certainly seem eager to bite." "That's phenomenal attraction," Lu Huaiji corrected him. "Pheromones are mine. Liking someone through pheromones means I like them," Shen Jinyue argued with impressive logic. Lu Huaiji pressed further, "But will you like others afterward?" "Of course not, brother. Have you even considered our phenomenal compatibility? I'm not that fickle." Shen Jinyue concluded passionately, "We are destined to be together." Phenomenal compatibility? Lu Yu and Jing, he shared high compatibility as well. Shen Jinyue seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern Lu Huaiji's thoughts. He slightly lowered his body, meeting Lu Huaiji's downcast gaze. "But brother, why must we define what it means to like someone?" Chapter 75. I never said you had to give me an answer right away. Many have spoken of what liking someone entails, yet why must we confine it to definitions? Brother, liking is simply liking. Is it akin to an earthquake, or the sea breeze battering a rusted window, or perhaps a blend of half-conscious fervor and madness? Countless definitions and descriptions exist, yet none resemble Shen Jinyue. He could not articulate any particularly shocking metaphors. He merely knew that seeing Lu Huaiji brought him joy. That night, when Shen Jinyue encountered Lu Huaiji in front of the Shi family villa, he was utterly enamored. Was this what liking felt like? Shen Jinyue himself was unsure. However, it might have been a casual touch or the gentle, clear gaze of the Omega amidst countless sunsets, transforming into the flame that pulsed within Shen Jinyue's heart. He liked Lu Huaiji, Shen Jinyue thought. He truly liked Lu Huaiji. Lu Huaiji pursed his lips, turned his head away, and remained silent. Definitions exist to clarify the essence of such emotions. Yet, Lu Huaiji harbored doubts. Do you still believe my feelings for you are not genuine affection, but rather the childish desire to possess something novel? Shen Jinyue had never enjoyed playing guessing games. He was indeed a child at heart. Only precise understandings could ground Shen Jinyue's heart. He wanted Lu Huaiji to comprehend his feelings. Lu Huaiji gently averted his gaze and then stated, "I'm sorry." This sudden apology illuminated Shen Jinyue's understanding of the situation. Lu Huai was never convinced that Shen Jinyue harbored any feelings for him. Damn it, cursed alpha. He deserves to remain single. How dare he obstruct my pursuit of love? Shen Jinyue inwardly cursed Lu Yu several times. And upon realizing that Lu Yu and Jing he were still not divorced, he forcibly suppressed his thoughts. Apologies? Shen Jinyue repeated the word. If you truly feel remorseful, then let me bite you later. Lu Huai fell silent once more. Shen Jinyue did not press him for words. The alpha stepped forward, pulling Lu Huai into his embrace. Lu Huai's pupils dilated, instinctively wanting to rise. Shen Jinyue tightened his hold around him. The strength of the alpha's arms was not to be trifled with, and Lu Huai found himself unable to push Shen Jinyue away even an inch. Shen Jinyue compelled Lu Huai to meet his gaze, solemnly whispering, regarding Uncle Jing's divorce. The Shen family will intervene. The matters have escalated to domestic violence and coercing a military Omega to bear offspring, no longer necessitating the involvement of the Imperial Inspector. Lock them up, all of them. Lu Huai pressed against Shen Jinyue's arm, responding with a reluctant hum. I am not jesting about this matter. Shen Jinyue reiterated gravely. You have asked many times whether I like you. I do. The Omega in his arms paused at Shen Jinyue's words, one hand bracing against Shen Jinyue's thigh. His expression perplexed. He said, I believe we need some time apart. Shen Jinyue replied, I am already cold, brother. He rested his chin on Lu Huai's shoulder. Speaking in a muffled tone, Lu Huai gripped his wrist more tightly. Release me. I refuse. Shen Jinyue's voice grew muffled, buried in his neck. He murmured discomfortedly. Lu Huai's grip on Shen Jinyue's hand tightened, his fingertips turning pale, veins prominent on the back of his hand, even the corners of his eyes reddening. After a long pause, he finally replied, Fine, just don't rub against me. Lu Huai's concession was palpable, his teeth gritted, as if he were on the verge of kneeling in Shen Jinyue's embrace, too afraid to fully commit. He had not worn pants last night. Whether Shen Jinyue did this intentionally is another matter. Lu Huai was currently in his heat period, unable to escape being held by Shen Jinyue, nearly losing control of his expression. The redness at the corners of Lu Huai's eyes was striking. Shen Jinyue was taken aback and immediately released his hold. The moment he did, Lu Huai sat at the edge of the bed, lowering his gaze as if searching for something. Lu Huai's wrist trembled slightly, clearly still in heat. He went to the bathroom to put on his pants before emerging, his expression unchanged from usual. Shen Jinyue noticed that there was a faint redness still at the corners of his eyes. After Lu Huai emerged, he sat on the sofa, gesturing for Shen Jinyue to come over. Shen Jinyue had just finished washing up. Having spent the night awake, he felt a bit drowsy and settled beside Lu Huai, leaning on his shoulder to rest. Brother, go ahead and speak. I'm listening. Shen Jinyue yawned and said. The allure of Lu Huaiji's pheromones was unmistakable to Shen Jinyue, who inhaled deeply, convinced that his brother had erred in his previous assertion. It was, in fact, his brother's fragrance that was far more captivating. He resolutely insisted that the earlier topic should not be revisited, lest he find himself drawn closer. Before Lu Huaiji could respond, Shen Jinyue interjected once more. Lu Huaiji, momentarily silent, turned his head to evade Shen Jinyue's slightly abrasive hair. "I need to maintain my composure for a couple of days," he stated, striving to keep his tone calm and succinct. A man of rigid principles, Lu Huaiji was not necessarily oblivious to matters of the heart, yet he was certainly not highly attuned to them. He found it challenging to discern his own feelings, and articulating his emotions for Shen Jinyue with clarity was an unrealistic expectation. Though he seldom made promises, he usually possessed a clear understanding of his thoughts. This situation had thrown him off balance. He was utterly unaware of the turmoil within him, as if his mind and soul had become estranged. Unable to provide Shen Jinyue with a definitive answer, he hesitated, stating, "I need some time to think." The alpha remained silent for a moment, then turned to face him closely. Shen Jinyue, already resting against his shoulder, had disheveled his long hair, and now, as he turned his face, their lips nearly brushed against one another. After contemplating the Omega for a time, Lu Huaiji experienced an epiphany. "I understand now." Lu Huaiji's incredulity was palpable. "You are actually pondering whether you love me?" "Not quite." Lu Huaiji struggled to comprehend Shen Jinyue's line of reasoning, contemplating why he would think such a thing. "Then you are deliberating on whether you want me?" Shen Jinyue's expression brightened with delight. "In that case, I accept your conclusion, brother. I shall return to inquire again in 2 days." While this reasoning held some merit, Lu Huaiji still found it perplexing. "Enough of this. Do not dwell on it, brother," he urged. Not receiving a response from Lu Huaiji, Shen Jinyue sat up after a brief silence. "You are aware, brother, that I possess little patience. We have discussed this matter for far too long. I understand you harbor no ulterior motives, but I genuinely like you. When I spoke to you during your fainting spell, it was not my intention to make you overhear." With sincerity, he pressed his hand upon Lu Huaiji's shoulder, turning him to face him. "My feelings for you are genuine, and I wish for you to acknowledge that. I have never demanded an immediate answer from you." Chapter 76. The moon enters the embrace of the river, who decrees that affection must be reciprocated. Shen Jinyue's expression was earnest and sincere. He had never contemplated concealing his fondness for Lu Huaiji, nor did he imply that voicing it necessitated a response from him. What certainty exists in matters of the heart? Just because Shen Jinyue had developed feelings for Lu Huaiji, did it mean Lu Huaiji would be equally enamored? Recently, Song Qi had made a noteworthy observation. Each time he encountered their esteemed Lu Gu, he invariably spotted a certain alpha of the Shen lineage nearby. Ever since Shen Jinyue had openly admitted to marking their scholarly brother in the hospital, the previously subdued fans of the Shen and Lu pairing had shed their reticence. They were no longer concealing their enthusiasm and had begun to rise in prominence, striding with newfound confidence. Even Song Qi has come to perceive a certain ambiguity between the two. The reasons are as follows. Shen Jinyue has been caught stealing his Omega classmate's phone by Song Qi no less than 18 times. Each time, Song Qi believed fervently that this time, their brother Shen would surely be beaten by Lu Gu. Yet, that never transpired. Shen Jinyue has embraced his Omega classmate 36 times in front of Song Qi during lessons, and has engaged in similar actions 98 times outside of class. Lu Gu has only pushed his classmate away 3 times when Song Qi voiced his strong objections. Shen Jinyue has, on countless occasions, desperately showcased his status in Lu Ji's heart before Song Qi, leaving the pitiful little fox with tears of envy streaming from the corners of his eyes. Why should he not enjoy the same preferential treatment from their commander Lu? Those who do not perish in silence may very well go mad in it. Eventually, Song Qi, along with Zhou, Yi, and Xiehui, cornered the two one fateful evening. At that moment, Lu Huaiji was bowing his head to tidy his desk. Upon raising it, he found himself encircled by 2 alphas and an omega, with Shen Jinyue beside him, casually perched with crossed legs. Shen Jinyue remained unfazed, asking, "What is this? Are you attempting to forcibly seize a male?" Song Qi exclaimed, "Don't you think there is a bit of ambiguity between you two?" Xiehui chimed in, "Exactly. Lu Gu hasn't returned to the dormitory for days. Where has he been lurking?" Upon hearing their accusations, Lu Huaiji turned his gaze to Zhou Yi, who shrank back. What do you want? Isn't this an accusation?" Lu Huaiji replied, "You may continue." Zhou Yi, who had initially exuded enough confidence to rival 3 Song Kai's. Suddenly found himself serious. I'm not making an accusation. I have nothing to say. Ha ha ha. You misunderstood, Commander Liu. Xiaohui responded with confusion, and Song Qi exclaimed, Traitor! You traitor! Zhou, he humbly nodded. Well, not really. I just rather enjoy the feeling of betrayal. Song Qi and Xiaohui exchanged incredulous glances at Zhou Yi before turning their attention back to Lu Huaiji, demanding, Have you two become a couple? Speak up. Deep winter had arrived, and recent weather was no longer as unpredictable as it had been. It had been several days since Lu Huaiji last indicated he could not provide Shen Jinyue with an answer. Recently, Lu Huaiji found himself inexplicably entangled in various matters outside of school. Not only did he have to contend with Lu Yu, but he also needed to manage certain company affairs. When he married Lu Yu, the Jing family had provided considerable assistance to Lu Yu. Lu Huaiji would never allow Lu Yu to monopolize these benefits. He had harbored resentment towards Lu Yu since childhood. Lu Yu had never treated him kindly, and Lu Huaiji had no desire to seek out that shameful paternal affection. Lu Huaiji's alpha father was indeed a perceptive man. Upon returning home that evening, he took action. Fortunately, Lu Huaiji's previous facade had not been entirely inept before Lu Yu, making it difficult for Lu Yu to seize everything from Lu Huaiji and He within a short span of time. The Shen family's intervention could only compel Lu Yu to agree to a divorce. Other matters still required Lu Huaiji's initiative. These past few days, Lu Huaiji had been so occupied that he had no mental space to ponder anything else. His sleeping hours had been drastically reduced, leaving him with no opportunity to contemplate other matters. Shen Jinyue's actions were consistent with his previous statements. He had never pressured Lu Huaiji to contemplate the matter. Lu Huaiji remained silent, and Shen Jinyue casually replied, Not yet. Song Qi had initially intended to confront Shen Jinyue with a post about their pairing, fully prepared with the subsequent lines. However, Shen Jinyue's astonishing remark caused Song Qi to tremble, resulting in his phone tumbling to the ground, nearly shattering alongside its owner. What? The other attendees, apart from Lu Huaiji and Shen Jinyue, exclaimed in unison. Not together yet? Shen Jinyue responded nonchalantly. If I were to be with my brother, the neighboring federation would be celebrating with sweets. Was there any need for you to ask? Shangqi instun guestin. Then what do you call the things you've done with our Lu Gu these past few days? Just cherished moments, Shen Jinyue replied, crossing his legs. Song Qi's expression turned serious. Xiaohui chimed in, confess for leniency. Zhou, he added, resist for severity. Finally, Shen Jinyue could no longer maintain his composure and burst into laughter. Call it what you will, I'm just being cheeky. What other explanation could there be? The bold alpha of an exotic beast declared, I have no shame. If he, my brother, dares not love, shouldn't he be a bit braver? There is nothing Shen Jinyue cannot achieve. 3 pairs of eyes promptly turned towards Lu Huaiji. Noticing his silence, Song Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Well, if our brother Lu, who has been taken advantage of, hasn't said anything, what can we possibly say? Even their commander Lu, despite being playfully toyed with, had not reacted with anger. It was evident what kind of relationship they were in. Although Song Qi refused to be treated like a dog, he could certainly discern the situation. Apologies for the intrusion. The person involved hasn't even spoken, and we were worried. The trio stood at attention before turning to leave in a line. Do you need me to accompany you tonight? Shen Jinyue asked once they had departed. No need. Shen Jinyue replied, but make sure to call me right away if anything comes up. Lu Huaiji pondered for a moment before saying, call you if I can't handle it. Shen Jinyue was engrossed in his phone, and it took him a moment to grasp Lu Huaiji's words. Wait, has my brother truly caught my infection? Who said that having a matter only means fighting? Shen Jinyue playfully squeezed his fingers. You can also contact me for other things. Lu Huaiji nodded and stood up to leave, but Shen Jinyue tugged at him. He lost control and sat back down. Shen Jinyue presented his phone to Lu Huaiji, showcasing the pairing post that Song Qi had attempted to share earlier. Brother, take a look. As Lu Huaiji glanced down, the entire page of comments came into view. I saw them hugging. Damn, I'm guessing they did it 5 times today. That was quite conservative. These two are exceedingly ambiguous. They must be together. I have a small request. Could I see them do it? You upstairs are being a bit excessive. I want to see too. You, draw me into your embrace. Let us do it 7 times a day. There is nothing in this world that can save me. I'll never escape shipping these boys for life. The initial portrayal of the characters, Jinyue and Hui, lacked any suggestive undertones. However, upon adopting their names, the narrative has taken a decidedly risque turn. Come on, Hui, just embrace it, Shen Jinyue. I truly find myself at a loss with you. Chapter 77. Is it something I did that displeased you, brother? Lu Huaiji observed the page of comments presented to him by Shen Jinyue. As Shen Jinyue attempted to scroll further, Lu Huaiji halted him. With a peculiar expression, seemingly lost in thought, he took a moment before declaring, "Do not pay attention to what is written there. Does brother find it credible or not?" Shen Jinyue inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Lu Huaiji's. After a brief contemplation, Lu Huaiji concluded that if he declared it unreliable, Shen Jinyue would undoubtedly question the nature of their relationship. Conversely, if he affirmed its reliability, the implications would be excessively broad. This was not Lu Huaiji's first encounter with such content thrust upon him. Previously, he had never engaged with this particular online community, let alone in the current frenzied manner. However, within the Imperial Academy, it seemed that nearly everyone possessed an interest in these discussions, establishing a precedent that elevated the status of such forums above any other platform. It functioned as a semi-anonymous confession wall for the school. The overwhelming attention was inescapable for Lu Huaiji, as he was a prominent figure within this online discourse. Even if he chose to ignore it, there were those ready to keep him informed, such as Songqi and Xiahui, not to mention the involvement of Shi Xiaoyu. The last time the topic was brought to his attention was when Songqi had opened a post discussing his pairing with Sui Su, pressing him on why he had yet to confront Sui Su in a contest of skill. Lu Huaiji's suspicions were not unfounded. Shen Jinyue, being an extroverted individual privy to information from all directions, could not possibly be oblivious to the earlier discussion Songqi had regarding his connection with Sui Su. So, brother, tell me, regarding what is mentioned there, is the reliability of our relationship greater, or that of Sui Su and yours? Shen Jinyue blinked innocently, posing the question. After a moment's reflection, Lu Huaiji replied, with a compromise that was resolute, "Neither is reliable." What a boldly evasive way to answer. Shen Jinyue pressed further. "Which one is less reliable, then, brother?" Rising to his feet, he leaned closer, a look of eager curiosity on his face. "Brother, I'm beginning to ship you too." Lu Huaiji turned to leave. Shen Jinyue was already well-versed in handling such situations. This time, he was even more audacious, wrapping his arms around Lu Huaiji's waist, drawing him closer. Startled, Lu Huaiji instinctively pushed against Shen Jinyue's chest. With his hair slightly disheveled, he fixed his gaze on Shen Jinyue and asked, "What are you doing? Why won't he brother answer me?" Shen Jinyue's expression turned somber, his eyes lowering. "Is there something I did to make you unhappy? If there is anything bothering you, please tell me, don't make me guess." He nuzzled against Lu Huaiji's neck gently. Lu Huaiji remained silent for a moment, pondering the situation. "Here we go again," he thought, brushing aside the short strands of hair that tickled his neck. With a resigned sigh, he stood up. "I want to know, brother," Shen Jinyue insisted. "Just like your relationship is reliable, everything else is false." Lu Huaiji acquiesced. "Is that satisfactory?" In an instant, Shen Jinyue's face brightened. "That works. Now let go." Lu Huaiji glanced at the time and remarked, "I have matters to attend to." Shen Jinyue, recognizing the moment to withdraw, stepped back and waved farewell as he watched Lu Huaiji depart. Subsequently, his gaze settled on the other pages already open on his phone screen. Uncharacteristically, he did not follow closely behind Lu Huaiji today. After Lu Huaiji was out of sight, the expression on his face gradually became more subdued. Shen Jinyue pinched the vermilion bracelet on his wrist and, walking in a direction entirely opposite to that of an Omega, dialed a number. "Dad, find a few people and have them locate me." Shen's father, perusing through documents, inquired, "With all that money, can you not afford 2 bodyguard to pose?" Shen Jinyue, uncommonly amused to the point of exasperation, replied, "Hurry over. With a bit of luck, they might kidnap me and take me back, or if luck is lacking, they could just collect my remains." Aware that his father shared his temperament, Shen Jinyue initiated the conversation. There are a multitude of people outside Imperial University blocking my way. Surely you don't expect them to be out for a leisurely stroll? When academic pressures were relatively light, Liu Huaiji had worked as a bartender at the Suishi bar a few times, but later, under coercion from Suishi, became the exclusive mixologist. Yet, due to the chaos of the bar and his heightened instincts during his heat cycles, he refrained from attending during those times. After several absences, he had incurred Suishi's ire. This time, he made an unprecedented effort to attend, sending a message to Suishi in advance, and spotted Suishi waiting for him from distance. Having the boss come out to greet you, you've truly reached the pinnacle of your role as an employee, Suishi jested. Liu Huaiji inquired, has something happened recently? He had been busy, yet his attentiveness remained unwavering. Suishi, equally preoccupied, had even ceased following Yan Ziyu, indicating that significant events were afoot. Just a little family issue. You know my father's affairs are plentiful. Suishi casually bypassed the topic and asked, do you know the reason behind Shi Xiaoyu's departure? Liu Huaiji paused and nodded gently. You know? Suishi appeared genuinely surprised. Though it was my father's directive to transfer their family to the Border Star domain, it was not his intention. I must clarify that. Liu Huaiji affirmed his knowledge. He glanced towards the center of the bar's dance floor and asked, is it related to Shen Jinyue? Suishi queried, how did you know I was going to mention him? Liu Huaiji found seat and quietly awaited Suishi's continuation. General Shen has not left the main planet in these past 2 years, and has even brought his grandson back from the Federation, who has directly measured as the top in the Empire. How could that old emperor not be anxious? Liu Huaiji took a sip of his drink, casting a glance at Suishi, but offered no reply. Suishi, free to express his thoughts given his position, continued without expectation of agreement from Liu Huaiji. So why did the Shi family leave? The Shi family has dealt with numerous small conflicts at the border recently, garnering no accolades, but certainly enduring hardships. And even Shi Xiaoyu accompanied his grandfather to the border, despite General Shen's efforts to develop his influence on the main planet. The Shi family should not have been adversely affected. A three-way balance is the simplest and most effective means to maintain peace. Why does the emperor not directly elevate the Shi family, but instead wish to remove them? In this manner, the Shen family wields immense power within the military department of the main planet, to the extent that even the governor may feel compelled to tread carefully around them. This is partly due to the emperor's deep-rooted suspicion. Following this, he raised 2 fingers, indicating a second reason. I, too, find myself perplexed. It took several days of eavesdropping at my father's place to glean this information. Liu Huaiji raised an eyebrow, recalling my previous admission of ignorance on certain matters, which the professor is privy to. Liu Huaiji nodded in acknowledgement. Previously, Su had mentioned that Shen Jinyue's pheromones might pose an issue, a fact that was confirmed the day Liu Huaiji was taken home by Shen Jinyue, though the specific nature of the problem remains unknown. His pheromones are so potent, combined with a hereditary pheromone-related ailment, that during each susceptible period, he exhibits extreme brutality and antisocial tendencies, accompanied by significant suffering. Su continued, noting the substantial impact on health. The higher the potency of the pheromones, the more challenging it becomes to conceive offspring, and life expectancy diminishes. Chapter 78. Nonsense. My wife loves me to death. Liu Huaiji was taken aback, his grip on the cup tightening instinctively, his fingertips turning pale and knuckles protruding. Thus, the emperor's apprehension is not directed at General Shen, but rather at our family. Su divulged all that he knew. For the rank of general does not rely on hereditary succession, and the general harbors no intention of sending Shen Jinyue to the military department. As you are aware, the highest advancement in your field is achieved through covert training within a team. One essentially becomes a soldier, albeit still distant from the position of general. Liu Huaiji was well aware of this. A small team of 6, devoid of military power, poses no threat to the emperor. Even upon graduation and entering the military, one must start from the grassroots, rendering time insufficient. The only advantage for those in their field is the possibility of assuming the role of commander. Yet commanders typically wield little actual power. Thus, Shen's father's decision to enroll Shen Jinyue in the Imperial University was entirely motivated by Lu Huaiji, as only he can withstand Shen Jinyue's pheromones. Presently, the situation exceeds Shen's father's expectations significantly, for it appears that Shen Jinyue's pheromones respond favorably to him. Are you listening to me? Su waved his hand before Lu Huaiji's eyes. Do you grasp the crux of what I'm saying? Lu Huaiji snapped back to attention, momentarily startled. What is it? I discussed this matter with the professor yesterday, and his advice was for you two to maintain distance. Su stated objectively. Although I have never witnessed Shen Jinyue during his susceptible period, this condition tends to worsen over time. In other words, his ability to inflict harm this time may escalate to incapacitating someone next time, and ultimately, it could lead to fatality. You might find this trivial, Su remarked, pausing before raising his tone. So do you understand what I mean by brutality and antisocial behavior? Lu Huaiji was preoccupied with another matter and shook his head at the inquiry. Su continued. He may develop a propensity for violence and possessiveness towards omegas. Lu Huaiji pressed his lips together. Unexpectedly, Su noted no change in Lu Huaiji's expression, incredulously adding, these issues also extend to the bedroom. Upon finishing his statement, he placed his hand firmly on Lu Huaiji's shoulder, almost shaking him as he implored, what stage have you reached with him? Speak up. Lu Huaiji blinked in confusion, replying that there was nothing to report. The mention of words like brutality and antisocial illustrated the gravity of the situation, a truth Lu Huaiji was acutely aware of after spending considerable time with Shen Jinyue. He had momentarily lost himself in thought upon learning of the alpha's danger. He had found himself contemplating how obedient Shen Jinyue's pheromones were to him. Had he begun to believe in the alpha as well? Pheromones are notoriously unpredictable, sometimes even overwhelming their owners. So what made Lu Huaiji think that Shen Jinyue's pheromones would always be compliant to his will? What was that expression you just made? Did you not grasp the seriousness of my words, little Lu darling? Su incredulously inquired. I understand, Lu Huaiji replied after a moment, repeating, I understand. Su suddenly fell silent, returning to his seat, stroking his chin as he mused. You haven't actually witnessed his sensitive period, have you? Is his condition really as dire as I described? Lu Huaiji nodded. When I was speaking with you just now, you were also pondering this matter, Su remarked. Lu Huaiji nodded again. You are doomed, Su exclaimed in shock. Lu Huaiji, perplexed, asked why. Your current state mirrors precisely that of my wife when she discovered her feelings for me. Su's beastly attribute was that of a white peacock. Lu Huaiji casually glanced at Su, confident that had the setting been more appropriate, this man would surely be displaying his plumage. Is this what you call love? Of course. Su, when discussing his wife, became fervent and completely oblivious to Lu Huaiji's words, asserting, my wife loves me to death. Lu Huaiji queried, and what about him? Does he love Shen Jinyue to death? You are already in love. Just wait and see, Su proclaimed, adding anyway. My wife insists on having 2 children with me. Lu Huaiji was skeptical, but eventually nodded, conceding, understood. In the end, Su merely communicated. As for the nature of your relationship, I have no authority to intervene. The professor asked me to inform you last night. The decision lies with you. However, should Shen Jinyue exhibit any tendencies akin to SM, just call us, and we shall come to your aid. Lu Huaiji smiled faintly. He did not respond. Making his way to the bar, shortly after commencing his work, a familiar figure appeared before him. May I buy you a drink, Commander Lu? It was Su. It had been quite some time since Su had spoken to Lu Huaiji. Surprised, Lu Huaiji lifted his gaze but continued his tasks, stating bluntly, no. His tone offered little courtesy, yet Su appeared unperturbed, persistently attempting to engage Lu Huaiji in conversation. Frowning, Lu Huaiji inquired, what mischief have you been up to now? He had always harbored a disdain for alphas, especially this particular one who had previously orchestrated chaos that nearly led to a complete military disaster. Such a person had never been worthy of conversing with Lu Huaiji. Su offered no answer to this question, instead engaging in a subtle verbal spar while holding his drink. Little Lu darling, phone, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. Su thrust a phone into Lu Huaiji's hand. only then noticing Su's was presence. Upon hearing the manner in which Su addressed Lu Huaiji, Su's would cast a look of surprise at the two, and then greeted Su. Lu Huaiji took the phone and stepped outside to answer. The call was from Hui, appearing quite urgent, having dialed him 3 times in quick succession. Just as he was about to pick up, Hui's call was disconnected, and Song Chi called again. Lu Huaiji's right eye twitched, prompting him to answer immediately. "Lugo, where are you? Hurry to the school's west gate and go down the 3rd alley. Quickly. Xingu is fighting with someone and might kill him. Xiao, and I tried to intervene just now and almost got beaten up." As soon as the call connected, Song Chi's anguished shout erupted through the phone. "Damn it. Xingu hit my face. He even wants to grab my ear. Lugo, hurry over. Avenge me. I'll be there right away." Lu Huaiji responded swiftly. Without another word, he ended the call, entered the building, and pulled Su toward the west gate. Su, nearly toppled by Lu Huaiji's forceful tug, followed along, bewildered. "What's going on, Xiaolu? Are you catching a cheating spouse?" He used one hand to hastily respond to Yan Ziyu's message as he kept pace with Lu Huaiji. Something happened with Shen Jinyue. Su's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Is it the sensitive period? Recalling Shen Jinyue's previous actions during his sensitive period, when he had effortlessly crushed a gold lock with his bare hands, Lu Huaiji nodded. "It seems so. You want me to attract the wrath? You, an Omega, can go, but why drag me along to get beaten up?" Before they even reached the west gate, Lu Huaiji spotted a crowd gathered, a dense mass of heads blocking his view of the scene. Suiksuakted decisividity. The fleeting scent of a top-tier alpha caused many to glance back and swiftly part the way for the two. The atmosphere was thick with chaotic pheromones, and Su stood still, unprepared to advance. "If there's something that can't be resolved, just come to me," Lu Huaiji thought. He worried that Shen Jinyue might get injured from the mob's assault, but Su found that notion far-fetched. As an alpha, he had studied the concept of combat efficacy. Even if Shen Jinyue were to lie there and take hits, he would be akin to a diamond punching bag, especially now that Shen Jinyue was in his sensitive phase. Su felt the only concern was the potential for a fatal incident at the Imperial University, fearing that the detestable 4th Prince might shift the blame onto their Professor Yin. Before they could reach the scene, Song Chi skidded to a stop in front of Lu Huaiji, seizing his hand as they rushed toward the alley. "Lugu, you must intervene. Xingu is really losing it." Song Chi, his face swollen and bruised, pointed toward the alley. "Look, Lugu, has Xingu been practicing some sort of nefarious technique? He shouldn't be like this during his sensitive period. It's as if he has gone berserk." In the midst of his speech, Lu Huaiji glimpsed the scene within the alley. 7 or 8 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, their breaths uncertain. Shen Jinyue had already rolled up his sleeves to the elbows, revealing a powerful and well-defined arm, with prominent veins indicating his exertion. Hui and Zhou Yi, along with others, anxiously paced around, hesitant to approach or retreat. Upon seeing Lu Huaiji arrive, they instinctively positioned themselves behind him, ready for his command. At the heart of the tumultuous scene stood Shen Jinyue and Xiao Hu, the latter wielding an iron rod. They exchanged numerous blows, but the rod splintered after just a few strikes, prompting Song Chi to hurriedly pull Xiao Hu aside. Xiao Hu, known for his fierce hand-to-hand combat skills, presented a stark contrast to his appearance and demeanor. He fought with wild abandon and immense strength, currently regarded as the best in close combat by Lu Huaiji's class. He had managed to hold his own against Shen Jinyue for several exchanges. However, as Shen Jinyue drew closer to Lu Huaiji, his movements began to slow, while Lu remained silent and still. After the brief exchange, Lu Huaiji even took a subtle step back, sporting an unusual expression. Suddenly, Shen Jinyue turned his gaze towards him. The gentle amber hue of his eyes was replaced by an unmistakable intensity and hostility. Their eyes locked, and Song Chi quietly inhaled. "Should we make a quick escape?" "Yet." Shen Jinyue advanced directly towards Lu Huaiji. Alarmed, Song Chi immediately pulled Lu to the side, while Xiao Hu furrowed his brow and positioned himself in front of Lu. "Calm down, Shen. Don't let your madness escalate to the point of even attacking Lu." Shen Jinyue, however, seemed oblivious. fixated on Lu Huaiji and disregarding those standing in his path. Goodness. Su, who had initially intended to observe from the sidelines, muttered under his breath. He swiftly appeared beside Lu and Song Chi. We need to get you, Commander Lu, out of here now. Leave a couple of us to subdue Shen Jinyue. It was clear that Shen Jinyue had set his sights on Lu Huaiji. The implications of an alpha targeting an omega during a sensitive period were well understood, leaving Song Chi and the others in a flurry as they shielded Lu and retreated. Prior to this, Shen Jinyue had ignored everyone, bypassing both Xiao Hiyu and Song Chi, until his gaze landed on Su. Su slapped his own face in frustration, feeling a headache from the intensity of the moment. The expression Shen Jinyue bore was akin to that of a rival confronting a competitor, leaving Su feeling unjustly maligned. As Su collided with Shen Jinyue's elbow, both were jolted back several steps. Hurry and take Lu away. Su nearly slapped Song Chi in the face, panicking at the thought of the professor learning about their brawl. Song Chi quickly reacted, ushering Lu Huaiji away at a rapid pace. With a frown, Lu observed the chaos, the pheromones swirling anxiously around Shen Jinyue, rendering him speechless. The confrontation between Shen Jinyue and Su was no mere scuffle. Classmates immediately began to withdraw. Retreat at once. A cool, detached voice called from the back of the onlookers. The crowd collectively stepped back, someone shouting, Professor Yin. Yin Ziyu had just received news to urgently manage the situation here. Upon hearing Yin Ziyu's voice, Su immediately trembled, momentarily losing his composure. Shen Jinyue did not linger, swiftly turning to approach Song Chi and Lu Huaiji. Song Chi, startled, nearly lost his composure, his face paling as he fled with Lu Huaiji. Su attempted to pursue Shen Jinyue, but was restrained by Yin Ziyu. With a fleeting glance from his light green eyes, Yin Ziyu's voice, soft yet piercing, reached Song Chi's ears. Song Chi, Han. Startled, Song Chi stopped abruptly, his obedience astonishingly profound. He had never seen his father, the commander of the 2nd Legion, command such respect. It was a pity that Professor Yin did not take on a role of commander. Conflicted thoughts raced through Song Chi's mind as he contemplated whether to flee. However, the imposing presence of Professor Yin was overwhelming. Yet, Shen Jinyue was already approaching. Was he to relinquish Lu Gu so easily? In less than half a second, Shen Jinyue reached them. In that instant, Song Chi envisioned countless possibilities, almost ready to leap in front of Lu Huaiji. Yet, Shen Jinyue performed an unexpected action. The robust arms of the Alpha enveloped the Omega before him. Burying his face in the crook of Lu Huaiji's neck, his warm hands pressing against the back of Lu Huaiji's head, suppressing the eager beast's ears. Lu Huaiji felt a stirring within. Song Chi slowly parted his lips. Zhou, what the hell? Xiahui, my dear mother. Yin Ziyu's voice resounded again. Hold him down. This was clearly directed at Lu Huaiji, but which Omega could restrain an Alpha in their sensitive period? Suixu, Lu Huaiji, already slightly dazed from Shen Jinyue's pheromones, instinctively placed his hand on Shen Jinyue's shoulder. Calm down, Lu Huaiji whispered, gently pressing on his shoulder. The Alpha's breathing indeed grew lighter. Song Chi watched in disbelief, tears streaming down his face, soaking his sorrowful countenance. He cried as he departed, Xiao Qiao. I'm so bright, my wife has arrived. Shen Jinyue. He. Su blocked the embrace. Shen Jinyue. Not he. Chapter 80. Yet separation would inevitably arrive. Release pheromones to soothe. Immediately contact the hospital. Yin Ziyu swiftly instructed, scanning the surroundings. Others disperse. There was an inherent power in Yin Ziyu's words that commanded trust. Seeing Yin Ziyu had arrived, Su ceased to intervene. He signaled the onlookers, then turned to follow Yin Ziyu. Song Chi clung to Qiao and Yu, weeping profusely, unable to detach from them. Shen Jinyue continued to bury his head in Lu Huaiji's neck, his breath hot and fervent. The tips of Lu Huaiji's ears peeked out, nestled between Shen Jinyue's fingers. Shen Jinyue pinched them gently, then smiled suddenly, pressing them down. His palm radiated warmth. Even through the hair, one could feel the heat. Lu Huaiji instinctively tilted his head. Shen Jinyue's weight did not bear down upon him. He was merely drawing closer, inhaling the scent of the pheromones. After several attempts to evade, Lu Huaiji could not escape any longer. After Songqi had a good cry with Xiao and Yu, he hailed a taxi by the roadside. Waving his hand high to beckon Lu Huaiji. Lu, go over here. Quickly, take Shen Gu to the hospital. Lu Huaiji extricated himself from Shen Jinyue's embrace, grasping his wrist as they made their way to the taxi. As they approached, Songqi quickly stepped back. No, if we get in this way, the driver won't be able to handle it. I can smell Shen Ji's pheromones. I feel like I'm about to faint. Lu Huaiji paused beside the taxi, glancing quizzically at Shen Jinyue. Can pheromones be retracted? He softly inquired, attempting to rein them in. How is that possible? Songqi et Golim. Do you think alphas are like cats? Pheromones during the sensitive period don't just disappear at will. I could easily go back and forth with Xiao 10 times during my sensitive period. The alpha's gaze remained fixed on the omega before him, his mind somewhat slow to process. Lu Huaiji waved his hand in front of him, prompting Shen Jinyue to finally react. Seeing this, Songqi grew animated. Lu Gu, how about we ask Sui Gu to drive Shen Gu to the hospital? No one can withstand his pheromones. Sui Su interjected, I decline. Zhou Yi slid to a halt at a distance from Lu Huaiji and Shen Jinyue, presenting a vial of suppressants. Lu Gu, would you like to try this first? No need, Lu Huaiji replied. Suppressants are ineffective for him. I can take him to the hospital myself. You all handle the situation here and keep an eye on those in the alley. Songqi wanted to protest, but Shen Jinyue slowly turned his head to glance at him. Songqi made a gesture, mimicking zipping his lips. Then, the range of Shen Jinyue's pheromones visibly diminished, which Songqi observed in disbelief. What? Ugh. They were merely a part of a little couple's play. He helplessly watched as Lu Huaiji and Shen Jinyue got into the car to head to the hospital, leaning despondently against Xiao and Yu. Xiao was displeased. Xiao and Yu, in a good-natured manner, wrapped their arms around him, allowing Songqi to rest his head on their shoulder. What's wrong? How is it possible for an alpha in a sensitive period to listen to an omega and retract their pheromones? Songqi pondered aloud. Perhaps it's because of love. Xiao and Yu offered candidly. This is simply love. Songqi emphasized. They view us merely as a part of their play. Xiao and Yu refrained from mentioning that Songqi had never released his pheromones during his sensitive period when he was present. He paused, then added, This is what love is. Absolutely. Songqi chimed in immediately. What do you think of Suzhua? Xiao and Yu unexpectedly posed a question. Suzhua? Although Songqi was puzzled by the sudden inquiry, he answered honestly, He is a really nice person, not at all aggressive, and treats me well. Besides, he quite friendly with you too? Xiao. The Su and Xiao families had a partnership, and Xiao and Yu had known Suzhua for a long time. Xiao and Yu exhaled slowly, then asked, What about me? Xiao, what is going on with you today? Songqi exclaimed in surprise. Why are you comparing yourself to others? We grew up together. Don't you trust our bond? Zhou and Yu nodded, stating that everything was fine. After Lu Huaiji fainted last time, this time it was Shen Jinyue who succumbed. Xie and Xiu had completely recognized these two individuals. After examining Shen Jinyue's physical condition, Xie and Xiu instructed Lu Huaiji to restrain Shen Jinyue while administering 2 vials of pheromone sedative, subsequently placing him onto the hospital bed. Shen Jinyue had been maliciously subjected to high-intensity pheromone stimulants, compounded by a latent pheromone disorder. However, the potency of the pheromones would soon rouse him from unconsciousness. It was imperative to prevent him from being exposed to any other pheromones for the time being. Lu Huaiji glanced at Shen Jinyue lying on the bed, suppressing the questions that lingered in his throat. All right, I will seek you out shortly, he replied. Xie and Xiu nodded, preparing to leave, yet ultimately inquired. Do you remember the matter we discussed last time? Without hesitation, Lu Huaiji nodded. I am aware of the gravity of the situation. The most effective way for him to navigate this sensitive period was to mark the omega. Any alternative would prove cumbersome. Xie and Xiu's tone remained unvarying, cautioning that the sensitive period was prone to chaos, making it challenging to execute a temporary marking. He urged Lu Huaiji to maintain a firm resolve. Lu Huaiji was momentarily taken aback, responding with a simple, understood. With that, Xie Xuanxiu said no more and turned to leave. The hospital room was left with only Lu Huaizhi and Shen Jinyue. The arrangement mirrored their previous encounter, yet the circumstances had entirely reversed. It was no wonder that Shen Jinyue had deviated from his usual habit of remaining by Lu Huaizhi's side today. He must have foreseen these events. The tall alpha lay in the hospital bed, appearing somewhat aggrieved. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, and his amber eyes, typically glinting with mischief, were now tightly shut, casting shadows beneath his lashes. Blood stained both his fingertips and the corner of his mouth, while his palm bore the remnants of an unknown object that had left him with a grazed wound. Lu Huaizhi had observed the individuals who had confronted Shen Jinyue in the alley. They were all alphas of considerable strength, indicating that Shen Jinyue had been entangled with them for quite some time. With a sigh, Lu Huaizhi took a damp tissue to clean the blood from Shen Jinyue's lips and then meticulously wiped his fingertips. His thoughts a tumultuous whirlwind as he gazed at Shen Jinyue for an extended period. Perhaps it was the act of confronting a slumbering figure that ignited an urge to confide. Lu Huaizhi pondered extensively. From his earliest memories to the time Shen Jinyue transferred to his school, it seemed there was an abundance of memories, yet they remained vividly clear in his mind. Shen Jinyue was 3 years his junior and had clung to Lu Huaizhi from the moment he learned to walk. He had bravely shielded Lu Huaizhi when he first witnessed Lu Yu raise his hand. In subsequent moments, whenever Shen Jinyue sensed something amiss, he would find creative ways to bring joy to Lu Huaizhi. Such a small child, yet his thoughts were always centered on caring for Lu Huaizhi. However, separation was inevitable. Chapter 81. Landing on Shen Jinyue's heart. The once unyielding Lu Huaizhi, who never bowed before Lu Yu, was left desolate throughout an entire night upon hearing his alpha father declare their impending move. He repeatedly implored Lu Yu, "Is there no way we can stay?" What was Lu Yu's response? Lu Yu proclaimed, "You are my son. You shall reside wherever I deem fit. You are merely a friend, and there is little to discuss. It is best for you to distance yourself from those who serve no purpose for our family. If you are fond of him, wait until he transforms into an alpha before seeking him out." With a few dismissive words, Alpha twisted the emotions of the two Yus into the sordid rules of the marketplace, tainting the bond between Alpha and Omega. How repugnant. Such were Lu Huai's thoughts at that moment. What did Lu Yu perceive him as? An Omega unworthy of inheriting the family legacy, a mere tool to entice Alphas. A pawn entirely under his control? It was utterly distasteful. Why bind a mere 10-year-old child to such matters? Lu Yu's words were so loathsome that they made young Lu Huai feel nauseated. His disdain for Lu Yu was palpable. So even when he encountered Shen Jinyue outside the Sure family villa that evening, his thoughts were consumed by the notion. Has he truly become an alpha? Does that mean we can no longer even be friends? Lu Huai was deeply averse to entanglements that intertwined the relationships of alphas and omegas. On the night Lu Yu spoke those two phrases, Shen Jinyue had knocked on his window, as per usual. Young Lu Huai lacked the courage to respond. The window was tightly shut, leaving Shen Jinyue outside, while young Lu Huai silently shed tears within his room. In the end, Shen Jinyue departed without a proper farewell, as Lu Huai lacked the fortitude to bid him goodbye. The following morning, clutching his backpack, Lu Huai moved away with Lu Yu Jinghe and never saw Shen Jinyue again. Lu Huai recalled the moment when Shen Jinyue had rushed over to embrace him in a state of evident emotional turmoil. At that instant, he had exerted no pressure nor exhibited possessiveness. He simply insisted, gently pressing Lu Huai's ear down. Lu Huai could likely grasp what he wished to convey. Do not fear me, for Shen Jinyue would never harm him. As his thoughts returned to the present, Lu Huai quietly gazed at the alpha resting on his bed. After a pause, he smiled slightly and covered him with a blanket. I like you too, were the words he intended to keep unspoken, as time did not permit their utterance. Just as the last syllables of his preceding words lingered, the hospital door swung open. 2 alphas, 1 male and 1 female, entered with evident urgency. Lu Huai recognized them from the time Shen Jinyue had brought him home. They were Shen Jinyue's father and cousin. Lu Huai rose and nodded in their direction, greeting them with uncle. They appeared to be in a hurry, having just rushed over. breathless from their haste. Upon seeing the young boy before her, Si Yuhan exclaimed in alarm, Hasn't he done anything to you, has he? She forgot to modulate her voice. How could an alpha's hospital room be occupied solely by an omega? How could there even be an omega present? In contrast to Si Yuhan's astonishment, Shen's father was equally taken aback, but managed to conceal his surprise. He clearly recognized Lu Huai and nodded at him, saying, Little Lu. Lu Huaiji nodded in response to Shen's father and said, He hasn't done much. His condition isn't very good. Please assess the situation first, and I will find a doctor. With that, Lu Huaiji rose and exited the hospital room. After inquiring about Xie Xuanqiu's whereabouts, he finally caught sight of Xie Xuanqiu outside another ward. Dr. Xie, what symptoms are associated with the pheromone disorder? Lu Huaiji asked. Hereditary pheromone mania, Xie Xuanqiu explained. Typically, individuals struggle to distinguish this disorder from the symptoms experienced during an alpha's susceptibility period. This condition often manifests in alphas with a high pheromone dominance coefficient. The symptoms are characterized by uncontrollable pheromone outbursts, particularly pronounced during the susceptibility phase. It not only accompanies severe tendencies towards self-destruction and destruction of others, but the disarray of pheromones can also harm the alpha's nervous system, affecting the cell nucleus and leading to a shortened cellular lifespan and overall lifespan. Each word seemed to resonate in Lu Huaiji's ears like the sound of numerous surround speakers, as his mind was filled with Xie Xuanqiu's explanations. He recalled asking, Is it curable? Not really, Xie Xuanqiu replied decisively. Unless he loses his pheromones, they will no longer influence him. Lu Huaiji felt a dryness in his throat, nodding slowly as he watched Xie Xuanqiu depart. In reality, alphas with potent pheromones naturally have longer lifespans than ordinary individuals. The effects of this disorder would likely bring their longevity in line with that of average people. But what if he could live as long as an ordinary person? As the figure in the white coat moved further away, Lu Huaiji gradually withdrew his gaze. It was nighttime, and the stars outside shimmered like silver points, with a full moon hanging high in the sky, casting a gentle halo. The moonlight streamed through the windows, mingling with the scent of disinfectant in the hospital, seeping into Lu Huaiji's heart. A gentle breeze stirred the hair that hung over his shoulders. With a sigh, Omega leaned against the windowsill at the end of the corridor, gazing at the bustling street below. He stood there for quite some time, long enough for the cold wind to seep into his exposed skin, long enough for the corridor to transition from lively to desolate. Lu Huaiji turned to return to the ward. Just as he raised his eyes, he was met with a pair of focused gazes. Those eyes, light in color with a hint of crystalline quality, appeared to glisten with mist under the moonlight. Shen Jinyue stood at the corridor's edge, leaning against the wall, seemingly having watched him for an indeterminate amount of time. Lu Huaiji was momentarily taken aback. What are you looking at? The alpha seemed much improved compared to the evening. At least he was no longer unconscious. Regaining his composure, Lu Huaiji walked towards Shen Jinyue, gesturing for him to return to the ward. What are you thinking? You seem so downcast. Shen Jinyue grasped Lu Huaiji's wrist and inquired, Are you feeling unwell? Lu Huaiji shifted slightly, but did not pull away. No, he replied. I just suddenly feel that time has flown by so quickly. Shen Jinyue's fingers trembled slightly. What? Lu Huaiji whispered. It's been 11 years. Shen Jinyue finally grasped the meaning, exclaiming, After all these years, aren't you going to give me a kiss? The world fell abruptly silent. Lu Huaiji stood rooted to the spot, his deep crimson eyes shimmering with emotion. Despite Shen Jinyue's current state of dullness, he could discern that Lu Huaiji's expression was amiss. I was merely jesting, Shen Jinyue remarked, gently squeezing his wrist. Their conversation abruptly ceased, and Shen Jinyue was momentarily taken aback, halting his breath entirely. A kiss descended upon Shen Jinyue's lips, entwined with the gentle night breeze, echoing the cycles of 11 years within each dream. It settled upon Shen Jinyue's heart. The average lifespan of a human is a century, neither too lengthy nor too brief. The world will continue to turn for ages, humanity will evolve, and the demise of a single life is but a fleeting moment akin to fruit falling to the ground upon ripening. Individuals will still experience love and hatred, and all that life has to offer. The vicissitudes of existence are inescapable. Nature remains an indifferent spectator, life fleeting in the blink of an eye, yet time remains boundless. Chapter 82. Lu Huaiji loves him fervently. Lu Yu has sought Lu Huaiji numerous times, yet their exchanges have been scarce, with Lu Huaiji leaving upon encountering that figure he detests. Over a month has passed since He proposed divorce. With the cooling-off period concluded, Lu Huaiji anticipated Lu Yu's inevitable return, yet he harbored no intention of engaging with him. This coming Friday, they were to embark on a virtual world mission requiring the participation of the entire department. Such a significant task would test the cooperation within the class and the group, proving essential for each individual. In recent days, both Lu Huaiji and Shen Jinyue had been preoccupied with myriad matters at home. Shen Jinyue had thoroughly investigated the group that had previously put him in a vulnerable state. Ultimately, they could no longer withstand the pressure and divulged everything they had to confess. Lu Huaiji was present at the time, but Shen Jinyue refrained from expressing anything. Once an Omega is out of an Alpha's sight, Shen Jinyue seized the leader by the collar, pointing a finger at his nose and shouting, "Do you despise me so much that you sought out a few more individuals to ensure I enter a vulnerable state multiple times?" Shen Jinyue was not afraid of death. He merely found it amusing to threaten others. Observing the burly man trembling in fear, he felt quite pleased. "You go back and explain clearly to that old emperor. If I find myself in a vulnerable state again under abnormal circumstances, I shall seize the opportunity to storm the palace and behead that old fool, ensuring his demise is quiet and peaceful." The man was drenched in cold sweat, trembling even more violently. Such words were undeniably audacious, and merely hearing them made him feel as though his life and the lives of his ancestors were at stake. "I haven't even entered the military at 18, and that old fool, doesn't he understand what that means? It's infuriating." Shen Jinyue released him, commanding, "Now go back and relay the message." After tormenting the man, Shen Jinyue clapped his hands and sent him on his way. This past month, Shen Jinyue had not solely focused on this matter. There were other issues he had kept from Lu Huaiji, who had not inquired further. Upon arriving punctually at the virtual practice room, he found the entire class assembled, and Lu Huaiji walked in alongside him. As Sui Su and Yin Ziyu were momentarily absent, the atmosphere had devolved into utter chaos, revealing the evident importance of the task at hand. Shen Jinyue's attention was absorbed by the phone in his hand as he trudged forward, oblivious to Lu Huaiji, who had already halted at the entrance. The Alpha, with a delicate bump, collided with the Omega. Lu Huaiji grasped Shen Jinyue's wrist, casting a gentle glance at him. "What captivates you so intently?" "I'm contemplating our future marital abode," Shen Jinyue replied nonchalantly, pocketing his phone and embracing Lu Huaiji as they entered the practice room. "Is this occasion of significant importance?" Shen Jinyue inquired softly. Lu Huaiji nodded slightly in affirmation. The Alpha adeptly caught the ethereal powder blue feather that materialized mid-air, extending his palm to present it to Lu Huaiji. "Take it. It would facilitate our communication while inside," Shen Jinyue said. "If it proves ineffective, I shall seek you out and carry you away in my pocket." Lu Huaiji playfully swatted his wrist, prompting Shen Jinyue to deftly tuck the feather into Lu Huaiji's hair. Shen Jinyue observed Lu Huaiji closely, stroking his chin. "It seems prone to slipping. Dear brother, when might you transform into a small creature and give me a couple of your fur strands?" He envisioned a delicate powder blue feather nestled beside the ears of a snow-white rabbit, undoubtedly a charming sight. After a moment's reflection, Lu Huaiji playfully admonished him, "No rabbits allowed. Now step inside." He turned to proceed, while Shen Jinyue whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Brother, you mentioned last time that you had devoured my rabbit. Why are we still jesting about it?" At this juncture, Shen Jinyue recalled an earlier incident and nuzzled Lu Huaiji's neck. "Brother, I noticed that during your virtual mission, there was no heptagram above your head. I'd already discerned it." Lu Huaiji paused slightly, but did not wait for Shen Jinyue to turn to him before he continued his way inside. Shen Jinyue added, "Had I discovered it back then, you might never have transformed into a rabbit in this lifetime." As they crossed the threshold, Zhou, He was fervently clasping his hands in prayer before Qi Tingzhu. Sister, grant me a feather of yours. I was rather harsh with Sun Yu in his class last time, and I fear they might conspire against me. Quick, Qi Tingzhu, clutching a green feather, instinctively shielded it. Get away. If you find yourself in trouble, contact Huaiji and have him come to your aid. Why do you need a feather? No, you know all the antics of Sun Yu and his friends. I worry I won't even have the presence of mind to contact Liu before they finish me off. Xia Hui seized Zhou Yi's arm. Dude, are you out of your mind? Seeking feathers from an alpha with avian attributes? What is wrong with you? Bird feathers are for sending messages and tracking. But giving feathers is a courtship gesture. Xia Hui exclaimed, slapping Zhou Yi on the back of his head. Zhou Yi stumbled back in surprise. Courtship? What do you mean? In romantic entanglements. Xia Hui replied with a knowing look. Zhou Yi sprang up, turning to leave. My apologies for the intrusion. Upon taking a step, he spotted Liu Huaiji and quickly exclaimed, Liu Ge, wait, save me. Liu Huaiji had just heard Xie Hui's words when he turned to glance at Shen Jinyue, nodding in response. Contact me in a timely manner. Zhou Yi expressed his heartfelt gratitude and departed. Shen Jinyue rubbed his chin as he looked at Xie Hui. Why reveal such secrets? Once Xie Hui uttered those words, how could he persuade his brother to accept his feathers? How could he adorn his little rabbit? Shen Jinyue felt a wave of desolation wash over him. He promptly conjured a feather and extended it towards Liu Huaiji, eager to test the waters. Liu Huaiji was adjusting his chair when he noticed and cast a gentle glance at Shen Jinyue, his eyes trailing down to the feather in his hand. Just as Shen Jinyue braced himself for rejection, Liu Huaiji reached out and accepted the feather. Goodness! Shen Jinyue's mind momentarily blanked. Even in such circumstances, his brother still accepted his feather. Could this not be deemed love? Was this not love that was desperate and unwavering? Liu Huaiji was clearly infatuated with him. Shen Jinyue's heart soared with joy, and he leaned down to plant a kiss on Liu Huaiji's face. By all that is holy, I shall propose to you when we step out. Liu Huaiji paused briefly, naturally placing the powder blue feather back in his pocket, and said, form the line. Shen Jinyue responded cheerfully, only to realize that the practice room had fallen into complete silence. Chapter 83, Shen Jinyue. I intend to marry Liu Huaiji. No need for any organization at all. The 30-odd classmates in the room had long ceased their chatter, and aside from the wind that blew in from outside, the space was as quiet as a grave. Song Qi pinched his arm. This was no dream. It was not only Song Qi who reacted. Nearly the entire class mirrored this action, resembling a human zoo. Liu Huaiji fell into an unusual silence for 2 seconds, then covered Shen Jinyue's mouth and pushed him away. Form a line, he said softly, and the still-dazed classmates quickly regained their composure. Song Qi promptly closed his mouth and obediently stood in line. Goodness! It felt like witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. You too. Song Qi clutched his chest in feigned agony. Shen Jinyue asked, what wrong? Song Qi instantly straightened up. Brimming with vitality, I bumped into something. Shen Jinyue, satisfied, waved his hand. At ease. Finally, Sui Su and Yin Ziyu arrived late, and in the midst of the silence. Sui Su inquired, what is the matter? Clearly, the students of Class S1 were on the verge of spilling the beans about Liu Zhihui and Shen Xiao's secret affair. But Yin Ziyu's icy gaze kept them silent. Professor Yin held an undeniable authority within their imperial university. The once notorious troublemaker, Sui Su, had become his most devoted follower. When Professor Yin instructed them to go east, they would never venture south, west, or north. Even before Sui Su's graduation, few dared to jest in front of Yin Ziyu. Although Professor Yin had a somewhat cold demeanor, he was far from fierce, and his words surprisingly carried an air of gravitas. His presence was more convincing than that of many elderly professors, though the reason remained a mystery. Perhaps it was simply that Sui Su obeyed his every word. Song Qi suppressed his sarcastic remarks, reassuringly nodding as he arranged the seating. He leaned closer, whispering to Yin Ziyu, the fourth prince has gone mad this time, initiating an S-class mission world that even the seniors have never encountered. Do we need to step in? Yin Ziyu tilted his head slightly and met Sui Su's gaze, inquiring, has His Highness requested my involvement? Sueishu shrugged. Nothing escapes your notice, brother. We will enter together shortly. It has been quite a while since I last ventured into the virtual realm. Yen Ziyu replied, I will go in alone. Sueishu insisted, I wish to join. Yen Ziyu regarded Sueishu in silence, his demeanor resolute. Under the watchful eyes of over 30 classmates, Sueishu declared with heartfelt intensity, Brother, I cannot bear to be away from you. If I lose sight of you for even a moment, I feel as though I cannot breathe. If it lasts 2 moments, my heart might cease to beat. With utmost seriousness, he leaned closer to Yen Ziyu's ear and softly added, Brother, you know I am fragile. If you make me cry, I shall ensure you weep tenfold tonight. Despite the softness of Sueishu's voice, among a gathering of top-tier alphas, even the faintest hint of his words could be discerned. Song Chi interjected, What is the matter, Sueishu? Are you about to cry? Yen Ziyu nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I feel quite distressed. Ultimately, the professor couldn't hold back, tugging at Sueishu's collar to lower his head and covering Sueishu's mouth. Return to your positions and proceed cautiously. We shall accompany you on the mission. In case of danger, contact us immediately. With his mouth covered, Sueishu could only chuckle. Brother, said we. Once Yen Ziyu released his hold, Sueishu straightened up, appearing unperturbed by tears, and cleared his throat, announcing, This time, I will accompany you alongside Professor Yen. For any issues, just reach out to us. Do your best not to contact Commander Liu. Upon entering, classmates were similarly transported to a single location. I suggest you all act as a team. The map is vast. Prioritize locating your group. Given the unprecedented scale of this mission, everyone listened intently for further instructions from Sueishu. He paused momentarily, prompting Zhou Yi to ask, Is there more? Sueishu, momentarily puzzled, contemplated and added, If you encounter an unsatisfactory team, feel free to fight back. If you cannot manage, just call me for assistance. Zhou Yi responded, Is that all, Sueishu? After a moment of serious consideration, Sueishu concluded there was indeed nothing more, yet felt it unprofessional to admit it. He stood tall and stated, Actually there is. I will accompany you and Professor Yen to oversee your task. Professor, Yen cherishes me the most. Before Sueishu could finish, Yen Ziyu covered his mouth again. As usual, he reminded everyone to remember the details. Yen Ziyu simply instructed them to return to their positions. The students of Class S1 swiftly complied, returning to their seats. Lu Huaiji, having adjusted his seat, turned to find his hair entangled in Shen Jinyue's fingers. He snatched his hair back, saying, Stop playing around and return to your position. Shen Jinyue promptly nodded and settled back down. After Yen Ziyu arranged for the teleportation, both he and Sueishu began to connect to the transfer. After a familiar wave of dizziness, Lu Huaiji found himself securely embraced by Shen Jinyue, gently landing on the ground. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a stunned voice rang out, demanding, Who are you? Why have you descended from the heavens? Shen Jinyue held Lu Huaiji tightly, glancing around to see countless onlookers. Clad in peculiar, antiquated attire, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had never witnessed such a perfectly matched pair before. Shen Jinyue shook his head, dismissing the NPCs as utterly pathetic. What does NPC mean? Young masters, please step aside quickly. Your position obstructs His Majesty's path. The crowd's eyes reflected palpable fear, clearly terrified of this monarch. Previously, young Master Shen had held the Emperor in some esteem, but after a failed assassination attempt orchestrated by the Emperor, his desire shifted entirely towards seeking vengeance. Upon hearing this, Shen Jinyue mused, It seems our mission is to assassinate the Emperor? Splendid. Let us act at once. As they moved to the side of the road, the commoners turned pale at his words, exclaiming, What are you saying, young master? That's impossible. Shen Jinyue blinked innocently and replied, I merely meant that this person beside me and I are quite suited for one another, and I wish to arrange a marriage. Little did he know, the onlookers regarded them with even greater bewilderment. But you are both men. Shen Jinyue retorted, So what? Love is love. What distinguishes Su Sui from Shen Jinyue? Shen Jinyue is a talkative, pure-hearted fool, the type whose face flushes for an entire day after a kiss from his beloved. In contrast, Su Sui speaks abundantly at specific moments, immediately questioning his wife if he may kiss or engage with her. Though he too reddens from a kiss, he is more adept at teasing and making flirtatious remarks. Thus, we have one brash and bold character and another who is charmingly mischievous. Chapter 84. Only I may be the green tea in this party. Through the NPCs, Shen Jinyue and Lu Huaiji gleaned the general circumstances of this quest. They found themselves in an ancient dynasty marked by technological stagnation, starkly different from their own empire. Here, apart from the emperor, all could be reduced to slavery. The emperor wielded absolute power, mercilessly, and no one dared voice dissent. 5 years prior, in his quest for immortality, the emperor had begun to abduct infants born at specific times, raising them only to burn them alive to create elixirs. Since that time, bizarre occurrences had plagued the dynasty. Shen Jinyue's initial intuition was indeed correct. Their mission likely involved assassinating the emperor and uncovering the source of these strange events. However, the time constraint remained uncertain. In a hushed tone, Shen Jinyue declared, "I must overthrow this emperor. I shall do it myself." His words were undeniably treasonous, prompting Lu Huaiji to glance at him incredulously, asking, "You plan to confront him directly? How did you know I was preparing to do just that?" Shen Jinyue replied, astonished. An alpha, capable of obliterating any creature with its pheromones, possesses a profound self-awareness. To avoid prolonged suffering, one must take the initiative. Once all beings in this virtual realm are vanquished, the mission would likely be deemed complete. Yet, it was evident that this quest was vast and could not be approached so recklessly. "Then we shall attempt to assassinate the emperor first," Lu Huaiji stated calmly. "Brother, what has changed in you today?" Shen Jinyue inquired of him. Had he not always sought stability? Lu Huaiji shook his head. After a moment, he remarked, "This task does not instill in me a favorable impression." At this, Shen Jinyue's demeanor turned serious, and he asked, "Those serpents from before remain your arch-nemeses. Brother, you are unperturbed then. What troubles you now?" Lu Huaiji pressed his lips together, seemingly in contemplation. His instincts had always proven accurate. For instance, when Suzhou approached him at the bar last time, he sensed that something was amiss. This time, however, the feeling was even more pronounced. Suddenly, Omega forcefully pushed Shen Jinyue outward. Simultaneously, an invisible wave of pheromones dispersed the surrounding populace. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning struck where they had just stood. It was only then that Shen Jinyue's expression grew grave. He reflected for a moment and said, "I did not feel it." "Neither did I," Lu Huaiji replied. "This time, we have truly become enemies of the heavens." During their earlier conversation, Lu Huaiji discovered that in this scenario, there existed only two genders, male and female, with no alpha or omega and devoid of pheromones. Their pheromones and mental powers held offensive capabilities, making the task relatively straightforward. Thus, it was inevitable that some force would be diminished. Perhaps this was it. Had Lu Huaiji's intuition failed to perceive the danger, that lightning strike would have been anything but trivial. Therefore, while undertaking the task, one must also guard against being struck by lightning. "I'm not a scoundrel, nor have I made any vows, so why strike me?" Shen Jinyue whispered in confusion. Lu Huaiji gently cautioned him, "Be wary of people. Not only does lightning seek to strike me, but people as well." Shen Jinyue, typically fierce as a Tyrannosaurus Rex, could hardly feel the sting of an ordinary person's slap, even when they exerted all their strength. If someone intended to harm him, it would undoubtedly be the perfect moment. Although Shen Jinyue seldom made enemies at school, treating everyone as a brother with an excessively broad social network, the previous brawl had placed him in opposition to Sun Yu and his class. "Very well, brother," Shen Jinyue said earnestly, his words trailing off as onlookers regarded them. Lu Huaiji surveyed the surroundings, preparing to direct someone, when he heard Shen Jinyue's suggestion, "I believe we should share a kiss first. I am frightened. The lightning just struck me," Shen Jinyue asserted with determination. The NPCs around them displayed expressions akin to those witnessing Shen Jinyue propose an assassination of the emperor. "Such a scandalous notion," someone muttered disapprovingly. While Lu Huaiji busied himself with understanding the background, Shen Jinyue did not. He had just engaged a commoner. inquiring why they were so averse to the idea of two men marrying. In this narrative, only two genders existed, and only women could bear children, making the traditional union between male and female the norm. Thus, when Shen Jinyue had spoken so, the crowd deemed it a disgrace to propriety. Fear not, Shen Jinyue grinned, choosing not to stoop to the level of the unenlightened. Once I have dispatched your emperor, your custom shall be amended, and all will be well. At this, the crowd fell silent, too intimidated to engage with Shen Jinyue further. Lu Huai felt a throbbing headache as he gently massaged his temples and inquired about the way, gesturing for Shen Jinyue to follow him. They proceeded along the path that the emperor was purportedly to traverse, moving against the tide of the crowd. Soon, they encountered Song Qi and Xiao Heyu, accompanied by another individual. At that moment, Shen Jinyue intended to wrap his arm around Lu Huai, but raised an eyebrow upon noticing the third person beside Song Qi. Damn, he muttered under his breath, realizing it was not merely a rival in the same arena. The positioning of the three was rather peculiar, with Xiao Heyu in the center, completely disregarding Suzhua. Song Qi stood to the right of Xiao Heyu, occasionally leaning forward to check on Suzhua. Xiao Heyu's expression was oddly out of character, typically mild-mannered. He displayed a trace of annoyance when viewed from Song Qi's blind spot. This state of affairs amused Shen Jinyue. Hey, Xiao Song, Shen Jinyue called, come over here. Song Qi, puzzled, asked why, but complied as Xiao Heyu pulled him along. We're a team, off to assassinate the emperor together, Shen Jinyue stated. Then turned to Suzhua. You should seek out your team, my friend. Although he used the term friend, there was no hint of negotiation in his tone. He raised his eyebrows, indicating for Song Qi to retrace his steps. Song Qi seemed inclined to protest, but Xiao Heyu restrained him. Suzhua blinked innocently and inquired, I haven't found my team yet. May I accompany you for a stretch? Shen Jinyue replied succinctly. No. Before Suzhua could retort, Song Qi opened his mouth, seemingly about to ask why. Shen Jinyue winked and smiled. In this team, there can only be one green tea. With that, the four of them proceeded together. Throughout the exchange, Lu Huai remained silent, leading the way after bypassing Suzhua, regardless of how severely his physical form or pheromones were diminished. His luck remained at a perfect score of 100. Even with his eyes closed, he could find the way to their destination. Indeed, they soon located Qi Tingshuang and another member of their group. The final member of their six-person team was a taciturn young man, who seldom spoke and was often absorbed in his own efforts, lacking presence in conversations with Lu Huai and the others. Qi Tingshuang waved to Lu Huai and approached them, visibly shaken. You were just with Suzhua? Lu Huai had initially teamed up with Shen Jinyue in the virtual world and had exchanged not a single word with Suzhua earlier. How could he have been with him? He shook his head. Qi Tingshuang, puzzled, remarked, he insisted he knew where you were and wanted to take me to find you. With your luck, how could he possibly miss us? I just saw him conversing with someone, likely from Sun Yu's group. The reserved young man, named Yu Yao, adjusted his glasses and glanced at Song Qi, perhaps contemplating something. Xiao Yu sighed and grasped Song Qi's wrist, saying, let us go find some clues. Without further inquiry, Song Qi followed Xiao Yu. Qi Tingshuang wondered aloud, what does he intend to do this time? Yu Yao glanced at Qi Tingshuang, as if contemplating saying something, but ultimately closed his mouth and exhaled a sigh. I should have poisoned him just now. Yu Yao, an alpha male, possessed a rather unique spirit attribute, a jellyfish imbued with potent toxins. Thus, despite his shortcomings in other areas, he remained on the same team as Lu Huaiji. Shen Jinyue, feeling rather bored, leaned his head on Lu Huaiji's shoulder, unperturbed by Yu Yao's reservations, and remarked, this time, he is likely targeting you, Sister Qi. The first time Suzhua left a profound impression on Shen Jinyue was due to his relentless determination to join Lu Huaiji's team. From the earlier scene, it was evident that Suzhua had not given up. In the instance of entering the dungeon, he appeared in the same location as his deskmate. Yet he was alone, no longer beside his deskmate, but instead following closely behind Xiao Heyu and Song Qi based on the information Xiao Heyu had previously shared. It was clear that Suzhua had already made a move against Song Qi once. He would not be foolish enough to attempt the same again. Xiao Yu's family and Su's family were partners, which further implied that Su's would not harm Xiao Yu. As for Lu Huaiji and Shen Jinyue, there was no need to mention. The duo constituted the most formidable alliance, rendering any attempt to separate them utterly futile. Thus, the only potential point of entry lay with Qi Tingshuang and Yu Yao. Given Yu Yao's unique pheromones, he would be the most challenging target to approach. This left only Qi Tingshuang as a viable option. If one could exploit the perilous circumstances of the virtual world to inflict harm, it would inevitably lead to Qi Tingshuang's departure from Lu Huaiji's team. Upon hearing the analysis, Qi Tingshuang rubbed his arm. I have goosebumps. Everyone should be cautious. Lu Huaiji advised against discussing this with Song Qi, that foolish lad. Shen Jinyue covered his eyes, incredulous that such pure altruism still existed within the Imperial Academy. Indulge him a bit, Lu Huaiji said. It's quite commendable. Shen Jinyue immediately concurred. Of course, whatever brother says goes. Aside from being overly idealistic in interpersonal relations, Song Qi had no apparent weaknesses. At the very least, he was competent enough not to be bullied outside the Imperial Academy. When Xiao Yu and Song Qi returned, Lu Huaiji intended to assign tasks, but suddenly furrowed his brow. A surge of mental energy pushed everyone away. Half a second later, a bolt of lightning struck the very spot where the six had stood, the force even more formidable than before. Song Qi stared blankly. Do we need to install a lightning rod above us? What a splendid suggestion. Shen Jinyue enthusiastically endorsed Song Qi, expressing his unease. Song Qi responded, split up. Too many people will attract attention. Lu Huaiji swiftly recounted the task background of this world, organizing them into pairs before they departed. Naturally, Song Qi teamed up with Xiao Yu, while Lu Huaiji paired with Yu Yao. Shen Jinyue followed Qi Tingshuang, ensuring that no internal issues arose within their class. Shen Jinyue made a token protest, but was unsuccessful in his refusal, thus secretly resolved to complete the task expeditiously. That wretched Su's he must see his brother. The ultimate goal of the task was to uncover and resolve the cause of the mysterious events, a realization shared by nearly all the students. However, this particular copy seemed somewhat afflicted. As Lu Huaiji seamlessly connected to the class command system, he immediately noticed that 4 students from Class S1 had disconnected. It was likely due to a lightning strike. Both Lu Huaiji and Yu Yao were notably reticent, wholly engrossed in their tasks with minimal conversation, achieving remarkable efficiency. In such collective endeavors, the one who resolves the issues the quickest garners the highest score. Upon arriving at the residence of a family whose child had been abducted, they fortuitously encountered Sun Yu. Sun Yu, who had previously bowed deeply to Lu Huaiji in a public setting, instinctively attempted to leave upon seeing him. His companion, dissatisfied, grasped his arm, exclaiming, "What are you doing? This is the first family we have found that is still alive, and you wish to abandon them?" Lu Huaiji paid them no mind and, upon the invitation of the household, stepped inside, with Yu Yao closing the door behind them. They found themselves in the home of a relatively affluent family. The interior was tastefully decorated, yet strikingly barren, with only an elderly woman leading Lu Huaiji and Yu Yao inside. She appeared extremely frail, her face etched with signs of illness. After exchanging a few words with her, she silently guided them to a door, softly asking, "Are you ready?" The two nodded in affirmation. The elderly woman took a deep breath, her hand trembling as it rested on the door, but ultimately, she was unable to push it open. After a prolonged silence, her voice choked with emotion, she said, "You may open it." Yu Yao cast a solemn glance at the woman before resolutely opening the door. The scene that unfolded within compelled Lu Huaiji to inhale sharply. On a soft, large bed lay a child, though perhaps he could no longer be deemed a child. His limbs and torso were alarmingly frail, little more than skin draped over bones, with an oddly disproportionate head that was twice the size of his body. It seemed as though, throughout the years, all parts of him had ceased to grow except for his head. The child, now staring curiously at the entrance with wide, round eyes, possessed orbs as black as obsidian, devoid of sclera, glimmering with an unsettling brightness. He was remarkably intelligent. The elderly woman, her voice quivering, recounted, "He was taken from me at birth. That wretched old man has imprisoned children like him in jars, allowing them to grow to this size. When they reach 5 years of age, their heads will be severed, and their brains will be refined into the fabled elixir of immortality." Liu Huaiji could scarcely fathom the fortitude it took for this woman to share such harrowing truths. The emperor had somehow enhanced their intelligence, rendering them fully aware. Thus, their heads had grown in such an abnormal manner. Yu Yao's expression turned vacant as he attempted to step forward. Suddenly, Liu Huaiji grasped Yu Yao's hand firmly, raising a finger to signal the woman to cease her narrative. In that fleeting moment, the grotesquely deformed child had vanished without a trace.